and like scratch the felt. And fortunately, nothing like that ever happened. But I was just kind of always cautious about it. Um, I had a friend of mine who got who was really his dad got him into it. You know what? Oh, I know when I played on my 21st birthday. I played because um, everything was closed. All the bars were closed, and there was like nothing to do. So I went and I played pool, like basically by myself in a pool hall, and um, then I had a party that night. Um, but in answer to your question, I just play. I just play here or there. Nothing competitive. How about you? Are you good?
I used to play it at my grandma and grandpa's. Like they had like a rec center in their community, so I could play pool at the rec center. But I never got crazy into it.
I feel that. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
How many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you?
I mean, maybe 4 if you're lucky.
All right. I don't know where Miss Aquarius is. By the way, her grandfather died on February 14th, so she's been dealing with that, but I'm just giving you a heads up, like to be. Did you? Yeah. He was 99 though, so that's a really great run. But nevertheless, we were hoping for 100. We were hoping for 100 at least. So. All right, but I'm gonna. Do you want me to go first, or do you like want to give an excuse? You know what? I'm not even gonna give you. I don't want that fucking excuse. So you're just gonna have to go first. I am one of the biggest disadvantages in the history of this game because I can't see how many tiles are remaining. You played Gink? What is it? Would you please look up what is a Gink?
You don't know? You don't speak English?
Of course I know what a Gink is. Just making sure that it's being used the way that I normally would know it to be used.
It actually means a foolish or contemptible person. A game.
Takes one to play one.
Game.
Oh. Yo, dog, are you gonna go?
My thing is glitching.
I mean, is that something that I can do anything about, or is that a you problem? Because, baby, there are two kinds of problems in this world. Me problems and you problems. And frankly, That sounds like a you problem. Dog, look at this guy. Look how fucking long it's taken him to play anything. This is ridiculous. Absolutely, positively, one of the longest. What the fuck is that?
New to the IQ.
Dog. Wow, it is ridiculous how long it is taking you to play. It's also ridiculous how tired I am.
I'm sorry, is it against the rules?
No. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make 4 games. That's ridiculous. I might have to just throw it.
No, it's all good. I'm also fatigued, not on my peak clarity. No, someone has an S. Cool.
This is a low scoring game.
She peak yourself.
What the fuck is that?
Z. Sigh. Wow. Wow, seriously? You fucking serious?
I played that like
Wow.
I really had to think it out and not make sliders, like not give you a bunch of shit. I'm pretty proud of myself for that one, son.
Man, is $41 points. Yes.
What's your favorite thing about the Brendan Schaub links that I sent you?
Okay, so
That was a good one, dude. 18. Excellent work.
thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Dude, this must be one of the most concentrated, compact games I've ever played. Wow.
The shape of the board. Oh no, another S. Okay. Must be nice getting all the S's.
This could be devastating. Devastating if you do well. Must be nice getting all these S's. What a fucking word.
Wow. Jesus Christ. That's great.
At least it opens everything up. I should get a lot more points.
Yeah.
I should get a lot more points for a word that long. Even though it's double, it's not that many points. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 6, 24. That's not like that many points for a word. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters.
Yeah, I gotta exponentially increase.
For long words and science words. But not like stupid science words, like longer ones, like universe or something.
Yeah, per word should be at least worth 30. Maybe 35. Oh, fuck that up. Wow, someone has a guess what? A guess what letter? Let me guess. Let me guess.
Are you gonna guess?
I'm gonna imagine it's
Zebra. Zebra should that should be worthwhile. That's a really great word. Raid. That's a good word.
back-to-back 30s. But the fucking stupid jar just. Wow, are you fucking serious?
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? Baby. What do you want? Oh. Okay, so man. Wall? What the fuck is wall? That's not a word. You and I both.
I tried to play Wawa, but
Okay, Wawa should be a word. I'll give you that.
Wa is the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay, that's yeah, but that's Vav, and there is no war. Like that's transliteration. It's not.
I mean, yeah, it's also spelled V-A-V.
That's what I just said. It's Vav. V-A-V. I just said it's Vav.
Yeah, it is transliterated, but I don't make the rules of literati.
Yeah, well, I only play in
Unfortunately,
English.
there's nothing,
I only play in English.
nothing anyone can do about that, unfortunately.
And I did know that, and I do know that, but it's never used like Wa. It's used as Vav. But okay, you want to play different languages? I mean, that's cool, dog. You could,
Would you like me?
you
Would
could,
you like to cry about it more?
no, but you could win here.
I don't think so. I got it. I don't think I can.
Man, I had such better letters than you did. I had like 3 S's, the Z, the Q. You had the
No, I
F.
think you had like 3 S's.
I'm saying I had 3 S's. I had the Z. I had the Q. Like I should have won by more. You had the only thing that you had that was I had a blank tile, and I mean I just did not do that well.
No, you got lucky with the jar, I think. I was gonna take that spot away, but I was like, no, you're not gonna have it.
It wasn't.
It's all good.
It wasn't that many.
Just a warm up game that doesn't count for anything. Oh, if I stole your tiles there at the end.
Good job. All right, I've got one last game in me, and then I don't want to get my fucking hours all fucked up. Riser. I'm gonna let you go first because I don't want to hear your bitching nor your moaning.
I don't ever do that.
God, you're big time. That's one of the worst plays I've ever seen. I feel like I have the exact same letters that I had at the beginning of last year. Dog, I let you literally swap out tiles and I still pass because I don't want to hear you're bitching. Oh, good one. I don't know why you would use the S. Oh, because of the double. Okay. I like it. That's a good play.
Yeah, no, I probably should have stopped. Or whatever. But it's okay. I don't need like 4 S's to win. So I'm good. Is your strategy, does it involve taking forever?
What the
points,
fuck? Dog.
Let's go.
Dog. That's impressive.
I don't know why that was worse than anything. Really?
Yeah, babe.
Hey, you also had a blank tile that you redeemed for that.
I know. No, I didn't. I redeemed it for an E. But I did use an S in that one. Dude, you have a huge fucking lead.
Yes. Yeah.
You still have a big lead. One of the biggest leads that we've ever seen. 18 points? That's pretty good, dude. Miss Aquarius.
Going to sleep. And I came home from my doctor, and I fell asleep. And I woke up, and then I took a bath, and now I'm going to sleep.
All right, you go to sleep, Miss Aquarius. We'll play tomorrow. I'm in the middle of a game with Riser, and we're not done yet.
It's okay.
Excellent. Did you have fun line dancing?
Yeah.
Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, I hope you have a wonderful evening, God willing, and we'll talk tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Liza. Good night, Jessica.
Wow.
Yeah. What's so no?
Shit. Trying to get everyone.
Oh, what a great word. That should be worth more.
I agree. If I had the 3-word bonus there, that would have been 45
Dude, you're dominating. Wow. I am down a lot. If you might be able to double my score if you play your tiles correctly. And it looks like you're anticipating.
Oh, look at this word.
I'm ready for it. Give it to me. Make it big. Oh, it's over, folks.
Yeah.
It's over, folks. What a great.
Yeah. Almost triple still. I mean, there's still a lot of tiles left.
Wow.
38 points. You can play a beautiful, like, 6-letter word and barely get rewarded, but you just stack a bunch of random tiles on top of each other and you're just.
More than double my points. Folks, this is the biggest lead Reg has ever had on this motherfucker. Kev, just absolutely ridiculous.
It's not like we're doing time. I like when it's funny, like when you play against people online and then you totally close off the board and make it impossible. It's like putting tiles in. The fee, I was trying to build off the fee, but there's not a lot of words there.
Dog. This is terrible. Wait, will the game forfeit if no one can place tiles down for like a turn? Yeah.
So that could be my strategy, is just hope you don't have tiles on the spot.
I don't hurt on any of these words. I don't want to give you a bigger lead than you already have.
Oh, great. Can't even build up there anymore. I opened up the board. You're welcome.
Not a huge amount, though.
A lot more than it was open.
All right, I will say good morning. Let's begin. Our shiurim this month are dedicated by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg in honor of the yard site of Ayala's mother, Elia Daphna Bas Yosef. We look at the merit of our Talmud Torah. During the Shema, we'll have an Aliyah in the family in Chama. Also, I will say we have an additional sponsorship by the Efron family, Menashe and Bracha Efron. Dedicated learning today in Mazel Tov to engagement of Rina Greenlinger.
What a whooping. What an absolute
daughter of
whooping.
Adi and Sarah Greenlinger, and as discussed,
Oh,
for
wow.
Menashe David Ben Reina, who is in surgery this morning. He was
Closed off the board again.
Menashe David Ben Reina. All right, well, so with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is good days. We are picking up on the Aleph Amud days 11b. So as we are picking up with Bachsiv Bin Arbai. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up on the bottom. So remember again, the Gemara introduced the concept of interesting idea of Ben Beseira. So Rabbi Elazar said in the name of Rabbi Shia that Ben Beseira said that if you shech the Karban Pesach with the Shmo on right, the days have shut the shackles by boss of the Shmo kosher. So Ben Beseira says that if you shech the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the morning of Erev Pesach, then ultimately again the carbon will be kosher. Why? Because Ben Beseira holds that the entire day is appropriate ultimately for carbon Pesach. Good. He says the Gemara, I bin Arbai. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Bachsiv bin Arbai. Most likely, how can Ben Beseira say that the entire day is kosher for carbon Pesach? The Torah explicitly says that when is the carbon Pesach offered up? Ben Arbai. Ben Arbai in Gosen means what? Presumably means what? In the afternoon. So the way Ben Beseira interprets it Ben Arbai means between the two evenings. So it has to be offered up ultimately again between us. It's actually a passing drasha between the evening of the 14th and the evening of the 5th, which essentially what? Gives you the entire day of the 14th, ultimately to go ahead and do the carbon. Let's look at that.
What's up, Rabbi? How you been?
I'm well, big dog. How are you?
So from dawn until sunset.
I'm chilling, bro. Everything going good?
100% how things should be out to the woods.
Chilling. How's Harry Potter Sonic Kingdom? Has it been up or what?
Oh, yeah, man. It's worth $1 trillion.
Now it's worth $1 trillion?
Yeah, maybe more. Maybe a quadrillion.
What about by the carbon tumid where it says Bin Arbai? So how can I be Kuliyoma kosher?
What have you been up to?
At the end of the day, that the entire day is kosher for carbon.
Chilling.
Okay.
I see your beard is coming.
Yeah. So what have you been doing?
I've been doing good, bro. Not bad.
Because ultimately, again, you have a pasuk that says that one is offered up in the morning.
Got a
So
good
once it says
insurance
that one is
payment
offered up in
for
the morning, by definition, that means that what? That being
Wow.
by
How'd
the
you
other
get that?
afternoon. So why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
say
Well,
that one of the carbon tummies has to be offered up in the morning. It's offered up throughout the entire day. Because it will say that one of them is offered up in the morning. One is offered up in the morning, the other is not. So therefore, again, even though by tummy it's in our body, the Torah goes out of the
raining lately.
One of them is
Trying to see how it goes. Me and my friend are waking up learning a lot about it on the market.
that the cover is only offered up by the afternoon. Neros, we'll say what about the menorah? It says ultimately again, the pasuk reads Ubalos Aron es haneros bein ha'arbayim. So you're going to be remember again, we're challenging Ben Desir to see because the Gemara is assuming right now that Ben Desir we've always interpreted up until today. We've always interpreted
holy shit, how long is 3,000
now
dollars?
Ben Desir apparently advanced this very
It's like
novel
180 days.
between the Arabim, between the
Holy
shit,
shit.
essentially
Yeah,
an entire day.
We rock
to
out.
prevent
Fucking hell,
in the serious situation,
Damn.
in my current data. Sabi Gemara says, what about the menorah? It's the Arabim. How can I be clear on the country? You're going to tell me you can light the menorah the entire day as well. Shiny hustle.
I'm fucking bummed I just better myself.
All right. Well,
Most about the menorah, it says, from
how do you plan on doing that?
What does it mean, Me'erev Boker?
I know what I need to do. I just need to like, yeah, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, go get myself a gym
but it has
membership.
the ability to remain kindled, to remain lit
I lost a lot of weight.
until morning.
150 down.
That's undoubtable.
Alright.
So in our Bible, we actually need something dramatically different, which is a reference to the amount of oil which has to be included.
You don't need to go to the gym.
So the Gemara says, "Ela zup atzar."
I mean,
Hilcha avoda b'shin me'erev adoker, ela zup rovad. There is never a conversation. There is no other avoda besides the menorah. And ultimately,
Go,
would
you have to be honest with yourself. Do you have like a binge eating problem?
So also again, that person also Ochenami is what you have a kasha. You tell me that Ketoris is kasha the entire day. Shiny does also on top of your face.
But you don't crave certain foods at any moment.
Why? Because Ketoris
I'm the type of person that if I'm watching a certain show, I need to have like watching Game of Thrones. I need to
also
have
because of the comparison, ultimately again,
Okay. I lost weight with
ultimately
I
again.
lost weight with something called hereditary tide. It's a research camp.
We cannot ultimately learn from that in our
Yeah, I had really bad, like, I had a bad binge eating disorder. I was like eating it up every fucking time, like 3 bags of chips, fucking myself up.
I
And
just
then I Googled it, and then I Googled it, and then I'm like, this is the right medication for me. It's called hereditary tide. I took it.
So here's what you must find out. This
RETA.
we now have two terms. One term of being dying and one term of so even if you want to say that they are dying,
You could get it like pretty easily from online, bro. And honestly, I lost like maybe fucking weight on it. I was just
with the
like
fact that it says
150 now.
Right, so what do you do with that? That seems to clearly indicate that the current Pesach is offered up in the afternoon, where Erev doesn't have to be in right? As in the afternoon, to which the Gemara says, no.
Yeah, this is like low spending, but like
this tells us,
it's like
teaches us in a
10
point
times stronger, and it
about
doesn't
the
give you
lane
half
of
the side effects.
what does that mean? Take a look at that. Yuruchar Dabar, Yuruchar Pesach L'Tamis. La'afa Gav Kulu Yom HaZmanei.
It's a GLP. It's a GLP.
Is it teaching the following halacha? That even if you hold like them the Sera, the time for Kavan Pesach is the entire day. If you end up waiting until the time of what we
Do you like those anything?
like 6.5 hours into the day, which then is just like the Kavan Tamid. So the halacha is what? The Kavan Tamid is offered up before the Kavan Pesach. So that second error teaches me as follows: that although Kavan Pesach is pressure the whole day, it takes you to wait until after Chatzos. And now it's the time for Kavan Tamid. You offer up the Kavan Tamid before you go ahead and offer up the Kavan Pesach. To which the Gemara says this time, Yuchar davar shene'emar bo ba'erev u'bein ha'arba'im. The davar shelo ne'emar bo ela bein ha'arba'im jova.
Yeah.
I don't
For which the Torah says,
because if I do order takeout,
carbon, for which the Torah says both erev and bein ha'arba'im. is delayed and later than the carbon for which it
Yeah.
said they are bad. One of the two
I started with changing up my diet to like I don't eat any fried
like
foods.
carbon Pesach,
I don't eat any like bread or any carbs, you know. I just eat straight meat.
Therefore, when
Yeah, I carb count,
carbon
but
Pesach
I'm
is
cheating
always
on some.
offered
I know
late.
my shit's
Carbon Tamid is offered
Yeah,
offered first. Carbon
I think
Pesach
my
is
doctor
offered
told me
late.
120
The Gemara says,
carbs.
"Miti kamiti,
Keep it
v'hi
under that.
ushachet le'nisafra, amrit
Yeah.
zmanehi."
Carbs fuck you up, man, if you eat too much.
This is amazing. So the Gemara says, that's totally counterintuitive. How can you have something that is kosher the whole day, even from the morning, and yet,
Oh shit,
once
too much
the
on Call of Duty
afternoon
told me,
comes, you
it's
have
supposed to be
to
120
delay its
carbs.
offering until after the comes around? Most like,
Right
right now,
Well,
we're operating
was
under
that big?
the
Do you get it
premise, or with
from,
the
like,
premise that Carbon Pesach
Medicare
is
or whatever?
kosher the
Is
entire day.
getting it like
So if you operate with that
buying it,
premise, now what you
buying
get
it
from
is
the
really
follows.
expensive. So
Carbon Pesach is kosher the
Yeah,
entire
I
day.
have 3
And then
different
what
insurance
happens?
plans.
Yeah,
but
once we call it
I get paid
chatzos,
for it.
once chatzos comes,
that's
and now
good.
it's time for carbon tamid, I have to offer up to carbon
I
tamid
need-
before I offer up to carbon tamid. Because by
I need to
carbon
get
Pesach
the
it says
deals.
every which means delay it, and you come in it just as being out. Does that make sense? Carbon
My
Pesach
bad,
is
I'm
kosher
on,
the whole
Discord
morning,
talking.
kosher the whole morning, and I can't even bring the afternoon tamid in the morning, obviously. Now once I get you have to have delay carbon Pesach, is there ever such a concept? Tish Gemara says, here's such a concept. Yom Rabbi Yochanan was exactly a very important halacha. Halacha mispalo shel mincha v'achagach mispalo shel musaf. We'll say the halacha is musaf.
Have you been looking at these peptides, these
But
huge chemicals?
technically speaking, if what?
No.
If you wait and you delay musaf
No.
until after the
Pretty
chatzos,
cool, bro. They're like
I'm
very
using
drugs.
chatzos to mincha gidola, 6.5 hours a day. We'll say, what's the halacha? The halacha is you daven mincha before musaf.
Are you
Now, again,
clavicular
what's the logic behind that? That's a logic of Tadir.
No, he got me into it, but it's like genuinely the thing he's like
two different kilos.
some of the things that he talks
Where
about
does
is
this come up?
like
Which word does
peptides and
this
shit.
come up? Yom Menorah, right? Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur.
They
So
sound
should we
half
have more?
sketchy.
Right? So again, if you're not starting
Like,
early
I'm
enough,
trying to sell that
it's very
experience or
easy,
whatever.
depending on when Rosh Hashanah falls out during the year, to go past Chatzos. So literally, again, you can have a potential issue. That if it's past Chatzos and you have not yet davened Musaf on a technical halachic level, Mincha comes first. So what's so there you have, so the Gemara says, yes, you have this concept of something which could be kosher the entire day, the previous morning, but then once you hit midday,
What you doing, Rabbi? You just watching videos?
triggered,
No, like I
especially
said,
if
I'm
that
in the middle of a
obligation
game of
occurs
Scrabble.
with greater frequency than the first, you
Scrabble.
could have a situation where that
Play that,
second obligation would then take halachic precedence over the first. So fascinating
So,
halacha. Therefore, we'll say the Gemara is suggesting over here that that happens, that occurs with carbon Pesach and with carbon tamid. That even though again carbon Pesach could be offered up the entire day, nevertheless, once mincha gidola, once chatzos comes along, halacha l'maisa again, you would offer up the carbon tamid first, and only then offer up the carbon Pesach. Well, then our buying the sip gabi torres in our Islam. So listen, now we go back to just a moment. Why is this?
Fraser,
Why
what the
is
fuck
it?
is tab?
Why is it that ultimately again, Bein Arbaim is written by Torres and Neros? So we'll say, with the Gemara is asking over here,
Tavern, short for tavern.
Oh, shut the
Neros
fuck
and
up.
Torres can be
Shut
offered
the
up the
fuck
entire
up. You know
day.
that's not real.
So what does Bein Arbaim by these two situations teach me?
And you
First
play
of all,
what, Zoo?
Ancient Rebbe Tachas Ben Yosef
No, I
Rebbe
played
Yeshua.
Zoo.
Furthermore, again, Rebbe
You also played
answers
Zoo.
Rebbe Yeshua on behalf of Ben Yisera. Lo im amrit b'shlosha asar she'ein mitzvah soroi, tomar b'arba asar she'mitzvah soroi. We'll say furthermore again in a side conversation that was occurring between Rabbi Yeshua and Ben Yisera. Now it was really occurring on behalf of Rabbi Yeshua and Rebbe. Rebbe was referring to the Shita of Ben Yisera. So he said the following. If on the 13th, we're still not offering up a Pesach Shalom Lishma. If on the 13th, we're
I
ultimately again no part of the day is
I
kosher
thought
for
I'd be
Kabbalah
able to
Pesach.
play it
Yet
after
on the
that,
14th, part of
and
the
at
day
least
is kosher for Kabbalah
cut in
Pesach.
the lead,
And we'll say,
but
without getting into the substance of the argument, it
XUS
doesn't
is
matter.
not.
What does
Look
matter
at
is
this
as
one.
follows.
Oh,
In
fuck
Isa,
you.
Kula,
Oh,
we'll say,
impressive.
on behalf of Ben Yisera,
Impressive.
then what?
He
In
deserves the
Lamaisa,
win.
again, the conversation
Give it to
is
him,
not,
folks.
should not be that on the 14th part of the day is kosher
Amazing.
for Kabbalah Pesach. Rather, what should the conversation be? The conversation should be that on the 14th
Yeah,
what?
you
The
got the
entire day is
assist.
kosher for Pesach. So we'll say, so that Gemara does a 180. And I'm going to be Yochanan.
Best comedian.
Also, Haya Ben Guseda, the Pesach Shaktu Barbas, or Shakris, Bain Lishmo, Bain Shalom Lishmo. So now we come back. Ben Guseda, we are fundamentally negating that which he led. This entire sugya led to Ben Guseda. Rabbi Lazar's interpretation of Ben Guseda. Ben Guseda holds that on the morning of the 14th that the carbon is kosher. Why is the carbon kosher? Because at the end of the day, the entire 14th is kosher for Pesach. The Gemara now goes back and says incorrect. Ben Guseda does not hold that you shech the carbon Pesach on the morning of the 14th. In fact, if you shech the carbon Pesach on the morning of the 14th, Bein Lishmo, Bein Shelo Lishmo, it is going to be possible. Why? Hoil umitzaso road. Since part of the day ultimately again is fit for carbon Pesach, therefore, what's supposed to since we actually use
Hold on. You definitely would not be a successful comedian.
The morning is not.
Because you're not funny.
The afternoon is, and therefore the morning is not. So now, this actually is very helpful.
I mean, where did you go? Like comedy school?
Let's say it was a dramatically overwhelming sheet.
Okay.
Because at the end, have you ever heard such a thing like this?
No,
it's kosher in the morning. You want to say with such confidence. Also, it's a good Muslim life. Sometimes if you say something with confidence, it sounds believable.
Right? I have 3 eyes. What can I do with 3 eyes?
The nice again, it sounds very good. No. We actually did not possibly that. The morning is
and then I went to a school that was like
so what's it like?
It was just full of crackheads and like you go. So the first school I went to, like he was just like shut up, be quiet, and do work. The second school I went to was like don't do work, make noise, do whatever the fuck you want.
Right? So what's it? Remember again,
don't do drugs at school.
Right?
You could do drugs other places.
I haven't been hanging up attention.
You could do drugs other places.
I don't remember. But it's just interesting. We've seen this word a couple of times. So the God before that about Im King. Pesach kosher.
Were you doing drugs in high school? No, it was really bad.
So now, explain to me. Watch this.
But the first school I went to,
how you have a case.
it was
Of
like
a kosher carbon Pesach according to Ben
bullshit. Like I've
now what is that?
a few times where it was just like some guy approached me and then guy that was
if you go ahead and
turned everyone
if
against
you go
me.
ahead and you separate out the carbon on the morning of the
That he
14th,
was going to fight
or
me
we'll
and
say
everyone,
that
and
carbon
then
should
he
be
couldn't
set
even
aside
fight
for
by
now.
himself. He got his friends to fight.
It's actually right across. So Rashi says, anything is got
Like he just started off many up with his turning all his friends against me and manipulating them.
Dichli made carbon.
Some bullshit.
Shas hafrash
I should have stayed out.
Yishamina le Rabbi Yochanan Dichli made carbon. Here's the issue. If I separate out the carbon on the morning of the morning, I will say that carbon is set aside for non-use. Now why is the carbon set aside for non-use? Because when I separate it out on the morning of the morning, what can I do with that carbon? What can I do with it? Nothing.
Guys, you have the highest score I've ever seen you have.
The morning of the 14th is possible. You can't do nothing until the afternoon. So if I separate it out on the 14th, I can't do anything with it. Let's say a carbon that you can't do anything with at the time of separation is nidcha. It's set aside for non-use. So therefore, I can't separate it out on the morning of the 14th.
327.
And if I go ahead and I separate it out yesterday on the 13th, Nira v'nidcha. Look at Rashi. Mamish right across. The aftershade espal Nira v'nidcha. The aftershade chazi lahakrivo shalom lishma. Now we'll say it's separate on the 13th. Is the
I'll
carbon
help you
fit?
find it.
Is the carbon fit to be offered? Is it fit to be offered?
How about
Yes, on a technical level. As what? As a shlamim. As a shlamim, meaning that it is carbonic. Not carbonic is for carbon, but the designation is a real designation. Ultimately, again, because it could be a shlamim. Rashi says the Chilak the Yidalach Shach is a possible. So I will say, here's the problem. If I separate it on the 14th, then what?
I know.
Excuse me, on the 13th. Then on the 13th, it's fit for shlamim. But then
You
once
gotta
on the morning of the 14th, it's unfit.
be somewhat
That means you have
funny.
become
Because
fit,
that's what comes.
unfit. Once it's become unfit,
Tell me a
then what?
joke about
It no
food.
longer be offered up. Elos will say, so you might just ask me a very technical question. According to that,
Dude, just tell me any clean joke. Any joke that you could tell an old lady or a child.
I'm going to be at home. So look, There's a simple way. What's the simple way? After midday. Don't separate out your current Pesach until after midday.
Dude, you're a comedian. You don't have one funny joke that works in any audience.
This is mamish fun. It's like a walk in the park, right? This is a carbonic walk in the park. So again, carbon Pesach. So separate out the chatzos. That's his thing. After chatzos, so most of the carbon to be offered. Therefore, again, it's nothing. It's me, right? It's totally fit. Which the Gemara says.
We'll tell one clean story that's funny.
Similar to me that according to Ben Beseira, Korban Pesach must always be offered up after midday on Earth. It must be designated after midday on Earth.
Great job, Razor.
I know what you're thinking about. What do you think she's patching? I don't know what you're thinking about. But I'm going to tell you what you should be thinking about. So amazingly enough, remember, it's incredible. If you go with this, which is incredibly novel. You know, one of the major distinctions between
Zoot, you have a mini invite to mini golf.
12 differences between Pesach Mitzrayim and Pesach Doros.
Nobody gives a shit about that. They care about two things. One, you accepting the invite to mini golf, and two, telling us a clean story that's funny.
By Pesach Doros, there is no such obligation.
Or a joke.
So that's very interesting. And therefore, again, that kind of is amplified over here because according to Ben Beseira, it would appear
it's important.
Go ahead. You do not have to purchase it early, but it sounds like when Ben Beseira, what? You can't purchase it early. I mean, you can purchase the animal.
No. That's the most important part of it. Anybody can go and tell a really dirty joke. It's about it
purchasing it is not a problem. You can purchase it whenever you want.
Working in an audience, though.
Cannot be done according to them until after midday. Says the Gemara, no. So it's not true. According to Ben Beseira, you can even designate the animal in the morning. How so? Ein mechusar zman lebor bayom. What that means is as follows. Mechusar zman refers to a carbonic psul.
Dog, what the fuck are you doing, son? What is that? That was a devastatingly bad shot. And Zoot just had the best shot, like, ever.
Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says,
I have this fucking cow in my way. Oh, that was dumb of you. That was dumb of you, Riser.
You're good. In other words,
that was one of the dumbest.
What matters is that you're on the right calendar on which that company is going to be offered. The fact that you can't offer it up for the next couple of hours until midday, so we'll say that does not invalidate it. So therefore, again, even according to you can go ahead and designate the animals by the entire day of Erev. That's proper. The truth is, in reality, that animal is from the Zafra, even the previous eve. So what's it? Would you be the evening of what? The evening of the fourth. Remember, this is still the evening of the Visa. Or the night of the Visa starts. So even designate animals, no, it's not Visa starts. One second. So the Gemara says, Laila imo chosr zman. Chasima imo. Once you get to the night, right? So the night of the 14th, which is already what? The correct calendar day. You're already at Visa. Once you hit Korban Pesach,
is that a true story?
Arrived calendar.
So you didn't.
So then your designation is spot.
The real question is really scale of zero to 10 this bitch.
Nevertheless, again, the designation will be absolutely valid.
I don't care. So that could mean she's really hot. It means some other dude thought she was hot enough to cuff. So she's a MILF. So you're saying she's a MILF. Some Australian MILF. Zoot, 0 to 10 this bitch. 0 to... Okay, that's a cool story. How hot was she when she was 18 years old?
On the night of the 8th, you could go into the pen and you could go ahead and separate which animal you're going to offer up as the color.
How hot was she when she was 18 years old? 0 to 10 this bitch.
So he contracted to Psukim.
So this-
So
Just so we have an idea.
Once I get to the 8th day, even when the night of the 8th day, so to speak.
Let's be honest. If this girl were a 9 or a 10, you would have taken the breathalyzer for her.
The answer from the 8th day and on, it shall be offered up as a carbon. So we'll say, that seems to indicate to us that what? That the nighttime is not. So we'll say, two contrasting two things. One concept seems to indicate that once I get to the night
If she were a 9 or a 10, easily, happily.
One concept seems to indicate that what? I have to get to the day of the 8th in order for it to be clear. So okay, so how do I reconcile the psukim? Very simple. Laila Likedusha, Yom Maritza.
All right, well, I do, and I would take a fucking breathalyzer for this bitch. If she were a 9 or a 10. Even if she were an 8, a 7, that's too common. But like a strong 8, and I'm blowing to that bitch.
Even according to everyone. Even though I can't go ahead and after midday on Erev Pesach, nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and designate it.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I hate this one. This is like my least favorite rule.
One is permitted to designate.
You're drinking with your dog?
So we'll say now these.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that he doesn't have a license, and if he blew and it showed that he had alcohol, then he would get in more trouble than even the girl who had alcohol in her system.
I didn't have any alcohol just my system, but like, here's the thing, when someone who has alcohol in crazily that voice, you can transmit it.
No, that is the worst medical advice I've ever heard.
No, it's true.
No, it's not true. Not to any detectable amount.
If you have an animal that belongs to two parties,
Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. It's definitely not detectable. This bitch could have been breathing on you really heavily, and her breath alone is not enough to give you any detectable blood alcohol content.
Remember, we made this distinction between
like you need to. It's not rare. It's as close to impossible as possible. If anything, it would show up as a 0.01, like absolutely nothing. But even still, it's not going to happen. There's no alcohol that's going in your bloodstream. It would, if anything, go into your lungs.
What happens?
Yeah, baby.
He buys out Shimon and his makdish. So what's the status of this animal? So the Gemara says,
I'm tired. I've been up since like.
Ultimately, it's kadosh, but it can't be offered up as
so what? Early?
Means what?
I've been working on robots.
Has attained financial
I've been working on robots all day.
The inner since at the first stage of sanctity, was not fit for offering.
Yeah, not talking to that girl when you were like in like 4th grade or whatever who told you she liked you. Not doing class count. Oh yeah. I can see that. That seems like a really good opportunity.
Once an animal is not fit for class
clowns
designation. That designation of non-use remains even if what? Even if circumstances around the animal change. Rashi says, Hilchach in it, the tear of a local with the what we could do is we can allow it to graze, develop a mold, redeem it, use that money to purchase another carbon. So the Gemara says,
you fucking love that guy.
But yet this animal could also make a tumura, meaning if you try to exchange another animal for this animal, it becomes a tumura, which tumura has the same status as what we call the origin.
Because she's hot?
When we learn that once an animal is unfit for use, for carbonic use, it cannot fit that designation. That remains unfit, even if its circumstances change. Furthermore, again, it's not going to deeply make Karahava deeply. Furthermore, we learn that again, I will say, when it's unfit from the beginning of this process, ultimately, again, that status.
All right, scale of 0 to 10. Cushy.
And I will say, furthermore, again, we see that the concept of dichui was
She's 10 years younger than me,
but
but
for our
I have
purposes,
respect
set
for
aside
her
for
for giving
not
me
the
the
sacrificial non-use also
I don't
applies
care
to
if
the
she-
monetary sanctity as well. Rashi,
Okay.
Rashi days on the days. So yesh dichui b'damim, yesh
Have you
Torah's
met her?
dichui b'kedushas damim. Ava pi she'ina kedushas damim. Tzidon hava shehikdish chatzia lo kitcha elo l'dameha she'ein lo chelik b'chatzia. A kedusha lo yelishon tequila apim. So I say ultimately again that the concept of dichui also applies back financially.
I'm looking at this girl. I'm going to look up this girl right now.
So it's
Is it
theory of
Kushi?
human beings and animals? What the Gemara is teaching us is as follows: that once an animal has a status, then what? Unchanged.
I thought you met her.
But that is
I've been in the
unlimited
same
false.
All right.
No matter what I've
Oh,
done
yeah.
to myself, no matter what kind of mess
She's
I've
all right.
made myself into, no matter what, say how much I might be
She's
pushed aside,
Oh, fuck no. She's not a 9.
always has the
No.
ability
No,
to
not
change
on
himself.
her best fucking days.
To
That
change
bitch is not.
himself. Like Bali Chayim, we say, Shma Mina, right? Bali Chayim Nitchin. Bali Chayim Nitchin. Animals
Are you
are
fucking serious?
Animals are Nitchin. Shma Mina, Dichui Mei Kara Havi Dichui.
That
What
is
if you mess up?
bullshit.
It's
Rematch.
totally messed up. Shma Mina, Yesh Dichui B'damim. And I was like, again, that Dichui applies on every level. On a personal level, on a financial level.
This girl from fucking Kill Tony.
Human beings are both side. Ain't shum dichui ba'olam klal. Out of Rabbi Nachman's page a little bit.
Because she did just does stand-up comedy on it. But then the people on Kill Tony like convinced her to do it to like get nude. But she really just wanted to do it for comedy. Zoot literally has every only girl. Check. How did you see that?
I'm gonna do it. Let's say here we go.
It was
Now let's say we're going on a little Now it's not really a detour because essentially what you're gonna see is as follows. Once we started talking about this concept, first of all, it appears that like we wrapped up the Ben Becerra conversation.
Did you look her up?
We wrapped up the Ben Becerra conversation.
Dog, all you have to do, there's like a website. I got it from the Kill Tony subreddit that literally has every chick on OnlyFans on it, but just like they just steal all of their content and they put it on this other website, so you have to pay for it. I don't know how they do it, but they do, and that bitch is on it.
Yeah. I appreciate that site. I don't even look at it.
I appreciate.
Separates out of carbon.
There's a funny
So then what happens?
West.
He becomes an apicurus.
Yeah, we're just like
Right? So separated out of chatos, then became an apicurus.
Right.
That's what it means. He gives up religion.
I'm just like, in the comment section, like, this guy's fucking like,
Then he does tshuva. So now what's the shayla? Now understand what happened. When he went off on that one side, he already set aside the chatos, set aside the carbon. He never offered. Now he comes back to the fold. What does he want to do? He wants to offer his carbon.
Yeah, dude, it's just too much work putting your credit card in and stuff.
That carbon is possible. That carbon cannot be offered up. Why? Once it is set aside for non-use, it is set aside.
Do they have a?
Rashi, get ready. Hemir Das Rashi says.
No, he doesn't. Do they have a? Do they have a setting that you can only pay for 1 month?
To offer up a carbon.
Or does it automatically renew your card?
Which we'll learn from the pasuk Amaretz that if a person is a mumar, if a person is a non-believer, the halacha is they are not permitted to bring a carbon to the Israel. So most of this is an amazing case. And again, this is
Yeah.
the discussion.
the trick shit
Once
is like,
moving becomes a mumar, once he becomes an
unsubscribe,
he is no longer able
then
to
straight away,
that carbon is
you
being even when
you
he's closer to Shula, that's fine, or another
Right.
is not fine. It's beautiful.
I think
But
that
is-
all of the nitcha is remember how he
the
comes
ghost
down
can say
once the carbon is set aside for non-use,
who's just
you
had that for a month.
no longer that's it.
Dude, that was one of the best
Listen,
shots I've
that's-
ever seen.
Oh, these are incredible. It's Marnami. I'm gonna remember I'm gonna be open. Watch this.
Wasn't that great?
Dude, it was a hole in one. Watch so long dude is talking about OnlyFans. He just is unbeatable in this game. But the second that he stops talking about them, he goes back to being dog shit. It's like his superpower.
Shota was like has halachic definitions, right? Has halachic definitions, right?
That's understandable.
One that goes someone who goes to sleep in the cemetery,
I know.
Yadav, he tears his clothing and uses them to
So you looked up.
So again,
I think her name is like
person becomes
Layla.
So they don't have requisite das.
From Kiltony.
Then it becomes healthy again. Right? So as we're talking,
Did you know that
will be sure not for a person. It's like a person might have a clinical issue. So what happens? So they become a shoulder, but then
Dude, that was a dog shit shot.
Cure doesn't have to mean that at the end of the day,
Riser has one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
So everyone say, what's that?
I'm gonna make my shot. Riser, that's a terrible shot.
Again, since
Riser, terrible shot.
A shoulder cannot offer upper carbon. Why can't the shoulder offer upper carbon? Because the carbon is gas.
Make it.
Once what happens when it becomes a shoulder, that carbon becomes nit.
It is not.
Even once it becomes B again,
You don't have the
carbon
skill
cannot
to shoot
be
it
offered.
through the.
So it's like it's the same principle. Right? It's the same principle. What's the same principle?
You don't have the skill
Essentially,
to go
once
through the
a
shoot.
carbon becomes carbonically designated as non-offerable, that designation cannot be reversed. Now the obvious shaila is what I will say. Why do I need two cases? First, once if I separate the carbon and then my circumstances change,
Hit the
I can't
thing.
offer up the carbon.
Have the
Because
ball
back to
go.
what they originally were, I can't offer up the carbon. Why do you need to illustrate this in both the case of the apicores and the shoulder? It's the same principle. Which ones I'll tell you why. It's Tzvichi. If I would have just said the apicores case, Mishum Gehudach Inav Shebi Adayin. So I would have said in the apicores case, I understand why when he comes back, he can't offer
Yeah,
up
baby.
the viable sign. Because he made the conscious decision to leave. So if he made the conscious decision to leave, then what? Then halacha l'maaseh again, okay, you abdicate your right to offer up that carbon.
The most attractive, she's like a television presenter.
We are assuming that this is a clinical circumstance.
What's her name?
That a person cannot control. If a person cannot control it, then the
I don't know. Some bitch who was like way too hot to be like at the rhino room. And then the best comedian in Adelaide is James McCann.
Just like someone who's asleep doesn't have gas, but ultimately regains that gas. So maybe this person also, when he has his episode, he's like someone who's a yashin, but when he's awake, so to speak, he should be able to offer his carbon. Therefore, the Gemara speaks, we know that even in the case of Shodev, once he doesn't have gas and the carbon is mitzvah, therefore what?
You are the worst stand-up comedian that I've seen ever. So, yeah, you're the worst in Adelaide.
Sometimes doesn't have the power to restore himself to his previous baseline.
I've only seen you perform. You have like a 33% hard heckle rate.
So say, watch this. So first of all,
I don't find your comedy to be funny. I find it to be offensive many times. You can't make a joke about something as simple as food. If you could just come up with a joke about food, I'd be like, all right, he's got a chance.
Even if the circumstances change, the carbon does not revert back to an
Dude, you're the one who said, Rabbi, look at my friend. He's eating a banana with the peel on. How funny is this? This is the funniest video on the internet. And I'm like, that's not funny. And you're like, no, you just don't get it. And I'm like, I do. He's eating a banana whole, but it's not funny. You're like, it is perhaps the greatest piece of media. And that you were going on and on about how great this was. And I was like, dude, it's not that funny. And that involved food. And you thought it was the funniest piece of media in the history of the internet.
Try to go ahead and bring that chachos on. What would happen? You tell no, we can bring a chachos.
I know you do.
That Caleb was totally fine. Then what happened?
And that involved food.
Original ruling. So what's the status?
Riser, you fucked me.
This is a very interesting case. Because in this case,
Nothing's
nothing's changed with the animal. What changed? is that Beis Din custom that Chaylev is mutter. So we'll say in that period of the Pesach on Tuesday, if Reuben were to try to offer
Riser,
us
what'd you think of my
chatos,
shot?
the Kohen would stop him. Remember, when you show up at the Beis Din, it's not like
Put my ball in the hole, son.
yeah, you have to explain why you're offering what you're offering.
That was almost the greatest shot I've ever seen.
What is sacrificially correct? So Reuben eats the 7 days on Monday, shows up on Tuesday to go ahead and offer Pesach. Cohen says, what's going on? So Cohen says, what's wrong? The Beis just sat in session this morning on Tuesday. The Paskin that Chaylev is totally mutter. There's no chatos. Reuben is okay. Goes home. Wednesday they put out the so Reuben thinks himself, okay, I still have my chatos. I'm going to offer up my chatos. So we'll say, Shailei, what's the status of that chatos? So Mahu,
Did you just say Rabbi's gay?
We'll say, is this a case of or not? We'll say, in this case over
Cool
here,
story, bro.
on Tuesday, when Reuben shows up to offer up that chatos, they're not going to accept that chatos because for that period of
Zoot,
time,
what's
the
it
assumption is that
feel like to
it's not
be
only chatos, the
patient
animal
zero
will
of
not
super
necessarily
gonorrhea?
chatos. So do we say that now the animal was set aside for non-use? That status does not change in Ripple.
That was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
So we'll say there was an older sage who was there. He said the following:
I didn't know
when
where
Rabbi Yochanan ultimately would teach the sugya ultimately of the chuyin of dichuy, he would begin dafka with this case, not with all the other cases. Why?
There's a chance that Zoot could put my ball in one of the greatest spots ever.
Think about it. This is the paradigmatic case of the why I was saying, because in the previous cases, what changed? The person. It's actually the carbon, nothing changed the carbon. The
That was a beautiful shot, Zoot.
So therefore, it is a case of dichui, but this is the paradigmatic case. As we'll say, in this particular case over here, what changed? This actual status. The person did not. The status of the carbon changed. We'll say, and indeed, Allah Lamais, it seems to be where you pass in that case, is that we would not be able to bring that once that chatos was set aside for non-use.
Oh my word! That was almost the best shot in the history of the game.
Sherman, as I said, I have a Masoda from 72 elders. So Lamali the Misna, Shivim Mushkaim Zokim was like, why doesn't it say 72 elders?
Oh, baby.
Why does it say Shivim Mushkaim Zokim elder? What's it teach us that what? All of them held the same.
No!
Remember again, going back to the Mishnah. Ben Azai essentially agreed with everything that the Chachamim said, except that Ben Azai
Zoot won.
The halacha is to add an olah to the chatos and the Pesach
I
category.
can't believe I messed that up.
The olah will be said the Gemara.
Yeah, if you went in the back
Why
stop.
does Ben Azai hold an olah that's not perhaps shown? The Shema is going to be possible. So the Gemara says, because the Pasuk says, olah who is sheireach mitzvah. As well as the pasuk by only uses which word? The word who. What does who teach us? Hilishmak shera shalolishmak sua. This is whenever you see the word who or he or you, is an insistence on the shema. By olah it says who or he. So both actually, and therefore again the Torah teaches us that the olah must be done the shema. I ashalanik sid day who. By asham was it changes it to he. By Asham, it also says who, right? So yet, again, I will say, everyone except for one sheep in the first Mishnah held that Asham offered up Sholish was still going to be kosher. The Achar Haktaras Eimarim Bukit. We'll say that who, by Asham, is after the burning of the limbs. We spoke about this yesterday a little bit. What's the ikar part of any carbonic process?
Are you serious?
Like that's the ikar. That's the ikar. Like the burning of the fats and the limbs is something that is important. But at the end of the day, I will say is not.
That was garbage.
So the fact that it says who
I know it.
After that, chorus,
You know it.
Anymore, I will say doesn't matter
Riser
to
knows
us
it.
all of that much. Doesn't matter to us all that much. Fine. So the Gemara says,
Zoot.
fine.
3 rounds. You don't stand a chance. You've never won this game.
Which the Gemara says no.
I don't think against us. I'm almost certain you've never won against us.
Twice. This was twice. So one of them is stated earlier on in the
Okay. It's this thing that Zoot does. He says 2 games and then he thinks he does better because if he doesn't do well, he dies.
Rather, what's
That's
it?
two.
He's learning this
That's
halacha
four.
from Kal V'chol. He's learning the idea that an older man will offer up Lishma from a Kal V'chol.
Dude, don't talk like
What's the
that.
Kal V'chol?
I'm serious. If you talk like that, I'm not going to have you in here.
So it's like chatas, which is not between the
10.
Rabbi demonetized.
If you shechted it, shalom lishma, it is possible.
10.
Ola should be
That was amazing, Riser.
So it's like, this is actually quite interesting. So Ben Azai is assuming that an Ola is more chamer than a chatas. How is he assuming that an Ola is more, excuse me, is more chamer than a chatas? Let's say so. If the chatas ultimately, again, more chamer, excuse me. If the chatas, which is not
Dude, I can hear the horn now.
Are you proud of that?
Offered up lishma. So the chatas closa is a carbon that is kula lahashem. Totally forgot has to be offered up lishma. So the Gemara says.
No, but it'd be.
Ola she kala lahashem. Which is what's the second. Malachata shekhin lechaperes. But chatas is different. Why? Because chatas affords kapara. So
That's why all the people in the nursing home are known for their work ethic.
So we'll say 1 second.
That's why all the people in the nursing home are known for their work ethic.
From a Pesach does not afford any kapara. To which the Gemara says Pesach is different. Pesach is different. Why? Ultimately, again, because it has a set.
Okay. It helps to tell people when you're talking about ancient Egypt, I'm talking in terms of ancient Egypt. Not just think that they're going to assume that your discussion is on ancient Egypt.
We'll say, what is the tzad Shabbat between Pesach and Chatos? Both are kachim, both are karbanos, and if you shech them shalom lishma, they are apostle. Av ani abi ola, she kachim, you shechta shalom lishma p'sula. Therefore, we'll say, I will also include what? I will also include ola, which ultimately again is kachim, and if you shech shalom lishma, it will be apostle. Also, we'll stop
You did that
today.
your first
I'm going to record just the rest until the Mishnah and Gimel Amud Aleph. A little bit later on this morning, we'll get to the end of the Sugya, and also we'll stop over here with that.
No way.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? 11 points, son. So you're admitting that your iPad gives you an unfair advantage? Are you admitting that your iPad gives you an unfair advantage? It was not horrible at all. I would take 7 right now, and I'd be walking away champion.
Specifically for what purpose? That just as a chatas which is offered up shows what's the halacha.
Dude, I like their strategy of holding the ball for half the time and then throwing it.
So they're waiting until it gets in the right position.
Zoo, what are the odds that I win?
The odds you win?
What are the odds I win?
1 and 2.
Is that 50%?
Yeah.
Champion?
Wow. Just like it.
Oh, okay.
What are the odds of me winning?
So you've never won against us, so I'd say like less than 5%.
Probably less than that.
Zoo, if Chelsea wanted to date you, would you date her?
No.
Let's say she just was like, "Hey, let's go on a date. You can, we'll just get, I don't know, lunch or something. Would you go?" If Chelsea asked you out on a date just to go and get like lunch, would you go?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, I'll hang out with everyone after
Okay, I mean, I'm just making sure that you're not like anti-Chelsea because that's my girl.
We could play cold together.
That's cool. Is she good?
That was a great game.
Okay. Did you play trick shot 9 ball?
Do you swipe with your thumb, Rabbi, or index finger?
Index finger.
Is that one bad?
Yeah, I mean that tells you everything that you need to know about Zoot's strategy and why it's he's doing terribly.
Brother, this is the best game I've seen you play.
Yikes. Tired Zoo. Okay.
We're all tied.
Yeah.
I don't think Grandma's gonna do. I don't think Grandma's that much of a head of us though.
Oh,
That was
wow.
not good.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's so bad that it was two better than what you got. Son,
I just had a couple switches.
dude, in the history of humankind, you have never had less of a chance at winning at anything than you do at this time.
Let's go, Zoo. Nice.
So you think I had that confidence?
Dude, if anything, I could score 0 and we would tie for the lead.
Rise is gonna score 0.
Riser already scored 2. The question is, will Riser beat your score? That's the question. And the answer,
What the hell? Oh my god.
Riser.
I don't understand what's happening.
Does this game have a tieback line of control?
No.
There's a draw, just draw.
Yeah, then you both win.
How do you know that?
Riser and I tied, I think, once, or perhaps. Okay, I'm gonna play. We're gonna play this game. We're gonna play this game until somebody beats me. See, when you two cannot collude against me, I dominate. I show you why I'm the greatest Play-Doh basketball player in the history of the game. Riser, what in the fuck are you doing?
I don't have an invite. Oh, right, there you go.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know it was sent.
Oh.
I thought we were gonna play.
No, I just said
Zoo never plays bowling.
somebody's got to beat me in this game. And it's not going to be Zoo. Zoo has 2 points. He has 4 points. He has 5 points. Okay, that's not bad. Riser, you know.
If you were an undefeated champion in a sport, then you die and you had to spit. No.
What is this fucking scenario?
You're undefeated champion in a solo sport, and you have to spend eternity with someone until they beat you. Would you let them win?
There are like a lot of questions in this scenario. What happens if I don't let them win? I mean, how do I know that I'm?
You have to be there. You have to keep playing again for eternity until they win.
Okay, then what happens if they win?
Then you lose your title of being undefeated.
Okay, why do we have to be dead during this?
Because no. It's for eternity. You have to be there for eternity. It's not doing anything. It's eternity.
I mean, wouldn't we eventually die?
No. You're there for eternity.
Okay, so we don't age?
No, you're there for eternity.
All right, and what happens if they end up? What happens if they end up winning?
Then you lose the title of being undefeated in that sport.
Okay, but I mean, wouldn't people understand that like nothing's forever? What a good round! What an excellent round, people!
What do you mean?
I don't know, Zoo. I have to focus.
You're undefeated in that sport. If you lose, you're no longer. You're there for eternity. You don't claim the title, but you're there for eternity.
Okay, so then you're basically saying that eventually somebody's going to beat you at a sport if you play it long enough. What sport would you choose for that to be, correct?
This person's like really bad at this sport.
Okay, better or worse than you at comedy?
They're like terrible at this sport. You lose to them, then everyone's going to laugh at you because no one would have expected you to lose to them. Everyone would mock you because you were the best, but you lost to them.
I don't think people would mock you, or at least they're being pretty unfair. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this score.
32.
It's over. 17 is impossible.
As a form of sin offering, then what? Your mincha is like a chatas, right? If your mincha is like a chatas, then just like a chatas shelo b'shma. Yet you're bringing a mincha s'midava, which is just a valid.
Fuck yeah, fucking alien.
The Gemara says that is treated like an usher, like an usher. Well, why is it
Interracial, like interracial sex, like you know that kind of thing.
What is the question?
If you intergalactic sex,
so okay, when is the mincha like a chatos? So when is the mincha like a chatos? When is it like
I mean, what?
honestly,
Okay. I mean, what if I died of like happiness?
well, then you'd be no.
Doug, I've been fine with that. I've always said I'm open to having sex with new species so long as they consent and they're like of age and legal and everything. That's cool. That's true. Riser, come back tomorrow. Zoot, also, they could be 1 year old but be considered an adult. Well, I mean, it is what it is. We might be like an old alien at that point. All right, friends, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Riser, come back tomorrow, please. Please. Peace, baby.
What's your boy say that 18-year-old told you no?
and stuff all the time. So she did. Why were you hanging out with teenagers? Okay. Why are you hanging around with
Dude, what the fuck are you watching?
Yeah, if someone was like, hey, you have to watch this fight.
But here's the difference. If you're going to offer it up the yad, then you have to offer it up in a way that becomes a zika. How does it become zika? Zika has to be done via zika. Just like the zika pakatos, which has to be done via zika. On the other hand, if you want to go and offer up the food, Rashi says, Rashi the Abdav is small, reading Rashi, the holy Chati should touch the result of the small the leaking the small ala Hashim is because Dam Asham, Shumra Klila Mizak, Sheina bin Esilas Etzba. The looks is Etzba, and the Chatos Ukshira is small. We'll say, watch this. So Chatos ultimately, again, has to have an actual blood application. Because of that, because Hadan has to be done ultimately again with hand, which is done via dam. The Asham, you just have the blood poured from the Sharis and can even be done with small, with your left hand. Therefore, Rabbi Eliezer's model, where Rabbi Eliezer says that, remember, for him, in his world, so Chatos and Asham have the same status. So let's remember again, well, go back to small. So Eliezer says that the comparison between Mincha and Chatos and Asham yields systematic halacha. Tells you that you can offer us, you can offer up a Mincha, either biyad or bikli. But if you're going to offer up biyad, then what? Kachatas, which means what? Right hand. Or if you're going to offer it up bikli, kashan, even with your left. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, fundamental mathematics, how to understand the comparison between the Mincha and the Chatas and the Asham. According to the Rabbanon, ultimately, again, it's teaching us that Allah and Raisa distinction between two different types of actually the Shimon will say the actually are not mutually exclusive. Also, remember again, you can accept both both the principles that one and Eliezer, but they are not mutually exclusive. But again, remember, the only thing that forced Rabbi Eliezer to go ahead and dash differently than Rabbanan was Rabbanan made the comparison between Mincha and Asham. Just as Asham can be offered up Shol Lishma, so to a Minchas and Dava can be offered up Shol Lishma. It doesn't work in Rabbi Eliezer's model. Rabbi Eliezer holds that the Asham has to be offered up Lishma. So Iker Kra, look at Rabbi Yehuda, let me know if that counts. So the Gemara says, but the Iker Kra, the Iker Pasuk, comes to ultimately again make the Joshua Rabbi Yehuda Rabbiya, Uminchas Chote Tipsula, Shalom Lishma. And ultimately again, to teach me that the Minchas Chote, that is offered up Shulishma will be possible. So the Gemara says, Chatos Taimamai, the Tzidba, He Mincha Chote. Excuse me, He Mincha. Excuse me, He. Because we'll say the pasuk says ultimately again He. Remember again, wherever we see that drasha, He or who always comes to teach us that what? Dafka. That it has to be done Lishma. So which the Gemara says, Minchas Chote Namik Tzidba, He. Or by Minchas Chote also says the word He. So when you do that, which is most of the Rabbanan, the Maya also saw, this is Chatas La'asam, Asham Chatas, what's the place of Rabbanan? The what purpose is Asham compared to Chatas? Lama L'cha, Nachatas Ki'Smicha, Asham Chatas. What's the ultimate thing against the Chatas requires Smicha, so to the Asham requires marijuana. That's amazing. It kind of feels like it is. Well, it should be. It's so stupid. It's so big. I can't believe we're still dealing with this. I mean, I would have thought by the time I just turned 58, I would have thought by the time I'm 58, we would have figured this out, right? Can I tell you, my ulcerative colitis, I was going to get wheels on my ass. You see this? Both of them are bothering me. This disability we take, could affect your liver, but not for many years. Like, this was one of those $30 I would be going to Columbia for steps on my fucking liver. So what I do is an actual small, and it does help me. It just helps, and Halacha number 3. The carbon mincha is offered up
of
the
so
yad.
many different
It
forms
must
of
be done
drugs,
how?
and that's a big
The
part
yad
of the
drumming
problem.
like the
The other part of the
tazos,
problem is the
and it is
alcohol
offered up
industry.
to clean.
Now,
What's it?
yeah,
It's
so
offered up
for
to clean
sure,
and
yeah,
what?
and they've done studies. They know. Yeah, they love it. They work on it hard. They do not want marijuana becoming legalized in the whole nation.
Alcohol's way worse than worse.
Conversation.
Conversation.
Offered up to clean.
And
Well, the real big problem is who's selling it if it's illegal. The cartels, right? You know, I've talked about this before. If you've heard it before, I'm sorry, but this guy named John Norris has been on the podcast before. It was a game war, local game war. It's a game war in California. You know, just a guy checks fishing licenses and shit. He loves the woods, loves the outdoors. Okay, can't a fucking cartel grow up in the middle of the national forest, and then they realize, oh no, this is what they do. They go deep into the woods and public land, and they set up a grow up, and they got fucking AKs, and they got, you know, Virgin Mary photos, and they pray to it at night. It's crazy. Like full-on campsites filled with cartel dudes. They started turning into tactical teams. So this guy had to get Belgian outlaws, bulletproof vests, and they're getting shootouts with the cartels in the middle of the woods. Up to be a part of it. They're like, oh shit, here we have these fish stores. Like, how'd you get this one? You don't know. Fucking getting shootouts because it tastes illegal. So when California made their laws where you could have legalized recreational marijuana, what they also did was if you grow it illegally, it's only a misdemeanor. So the cartel would just grow innocently, and if they catch me, they're illegal. Like, so it's a perfect spawning ground for cartel grow-ups. And what he was saying at the time he was here, which was a couple of years back, he was saying that it was as much as 80% of the marijuana, I think, that was the number, in the country, in places where it's illegal, is coming from these dudes.
About what the
And they're using all these crazy pesticides and herbs that are totally illegal, fucking super toxic shit that's outlawed on farms in America, but it's effective, and so they're using it. So you're getting this weed that's infected with these pesticides and herbs. There's no rules, man. It's illegal weed. If they had it legal, you could have inspectors who could check the fucking the farms and the factories. It'd be just like alcohol. If alcohol was illegal, we'd not be drinking moonshine. You know what I mean? A fucking nice glass of wine, you're drinking fucking straight up alcohol, nasty shit, because that's all that's available. That's what people are doing right now. It's dumb. It empowers the people that are criminals. Like you said it before, it's the money. It empowers the big pharma, and we all have seen it for COVID. What the hell kind of power big pharma has. Yeah, they're worried about it, but I think the alcohol people are worried more. The alcohol people got us twice. They were fighting at them every fall MMA card. They were if Bud Light became a sponsor right years later. Prohibition on alcohol, that's a good point. I think it was 10 years. Was it 10 years? It was the better off fucking 10 years. Bro, you had to be crazy.
Joe Rogan is officially done with Brendan Schaub. So he did an MMA podcast where it's like a fight Japan. No Schaub fight Eddie Bravo. The two of those guys, and every time he does like a show in a circle of his friends, it's Ari, Shane, Mark Norman, no Papa. So you look at it, Schaub is sad as is Schaub moved to Austin, Texas. Schaub is literally like 5 minutes from this studio. So go there.
What is it again? Other kavanos offered up to the rest of the year, Shmo, will be kosher, Shekenu kosher, Shekenu kosher, Shema. Yeshua here, Shmo, Shekenu kosher, Shema. I'm going to be Yeshua, originally, what you have, came to accept that premise. Horesa Koach Pesach, Yasasa Koach Pesach. You have literally again downgraded the cost of the Koach Pesach. He's giving additional koach to other kavanos. Because of that, we have the Ezra Bishara
Schaub is sitting in Austin.
different modifiers. Matzinu, Mosar Pesach Bashla. You know, was that the Kohen goes back to cover Pesach. She will say all the right I separate out a cover for exactly what happens. I mean, you've lost, your replacement, and then you find out first. So what happens is that Hush woman, yes, and then he knows you're talking about Pesach. They're not coming to Kohen Pesach. Pesach, Shlomo Sarah Hush woman. So that when it comes to Kohen Pesach, I'm not going to be Kohen Pesach to be offered up as a Shlomo. Shach of his manner, Shlomo Shlomo Muscle, and if you check the art, Erev Pesach, Shlomo Shlomo also did it. Shlomo She'im Mosar Bar Pesach. Pretty obvious and evident. We're going to say the other leftover carbonos cannot be offered up at the Kohen Pesach. In Shachtam L'Shem Pesach Bismano, if you check the Pesach at the right time, ain't no din sheet, should the carbon certainly not be, shouldn't the carbon ever be possible on the site? Although Yeshua, Mastino Moser Kachas Bubble, Yeshua was we have seen leftover Kachas be offered up as a Vein Moser Ola Kachas. Leftover Ola can never come as a Kachas.
Let's not forget
Shemo Sara Ola. Leftover carbon can be offered up as an Ola. Shach the machine Ola, Sula. But if you check the Kachas, the Shem Ola. They're ultimately remember, Shema by Kachas. Ola Shem Moser Kachas. It's still older than what's leftover carbon cannot be
it's cut me off and doesn't respond to anyone I text. It won't have me on the show again. That's how Rogan does it. And that's what's been done to Papa. It should be done for the shop.
or even on the right time,
Should
certainly be possible, even if they're
maybe he moved to Austin, Texas,
what do we do?
where Joe Rogan is king and Joe Rogan is done with it. And him and his wife, his wife was just in LA. She went to LA just to
I'm looking at this. Listen to this. Rambam said, what's the bottom line? Has action shut to the small by a bars or plus
let me know your thoughts in the comments.
All right, you know what? I'll just read it to you, and then we'll see when we merge slow because Rambam groups the number of halachos together. Has action to the small by a bars or plus let me share this model. We'll get to see just a moment. Avrash Nassau, the Shachta Bismano, was that the carbon aged out, right? The carbon is over a year, but you shechted it on Erev Pesach. The China Shochet Sharas Bakum L'Shem Pesach. This is really the ikar over here. This is what we're talking about. If somebody shechted other carbonos L'Shem Pesach, so there was a, so now I'm shechting another carbon L'Shem carbon Pesach. Afilu Shachtam After Chatzos. Even if I shechted them after Chatzos on Erev Pesach, or the Ilu Ksherim, the carbonos are kosher, but the other the Bible is the same. Like what? We are not satisfied by Saturday
from what? Doing
this is
nothing?
really the part that's we're focusing on over here. The part that open the again. I went ahead and I checked an animal that was over a year old.
Brian was tired.
And I checked it on Pesach. The shame Pesach. I checked the other carbonos. The shame Pesach. On Pesach. What's that? Look, these the carbonos are kosher. Carbonos are kosher. And I used to do not count for
Dude, I had a doctor's
the first thing
approval for that doctor's appointment this week. You know, so we had to get there like, 9:30 a.m. And then this is crazy. I had to do an update of my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the black. I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here. I've already done this before. I know, but it was like, I thought, usually takes like maybe an hour. Shit's just barely finished. So, you know. Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those? On your feet? Yeah, I've seen them do it, and I saw them on a guy's feet. And I go, those are
higher
unreal. And
sanctity
I
than
took a
what?
picture
The covenant's
because
custom.
I wanted to get
If your
that.
Havana
And
was
then
for the
Kevin
covenant
has
lower
that. And
sanctity,
now,
your covenant is
now I'm
custom.
fully
Let me see
Says
for the
you are
camera.
Amra Rashi.
Kev, hold
Those
on
are
that
so
phone
full
up
of
on the
the
camera.
Rava Masni Mishneh Javiana.
Yeah, those are
My
so
time is
full
in
of
Rakia Zaria. With
He's
this
gonna
Rakia
show
Zaria,
him.
get this
Okay, you gotta relax. Take it
for a
home.
higher
Well, I'm
sanctity, the
so,
covenant is kosher.
I'm so.
For lower
It's,
sanctity, the covenant is
these are
kosher.
so.
Rama
My
Kral,
jealous feet.
Lo
My feet
Yechavu
are
Hashem
better, obviously, but like
as
these are
kosher
just.
b'nei Yisrael.
What are those?
Eis Asher
Those are
Yarivu
the
Lashem.
JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
Lo Yechavu as kosher b'nei
These
Yisrael.
are so.
Are they new back?
Eis
They're not
Asher
new yet because
Yarivu
I looked them
Lashem.
up.
That which
I
they
thought that
lift
they were
up to
cats.
Hashem.
Where
So
those
the Murad Mehem
like doing
in
stuff.
Mischalim.
Well, yeah,
As
it's
long
kind
as
of a
what?
weird wear
As long
because
as
like
you
it's like
raised up your
if
carbon,
you
you're not
actually have, if you actually find yourself having to do
Shimon
anything,
Azaria
you
translates
go,
as hell.
oh
As long
shit,
as
I
you have
wore
in mind
these.
for a higher
You know, if
sanctity,
you're just
the
chilling
cover
out,
is
I'm
good.
not
Namoch Mehem
Yeah.
Mischalim.
I'm not even trying to hate.
Having
I
mind
saw
for a lower
three kids
category
on the
carbon,
spectrum.
ultimately again the carbon is perfect.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those
Ultimately again, is
and you
that
go
what
to
you
any
need
public restroom,
But how we buy it
you're
at the
gonna be
shop,
oh,
listen, we need that
about
awesome
the
people to
splash.
give us trouble
Well,
with
yeah,
my
but that's
double
not
and
the
I
splash.
also
So in
have
fact,
a
but that has any shoe like that.
Had
You'll
all
see
was
that.
it
You'll get
probably
that. Any.
produce.
No, I know, but this woman,
Some
I
ice
don't
have not
think
been
men
separated.
realize when you're at a
How do I know
urinal
that
how much pee gets on your feet. I 100%
Well, you know, it's going to cut you.
I had sandals on all the time, and I was like, oh my god. Like, I know, you're trying to get how a 6-year-old like pees, and they almost
You
put
shall
their
not
dick
profane
on them.
touch it in
I was
such
like,
shall you that they will lift up. But I see them with Shabbat Hasim that
still
I
alive.
was talking about the piety for something which will be lifted up, which is lifted heaven. If you eat heaven,
This
which
is just a
ultimately
disgusting
again will have Shumas and Mitzvahs lifted up from it.
It's
But
disgusting.
you eat from it before you lift up the Shumas and Mitzvahs. It's how you eat
Chris,
some.
does Calvin
In
start
lift
school
up
this
Rasha
week?
Hormone.
does.
Was like that's
School's cool.
my Asher Yavimu. Why does it why does it raise it as Yavimu? What purpose Shmamina?
Both the boys had their first date today. Both like their
Both halachas, halachas was and the 12 halachas from that pasuk number 1. Then halachas lamaisi only pertain to you don't pertain to common
Are
one.
they going to a similar school like if they were at like a private school type thing?
Downgraded. Halacha number 2. If you go to Channel,
5 minutes from the house, they can walk there with their homies.
quite a bit.
It's great.
Shame the Emirates.
They had a cop on staff there. Just looked at him. Nobody's about that life. Don't run if shit pops up. Don't run.
When Shimon Azaria said that the mind for a higher sense the covenant is kosher, does he mean Shalim the Emirates? What is kosher? Because kosher means covenant is kosher, but it's not affected only on behalf of the owner.
It's gotta be a little bit of you're walking to school like, you know.
And therefore, really, you'll see just only going ahead and
You know, oh, your dad's gonna come.
he's only arguing that the covenant will be kosher, and he's agreeing with the you have in mind for a higher level covenant or saying that something, but that's the one covenant is kosher number 2. It is exactly the owner. The fact that the on behalf of the owner, therefore it's identical. On the high scale of the kosher. I look further at my social definition, so I'm changing here. So it's very good in Mishnah. So Shimon Azaria says as follows: if you take the Bakar of the Meister and you check the Shem, I mean, it's shaded, right? You have in mind for a higher standard. On the flip side, one is check and it's in the car, it's in Meister too. You can have a brother, and you check the Shem before the Shem Meister. She's not the guy called Shem in the last maybe one of the models, the covenant that will work, but also sometimes you can so one by the
opposite here.
The bullying in Texas would be at a whole other level. You want to be on that.
and the Shem in the because that's a silky relation. What's that? Mediator. How could you say? How could you say? Maybe that's maybe the shit is in there. Also should be that in so. And I come out from the evolve it up. So why should you? What I said that
It's like, I can't wait to.
that's
This is like
we already like
so I'm already be like, I think I can do it. That's just gonna be a thing. It's also, I don't know, he's like, probably sports me more than I want to dance. So yeah, sit out there. Change your last name about
Let's say, but maybe you're touching so maybe not
I gotta find this number. They don't
that's
tell
not true. Even in touching
They don't tell you about
there are different
baseball.
gradations.
Tigers have
We already learned that as well. Woman code me
Now
outside
these
of our
pads
nature.
are pads are between 400 and 600 dollars. That's actually
You already
great.
learned that.
They need one every season. They break them.
There are different gradations. For example, Shlomim right, comes before Bachar. Why? Because Shlomim requires matan, but requires blood application. Smicha, Nisachim, Yufa, weaving of the chest and the side, which was you're right, but all Iker, all Haji and Rara was you're right. When the primary place for the mission is our Mishnah, and the second Mishnah right now is kind of just brought now the truth is, we don't stop so, Josie, Shimon, Zaria, that's like, we don't Mishnah. Let's say that. Second Mishnah is Mishnah.
Brendan Shaw had to stop doing stand-up comedy.
Pesach Shachti Shachtis Larbos.
And these are like club weeks, by the
Shachti
way.
Night Cover Pesach. Now focus on just Cover Pesach. Shachti Night Cover Pesach. The morning of the 14th, Shalom Lishmo. Friday, like number one, I'm checking in the morning. Again, even though we always set Cover Pesach in the afternoon, so I'm checking it in the morning of Erev Pesach. Shalom Lishmo. Not for the sake of Cover Pesach. What's that? That Yeshua Machshi. And Yeshua says the culture to the Mishkat Mishmoshas. As if it was shafted ultimately again on the 13th. What is in the Rashi? Yeshua Machshi. The Pesach, the Shaimos, the Shana Chashavei, those are essentially what Rabbi Yeshua is saying is as follows. That a Pesach offered up on the morning of Erev Pesach, Shalom Lishmo, is effectively what? Like a Karavisa offered up on any other day of the year, which is reckoned how? Okay. And the Sarah post up, and the Sarah said, no.
What happened? Oh, because I didn't know you could record a
Suppose
Snapchat.
so. Then the Sarah says it's possible. Then the Sarah says the Muslim that the covenant ultimately is possible. He will mishkat the same as if I was saying it was shefted on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, the shame of something other than Covenant Pesach, and therefore again the covenant will bust. We're going to explain all of the shitos. Amar Shimon ben Azai. So Shimon Azai says, Mikubal ani Shimon Ushnaim Zakim. So we'll say, listen to this. I have a Kabbalah from the 72 elders, which sounds like the Sanhedrin. The young show Shivas Rabbi Eliezer B'Yeshiva. The day that they installed Rabbi Eliezer as the Rosh Yeshiva, that we learn the following. We'll say any carbon which is consumed, which is eaten, that was offered up, that was shechted shol lishman, sherim, ultimately again are kosher. But they don't satisfy the owner's obligation. We'll say that this seems to be what? Restating that which we learned in the first Mishnah. That any carbon offered up shol lishman being kosher, except if it's not satisfying the owner's obligation. Chutz Pesach what did he add it over here? So he added that again. We also saw Pesach. We saw this before. It's not right? Actually, it's not a it's not so far. With the exception of Pesach and Chatas. The Pesach and Chatas are offered up shol lishma. Not only do not satisfy the obligation, but what? The covenant itself is possible. So the Hosef ben Azai Ela Ha'olah. Where Ben Azai added onto this list, I'll say was the Allah. For the whole of the Chachamim also again did not agree. Now we're going to let's
Because the
begin.
moms
So
are the
we're going to
ones
focus
handling
on
shit
Mishnah brought
and
down the first
communicating.
piece
Imagine
of
if
a
you were
Pesach
dad
that was offered
when you was in
at the
charge
morning
of
of
planning
Pesach.
your birthday
So
party.
what's
I
the
wouldn't
status
have.
of
No,
that
okay.
cover?
And I
Now
think this is
Yeshua says
men
it's
are in charge
kosher.
of
Now
the
he says
world.
it's kosher.
It's
He means
the
kosher.
world.
What?
It is
Kosher
a
is a shlomo.
blessing
That's just
for
like a
you to
cover
be
of
able to stay
13
home
and
and
12
plan
and 11
a
and 11
birthday
Shvat.
party. Oh,
Remember,
easy.
this
You
one
know
cover
how
up like
lucky it is
then
that
the
you can
Seder
stay home
ultimately
and plan
says
a
that
birthday
it is
party
kosher. Let's
while
analyze this. I'm
your
going to
husband
be
has a job where you get
Machshir
wrecked
Hayed and the
and
Seder,
he
the
brings
Pesach
in
is
AI or some
Shachris
idiot doesn't
Basal
come on an
Shmo.
H-1B visa
We'll say now
and
watch
fucking takes
this.
his
You
job.
might just
You
totally
don't
switch
think
gears
I
to
could
different
plan a
things in the
fucking
Mishnah.
party?
What about
I can't
Kevin Pesach
because
offered
I'm
up
working all
the
the time.
morning of Erev Pesach, Yishmo. So I checked my Kevin Pesach, Yishmo. We say of Kevin Pesach, and I checked it the morning of Kevin Pesach. So now Rabbi Elazar is saying here, that the Seder says such a carbon is kosher. Such a carbon is kosher. Why? The Hula Yomar, because it was a Gerrit, this is white. This is white. So also, because the Seder holds that the entire Erev Pesach is ultimately kosher for Karbon Pesach. Check Karbon Pesach the entire day. Well, I keep
The big
so
LA
ultimately, again, what's the meaning of the word when it actually says, Ki'ilu nishkat ben ha'arbayim? So remember again,
Stop saying this.
go back in the
The
Mishnah.
women hating
So
men
Mishnah
era
is
doing
about
it.
this.
It's like,
How the Karbon Pesach shechted
it's like
Shelo
whatever.
Yishmo.
It's like, what
Shelo
are we talking
Yishmo.
about? Like,
In the
you know what I
morning.
mean? Right.
So then the Seder says,
Well, that's because he doesn't date a real dude. Like, if my wife on the podcast would talk like that, bitch, what?
then the Seder says,
No, she's gonna come home. It's like, you're so right. So if you let me make you some fucking tortillas or
why
whatever the fuck
does
he
he
does,
use the word
he's a chef.
Ki'ilu?
Some
I
cut.
do the
Some
Amr. I
soft
do
cut.
the Amr of Yeshua.
Oh, I don't know what she's married to.
Amr now means
You know.
was his
He's super soft. Look him up.
that the
He's
Seder
soft.
called it a
That's why she has to date.
Right? And
That's why
therefore,
she
again,
he's soft sometimes. But
first
it's just like whatever she's selling is
that
just
Sarah also wants to use the word Ki'ilu.
that's what
So I
she's
say,
saying.
one second, you just dropped the bomb.
And I get it.
You just told me
They might have
that
just
then
been
the
talking.
Seder
And
holds.
this is
Let's
one
leave
of the
aside
problems with
social
podcasting. It's
Let's
just like
take the actual typical
it's like it's just like they cut that together.
But
And
I'm
it's
also
just
the
like,
nice thing that the
right,
Seder
I'm
holds.
sure the call her
If
daddy,
you
like
offer
call her
up the Karbon
daddy
Pesach
woman. That
to
wasn't
Shmo
Alex.
on
She
the
was like,
morning
it's
of Karbon
terrifying,
Pesach,
my brother.
then what?
That's
Karbon is going to be
that's something that
Which
somebody might just say off show, you know. What this is what Amy Shores always say.
If that's the case, then
It's
why
like,
you bring the
No, when she was coming out, she wasn't like this. Remember, she never started talking about sucking dick. That's the other thing. It's like, it's like,
bring it up
all of a sudden, she's like, it's like,
and
are you
smoke.
for real? All of a
Bring
sudden,
the
she's in
case
her
as
ivory
the
tower.
Pesach,
It's like she's
morning
one
of
of those
Karbon
people
Pesach,
about
you
account.
smoke.
These
And
female
apparently
comics,
again,
it's like
then the
some
people
of them,
will say
you know,
that the
they
Karbon
were,
is
oh, a
kosher.
guy's girl. And then they turn into, hey, women's rights. And now they're right wing. It's like, you're nobody. You're just, you know, you go where yeah, exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not, fuck all that shit. I'm so, it's like, to me, it's like, they say comedians need to have a point of view. What's it matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow and grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, go. You're not.
Steve Byrne is going in on Howard Stern a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he?
I love Instagram and stuff because he's like he's talking about how
I remember when the whole Brian Callen thing went down and Amy Schumer talked about it in that article, and it's only taken Schaub, what, 6 years to respond? What an idiot. But Delia ended up going off on Amy Schumer. They were watching Sam Tripoli video. And it's just so hard for me to watch Sam Tripoli go off on any rant. And he takes advantage of his girlfriend who's in her 70s, fat and elderly, and is quote unquote his manager, and just he lives in her house, and that's the only reason why he got custody of his kids is because he's like, I got a house with a 70-year-old grandma paying. So it's kind of hard for me to take Tripoli seriously when he goes off on these rants and talks trash about it. Anyway, I mean, when Delia brought up the point Schumer and all the things she switched and shopped like she was on Kevin and Pete. She was also an Opie and Anthony regular, and that was the first time she got accused of joke stealing from Patrice. Well, stealing from Patrice didn't accuse her, but Jim Norton defended her and played the video because the specific joke she was taking. Patrice had told Louis C.K. that those aren't my jokes; they were just random, when Patrice was doing the poltergeist joke, and they were just like filler stuff he was doing on stage. But she wasn't an O&A person. She completely. I guess what happened was that shooting in that theater. Remember, what was it? When Trainwreck came out. Someone shut up the theater, and she got all the gun control. But I mean, Chuck Schumer is like her uncle and stuff, so she is like sort of a famous person too in that aspect. So she is a rich kid from a rich family, which seems to be all of these stand-up comedians. It seems in order to be a stand-up comedian, you have to just be a rich kid, which makes sense. I mean, you have to go years without making any money doing stand-up, and who can afford to do something for years when you're an adult and make no money from it other than a rich kid who has their bills paid for? And they look at Julia's shop and Potato Head over here. So, but, I mean, I am glad that I like Amy Schumer smashing. It's just funny, it took Shop this long to finally go after it. It was Dalia who brought it up. But, I mean, she is trash. I'm glad they gave her a trashing. And let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Cristiano Ronaldo got an egg for his wife's graduation. Isn't it like $40 million?
There's a tracking device in there.
Yeah. But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in. Because he's not tracking her. He's not tracking her to see where she is.
When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. She's opening the door for the mistress. Look how stupid this is. It's like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana. Look how stupid this is. He's in the other room. YouTube commented congratulations on their Instagram. I know. Cringy. So famous. There's a certain amount of money that is like, and she said yes, like there was ever any doubt. Yeah, what are you talking about? So he was single until now? That's just $400,000. That shit looks like this. No, they have 60 kids. They have 6 kids. Yeah. I mean, there's no way that's 400,000, Nick. We told you that.
It's gotta be more than I heard 400,000 euros.
That's dollars. It has to be.
No, look it up, big dog. That's way more than that.
You don't know. That could be like the percentage of us being in the simulation of the time when simulation existed would be. You just figured it out.
Never mind, 2 to 5.
2 to 5 million. Yeah, and I'm sure they're clear. There's no clouds in my stones. $5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond.
Yeah.
save $3 million.
Yeah. Oh no! This one, this one, you with this ring, you get pictures of the kids that dug it up. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? That's
not one dime.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
Well, yeah, because he's thin as fuck. He's always running around. He plays soccer, dude. But that's not one diamond, is it? Wow.
Yeah, dude.
I think it's two diamonds. No, I thought it was pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
But
What's shocking is you already know.
He went cheap.
Why do you know?
He went cheap on the it's like a rope tying it, like a little string.
Oh, wait, hold on. Why does Brendan all that show about this ring? When did
Because I got my ear to the ground.
That's got to ear to the ground. You're digging another man's butt, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. No, I'm kidding. So you're not kidding. You're
This
really
guy's
heterosexual.
but this guy's like
No, my wife told me this morning. People flying fuck.
A little ball. I should have known.
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I thought he was gay.
I mean, he is. You don't fuck. This guy's fucking. Cristiano Ronaldo. And here's how I know. I would if I was up there. If I was him, wrong to be fucking dudes.
there's nothing else to do at that point.
There's a hole.
You're his level.
I mean, I might not be. I wouldn't be a bottom, but bro,
Yeah, you tried it once.
I'm on a yacht.
You had a party with the eyes wide shut.
I'm on a
Ding, 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 ding.
This is funny.
Oh, I did see this. First call, first female umpire in history.
Just upset us.
Put that ball in the MLB. Or in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They're crazy if that batter didn't walk away and say something fucking super sexist when he got back to the dugout.
I want to ask you guys.
Sexist.
I want to ask you guys a dad question. Very dad question. Does your wife, when the kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids? Meaning, like, they got the kid and they'll be like, daddy needs to, daddy needs to take the trash out right now. You know what I mean? Do you ever do that?
Don't do that. I would lose my mind.
Oh my God.
And she would lose her mind if I did.
Rachel does that sometimes.
Yeah, but she's doing it tongue in cheek joking. No. And he's also young enough.
I always go, I hear you. But we have some friends come over that they have a kid that's like a month and a half older than,
they go, here, give mommy the stuff.
yeah. And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, oh man.
No, I don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Have you ever been over a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like I was over at a neighbor's house and she's like, I'll just drive them. He goes, no, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chicken dinner? She goes, just trying to help.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll see myself out.
That's, yeah. You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple has problems, because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of someone, okay? So, like, if you're having an issue, you might be like, oh, man, there's a level. But if your level in front of people is like, what? Then you know when no one's around.
It's Diddy. It's Diddy vibes. Yeah.
It's like I was washing my hands, we have those steps tools, so we'll stand on the steps tool. Like, I go wash your hands together. And another kid didn't want to wash his hands at all. And then my mom goes, I think Daddy needs to start washing hands with you and stuff like that. And I'm like,
I couldn't do that. I would get so much heat for that. If I did that, oh, I know.
Yeah, dog. Never. I like seeing other kids though, like around Wolf's age. So I can, like, it's so weird that the grass is always greener. Because like Wolf's like very athletic in compared to this other kid. Like Wolf's running around and he can throw the ball. And nothing like. You know, but then in your head, you go, fuck yeah. Yeah, they were running, but then this other kid just talking more than Wolf. Yeah. You know, Bluey comes on, the kid's like, Bluey. Yeah, Calvin is, and Wolf doesn't do that. He's like Brainiac. You know, and Wolf is just.
Did you see how upset Shaw got when he got made fun of? And this is the odd thing about Shaw. He has stated many times he can't deal with the haters. He hates having his feelings made fun of. They hurt my feelings, me. And yet, he's trying to operate in a profession with comics who that's what they do is smash each other. And he's not funny. He can't keep up. So, like, why are you there and why are you doing it? Why are you subjecting yourself to it if you can't handle it? And that's the only interesting thing, even about the Golden Hour podcast, is when they trash Shop. And he sits there and he gets all butthurt about it. This man is this thick-skinned person on the internet. And yet, he tries to do multiple shows and he puts himself out there. But he can't handle any criticism coming back or being even by his co-workers. This man destroyed his career, maybe had 300 pages of evidence, and accused Bobby Lee and Kalila, and I think somehow starting the fighter to get subtitled. And he was like, I have internet investigators prove it. None of it turned out to be true, but to be this thin-skinned and to do a show on the internet, it's just baffling. I'm a baffle. And he's stupid. And he's dumb, but every time he gets made fun of, he gets upset. You can't really handle it. And you can tell by his dumb face. It's just sad to see this grown man unable to hang with the other comics. Sad, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Because just that thing, just what I was getting at, was had a bunch of fights. Armand Sarukian also spoke up, right? But Armand said the problem was Hamzat overtrained for every fight, and he would always come into fights worn out. And that was the difference between working with Calamita. That they're monitoring his actual recovery. They're making sure they're doing everything scientifically. Calamita's, I think his background is in cycling. Like it was in, endurance sports. Yeah. I'm familiar. Yeah. Familiar with him. I know he was TJ's guy. Nobody knows more about cardio than cyclists because it's all cardio. The whole thing. It's all cardio. So they know. They know that too. But they know how to recover. And they know like what's your threshold, like where you should be. Sure. So he's using real science. He's like, this is the first time he's ever been through a camp like this, where he's coming in fresh, where he's not overtrained. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. And my question is too, if he gets in a bad spot, right, is he going to push through it? Will the bullet crumble? He crumbled with Gilbert. And he crumbled with Gilbert. He got sat down by Gilbert too, though.
Yeah, Drake has even said in that fight, now
Start strong. There's a certain night he keeps counting how many minutes he was just standing in front of him. He said that both those fights. His fight with Gilbert and Kamaru, he had the exact amount of time. He was for 3 minutes or whatever seconds. He was just standing in front of him. He was saying that for both guys.
Kamaru was coming out strong in that third.
I know.
He was coming big. So that was a 5-round fight. I bet the betting would shift. I bet you.
Oh,
Trey Williams.
yeah. He started coming on at the end of the second.
Yeah,
Started to.
Yes.
Yeah, the third round, it was like clear. Yeah.
All Usman, I thought. Yeah, I mean, but it is impressive the way that motherfucker can shoot from halfway across the octagon. No one. He's a sling too. Like I don't know, but do you know Pat Downey? Yes. Sorry, I've known him since he's a little kid. And he was a meat John's kid. And said, like, he said his wrestling. He goes, wrestling is like real good. He said he's got top-notch wrestling. Like he talked about, he said we probably both did better with each other than you would think. Like he did better with wrestling, and I did better with the jiu-jitsu. He said, but he said like he said the guy. He said he's strong. He said he's a high-level wrestler. Schaub was down there watching him train. And you know they asked Schaub to spar with him. He's like, "Fuck you!" I got 40-something years old. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. And he said, Hamzat was just lighting people up. He said he looks really good. The thing about Hamzat is all these guys were 170s, right? You're right about that. But with 170 comes speed, right? And Hamzat's speed is a factor. It's a big uber discipline inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal. That's to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your yapper. You know, it's just at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster. That's good to hear. Yeah, just a monster. Were you able to do anything with them now? I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was sparring with MMA gloves on. And I put this in. I saw what he did to a gentleman, which where I come from, you would be like, whoa, let's shut this thing down. I was like, yeah, okay. And they were just like, get him out with the mail sin. I was like, yeah, fought at this level in a long time. It's probably not the smartest. If you just want to grapple on it, I'm down. You want to wrestle, you want to do, just certain positions. If I can help you out, I'm down. But it's the head I'm not going to do. No, not now. Especially he's 3 weeks out, and dude, when I say there is no games being played, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see. It was cool to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'd love to get it. Because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character in the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now. And he's so goddamn good. I went to Hamzat's camp, right? I flew out to Newport, got inside looking at Hamzat's camp, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal, dude. Who's he? I don't give names, but world-class Division I National Championships, gold medalists, wrestlers, but toying. Where the coach was like, hey, because I've seen him go, I'm like, all right, he's on his own. And his coach, in whatever language he speaks, judging him, goes, hey, pick it up, let's get going here. He looks at his coach, okay, and just fluffs him like, oh, God. And I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? His cardio? Insane. Wait, Hamzat's? Yeah, he's a minus 245 favorite, Hamzat is? Dude, didn't Drickus do like a grappling thing where he submitted like all black belt, like, and one after the other, like 6 guys or something like that?
Brendan Schaub lies so much. I mean, he visited that guy's camp. No one asked him to spar or anything, but he had to lie and then tell the lie to Rogan. I'm sure he texted it because Rogan won't hang out with Schaub or have him on his show or his comedy club. But this just goes into the psyche of Bob. Even when he does something, he has to then lie about it. He can't just go like, yeah, I went to that guy's camp, so I'm smart. No, they asked me to get in. Tumble around with him. You know, it's like Joe, like a different thing. And because he's like, I just want to grapple this thing. No one asks you to get into anything. You just openly lie. No one even invited him. They invited Rampage Jackson, and he had just so happened to have been doing Rampage Jackson's podcast and was with Rampage Jackson. So Rampage took him. Not like they specially invited Brendan Shaw. But this just goes to the thing, you pop and having to lie about everything, even if there's a grain of truth. By the way, have you ever noticed how you've never seen any pictures or photos or anything of Shab actually there? And I'm saying he went there, but others, especially on the Frederick the Kid Summer, they're like, he never even probably went there. But there's always a tiny grain of truth in the lies of the prophet. But the man is a this liar, and he had to text Joe Rogan now live. And Joe will text to his shop, not have him on his fight companions or anything. It's so sad that shop to Texas just to follow Callan. Callan's not hang out with Rogan, but Shab can't. And I wonder if Rogan completely distancing himself because Shab is now being sued for fraud, tax fraud, trying to oust the CEO of one of the scam companies. Truly is sad. Truly is pathetic. And no more Rogan for Baba, although Joe will still talk about whatever dumb thing Shab is still going to text him about. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Get off stage, come off, go around, and he's right there at the edge of the bar before you go to the green room. Roast talking about getting your ass handed to you. He's there that. So he comes like, I think you should just quit. Then the night that he said to me, he said, I liked your act tonight. You know what I liked about it? I did all that shit in 1974. He's like, you never got a compliment from and he, I got it, he liked everybody else. That's why he was mad. Bob Saget was like that. Bob Saget cracked me up, too. Did you know Bob at all? No, I heard about it. Bob was funny as shit. I'd be sitting in coach. But he's in first class. And he's like, I'm like, Bob. He's like, hey, Brian. What are you doing? He goes, where you sitting? I was like, I'm back there. He goes, where? I go, 18. He goes, oh. And I was like, what? Yeah, because I booked it late. Sorry, I don't know. I said, he goes, well, then I won. He was always that dude, man. I love that stuff. So, Patrice, Kevin, I was talking about, like John Rogan, he said, like, he'd be doing stand-up, and he'd just see Patrice would go, yeah. But you got it, that's all my friends do that to each other, torture each other. That's, man, our friends do, that's what I love. Rodney, I'm a huge Knicks fan, and the Knicks are playing San Antonio in the playoffs, and we're performing at River City Comedy Club. And Rodney, I'm with Rodney, and I have the jersey on, and the Knicks just lost. And everybody's walking past me, just ripped me, and Rodney turns to me, why don't you just take the motherfucker off? He ran out in the other shirt on after this. He's like, you fucking terrible, because I help you fight me. I love Rodney. He passed that, right? Yeah. So you're going to keep doing this? You ever think about, like, said one night, and Dale thought it was that I was ahead of my time when I said this. And this is maybe 08. I said, man, comics don't retire. We die.
We die, bro.
And he said, and then he gonna chime into my, and hopefully on stage. You know what I mean?
Well, he passed out. Remember that? Yeah. Way to go.
Yeah, I was doing the show when it happened. And so, I don't, sometimes you don't know who people really associate you with. But I guess they understand that I'm from that tree. And I got off stage and I have 25 missed calls from all sorts of people. And I have a video somebody sent to my phone. And I'm so worked up. I'm calling.
Because you guys are close.
Yeah, I'm calling everybody. And finally answered the phone. And said, man, he dehydrated. So I talked to him the next day when he was still in the hospital. And he was concerned about the day that he had COVID. And he couldn't get a flight. He said, it's going to cost me $25,000 to get a private jet to get home. Like, is that what you fucking worried about? I didn't bow my head and fell out fucking thinking that you.
And he's worried about getting
Yeah, man, it was. You don't ever want to see that, but you know that.
But you also know when you're on stage, that shit can happen. I perform a swine flu. But like it's funny. It's a weird. It's a small fraternity. It's like the comics are. It's if you're a real comic, you can go. Somebody said to me, he said, he's like, there aren't a lot of people that can get up in front of any audience anywhere and make them laugh for an hour. That's a weird skill set. It's a weird way of looking at the world. And that's a fraternity that's kind of rare. There are a lot of bankers, a lot of doctors, a lot of surgeons. But there aren't a lot of people that can do that over and over again. You get it for an hour, and an hour and 10, whatever it is, I'll guarantee you're gonna laugh for that long. That's a weird skill set, man. And it's like a fraternity. Like you see somebody like that, you can't help but love that person. You're like, I know exactly. Like I kind of know the mind, and I know the process of constantly trying to stay original and surprise yourself with ideas.
Push yourself. You gotta push yourself.
You gotta push yourself, man. You gotta push yourself. But I don't know what else I would do. I do it anyway. And if I'm not doing it, I get,
It's when I go on vacation, that first 2 weeks is kind of rough for me. Because in my mind, Wednesday, I was supposed to be packing and preparing to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I know.
But if I give you $100 million, I always think about this. You give me $100 million, there's a chance it would kill me. Like, there's a chance I might stop doing stand-up. There's a chance I might just give way to my inner bitch and my lazy side. Maybe. And then that would last about probably 4 months. Before I was like, I can't, what am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do? How much, I don't know what else I would do, man. For real.
If I had $100 million, I'm still calling Joe like, yo, we got things right. Like,
you know what I mean?
I'm doing it, and it's just gonna be.
Because nothing compares to that thing when you got a sold out room. Nothing compares to that. It just doesn't. Skiing, skydiving. Okay, bro, go do your thing. I'm not videotaping for you. I'm a comic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing.
Like, it's throwing. I wouldn't. I just had some flying sneakers. It's just, I'm going on fucking stage.
I know if you're in the ocean, I guess. I don't know.
I gotta tell you about what all I'm doing with this 100 million. Like, yo,
I like eating out a lot, but I mean, I don't know. After a while, I can't drink wine. I can't sleep. Getting older.
It's man, the mere thought of not doing it.
Terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Terrifying.
Even say if I didn't have the 100 million, or something happened to me, or I couldn't do it. That's what I worry about. That's what I worry about. Like if my voice go out like that's that all the time. Because I'm a junkie. Yeah, it's like, are you here doing the mothership this weekend? No, I just came in and did a bunch of prayers. I did kill Tony yesterday. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, and I'm in Vegas tomorrow. Brian Callen doesn't care about the podcast with Brendan Schaub anymore. As I'm looking at his setup, all he talks about now is stand-up comedy. One focus is more on his stand-up. But he's still podcasting on a much more consistent basis on his own channel. His own podcast gets the same numbers that nobody indicated. But the most obvious thing is his studio, which is also in Austin, Texas. It is an actual studio. Why are they not shooting the show in Callen's studio? Why are they doing it in Schaub's car garage? Has Schaub ever even been to the studio? Will Callen even allow Schaub in his studio? And remember when Schaub called out Callen because they wanted to do the Jungle Patreon, and Schaub was like, are you even going to care? You even put in the effort to even try and do this. You get better guest your stuff. His studio is way better. His microphones are better. He actually dresses up for this. He's not playing footsie sitting Indian style. Acting like he doesn't want to be there. It's almost he wants this to still be done with Schaub, especially now that the lawsuit against Schaub has come down. And Schaub is conspiracy, fraud, tax fraud, all that stuff. But just looking at Callen's studio, and he has to show. I wonder if the Schaub even though Callen has his own studio, a much better studio. Looks like Callen's betting on himself. I'm letting himself go for you. They have way better guests, way better views. Callen just isn't interested in doing the podcast with Brendan Schaub anymore. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Okay. TMZ Sports reports. Hey, two notorious liars. What did Fat Joe say his name was in Piper Center? Fat Joe Crack out Buddha Cigar or something like that. Rewind the hair color. Fat Joe needs hair dyed him with ex-UFC star Brendan Schaub. Fat Joe, the staff. Fat Joe isn't fighting gray hair alone. The hip-hop legend just signed former UFC star Brendan Schaub as an ambassador for his hair dye company. Yeah, Lauren, Joey Crack's Rewinded 10 recently brought Schaub, a top 10 ranked UFC heavyweight turned podcaster, on board, and the rapper's stoked to get to work. What is this? A picture of Schaub like 10 years ago? Brendan Schaub brings authenticity to everything he does. So it was only right to have him join the winning team at Rewinded 10 Jojo. You're tired and ready for the Addis baddies water. Is this my shop dyed in hair blonde? Like the real reason, Dick? Although he's not blonde on here. Why is this a news story? I get it. Sports. But what is this? What are we doing here, Lee? How did he pay Shaw? Did he pay him an Addis and baddies? Did he give him a new truck? Why are they putting a picture of Shaw from 10 years ago? His hair is blonde. What is happening? Why would Fat Joe, who's bald, start a hair dye company? I guess they said for the beard thing, but so is Bob admitting he's fully gray now? I don't think Bob is gray at all. Right? Not gray enough to where you'd have to dye your hair. I wish you were just gonna die, but yeah, how much job how low can you go? I mean, if one was gonna dye their hair, wouldn't they go with like just for men or like, you know, an established brand, not with Fat Joe's hair dye? Oh, I look at him too. Look at Baba. Got my hair done. Do you think Fat Joe is under the impression that Brendan Schaub is Spanish, by the way? Do you think he thinks Schaub is Spanish? Like his wife is Mexican. He did a special called The Gringo Poppy. Getting Fat Joe. Now, DJ Vlad has been talking about him. Joe has been getting like a lot of noise on the internet for saying outlandish weirdo stuff, like he robbed 70 guys and stuff like that. I mean, this thing. Oh, when are we gonna get the first ad read? You think we get it Thursday on the Fight Room? You kid? Oh, Sean gonna do this. Hey, yeah, I looked up Joey Craig. Your boy's gonna be out there slinging some hair dye, B. They can see him. Hides it in the couch. Is he now gonna have to? But people have been bringing up too in the recent shop clips that he re-dyed his hair blonde. Because remember, Shop said the kiddo dyed their hair, so I dyed it with him. Worst thing I ever did. But people have been pointing out he re-dyed it blonde, the roots. So do you think that's why? Or is he going to dye it again to be black to match, you know, the actual thing they're going with on the box? What's in the box? I mean, whoa. I've never seen Alf and Camo Joe morph together on a box before. He signed his name, B-Shop. This is going to go down quicker than Tiger Thick Whiskey. What is he doing? I know Obama needs the money, but how much money could he have possibly gotten for this? And why is this a news story? I know Fat Joe has been popping off at the mouth. Now, is that Travis Kelce? Wouldn't that be the headline? You know, Travis Kelce. Is that Travis Kelce? I think that's Travis Kelce. But this is so bizarre to me. Chop is now going to be the spokesman for Fat Joe's hair dye. Remember when South Park made fun of Family Guy about the manatee just pick random stuff? And then the guy goes, like, this kind of thing
Brendan Schaub, Fat Joe, hair dye. Does no one just pick random topics and put them together? Is this a simulation I'm living in? What is going? I mean, Fat Joe's hair dye called Rewind 10. And it is odd to me. Very odd. I don't know. I guess Schaub's out there still getting sponsors, though. How much do you get from Fat Joe, though? Does Fat Joe have that kind of cash to be throwing around? I think Fat Joe is actually kind of smart with money. Like, I don't think like he blows a lot of it, except on shop for spokesman, whatever. But I mean, wow. Nick's hair deal with ex-UFC star. You notice the headline is ex-UFC. Again, it's Texas. I mean, they're not bringing up the podcast and a top 10 ranked UFC heavyweight. Wow, look at him. How dumb he looks. And by the way, I don't know how much I can trust Fat Joe's hair dye since all the pictures of the people on his thing are them without the hair dye. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not Brendan Schaub with his hair dye. That's Brendan Schaub from 10 years ago. So, it's another scam product. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
MS Paint. I think this logo, yeah, people are really cracking up about it, calling it most surely no one watching. Rebrand.
That thing was confusing to me. It's like MS is multiple sclerosis to me. Like that person suffers from MS, you know, and then it's MS now. So it's weird.
They stole my website name. They have now.
That's right. My source, news, opinion. It looks like AARP.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's never a good sign, but it doesn't not have to work. You know, Kentucky Fried Chicken was not doing great 25 years ago, and then they just went with KFC, and now they seem to be doing better. You know, there's a lot of stuff went to the initialized version of themselves, which is kind of weird. It's a conceit that your old brand is run out of steam, and then they initialize them. I'm trying to think what else besides KFC.
It happened in the 90s where everybody rebranded to their initials only.
Right.
You know what we're talking about.
Right.
The movement.
Right. I mean, the ones who did it right was the International House of Pancakes, because they had IHOP and they had an acronym, and they were kind of both at the same time as MUI.
Oh, my buddy has a show called The Drive Fast All Gas.
Ruined me a second. So they're gonna look. Here's how they would. You don't need. You can just start being accurate, and then people.
Mayhem Miller bringing up Brendan Schaub's Drive Fast All Gas channel and Adam Carolla figuring out what the letters mean if you initialize it. It just goes into the complete idiot that Brendan Schaub is. Although he is the new spokesman for Fat Joe's hair dye company. But Drive Fast, we call it Drive Fast No Gas. Remember that channel name was initially called Toontown, and he took the Tiny Toons logo and Disney's threatened to sue him, so he had to change it to drive fast, all gas, and that spells out obviously what that spells out. And Corolla is just sitting here like, well, okay. And it's you have to understand it's even a little more uncomfortable here because Corolla and Shaw were the only two guys, not the only two, but two of the guys to take that podcast one deal. Remember Colin Thompson and Cast Media ripped off a bunch of podcasters that went off and started a new company, offered to pay them back like a fraction of what they owed them and gave them stock. Shaw and Corolla were two of the guys who took the deal. Bond did not. So Shaw is like part of the network there. And Corolla still. So Corolla knows what he's talking about there, but pretty funny. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Jeff Dye go in on him? No. Yeah, because he keeps talking shit about Jeff Dye. Yeah, he was on Facebook. Really? Yeah. Oh. I don't really want. I don't see any of that shit. What happened? Well, he was just because Mark, when Jeff got passed at the store, now Mark has to deal with him, but he was talking a lot of smack about him. Oh, really? And then Mark goes on some podcast and he's saying like, I don't even know who that was. Really? Yeah. Because I've never heard of him. And then Jeff's like, why me? Oh, he's like, why do you pick me for this? You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden I'm the one. Jeff said that. Yeah. Jeff listed off like all the big names Barron's had issues with. He's like, but you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that Barron's had issues with. I just think it's a weird podcast tour and press tour to basically, we're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is like what he does, what he says. He's just salty. I think that's salty. I don't think it's good for the brotherhood. I don't like that shit. What brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian? What fucking brotherhood? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, weird. There isn't any, but whatever. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I see these guys out, and they're just all like, "Hey, what's up?" Oh, dude, of course. You're so funny. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, bro. Thank you. See ya. Yeah, man. Well, that's the weird thing now. Things are different. You know what I mean? Everybody. I tell you, this is a byproduct of people being so concerned about social influence. That's what this is really about. Social influence is everything. It drives engagement, it drives revenue, and people don't want to anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make. They're going to put them to tents and be like, oh, that's it. They're going to protect it. Yeah, they're going to protect it at all costs. Yeah, at all costs. Losing their friends, whatever. Yeah. Like whatever. So it's all good. I always say like I feel like it's such that loyalty is not something that people value. Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too, except for your boy here. Yeah. Well, there's a few. There are a few. There are a few. Oh yeah. Who else, Chris? Who else? Name. I don't know. Oh yeah. In the spotlight. But that you're but nobody actually just. But that's a thing where nobody cares. Like there's so many people who are like to me that are in the spotlight that are like, dude, you gotta get back. We're gonna, you deserve to be fucking doing these in movies and shit. And I'm like, yeah, bro. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, people who are like, in the business, and also famous, and they're like, dude, you gotta get you in something. No, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. I know it doesn't. That's my point. I'm saying they don't care. They don't care. Why would they care? But that's weird to me though, because to me it's like I don't know, dude. It's like you take like the movies and like movies about movies and how they're so, they always play Hollywood like this fake thing, but like, dude, that's just kind of what everything is. Like, it's not like that. It's not like that in other businesses. Like the second anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared and they just go, oh well, I'll just do whatever's right, quote unquote, and then this way my brand is protected, I guess. But like, dude, the people who don't give a fuck, like truly who don't, who really just don't, like us, and there are others, but like, it's just. Well, at least for me, it's freeing. Like I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't kill Tony.
Chris, no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on no one.
Right.
Like there are no public.
Well, right. There's look.
Nobody that you respect.
You can argue that. Yeah. Look. Obviously, there are comics that are above it, like Bill Burr, Chris Rock. The big guys. But they are above that. But there are people who are that are not above that, who made their living that way. Who made their living talking shit, who made their living getting clicks. They're not. They're the people that. What are they going to do? They can't not do that anymore. But I mean, I saw the other day with these comics that were, they were not well known, but they were talking shit about Kill Tony, and it's like,
It's hilarious.
just, why? Like, for what?
Because he's the big dog.
I know, but it's like
when you get to a certain level, like people are gonna take shots. It's like it's a weird comparison. It's like I'll talk shit about the UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about because they're so massive.
I understand.
Like they're so big. Like
I understand.
it's just what you do.
It's different when it's a company, when you're talking about actual people, like comedians, it's like X people. Like when Mark Maron goes, look, you talk about Mark Maron, like he'll go out and he will he knows that he has issues with people. Like, I mean, he's not like he says he's
That's his thing.
to go on a podcast and talking to a guy and being like, the kid, these are the words, the kid doesn't have an act. Yeah. No, to talk like that. But what I'm saying is, what?
But here's my thing. Here's my thing. For it doesn't affect Matt Rife, because what happens, what Mark's doing, Mark's a fossil. So his demos 45 to 77. None of those people are fucking with Matt anyway. So it's not like Matt's losing fans or somebody's on the fence like, well, Mark Maron said.
No, it doesn't affect. It doesn't affect Matt's fans, but it does affect Matt. It like when I see somebody talking shit about me, it bothers me. Dude, I understand. It's like, I give a fuck, and like you say, yeah, okay, that's a thing. But like, you don't give a fuck because you go, okay, then I can't give a fuck. It's not because you truly don't give a fuck. That shit sucks.
You gotta not. It'll drive you crazy.
I understand, and you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, say what you want about whoever. No, I know. But I'm saying, say whatever you want about whoever's comedy. It's annoying. It sucks. Like when I see people like, fucking, Bert Kreischer takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it. He's got his life. Or Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is. Chris D'Elia fell off. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, for what? What are you doing? Make it. It's hard.
But again, those people that are saying those comments, like we all get it. Oh, Chris fell off, Brian fell off, Brendan fell off. I'm like, if this is falling off,
sign me the fuck
Yeah,
up.
well, that's
This is what it
that's
is.
the truth. I wouldn't.
It's also no one doing well who's making those comments. Chris fell off. Oh, did he? Cool. Do you know how much Chris makes a year? Do you have any fucking clue how well he's doing?
Yeah. But also, I don't like when people talk about someone. Like, I hate when it's a host, and they're talking to this person, they're trying to bring up something as if they think the people watching are going to think that host is a good person. Oh, right, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, man, why are you bringing people they're terrible. Yeah. They don't care about a podcast. You know what I mean? They're fucking terrible, bro. They're assholes. They're shitty. And when they pick someone fuck this person, Pat Wright, whatever, or me, whoever it is, you know what I mean? They just pick that person and then it's you believe them? Because why?
Chris,
You believe who? You believe Amy Schumer?
no one believes him, but my thing is anyone who's doing shit get this tight? Do you know name one? I can't name
one way or another, yeah. For one way or another.
Name one dude who's actually
but it's different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying? It's different when it comes from the community.
What community? You guys keep saying this community.
Right, but what's supposed to be
soft people?
Well, it was. I've been around for a while. Yeah, there was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was. Yeah. I thought at least. Yeah, exactly. I believe that the internet helped to destroy that, and this is what it is now.
But I agree. There was a community. There was a community before Rogan left. Those 5 to 7 years. It was the golden age, right? But I think to your point, these guys that does this stuff, part of it's not their fault. I'm not giving them an out, but part of it is social media, YouTube. It's created the algorithm's created to entice hate and negativity. So if I make a reaction video going, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, and he's so good, I get 5,000 views. If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. It's just how we're wired.
It's my cock.
Brendan Schaub going off on stand-up comedians. What community need you the one you got kicked out of because you're not funny? So the whole discussion started with them commented on Mark Maron. And first of all, what Dalia said there about not just Mark Maron, but people who criticize comedians, examples were himself, Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, and Chris was just like, well, go ahead and make it. All right, we'll all go make it, but we got to go by how you guys made it. So our dads all need to have millions of dollars so we can just sit around all day for years on years and go do stand-up and not have to worry about any of our bills being paid or anything. And then, I got a feeling quite a few people will make it in stand-up if that's all you got to do all day. You got years to get good at it because you don't got to worry about bills and you got inside connections because of your father's money. They're all rich kids. Dalia, Bert, Segura, Schaub. They're all just rich kids who had a decade. That's why the LA guys are it takes 10 years to get good at stand-up comedy. How does it take 10 years? How can you do something for a decade and not make money at it unless your mom and dad are paying the bills? That's simply it. I know you can't really just boil it all down to that, but that is a huge factor in it. But
all right, Joel, let's begin. First of all, a thank you to our sponsor this morning. Both investors are sponsored by the Julia Shannon.
I think he's just more bummed. They kicked you out. Well, the comedians, they kind of did. I mean, at the end there, they were all just openly taking shots at Papa. The second they could sense Rogan no longer really had his back, they all kicked his back in.
But the fans kicked you out. That's a kick. You couldn't sell any tickets because you're not funny. You're not interesting. You are a dummy. And his jealousy. Now, there's a thing with Mark Maron. Mark Maron had a special to promote. So he went out and trashed a bunch of comedians. But to be fair to Mark Maron, he's always trashed those comedians. Pretty much the same stuff. I got videos from 4 years ago of Mark Maron trashing Joe Rogan during his Instagram live. So that's just what Maron does. That's what you're talking about. I'm no longer. Did he get a new chest tattoo to Leo, by the way? I think he did. From Papa being upset that I was walking into a community that you were never really a part of. You were a hanger-on. You were a hanger-on. They all despised you, rightfully so. Because you were a hanger-on who wasn't funny. But you were clinging to Rogan. And then second Rogan left. And then you even moved to Austin, Texas. I know technically to be next to Cal, the calendar. So you moved because of Rogan too. And he won't even have you on his podcast anymore. Truly pathetic. Truly sad. But hey, these niggas go to Suns baseball games. Hilarious how many human shop cats or stand-up comedians now because he's no longer in the clubs. He can no longer go get the addies and the baddies. He'll find a way to fly a couple of times a month. So he's gonna go buy a truck and try and slam some girl museum probably. But I didn't know how golden hour thing. It's just kind of hilarious. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I know it does suck, but look, put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming stuff, like you know how comedians go out there and farm for crowd work. If you're on a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, oh, dude, let's try to make it so let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that because fuck him. You suck. You're you're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe. You're right. But they know that. No, I'm longevity. Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad. Bro, Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter what these people know. They know they're bad. They know it's scummy work, but that's the only way they can make money. Well, no, I don't know. I think that some people take this weird high ground. That's my problem with what Mark Maron does. It's like, yeah, they're taking the high ground, this moral high ground, and this like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jesselnick's got that. He's got this genius complex that it's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be. And Mark's on, telling me like, man, I just care about Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jesselnick will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole. Well, I don't like Jesselnick. I don't know. Anthony's my friend. I like Jesselnick's face. No, I don't like dude. I don't like this shit. You're talking about Matt. I hit him up. I
was like, yo, dude, did you watch it? I was like, you know, I directed that special. He was like, oh, I didn't watch it. You know, I said, oh, okay. It just makes me feel bad. I mean, like, I personally, I like Justin like whenever I see him. I just don't like that. I don't like
Just like he's a dark comic, man.
I know.
It's not a Marx
I know, but when you carry it over into a podcast saying, yeah, fucking this person sucks, and you don't even know. Aaron doesn't even have me. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Like, Matt has an act. You don't have to think it's funny, but so I don't know, man. I'm just saying it sucks. Well, you know the thing I see comics get dragged, whoever get dragged, it just fucking always sucks, man. It always sucks. Even if I don't like them, I'm like,
But in Jeff fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch your show, they're conditioned bullshit. This toxic community.
Right.
Most of them like, oh fuck it, you know.
Maybe starting now, but like until now, it was rough. You know, like it affects. Social media really affects people. Like love, it really affects people. Like it affects. I know it affects. I know. People's fucking yeah. And the bottom line is, affects everything. The bottom line is, yeah, don't be a fucking pussy or a hoe at sushi. Fucking suck it up. Realize that you're real. And social media is not. Why would you touch the cords? And it's right there. It's real touch them, obviously. And it's happy that it was no buzz. I was like, they did a good job. Yeah, so fuck it up.
Has Mayor never ran into Rife at the comedy store like in the hallway?
No, they haven't, man. Yeah, no, they haven't. No.
Listen, Mayor's a soft cuck. Mayor would be like, bro, come on, man. And I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
What he said to me,
I guarantee Mayor would back off.
What he said to me, like, he said, just walked up to me. He was like, look, man, I'm not jealous. I'm not bitter. At worst, I'm old.
Bullshit.
And I said to him, Mark, if it looks like a duck. Yeah, well, yeah, you have to look at what you're talking about. I sat next to Mark Maron on a flight from somewhere to somewhere. It was totally pleasant and cool. And this was before all that my Rife stuff. And then I'm like, it's so interesting that that's the same fucking guy. You know? But
here's my thing. I've been following Maron forever, dude. I was listening to Mark Maron's podcast. How long? 15 years now? I'm a fan of Mark Maron's podcast. I like Maron. I was wondering when he was dealing with hecklers at the comedy store. I stayed after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot. Like, I like Maron. I like his podcast. I don't like what he's doing to Matt Rife. Like, that ain't the energy, but there's different ways to get attention. You're too old for that shit.
Well, I don't know.
Leave that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are. This is
Maron's talented.
This is the thing. There are people that are going to, and I'm not saying this for a marriage joke, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about now and go check out Mark Maron. They're going to be people that don't even know who he is, and they're going to go, "Who's that guy?" Google him. They're going to watch something special. So that's
and he's funny.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, Maron says when some of his stuff is fucking great. Okay, so when you go to watch his stuff and then you see him, that's a win. That's a win in his eyes for you.
Yeah, but Chris, but here's the thing, sure, but it doesn't take away from Chris the Leah fans or Griffin fans. No one's gonna be like, well,
no, I know. I know.
Maron said this. It doesn't matter.
I know, but my point is,
it's not like they're not gonna stop watching you.
No, I know that, but the point is, that's why, and I'm not saying that's why Maron does it, because I don't know if that's why he does it, but that's why people do that. That's why people go out and say, let's talk shit about fucking Matt Rife, let's talk shit about this guy, let's talk shit about that guy. You get clicks. You see those videos, it's like, they say fucking Tom Segura, they all fell off. It's like, they all have like 300,000 views. And you're like, what?
All of us have one of those on here. I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, but some people click on that, and that's it doesn't matter. This is why it's like political ads. They're proven that negative political ads, are more effective than the others. Right? And in this video, it's the same thing. Yeah, negativity pushes all the content. And what's interesting is how
and that's a problem.
Yeah, I've been watching Ralph Balboa right now, so he got a special, but it's weird how it's so different now. So he went on Rogan, and then he went on
Club Shay Shay, and now that's the thing. It's not the Tonight Show. It's not, I mean, because those are fans. None of that stuff. This is Ralph, right? How this is driving business. You know what I mean? And then, of course, when you go on Club Shay Shay, you got to talk about, he talks about George Lopez not being nice, and, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, yeah, Cat Williams, I think Cat Williams shit. I think what Cat Williams did on Club Shay Shay is now, you want to get on there. 90 million views. Bro, it's like, everyone's like, oh, yeah, and then Cat Williams tickets shot up. It's like, bro, to go on there and talk shit about the whole community and get facts wrong, bro. You know what I mean? Not everything he said was right. You can get on there and talk shit, and shit is wrong. And then fucking Cedric, the entertainer, is like, what the fuck? I haven't thought of Cat Williams in fucking 10 years. And that sucks for Cedric, the entertainer. Well, the other one, the big beef right now, that is what's that comic, Ali Sadiq or whatever. There's a big, he's great. He's good. Him and Cat are like, oh, dude, I don't subscribe to any of that shit. Because Cat was on, what's his name? These people on Carmelo Anthony's podcast. What the fuck is that? Carmelo Anthony, is that a great Denver Nugget? He won a national championship as a freshman at Syracuse. Come on, there's too many people. There's too many fucking people. There.
Okay, there was a lot to unpack there. Sean really thinks he was a successful stand-up comedian. First and foremost, he just claimed that he was Mark Maron's protector from hecklers. Truly sad, truly pathetic. These guys are just now going off over the whole Mark Maron thing. Of course, Job and defending Jesselneck, who hates Brendan Schaub, by the way. Anthony Jesselneck despises Brendan Schaub and makes fun of Schaub all the time. But Schaub doesn't even realize that. But Schaub did admit, of course he watches all the videos about him. Hell, he sued me over my videos about him. And then he said, what was that? We watched a video the other week claiming he's going to prison. But you are getting sued for fraud, wire fraud, tax fraud, conspiracy. You are getting sued for that stuff. And y'all never talk about it on air except accidentally. Sometime from now, you'll say something that completely screws up the case, and you'll get in trouble like you did during our lawsuit. Or like when I beat Schaub in the lawsuit. Now, we're still in the appeals process. We filed an appeal. Then he went on his show and was like, I've got nothing to do with the appeal. I only sued that guy because my old management team, they stole money from me. I have nothing. I have no involvement with this appeal. It's being done for free. And then my lawyer sent that to the court, and Schaub had to write a letter because his own lawyer forced him to write a letter saying, I am involved in this case. Every step of it, I'm completely aware. Nobody's ripping me off. The man is a pathological liar and a fraud. So, would Baba actually end up in jail? I don't know. You're probably going to lose that lawsuit because they got a whistleblower, a chick who already got millions, and she's coming out against Schaub. So, but he admitted he watches every day. They're upset because the people who talk about these guys get more views than these guys. These guys could never have survived at the Comedy Cellar table with Colin Quinn and Patrice and Kevin Hart and Jim Norton and Florin Kane and Voss and stuff like that. So they're just butthurt. They're extremely butthurt. You almost feel bad for you because you're used to doing the show with these bums. I like how Potato Head, though, trashed Anthony Jesselneck. The Schaub tried defending him, and Montez was like, oh no, he's a friend of mine, but I let him know because he directed Matt Rife special. That's probably the thing that pissed him off the most. But yeah, this guy's been going up this entire episode. So far, so good. But job, he was Margaret's protector. I think they called Margaret Cook. Yeah, Margaret, he went after Daddy Rogan and wanted to hang out with Shop. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Actually, that's what they're supposed to do. Like, dude, that's what those documentaries are for. That's not what they were. You know, in the Army Hammer one on Paramount. He's like, oh, I don't know one of those women. I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with me. I've never been alone in a room with them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the truth. Yeah. I'm telling you the truth. And people are like, oh no, dude, he pulled his dick out to somebody who's trying to come up and do air conditioning maintenance. What, dude? What? That was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning. And dude, I think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. And go like this. Hey, yeah, but think about that a little bit. Think about, who in the world comes to fix the air conditioning at, by the way, 11:30 p.m. So this is the night shift that I am gonna want to show my dick to. First of all, has a female ever worked the night shift? And then worked on air conditioning maintenance at 11:30 p.m. Or is it Ronaldo? What's up? Oh, sorry. Hey, Ronaldo, you gotta deal with that now. And you know what? Making a clip, I don't give a fuck. It's so backwards, and you know that didn't happen. But people go, well, hey, let's fucking cut crystal out of this. Yeah. Then you know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. But Crystal's gaslighting. Okay, fine. You know what? Let me just go be a family man, talk to my motherfucking fans, and make a living. And fuck off. I don't give a shit. Well, you know what I do? I do give a shit, but also, anyone who's ever been through anything like that, I know all those guys. I know Army Hammer, I know all the fucking dudes now. Because we're like, wow, really? I'm just fucking right. Well, that's like Alan. Yeah. Do we get Army Hammer out here? He's doing pods. He's doing what I want to do. I want to do a fucking. That would be amazing. Hey, where was Making a Murder? Was it in Ohio? Yeah, I was in somewhere in Wisconsin at a bit about Making a Murder, and people came up after and were like, dude, just so you know, like that documentary is full of shit. He's so they're like, dude, he's like there's no imagine if his butts about it. He's so guilty of making up like this. Doing a 10-part doc. It's crazy.
Crystalia went off about the allegations against him. Was one of them really that showed himself? Someone trying to replace an air conditioner or something? Damn! I mean, Crystalia still butthurt that his career was ended over the accusation. And you would be too if you ended up on a podcast with Brendan John. If you were supposed to be in Army instead and they took you out, replaced you with Tig Notaro, and you had deals with Netflix, him and Brian Callen had a deal together.
do a show on Netflix. That went out the window, especially with Brian Callen's accusations as well. But it went out the window with Delia's, and then Callen said he hardly ever knew Delia. Although Delia, I hardly knew him. But I mean, Delia still heated, and he had like a mental breakdown after the allegations, starting getting weirdo tattoos and neck tattoos. But in his defense, the FBI did investigate him, and then they never charged him. And that was brought up by Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen as a defense. Delia, like a couple of months ago, they're like, hey, the FBI looked into him and never charged him. So that is a feather in his cap. Remember, Delia thinks that he did something on Snapchat. And what does he cop? Just cheating, is it? Or whatever, but the downfall of Delia is the reason why you saw that rant right there. Imagine being gonna be like the next comedy guy in Hollywood. Then you end up next to Mr. Potato Head Shop over there. And his dad was like a Hollywood producer too. Delia was on his way up. I seen that movie Army of the Dead too. Tig Notaro, I couldn't even imagine Delia in that role. But they had to reshoot that movie and everything, which is crazy because they already shot. The movie was done. They had to do reshoots with Tig Notaro in Delia's place. You never know the difference, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I'll see right here. Listen, this is very, very exciting. So, now it turns out that we have three people, all that teach us the same thing. What are the three people who teach us the same thing? Three human judges, all that teach us the same person come up with, which is that if you have most of Pesach, it is offered up as a shmata. The Torah also said, so now the Adi Shaila is, why do I need three judges? Also, this is I'm just saying, this is wonderful, yeah, great job. Right? But at the end of the day, listen, now thinking about it, it's a big source. I want to bring this no. Because I'm sure all of you are like, you want this, I think it's a beautiful life, it's a amazing life, it's good to have the life. Because constantly reading about this, I feel like the little bit skills, actually, it's incredible experience. Incredible thing. That's just like the basic about expectations. Because we get through all of these different processes. So what's this? Now we have what we have as follows. We have three different psukim that teach us the same halacha. And a simple halacha, which is, let's remember nothing. What's the difference? There's a simple take-home message from today's class. What's the simple take-home message? It's good to know, right? We have a most of Pesach is not enough for the Shabbat. That's the bottom line. That's the take-home message of all. So we're going to get into that topic shortly. But again, if you have most of Pesach, and again, we've already seen that there are a number of different ways in which you can have it from it as a most of Pesach. What it is, now we offer it up as a Shabbat. The issue now with the Shabbat is, the Gemara has advanced three different rushes to teach us the same exact thing. The obvious shaila is, why do I need three rushes to teach you the same? Much more interesting. Which reminds us, what's the top of Testament days? Cut. The Eros Mano. Leibus Russell. What's it wanted to teach me about a case of where what? Leibus Mano, where again, we cover Pesach in the pain, and most of Pesach. Why? Because it missed this month. I missed this month. I missed Erev Pesach. I missed the 14th of Nisan. Or Ibrish Russell. Or the animal is more than a year old. So again, essentially, what's going to happen over here is much more to explain that each pasuk teaches me a different category of most of Pesach. So one pasuk teaches me that an animal ultimately again that meets will call it its shpita window, or an animal that missed its biological window. Not even biological. Chronological. Oh, good. Chronological window. Right? It missed its chronological window. So we'll say that's one case of most of Pesach. That's how the Ibris Mano, the Loshnaso. We'll say second pasuk of teaching an animal that missed again, it's missed with counter shita, we get a still in the year. Because the low Ibris Mano, the Loshnaso. Most of the other cases of the traditional way what? The animal again did not miss its prescribed counter shita, nor did it miss its chronological window still in the year. Now, what's that would be a case where what? That would be ultimately again where the animal was lost. The animal was lost, ultimately again, and another one was covered up again. And again, we found the original animal that was still on Erev Pesach. So whenever again it's much more customer, you don't walk up and go, it's just suggesting that each of the sequel teach me another piece of most of Pesach. Which the Gemara says, so why do I need all of these sequels? I'll tell you why. Because of Rahmana HaChad, it is a word just said one person, so Usmano, I would like to take a piece of most of Pesach today. The Brashasa Usmano, with an animal missed both its what we call sacrificial window and chronological window. It's after Erev Pesach and the animal is more than a year old. You can see in Pesach Lagamre. I said that's the case. The current Pesach becomes Shlomin. Why? Good. Because it's totally completely from the category. I mean, it's not part of these days. So you do not go back into this. And so again, one question and totally related to one question. That's what issue is. And that's the fact of an other. The might come from Zvakim Backwards. I'm going to say might come from Zvakim Backwards. And don't turn around and bring it up. I'm going to say, Silver should have done a better job. case of most of these sacrifices, would be the case of what? The animal is more than a year old, and you missed the first week of Nisa. In which case, again, you might say, the 18 Pesach Haggadah, it was fully excluded from the cover of Pesach window. The animal was too old, plus you missed the date. It has no shaykhs to cover Pesach anymore. Maybe that's where it's really assigned or repurposed as a shaykhs. About Ibris Manavalosh Naso, the causing of Pesach shaming in Malone. There was listen to this. In the case that you missed the first week of Nisa, but what? But what? It still remains a year old, that animal could still be used for Pesach shaming. And therefore, immediately when you shop the things not repurposed as a shaykhs. Therefore, the second passage, because of Rahmana Hanikarti, and the passage of Torah that just said these two simple is from to get healing in your sight. Offers manner below Shnasa, the Chazi Repasach, in Malone. I was saying, see, if it would have just said Kitsukim, I would have said that refers to a case where some elements of a Pesach identity was missing, either you missed the date or what, or the animal was too old. That's when the animal would be purpose as a shunning. I was saying, what about the case of where, again, I separate the animal as a Pesach, I lose the animal, I go and offer up another animal, and then what happens? I find the first animal when on a Pesach animal. So in that case, the animal was still within the prescribed time. It's still a Pesach. Watch. I'm in the book that in that case, you're going to have off of myself just because of it. Therefore, the Gemara says, what's the bottom line? Essentially, again, the three different suitors are the really old pieces of every single situation are in those sentences. So what's the bottom line? Essentially, every time. Carbon cannot be offered up as the carbon. Either because, again, I've already offered up another carbon instead. Even though the original carbon is literally suitable for carbon use, or when the original animal is no longer suitable, either because the tree is down, or because I missed the date. So any of these two things involve most of Pesach, is that the original Pesach will be offered carbon. It looks like that is the halacha of the night. So I'm not asking have a problem. So Mar goes back. I'm gonna not shade the bubble. Listen, bubble is the shade bubble. And not saying the name of bubble. I'm listen to this. Kanatos sheshakta l'shem katos nachsha. That's switching gears just a little bit. So one when I had a shakta l'shem katos, l'shem katos nachsha. Right? The shape of Katos Nachsha, take a look at Rashi. It's actually the last of the wide line Rashi. Katos Shakti Katos Nachsha. Sir Katos, the Kanikas Hanasi. Nachsha refers to Nachsha Meranada. Right? What's it? It's actually, the Gemara says as follows. When you see an offer up, the time of the week offered up the Kabbalah, with the Kanikas Hanishka, so you offer up a common campus, right? You offer up a series of different Kabbalahs. Among those Kabbalahs, there's a campus. Now, there's considered as Shabbos. Imagine you offer up a katos, not for the particular sin. This is just part of the prescribed sacrificial order for the day to offer up a common campus. Okay? No one did anything, right? There wasn't enough as well, because of the common campus. All right, so watch this. So in this case over here, I'm bringing my common campus. I did something, whatever it is, I'm bringing my common contest. We'll say, when I bring my common contest, what do? I have in mind that this common should be like Hatas Naksha. Like the Hatas and Naksha that I'm another for the Chanikas Anishka. We'll say, what's the Shaila? The Shaila is, what does this mean? Now remember again, let's go back to the Masechta, let's go back. So the halacha is, we saw the opening Mishnah was, that if you offer up a karma, right, and you have either Shinoi Baidu or Shinoi Kodesh, you have in mind for a different owner or in mind for a different cover. What's the halacha? The cover is good, except it doesn't satisfy your obligation. One of the statutes, which is the jar, cover to the second statute, and contest. So we'll say, the Shaila is very exciting. The Shaila over here is, I'm opening up a contest and I did something wrong. But when I shechted it, I had in mind the Sheikh Hatas Naksha, which I was saying is not the regular contest. The Shaila is, what does that do to my contest? So says the Gemara, Amram Sheikh Mabul, Chatos Shakti, Sheikh Chatos Nachshon, Sheila. So that says it's kosher. Why the Amram? Zos Torahs Chatos, Torah Achos, and Kala Chatos. So there is one halacha for all chatos. What's another way of saying? So as long as you offer up that carbon for what? The same chatos, even if it's chatos natural, it doesn't matter. As long as you offered it up the same chatos, halacha l'maisa become a special. What's that? This actually useful in Rashi. Very Rashi. Sheila, last white line. V'lo hadish shinui kodesh. V'lo amina chatos natural. People will regard us and will kapara after the chatos of natural is not offered up for kapara. But rather, again, it was a gift. It was a gift offering. Nevertheless, Hari Vishnu Shemova. We don't say, Lord, right? Hari Vishnu Shemova. Koshki Vishnu Kailu, Lord, Lo Shak, Lo Stop about that. So that essentially says, the covenant is kosher because as long as you check for chatos, you have mind for a chatos. Even if it's for a different type of chatos, as long as your kavana is for something in the chatos family, the card by this chatos wasn't a Rashi, very interesting. This chatos and the Mishnah that I'm talking was removed that once in this type of chatos. And never again do you offer up the chatos to the Torah. Chatos is sit off. Listen, there are gift offerings. Chatos is not one of them. The one exception to this rule was the chatos offering is seen by the Shem customers. So now is now what ruling is, even though again, when I'm checking my chatos, which is a sin offering, I have in my nation like the chatos of Nachshon and Aminadab, that we got a sin offering, that was a darn, that was a gift. Because it's all a family, you know, because it's a chatos, so when they come in this country. Yosef brought the camera in the Hashman. Number we see the camera in this country. We see the Mishashi Rava. So the Mishashi is the country. What do you say? There is Shimon Omer. I'll have enough of Shimon Ishman Shilos. But only the Bible in the Shimon Omer. I said, any of the all new offerings, Shemit in the Tzu Shilos, I was under the new offering of the Father. Really, what is the point does the Mitzvah? The Mitzvah is actually going to get its three fingers, giving the fingers, and it goes ahead and scoops up whatever you can from the flour. That's offered up like shades up of the stuff. That's offered up on the Mizbeach, and ultimately again the rest is going to get the percent of the code. So what's the halacha? Any mincha, right? Calm, and not on if a mincha offering was offered up shalom lishma. I said not for the sake of that particular mincha. Shiros, the mincha is touching not only that, but only the Bible is and it satisfies the obligation of the mincha. Why? I say, watch this. The king shouldn't have enough almost mitzvah. And we'll say a mincha offering is not like other kavanas. Why is that? Shakomet's machbas is shema kashes. Maaseh muklach and aresh machbas. What's in that case? We're not going to get into these details right now. But suffice it to say, there are different types of covenant mincha offerings. There's a minchas machbas, a minchas kashes, which are also very different ways, some could use thicker mantra, some could use thinner mantra, some were crumpled, some were whole. So the Gemara says, so let me tell you the different way we go back. The Gemara says, if you're sitting Havana, I have a new car, doesn't really make a difference. Why? Because actions speak for themselves. Because each type of mincha is prepared in a different way. So the nature of the preparation of the mincha automatically shows you what type of mincha you were offering. So even if your kavana was for something different, your kavanas to a certain degree are what? Are irrelevant because it's your action that's going to Muslim. You can be kind of a Muslim in this. Right? So look at the Gemara saying, according to Muslim. So the Gemara says, Shakomet's machbas the shem machashas. Because even if one took the mitzvah, the shem minchas, right? One took the mitzvah of mincha machbas, and you had in mind that it should be for the machashas. Maaseh muchot haresh machbas. His actions show that it's a minchas machbas. Chariba l'shim b'lula. Soon they will say, there's all these types of miracles. If you give the mitzvah of a minchas chariba, but you had in mind that it should be l'shim b'lula, maaseh muchot shichareba. And my son also showed that it was for a minchas chariba. So what it says here is by minachos, we don't really care what you're thinking, because the actions of the music is incredible mystery. And you have all the kavanas in one today. And the only arguably what matters most are your actions. What matters most are your nice. Kavanas are beautiful, but your actions always speak louder than your Kabbalahs. About this welcome, Kabbalah said by Kabbalahs, this is not the case. Ain't no thing. Shkita Achas B'Kulon, Kabbalah Achas B'Kulon, Zika Achas B'Kulon. Kabbalah says, so this is actually really quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, the reason by regular Kabbalahs, why, by regular Kabbalahs, why the Kabbalahs, when such a dominant God will say why? Because the sacrificial service is the same for every single type of product. It's the same shirika, it's the same zurika, it's the same Kabbalah. Therefore, it's your Kabbalahs, it's your intentions that bring the Kabbalic process. That Kabbalah side, your Kabbalahs don't really make a difference. Why? Because Lamaisa, actions themselves portray which type of Kabbalah you're offering. Why? Because every single Kabbalah itself has a different sacrificial service. That's why, again, the Bryce of asking that by the Nafas, we really care what your Kabbalah self. Even if you have Kabbalah for the wrong type of mincha, you say essentially Ma'aseh Mo'ifin Aleh. The actions are ultimately again whichever type of Kabbalah it is. Taimo, so that Kabbalah mincha was electrified into Taimo, the Ma'aseh Mo'ifin. It was a reason for a mincha, I don't really care about the Kabbalah is why. Because you're nice and your actions already show what the Kabbalah is. What in Ma'aseh Mo'ifin alone? So what do you see from that? You see that at the end of the day, if the actions are not then what? Then again, your Kabbalah is clear away. Amai, why is that? Lema, Zos Torah Samikha, Torah Achas, Kabbalah Benachas. I will say that. I'm sorry, it's happening. Let's go back to the Kabbalah. Rabbi Yeshua said in the name of Kabbalah, what did he say? If you offer up your Kabbalah Kachos, Yishem Kachos, Inakshem Ben Aminadab. What's the status of your Kachos? What's the status? Kosher. Why? There's two different types of Kachos. I'm offering up a sin offering. Inakshem Ben Aminadab offered up a Kachos to the sake of the Torah. So what did my answer? Because the Pasuk said, Zos Torah Sachatos. Right? Torah Achos B'Chol Kachos. All in the family. So as long as you offer up a Shem Kachos, I Inakshem Ben Aminadab, I give them. My father doesn't make a difference. All the Kachos family is good. Which the Gemara says, which I'm sure she will ask, I understand. 220 years. If I offer up a mincha for the wrong intention, what's the halacha? The covenant is still good. Why is the covenant good? Now, why is the covenant good? Also, why? Because Maaseh Mo'ifin Aleh. The reason why the covenant is good is because at the end of the day, the actions show what type of covenant action was. But we can infer from that is that if the actions were the same for every single covenant what? Then your mindset could play over. Why is that? Why don't we consider Josh Pasuk? So Torah Samincha, just like my Chazos. This is the Torah of the Mincha, which tells you what the Mosai, that no matter what type of Mincha you offer it up for, the halacha is what? It becomes Mincha Shemikasha. Listen, again, the Gemara said, the reason why, if you have Kabbalah for the wrong covered Mincha, that the Mincha is still kosher is why? Ma'aseh Mo'ifin Aleh. Because you can see from the way you're offering up the Mincha, what type of Mincha it is. Which tells you that if all Kabbalahs have the same process, and you had in mind for the wrong Kabbalah, then what? The Mincha will be possible. But why? Why don't you make the same Russia by Mincha that you made by Chatos? Now Chatos will say, Zos Torah Chatos, as long as you had in mind for some Chatos, even if it's a different kind of Chatos, the Chatos is kosher. Why don't you say the same thing by Mincha? The Pasuk says, Zos Torah Mincha. Say what? As long as you have in mind for the right type of hope from some kind of Mincha, the Chatos is going to be kosher. Yet the Gemara doesn't say that. The Gemara says the only reason why the Kabbalah Mincha with a flawed mindset is kosher is because Ma'aseh Mo'ifin Aleh. Repeat my help here. I know the Gemara says that you're going to have to do what you have to say. I don't church with the Mother. Moses is going back to Chatos. So when we see over here, it's like Joshua by Chatos, it was like a flawed Joshua. It's just a shitty word. It's not what do we have to say? Chatos, Sheshach Kamash is Kabbalah Nachshon. Listen to this. If you shafted your carbon, you cover Chatos. On the condition that what? Like we can have on, she is Kabbalah Nachshon. That Nachshon should achieve atonement for it. Rashi says, she is Kabbalah, and you, she will buy it. They'll say, if you offer up a covered Chatos, with Shimei Baila, offered up on the condition that Nachshon should also be a Shiva Kohen, straight up, we'll say, why you discussion, I offer up, I want to do it, I want to Right, so I'm going ahead, not sure that I'm not the fiance. I'm going to offer up, a couple of tacos for not sure that I'm not. So what's that about? The couple of tacos is tough. Why? In Kampara, because ultimately, again, there's no Kampara for the dead. What is that? She's Kampara basic. So, Karina Bay was way to convert most of us. I remember it was 20 years last week. There was an interesting drasha that we saw about couple of tacos. Only times that she was fighting causes the problem by common consciousness, right? Is when the Shia vitamin I have in mind to check the common consciousness is someone who requires consciousness just like you. In other words, that if I go ahead and I have in mind that I'm checking this common consciousness for you, and you're is not kind of a conscious, and then when somebody knows you with that conscious, that's not called Shia vitamin. So the bunch of testing that you guys have always mothers, what was lovers now with Russia. See, God's not with Russia anymore. So when I check my common pathos, and I have in mind that if you do shame not show that I'm in Nada, then what the most of the covenant is question. That's not called the Shia vitamin. Why is that not called the Shia vitamin? I said, why? Why? Because he's dead. Because not Shaman and Nada is dead, and therefore again he's not tired. He's not tired to cover pathos. And the only time you put Shia vitamin by pathos is when I have in mind as someone else who is tired in coming pathos as well. So that doesn't mean anything. Remember this Bahama. So why do you want to do that Shaman and Nada? So really what you're telling me is if you have in mind to check the carbon pathos for someone who is dead, that's not called Shia vitamin in the pathos discussion. Why do you not Shaman and Nada specifically? Which the Gemara says, how come Ashkelon kind of relates? So it tells you the reason for it is because I had in mind for something who is dead. The guy, the actual psula, which I found to have in mind for someone who is alive. So his life not shown that I'm then the carbon would be possible. Who and process so what is that? What is that? Hachai, who shocked up the Shia Bayam Meshumah. If I check with the couple ultimately against someone who is alive, give me a good action who is like an action. So what is this? What is like he's not like an action? So we'll put your pathos in the optics. This just gets more exciting. So it's like if I'm offering up a common pathos, so again, just because it is I have to do the common pathos. I do something I have to do common pathos. I'm now offering it up, but I'm shifting it. I have in mind for someone who's alive who would have brought a company pathos like Nachshon ben Amidada. Who is a living person less than a common pathos like Nachshon ben Amidada? There was a such about a common pathos that's not brought for a sin. Because he truly did Nachshon. So the video pathos, who is hiding common pathos, not for a sin. A gomer is sin Nachshon, who don't pathos, doesn't Shabbos Nachshon. So what's the case? What's the case? What's the case of you? I'm walking up and coming pathos. But when I checked it, I had in mind for someone else. Also, kind of coming pathos. What type of coming pathos? Not like my pathos, but a pathos like not Shaman and another. What's the pathos not like not Shaman and another? Sin offering that's brought, but not for a sin. I say, what's the case of someone who's kind of coming pathos, but it's not kind for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, pathos Nazir, pathos Mitzola. I said, the case of you, that the pathos offering of a Nazir, or pathos offering of a Mitzvah. So these are cases of people when you have pathos, because the Torah mandates a pathos, but it's called a pathos, but it's not a real sin offering. So what's that? What God seems to be saying is as follows. That if I go ahead and as I'm checking my carbon pathos, I have in mind that it should be the shame will come and Reuben. What kind of pathos is Reuben after this? Reuben is a Nazir, or was a Nazir. Reuben was in the Torah. And he's thinking that he has a fear for a pathos offering as well. What's like that pathos will still be kosher. Much more second. How do you almost what's like these type of pathos, although we call it a pathos, at the end of the day of us and have of these having designation ultimately again as owners. But even my mom, and the same Gemara. The word study is here to that Amr Abishne, the mother of us, really go, really training up the case. Amr Abishne, the mother, Katos, Shakta, how she will feel Katos, connection, for something. Living in the somebody checks the coming Katos, right? Ultimately, again, what the shame, how she will feel Katos connection, was like, what happened? I checked Katas, and I do it, I have in mind with someone who is valued with Katas and Nachshon, and I also what's the halacha? Shayla, why? Because Katas Nachshon ultimately again, because the Katas and Nachshon was ultimately remember again, what's a unique aspect is that one is very valued for Shinoi violent for a Katas is what? It's a Shinoi violent I had is for someone else who's higher than Katas as well. But if I have Shinoi by someone who's higher than Katas, but it's not a Katas that's a Sid offering, it's a Katas that's like with the law. Ultimately, again, my Katas will still be touched. Incredible. Equal to Amar Mishim the Mother, Katas is Shach, the Shem Katas, not Shatsula. If I Shach my Kalabisa, I the Shem Katas, not shown ultimately again, it will be possible. Why? Katas not shown only. But there was an ultimately again, there was a point this way, you see differently. And point this way, ultimately again, the Katas will be possible. Why? Because the Katas will Shach the Shem Allah, and therefore again, there's a Shiri Kodesh. And this is a Shiri Kodesh, it's not a case of Shiri Bailim, but rather again, this is a case of Shiri Kodesh, and therefore again, the common will be possible. The Leila Katas wasn't the Katas Mitzvah, so why don't you just be about thinking about Katas Nakshan? The same symptoms, but also CC, but he's using the same term in two different ways. The first time the Gemara said that I'm shacking my carbon Katas to shame Katas Nakshan. And also in that case, I was shacking my carbon Katas, the Shiri Bailim, for the sake of someone else who's higher than carbon Katas, but he's not higher than Katas like I'm higher than Katas. I'm higher than Katas is actually the Aveda. He's committed a Katas why? Because he's so he's another. He writes a Katas. That's a discussion. Like why? Because all of the families, so this is going to be a couple families. What's it? You can give me an alternate version of this. What's happening? So I'm going to have offering up a kakas, but I'm offering it up to shame kakas nachshon. So once I since you're not offering, it's not a piece of shinei violence. The other one is this piece of shinei kodesh. In this case, I'm offering it up essentially as kakas nachshon, which means what? As an olah. If that's the case, then what's possible? So much remember kakas doesn't have to show. So then why don't you just do that nachshon altogether? Just think of this is the one where I'm offering it up to show kakas doesn't have to show. Equal kakas nachshon. I want to compare this to the original case of the first biblically recorded case of Katas, brought by an individual, was the Katas of Nachshon that I know. Which was a key difference in that the first biblically recorded case of Katas was actually not a charismatic Katas. Right? It was actually a done as a biblical factor. You know, if you ever stuck with Katas, you haven't heard about the first biblically recorded case of Katas, it's actually not a sin offering, it was a done offering. Okay? Coming out. So what's like, so again, so first of all, it appears that Rav's original statement, so what's like, what's fascinating about this is as follows. You could have two cases of what's like, where ultimately you're getting the same formulation, those two can add up to different results. If a person has in mind that if I'm checking my practice, and I have in mind that I'm checking this shame project, what I'm doing over here is I have in mind that I'm checking it for the type of carbon that not something I'm another offer, and what also the clear that I offer is that my titles will be possible. Because that's the issue of coalition. I'm offering up a titles ultimately again for the sake of an over, which will not work. But on the other hand, I'm checking my carbon titles, and I have in mind that I'm checking it to shoot someone else who has to bring a carbon like the titles of Naksha. I do what? Right? The carbon of the titles of a nurse, the titles of Misora, and the field of Halakha, that's a carbon of the Naksha, but that's Shirei Bible. But that Bible is also offering up the Shirei Titles, but as long as it's only Shirei Titles, it appears that the carbon will be Amarab. Spiritual shock to the Shirei Titles. Yet it's so scary. What happens? I have to bring a practice because I need clarity. And when I go ahead and I offer up the practice, I have in mind that there should be a practice for the sin of consuming blood. So remember, still a practice, but a practice for a different reason. So also, what's that? So Philip sees a practice for which transmission practice done, the shame practice, I'm always still public shame. It's like a local discussion. The practice is still practice. Because why? Even though, again, my kabbalah is in the wrong infraction, my kabbalah is in the wrong violation, it's still the value of practice. However, the shame practice does the shame practice is sort of psula. What's that if I have in mind? Go just said before. And if I have in mind when I check the condos, that I'm checking my condos, the same condos larger, the same condos in the solar, then the cover will be possible. Why? Because that's a piece of shit in Kodesh, because I'm always here. And when I said ultimately, again, these kavanos have the status of an always not the status of my condos. But it wasn't just a few more about those guys. But you know, about condos, there are some pressure, condos, now, it was this is still limited. What happens is that I'm bringing my covered condos. So I'm bringing my covered condos. And what happens? I checked it, so I went ahead and I did the, so I'm bringing the condos for the sake of payment. I went ahead and I left the covered condos. When I checked it, I have in mind that it should be a condos, the shum condos tumas mikdash kadosh. For the sake of one, you entered into the Mishamikdash in a state of ritual purity, or because of one, let's say, consume sacrificial items in a state of ritual impurity as well. So what's that? What's that? Now, watch this. So we're also so now this is a case of where I'm going in and I'm offering up a couple of condos, but for a different fraction. So remember again, I ate tailoring. Now I'm going ahead and offering up the cover, the shape Thomas what's that offering? Miaminas Paris Kamosa, that it's still a bit of Paris. So it's the same image, right? So again, whether you go ahead and you do it, or you enter into the base of the Christian school of Shema, it's the same Paris, and the Christian values, or therefore again, maybe the covenant is the Lord, or Yoma, ain't Kavua Kamosa. Oh, okay, watch this. And you must make sure that that is a part of all that knowledge. Very presence of all that knowledge, maybe I'm going to teach you similar. And then become responsible. The back of it is not masking. So back of it is like Rava, who will find Shuma with the Siva. Who will the Tosla? Was it ultimately again, each of these Kavanas ultimately again will be possible. Why my time was the first white line? My time up, the Shabbat also the Katos, the same also Katos. Was in order for a Katos ultimately again to be kosher, the Katos has to be shafted for the sake of that particular. The most like, so now look at the Katos is only good is offered specifically for the specific craft. Although you're actually not having to love all, so the Gemara says, why you gotta hate from Master Sima? Amarle, I know you should find the Master Sima. So what's in our version, Robert's Kasha was always that Shmi Bible. And this is how we wrote it. I'll do Master Sima. Amarava, Katos, Village, Shakta, Alisha, the William Katos, Dan. The Katas of this go from Sula was in Robert's Kasha was as follows. And if someone, if I went ahead and I decided to make a common Katos, but what happens? I shepherd it for the sake of someone who consumes blood, or for the sake of someone who worships idolatry. So, Suda, what's that? Okay, because it's also, you should agree with the Kantas, the Kantas, Shayla, or say to is someone ultimately again, who is fighting ultimately again for Kantas, the Kantas, ultimately will be kosher. And we'll say, Rabbi's cash will be as follows. Kantas, spiritual Shakta, Alisha, or Queen Kantas, you must be Krishna Kadash. No. We'll say, what happens if ultimately again, I'm becoming a but I shifted with the intention for someone who ultimately again was ultimately the salvation is given to Allah. What's the halacha? Neon even Paris Kamosa, Jewish in the seasons type Paris. Just like the person who is able to courage should be good. Oh, Yoma in Kabua Kamosa. Or do we say no? Simply the ritual the salvation is given to Allah is going to come over the Yorei, so therefore what? So therefore Allah again. Not Kabua, right? Oh, Gilma, sorry, come on, so since it's high price, okay? Since it's high price, also they get the coverage should be good, it's the same punishment, therefore there's no shame. Or do you say, no, that since too much refreshment, the Russia is high price, maybe again, since too much refreshment, the Russia is a common only at the glory, therefore it's not similar enough to my own fraction of consumption of the which the Gemara says, it's a which the Gemara says, therefore, again, this particular situation that was said, I have to be a practice for the sake of the consumption only to get up from them, that I have a shield, and that I had in mind for someone who is fighting ultimately that he must make is the common kasha now. Study on one hand, both share the punishment of colleagues, on the other hand, too much punishment is covered already already, versus Taylor, which was a fixed carbon. So once I get considered to be sure or not, ultimately again, once I bottom line, we pass in this case. We pass because ultimately again it will be possible. Whether that's a Shina in Baiman, whether that's a Shina in Kodesh, any change in the necessary Kabbalah and the Kabbalah ultimately again will never be. This question is, remember, this book has not sense. And the fundamental question are, does the second mother statue of heavens after Russia? Even though, again, both Kabbalahs have been separated at the same time, the second Kabbalah not reflected in the world, then the second Kabbalah is ultimately but after it's not Russia, but before it's Shishita. Here's the question. No, can I say that? There are two questions. Nothing going right away. I think it's the punch to me that for the Russian because as you just said, that when you tell us that he's only done it in the second cover, only the whole thing, but it doesn't know it's not that short. All the after half of the fight, or the second cover that we go to the even after it's at Russia. So the after half Russia that is fight, I don't know if you want to say that the second cover actually went to a total things, but it's after it's at Russia, so the Gemara says. So after Russia that is fight, Odin Shita or Abdullah after Shita as Zuka. So doesn't cover have the ability to say something that occurred after it's Shita, but prior to this. Now, how do I do that? People add Zuka. So we're not coming to see that much today. Listen, so actually say this. We don't answer our question. What was our question? Our question was about some doesn't cover after the ability to atone for Averus, even after it has been separated, up until the point of Shiva or not. Or do we say that once it comes to be separated, this is Kabbalic lockdown? Whatever occurred prior to the separation of designation is multiple years covered, but anything that occurs after separation of designation cannot be separated. That's just comes out. The Gemara did not answer this question. That question is always that. Listen now, just back. What does come out is what you do to surplus two. It's like putting time, that not passing something from it. But when it comes to surplus two, it's like halacha is those surplus kavaros do not have rishas hadir. Do not have the other separate rishas hadir. They have what's called rishas dummy, which means monetary something. So there's good news. What it means, any surplus food that are there at the end of the temple year becomes resale, because it is not develop a book, not so that means we simply do the food with money and the sacrificial sacrifice. How does that work? That's how they do the master. How does it work? How does it work? It works because they says six basis structure that way, therefore I love the national center. Simple would have thought that in fact that the Toga is called Shalom. Maybe Shalom is also called Toga. Because the Shachar creates the Toga Mishim. And therefore, when I go ahead and I check the Shalom Mishim Toga Mishim Toga, I'm not sure that that is not the case. I'm not sure about that such a cover that covers covered and a check for the sake of Toga, ultimately again will be awesome. So listen, so coming back now for a second, I went ahead and asked the mother of the question, which is, if you go ahead and you check the Toga, ultimately again, for the sake of the Toga of your friend. So listen, so I said, remember, I want to be clear. Up until now, you know the Shmuel Bible. Shmuel Bible is the says that I check the cover managed on behalf of someone else. Have in mind that this cover is for someone else. That's Shmuel Bible that we already discussed in this one. This case is different. In this case over here, what's happening? The halacha is I'm checking my cover. I'm checking my cover. I'm checking my cover Toga. And you then check this cover Toga. And what? And I say that my cover Toga should be like you guys cover Toga. Because in that case, the Shiva is what is the status of such cover? So I'm checking it for myself. And attaching the sanctity of my carbon, or having the sanctity of my carbon mirror the sanctity of my friend's carbon. So this is Shiva is the act of bringing someone else into my sacrificial process problematic or not. Machlokas Rava with Krishna. Rava says it's totally kosher. Why is it totally kosher? Because as long as I'm checking covered for the right purpose, and what? And what? For the right person, even if somehow using someone else's carbon as a springboard for my own carbonic process is totally fine. The Krishna says no. The Krishna says anytime you bring someone else into your carbonic process, that is a fundamental flaw in your carbon. So let's just leave it up to my book. Already it's not for self my book. It's going to leave back. That is the fundamental dispute. So listen, I'm saying trying to be without this my focus. And why? Because such a Krishna is saying this book is a carbonic purpose. What is it to be a carbonic purpose? It's one for the cover to the contrary. It has to be real recovery. There can't be anything else involved in that carbonic process. Therefore, says as long as the cover is being offered to the right cover, to the right owner, I can bring in other carbonic processes as a springboard for my own. So say that's going to be so distinct my focus. Do you need to be a carbonic purist or not? Rabba, no, if this not yes. I'm a Rabba. So we'll say the Kratos is shifted ultimately again for the sake of Kratos. It is kasha. We could actually just we'll say it's the wide line, the wide line there. Kratos is shifted for Kratos. We don't Kratos Elo, Shemish Kratos and Kratos Dam. It wasn't that's very interesting. Remember, so let's say I went ahead and I eat cake. I eat charcuterie fat. So I have to go ahead and eat Kratos. So when I'm checking my Kratos, and I find that the Kratos should be an example for the consumption of blood. I agree with that. I agree with that. So in this case, I'm dealing with the right cover, but my cover is a little bit flawed. Because I'm supposed to have cover that it should call ultimately again for Taylor, but instead it's only for down. So Rubber says the words, Taylor, you should own up Suma. But if I have mind the what? If I have mind that the Kratos also should be the Shem Olaf, then ultimately again it's going to be possible. Also, remember again, we already saw in the Mishnah, that a cover practice is the one cover or one of the covenants, for which any type of exchange, any essentially members of the covenant must. So if I'm offering the practice and had in mind for an Allah, the covenant is going to be costly. However, my time is what's the reason for that. The shafat or saw the practice of that. So ultimately, the shafat or saw, it has to be shafted for its own sake. And if you end up shafting it for any other provision, the practice is going to be costly. I the Holy Kratos, the Shem Kratos, the Shem Olaf Sula. So it's therefore you can watch. Therefore, the Kratos ultimately again is shafted for the sake of the Kratos. Even if what? Even if it's for the wrong transgression, it will still be kosher. But the Shem Olaf, it will be costly. But Rabba says, Kratos Shem Mishkata, Shem Olaf Kratos Sula. What's another beautiful one? Rabba says, for the Kratos ultimately again, but Amisha Mahuya Kratos is Sula. So look at that. Amisha Mahuya Kratos is Shimoi Bible. Abunas Islo, Kamavishin Kratos, Skype. actually hooked you up. He's like secondary. If I go with the crash, you have to give him a kill off. Roman Tabra, Tata Sansa. And that's because he's on the same for Prime Service. But the only reason is secondary. Dopo, all'uscita qui uno vicino, deve essere uno sempre più assiste da norma, solo scegliere a stare. All'uscita qui da Averos Assagnado, scegliere a stare. You have to stay at the Cabas of the Splash. So the first had only 7 alcohol, 57 alcohol, so that always means the hazard on is that space. And therefore, again, the Cabas has no living alcohol masturbation, which has not yet separated out an Ola. Not separate out Ola. And the Cabas is brought under that, so that Cabas has the ability to cure his assay violation. Okay, the other level was a equally necessary display the number of rules in the level. Always a shot was an additional, an older shot that was an upwards also. Also, use of Damar Shannon was a you cannot go ahead and sprinkle his fortune or just because so was done Shalom Shmas, or the Three should not be done Shalom Shmas. E-Bites in the club, E-Bites in Islam, once again, they're one of the few reasons the first one is done the same way. Or it's based on a Svara, E-Bites in the club, if you want to say for myself, Lord's Last Hasa, and Kishmar, was the last that like touching E-Bite boys over and over and over. That's what the first transition to. That's that Rama, the teacher that you that both on Torah. If you like say Svara, you should be shutting down just because you choose once, but if you this is a very important resource. Just because one of those has got to use in the shadow in the substance. Next, Rama, all the Habala Akhas is the very serious. What happens when the Ola is brought after the death of the Ola? Already finished that. So it's not allowed to be Ruben is comes out, Ruben is going to offer up an Ola, and what happens? Ruben dies. Ruben dies, now the person are going to bring the Ola onto his back. So what happens? So Shasta, Ruben calls it Suba. So it's a children, when they go ahead and they offer up this carbon. So the children offer up this carbon, have was used for shooting children. Shooting children was in his life. Was supposed to be an Ola, they had in mind Halakas. So what's Halakas? Suba. Carbon solving process. A brand new shape. However, it's about to if we have a fire in check on the carbon, but the owner, the carbon is still going to be crushed. No one's going to be crushed. Why? It's getting tighter enough and because in this case, it's still real tight. Right? Why is it real tight? Because people don't work with the carbon. Like it earns under the deceased father. His father is no longer in the deceased father is no longer in the carbon. And there's a thing that is careful. And there's no such thing as someone offering up someone else's fucking job. So because that was the undermining, because the undermining, there's no shield fighting. So you actually have in mind for the wrong carbon coming with the muscle. And if you have in mind for the wrong owners, so ultimately coming with the muscle. Which was what they put in the Hanyama, which by the Hakabisa, the Filipino are products. No, that's not true. There are violent. There are variables and who are the binary reaction. Shalom Shubala, I was never get 2 weeks ago that we went to discussion about even guys, the lack of guys, and even should be some energy. Was in a discussion about what is the relationship with that carbon. Do they own the carbon, or it's not that they own it, they just have an obligation to do it on behalf of the deceased father. So it's quite much of a discussion. But he was also said that when the black race dies, so he's literally inherit the carbon. Now again, if you have more than one child, that's where it becomes really complicated. But when I again, the knowledge inherits the carbon. Therefore, what's it? That's because the Quran says you can't have cheating, right? You can't go ahead and have a change of owner Are you seeing that literally? Israel Akamisa, and therefore again, the point literally see Ola Akamisi. And I will say literally again, that it so was like my gas. The Pinchas, he just said Israel Akamisi. That Yaakov dies, his son Reuben inherits it. Reuben becomes the new owner of that country. They ask him the Pinchas, are you making a literal statement? That now that Reuben is now the new owner. The wasn't that one. And if Reuben offered up that country, having Sibulun in mind, there was a that although the public will work with Israel, it does not count towards Reuben's obligation, which means Reuben would have to bring another owner. So you're literally telling me that Reuben is the owner to the point that if you have in mind to offer on behalf of someone else, he has to actually bring a new carbon, or Dilma, you could have a say that in the Habra, or maybe what it means to see that Reuben is the owner, which means to be his father. And when Reuben brings that owner, they inherit from his father. Reuben has a couple of outstanding civil violations, and then all of that he brings, that he can have that in his essays as well, even though what? He's not the actual owner, which I think Josh describes. I'm a lay, that's what happened. So the Papa says, no, I mean it literally. That when Yaakov dies and Reuben inherits him, Reuben becomes the actual new owner of that owner. To the point that if when Reuben goes and offers up that owner, he has in mind he will look for the owner, and the halakha will be that what? The owner can be offered up, and it doesn't count towards Yaakov's obligation that owner has to do. The Abu Rabba, we'll say another piece. Now this is the final. Ola Dorod, so ultimately again, so Ola Dorod, so it seems. So Baal, what is it? So rather says the Ola is a gift. The Ola is a gift, right? Every dollar. Either actually, that's also something right over here in context. Look at that. Rashi says the Ola Dorod. Think about the fact that the Ola does not come with you for atonement purposes. In the Baal Hata Arase, not Baal Manish, Allah Hata Shakata, Shakata, Shiba Arase, the Baal is now Baal Kalish Shakata, what's his face? So the rubber is getting the status. It's not really, an Ola doesn't really affect the person. Rather, again, an Ola is just simply the peace of God. So what is that? Basically, evil at the Shiva, if a person violating, let's say, if you do Shiva, then it covers it. Doesn't work. No carbon work without Shiva. Zebach Mishon Ha'iva. That's the liquid. These are abominations. In other words, carbon has no magical powers. The carbon only works if it comes from the fields of Shiva. You eat the Shiva. And if a person did Shiva, that is a part. Abraham Mitzvah said, the person violated the High commandment. We shot when he does Shiva. Those does he shot actually no for the what's the point of the person of Shiva? Or the violation of an assay, he's forgiven. What it sounds like is that Shiva by itself, that's atonement for an assay. And that's the case why they need for Ola altogether. Alishmani no Dara. In other words, what do you see over there? You see over there that Ola is not brought of part of the so why is God? So why is Ola brought? It's Dara. It's a gift for the Shema. And not that that's what supports this combination. Not just have a law. Why does it have so much of a that's going to be established? Why is it that he has not just other Ola, not just always come before the Ola? So not a law. So not a law the fact that not a law of the Ola. Why is it not just always come before the Ola? It says the practice with us eats a practice with us done. Also, ultimately again, somebody gets in trouble with it. So what happens? So first, ultimately again, the person comes and they talk to the king on behalf of the offending party. And after that person goes ahead and receives the offending party, then what? Then the offending party can come and defend it. It's not just something that goes like this, but it's come over and stuff. The man of Maka, Allah for the other that's after the the Rebbe qualifies as follow with the Shuvah. For the violation of an assay, Shuvah takes care of an assay. Right? I didn't put on story, I violated an assay. Shuvah by itself has the ability to remedy that non-performance of the assay. What does the owner do? The owner is the owner is the judge. The owner itself is not a benefit. But let's say we go back. Kurz gesagt, Pesach Nachat, was the owner again is the same. Any time that you offer up a carbon, right? Shalom Bishma, right? Which means again the sun with it. Shalom Bishma, Bayern or Shalom Bishma, you offer up the same, they're all covered in the same. You're all kosher, with the exception of, not satisfied the owner's obligation, with the exception of Pesach and Chagas. Pesach and Chagas are offered up to the Shalom Bishma, and on the both sides, literally again, the carbon itself is possible. We're going to discuss Pesach a little bit. Pesach, you know, that's also the video that comes Pesach. That's often up Shalom Yishma. You know, the first one is either. Not for the sake of Kar Pesach, but not for the sake of the other. And it's totally also. What do you know about the sin? As the Pasuk says, Shamor es Kodesh Aved Asisa Pesach, Shangor and God, the month of the Aved. And Asisa Pesach, Shalom Kras Yos Mishem Pesach. Every week, you know what I'm saying, has to be the shade of Pesach. Everything does has to be for the Kabbalah of Pesach. So now I understand. The Bible says that in offering up covenant Pesach, you have to have explicit intent that for the sake of covenant Pesach. You have to have in mind any other carbon that Pesach of Mahasa. However, she may buy me out. Listen, how do you know that I'm offering my sake covenant for anything offered up for the sake of this particular owner? And if it's offered up on behalf of anyone else in covenant Pesach, it's said that I'm not going to send out Pesach either. The person says, you shall say that it shall be a Zevach Pesach. Shall be Zvicha, the Shem Pesach. Now, what's the ultimate event of slaughter? It has to be for the sake of Pesach. Now, in any of the Shemay Kodesh, let's say, I don't need this possible teaching about Kodesh, right? Why not? Because at the end of the day, we already learned that beforehand. So if that's the case, then it's mainly in the Shemay Bible. It ultimately much easier to teach you what the Most High that Allah saw, it must be offered up for the sake of that particular one. Actually, from the mitzvah, what's that? Now, this is interesting. From this tzitzit, I now understand that the Chatchila, the carbon Pesach, must be offered up for the sake of Pesach and for the sake of the other. What's the mitzvah means? This is the Chatchila. La'akri Ilah. How do I know what's the mitzvah? La'akri Ilah. La'akri means that if I don't offer it up for the sake of the particular carbon, or I don't offer it up for the sake of the particular other, then what? That it's possible. Where do I know that it's so? There's a biggest distinction. All we've given so far is that the Hakima, once you go ahead and offer up the point of Pesach, the shame carbon and the shame of life. However, if I don't do that, the problem will be possible. And regardless, the Pasuk says, Zadak the Pesach ultimately, again, the Pasuk never comes to the Pasuk. The Pasuk says, Zadak the Pesach and that is referring to these stages. What? And that must be a shame Pesach. It must be shame carbon, it must be shame life. Must be for a sakra, high is a lack of be the asa. So that sakra is one second. That asa is a lack of contribution because before we need something else. I find it if you don't have it. I believe that I was a lack of the person that was a lack what's the case of most surveys? I separate out God from a face. What happens when I say what happens? I use what happens? So I learn that and what happens? I find the first one. So what I do is that's what most surveys are. So what happens? So how do you know that if you have a most surveys, I should cut off something, how do I know? How do I know that if I find the lost to come and reach out? Then what do? I offer it at the Shalom. And I'm out, is a dash the Pesach Shalom Yachor, so you thought that. What's the passage? It's the 10 messages. Never before you discuss it, years I went to see one. And you know, so again, the person is coming around with one choice. It's a dash the Pesach Shalom Yachor. You shall offer the Pesach Shalom Yachor. So you thought that. Sheep and cattle. Hello? Pesach fought, and I'm going to have a fussy with it. Listen, now why is it good? So Korban Pesach was only of a sheep and lamb, not a sheep, lamb, goat. Like, you can't offer up a Pesach of buck. So why is bucker in the Pesach of Korban? So this is such a passionate shame. And with most Pesach, she'im davar haba min atzona min habaka. Teach you that both sides. You need to have an extra Korban Pesach. And when did you ever have an extra Korban Pesach? In the case of where I lost my original Pesach, replaced it, now have a leftover. So what do I do with that? So what's it? What my teacher do is that you can offer that up as a type of offering that can be brought and sold in butter. What is the type of offering which can be brought and sold in butter? My new wow. Let's say amazing. A positive thing is staring us in the eyes for all the countries. I haven't done this before. What is Bucker doing in the process of public Pesach? Which we must go right. Coming to address a particular case of where the original original covenant is lost, you replaced it, you offered it up, you offered up the replacement, now you find the lost one, what do you do with it? You offer it as a carbon. What type of carbon? The type of carbon that can be brought from Bakar and Zone. What is the type of carbon that can be brought from Bakar and Zone? Amazing. So it says, therefore, again, that's what that Pesach is used for. However, of Safra, the advantage of Pesach is the Gretna. Rather than Safra says, from where do you learn? That's a lot of the Maisa. And a lot of the Maisa. Not only should you offer up the Korban Pesach, the Shem Covenant, the Shem Bible, but you have to secure it because the covenant is also. You learn the Ephraim Zabak the Pesach like the Joshua of that. Shamar as Hodo Shamar. The mitzvah is Shulei Kodesh. Also, what's the examples that you might have for another thing. So we have so far what we would have teached us that you would take this from to offer up the Korban Pesach, the Shem Harbat and the Shem Bible, or the Shem Kodesh, the Shem Bible. And it was the second verse that teaches us that what? Not only is it a mitzvah, but what? But what? Is a chol, is what we call it tuba. But you must offer it up the Shem Korban and the Shem Bible, and if you don't, the Korban is possible. That was another extensive. So watch this, Rabbi was it starts. So Shamar is called the mitzvah. The Shem Kodesh was the pasuk says Shamar is called So what does that teach you? That teaches me at the website that the idea is that the Korban should be offered up for the sake of its own Korban. That the mitzvah of that means that you should offer Korban after Shem Korban. Ba'amartim zevach Pesach, and for the pasuk of the Ba'amartim zevach Pesach, the Shulei Bible in mitzvah. Because we teach that the mitzvah is to offer it up for the sake of the mitzvah. Who la'akim in ha'chalah. Was that the word who, on the other hand, teaches that what? Not only is it a mitzvah, but what? It is a mitzvah. That you must offer up the Korban Pesach, the Shem Bible, the Shem Kodesh. The Ashkechon, I was in the competition in Kodesh, we find that there's a beginning of Shem Kodesh by Slicha by Shvita, Sharabodos Minamon, and we will say that the other avodas also have to be done the Shem Kodesh from Shem Kodesh to the Korban. Only of the Gabi Gabi. What did I tell you? It's a Shvita, you're automatically applying the other avodas as well. But actually, I'm a holy of the Gabi Gabi law. You don't say holy of the Gabi Gabi. You don't say just because you're not by one, you're automatically not by others. Ella, avodas was an idea of the other avodas that the hustle the Shvita by them. Where do we know that? We can say, Zos HaTorah the Ola Ulamim. Kanda, Yom Shabbasos so the happiness coming again. Zeb the part of my second Pesach. Yishlam also Yishlamim. Was in the Torah compares ultimately again. They call it Pesach Yishlamim. Mashimui Kodesh, they Shimui Bainim. Mashlamim, they Shimui Kodesh, they Shimui Bainim, but you know, the mitzvah, Akor Shimui Kodesh, they Shimui Bainim, the mitzvah. So was it ultimately Yitzhak Yishlamim. Just like by Shlamim, you have to have in mind. Right for the right owner and for the right covenant by every step of the avodah, so to the comparison to the Pesach. So you have to also have to have in mind for the right owner and the right avodah in every step. Shalom, Shalom is equal to Sharabodos, both the Lakta and the Mitzvah. At Pesach, Otakot, both the equal to Sharabodos, La'aki. Ultimately, again, we'll say. So essentially, the Gemara says that we get the comparison to the Pesach and Shalom, just like ultimately, by Shalom, you have to have in mind Shem Bible and the Shem Kodesh by every step of the sacrificial process, so to have this account and in mind by every step of the sacrificial process. And I will say, now, the Gemara ends off by saying the Aki. The difference is that by Shlamim, it's the Chatila. It's the Chatila. By Pesach, we're going to show that even if you ever, you have to have in mind the one step closer. So I so that both acceleration plus the last thing is to be what that's a really second hand conversation is lower very sort of has the ability to go ahead and even the mic so as well. Which the mic so nothing as Robert Sean Robert is just so serious mother of these. Only one person could do this. Let's see if we can match this is about those and I'm going to match shining nice about everyone now you can see what's the nice even when they're coming either even when they're high you can also has drinking points for use and when you drinking points they use both of the how about very simple how about we ask you this how about we ask you to like we know under the stomach and you know I think the having move on so when that person that's lotion let's go ahead and acquire carbon. Then I understand why one of them has to go to the Mura, a review article handling aging but ultimately the people that lotion do not acquire the carbon, then help this to Mura action. Allora vi avevo detto a Matthew most of them in the static. The Matthew is the person who has to do all that. This is where I'm going to go ahead and add on the kit. In the starter H-Secura, and the one who shoots at our phenotype is the one also in the young recruiters respected to that had fully introduced the law of self-government, and if some of us are going ahead and separate out the second human from first threat, but separate from his own produce, Obas are not a shalom. Ultimately, again, he has to let you decide which coin ultimately to give to the chosen. It's actually a very, very this is a little side. You might just still be here. Where the right is actually ideas. First of all, like I said, one of the advocates, the one that has to add on to the one who is Torah, is going like the power of his Torah, and the rest is also very let's say again, my friend Udo asks me to separate out the things like it's two and two months when it comes for the travel, is when that's a bit more like that. So the two months I said, look, I don't want to go to the house. So what do I do? So I go ahead and I separate out the two months from his class from my book. So you do that. And then I'll put it again and give you some process. Separate out two months from the book. La boca from practicing the activities and separate as well. Separate as well from the how the programs that untied. But in the end, if I go ahead and focus on A, and I do the focus on C, I can separate out focus on C, before the A. So you may ask me to separate out what I need to have. Separate out and separate from my focus. And ultimately, again, it should count as enough for the something like that. Listen, I personally said that after 2 months, I have the right to go ahead and choose which opponent. You know, again, it's not even like them being supported with the right to call it Thomas, I know. The right to choose the kind of recipient, also the then goes to the one because the actual active separation, which the man says. So what's the sort of seal here? Because only the one ultimately again who gets the Kahara, who has the ability to do this, which is the violation. You don't know Matakra, you put some Matakra, and that's you don't know Matakra, you put some Matakra. Kahara Kudua, she had a knowledge by the managed Kuda. No off cabinet of shared knowledge. You know, should say about Kahara Kuda, some of the things like these were by the local that the nurse should ultimately go ahead and encourage the public of the parents. I mean, listen, no, this is what, listen, remember what's the discuss for that? Really come to that is the human drive and leaves behind the carbon team. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? The children who offer up, let's say human dies, Yaakov dies, he leaves behind two sons, Reuben and Shimon. Then what occurs? Reuben and Shimon have to go ahead and offer up the carbon. Listen, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? fact that the nourishing ability to offer tells me that what? Nourishing have the right to offer up, and the obligation to offer up. Where the ceased called is carbon, we do not apply the we are not no range to carbon. We are no range to the ability to offer up to carbon, but are not no range, to actual ownership over the carbon. Also, with that being said, we still have the ability to affect the Torah. Why do we have the ability to affect the Torah? Because what we're doing, who has the ability to affect the Torah? We achieve the type of food offering has the ability to go out and affect the Torah. So what we must suggest that the nourishment have what we call indirect kapara, the carbon offering. What is that? Because it's actually a code of the specific source. We have the answer is no, but we have a general kapara, a general sense, a general opinion from general use needs. We do not really have this question. Looking at the general opinion, therefore what? Therefore, halach for myself, we have the ability to affect it. Divayu, Kipro Amashabo, although Kipro wasn't ever fascinating child. So here's what we know. In general, like going back to the topic of lawful left kabbalah, the low issue. That's here again, when someone is supposed to be offering up an olah, instead he offers up a shtar. Let's say you're doing this carbon for so here's what we know. I said you're supposed to offer it up as an olah. Once you offer it up as a shtar, what's the status of the carbon? Is it kosher? Yes, right in this structure, right? Ultimately, the carbon is still kosher. Even if you offer it up for the first Mishnah, you offer it up for the wrong reasons. But what's the caveat? Good. It doesn't count towards the obligation. So ultimately, again, you still have to make another carbon to satisfy your obligation. So listen, and last is another interesting question. Does it affect the part of on behalf of the owner? Hey, let's consider it really for a particular case. So ultimately, again, is the carbon that happened for the owner? And let's be serious of the very obligation question. The Mishnah says that if I did it and I offered up the wrong information, it doesn't count towards my obligation. If it doesn't count towards my obligation, sounds like what? It's not going to happen. So you might experience what happened really here, but that's not the same. We have a situation where a lot of people I ain't say I'm going to bring another carbon, but the carbon does affect some level of pain on my back. Sure, the actually go and not to go. Touch me, sure, the Krishna is my literally. The Quran will always show the Torah. So let me finish the Torah. The upper of the one who said that comes from my application. It's our Mohammed actually another carbon. You will be Bible. The people are actually show the Torah. And that Quran will be done with and the seal listen, what's happening? Happening is that I feel secure in the fact that I have divine protection. So I feel secure in the fact that ultimately that I offer up this carbon, I know I have to be another carbon to satisfy my legal obligation, but can I rely on the fact that this carbon does in fact need some level of power, some level of accountability? That's the fundamental question. This is my I'm going to establish a relationship would appear quite obvious that this carbon does not affect any level of kapara on behalf of the owner outside. He started out completely because ultimately when he the carbon affects kapara, then she lama buba, and ultimately then why would I need to bring it up carbon? And once I kapara is affected, then why do you bring it up carbon? The elements, what do you have to say? Well, people ultimately again, also when you bring the carbon for the wrong reason, as much as the carbon is pressure for its really demonstrated purpose, not only does it not satisfy my legal obligation, but what? It also does not give me any level of power. Now, the minor people say, I'm not required, so let's say that's the case. And I'm also going to say that, and people are not going to either. So then why is it happening? I'm going to ask you that she should that you have to be passionate. So also, so actually, this was the this was that I that this was the she made that this question. You are the Ishlama, no people. So also, ultimately, again, if you want to say that is such a time that is not functional Islam, even though again it doesn't affect any level of kapara, then Shemo, Yishmo, Ka'asi, ultimately, they're going to say, we still continue to offer up that first cover, right? saving Lama Uba, and ultimately then why is the second part, why is the second part of God? The fact that, so again, if you own a Hamakhula Mensa, that when you go ahead and you offer up a Kabbalah Shema, that only does not satisfy legal obligation, but what doesn't provide any level of Kapara, I understand the full Kabbalah. Kabbalah number one of us says roughly why, because he thinks that cover himself enough as well. So what is now he's down to designation. Kabbalah number two has to be offered up to satisfy both my legal obligation as well as the Kapara. And if you have to get here, it was if you see that Hamakhula Mensa, the first carbon does affect something. You can what? Show me none of it. Ultimately, you can why does the second carbon you are that's only we should guys first carbon. Not go ahead and enter the application of the chemical parts. It also must go ahead and provide any level of was a series of workshops to advise and follow on. This is the concept of things that advise and follow. I need to be asked to start running on this as I have fun in this specific case until the time that hopefully you're going to come to the follow. But as a simple what happens is so you got to point out that something like remember that the common law has the ability to atone for a variety of things. Among them, the violation of an asset, violation of a positive commandment, so it's a situation of a violation of a positive commandment. The person doesn't put on someone. Shabbos does that. He doesn't put on someone. Right? He doesn't put on someone. Because of the just because of put on someone. And not over an Avera. Not over an Avera. Right? And where the Gemara has some pretty serious verses over there. Leaving that aside, I haven't violated an Avera, but rather again, I am not feeling that I said, not feeling that I'm positive commandment. How do I explain that? So ultimately, again, what happens is obviously I got this is I violated 5 by 6, I go ahead and separate out my Ola, off of the Ola I have a coach. What happens is I went ahead and separated out my Ola, and I violated or I felt with a form and I said I was damaged after the Ola has already been separated. After this because can the Ola be the fabric, can the Ola atone for violation of our saints after the Ola is already been designated? Or do we say no? But the Ola is only the fabric until we that are done up until the point of personal designation and separation. But once it's designated and separated, kind of we're locked down, and if we violate anything else, we don't have to do another Ola. So you bundle since the after half Russian the capital Ola doesn't have the ability to the capital or the non-performance of an essay after the Ola is already been separated or not. We have none need to have the Akatos. We see the ultimate the Ola should be like the Katos, not Katos, or they have Russia. So after Russia alone, so that Akatos are the Havakas. That Akatos ultimately goes before the after separation and designation. But after the act of separation and designation, what the practice is the capital is locked in. So if I do anything else after separation and designation, before one before slaughter, I require another practice. I've offered that was my question. You have question. So it's like to say that again, remember we already saw the process that kind of news that we come on together. So maybe an old mission like that. There's like a practice, there's like a practice, and everything is which were performed prior to separation designation. Since we're going to hold on, also only one for those things that we've done before separation designation, which were both of us. Sometimes we look at us, or we always have like the contest, why not? The contest application, but that's the kind of contest, so once I ever for a contest, you can't fund it. You can't fund it. You know what I mean by that? That's what a person says, you know what? I really decided, right? You know what? So, you know what? Let's do a couple of more times. Not intentionally, but unintentionally. And I'll bring one context for a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of stuff. Let's look at it. Individual transgression generates its own context and liability. commandments. Like, you know, you just imagine what that is going to look like. And it's going beautiful. It's beautiful. But, you know, that line is going to be huge to like the kindness. Like, and that is it's just amazing when you see that sitting with Tatas and the cross, right? Sitting with Tatas, ultimately, again, it's one Tatas per customer, you know, one Tatas per sin, I should say. Here's the margin. So maybe always not like Tatas. On the flip side, when it comes to Ola, one Ola could atone for many violations of the different customs, which the Gemara says. Others also, right, there's others, but also, even if you come and say that way. The Capra say, therefore, maybe I say to Akar, what's that in the Capra? We'll say, maybe because it's just like the way that has to go to traditional or various transgressions or various violations of our sins. To search for that the ability to atone for something, even after the separation and designation of the cover. Tashma, you might see colors. Some of them is those are the concepts that you will be simcha, you will be simcha, but some of them is you will go and be simcha, and the cover will be affected on the ground. This is going to be over. So watch this. You can see from the Kakaras, this is going to tell us simcha is going to affect the heart. Simcha will discuss this again. Simcha can act really on the animal. So some of the reasons it sound like simcha will affect somebody else. Dano in Kapara Elotam, the Akuna of that. Sri Kapara was an only cheese of the one. They might get that one that each other, and a lot of them are some of the news. So why does it have to say some of the news? Everybody seeing for affects a total, which the Gemara says. Tell you, I'm not going to learn some of the news on the paper. I saw this in the car, sharing this stuff. That's a way to move the fires. If I made simcha like shiyarim is also what does that mean? If I made simcha like shiyarim, like leftovers, what does that mean? So that actually says the shiyarim is stuff. Shalom yachshuva be'einav lo asa. A person did not take simcha seriously and didn't do it. Doesn't take simcha. So what's the halacha? Ma'ala alava kasa kila lo kisa. The Torah treats it as it wants. Even achieve kapara, but he will not achieve kapara. So what's that mean? The Torah is telling you that if you go and take the process of simcha and you treat it lightly, that definition of treating it lightly, I don't do it. The Torah says it's as if you haven't achieved kapara, even though in fact you really have. What the Torah is trying to impress upon you the importance of simcha, even though what? It is a non-necessity for kapara purpose. Even though kapara can't be achieved without simcha, the Torah wants you to think as if it is an indispensable part of the kapara process. Which was, what is that? My love, the keeper has seen the Kodinah. No keeper has seen the simcha. Shavri has seen the akavasha. So that's what that means as follows. That's what that means that in this case of an Olam, the Olam, without simcha, the owner will go out and do the sacrifice for any akava or any violation of an akava that took place prior to the separation designation. But what will the Olam not be mechata for? The Olam itself will not be mechata for the non-performance of simcha. Listen, here's interesting Shaila. You might say this as follows. I don't know what. This is simcha. Simcha is the next I say, I think commandment. Olam is opposed to what? Non-performance of positive commandments. I don't do simcha on my own, which means that in the process of entering on my own, I fail to perform a positive commandment. What's the shaila? The shaila is, can that olah atone for the non-performance of that positive commandment? There's a positive commandment associated with that very olah. So if you want to suggest, that's exactly that's exactly the question. So what is that an example of? That's an example of failure to perform a positive commandment after separation designation but prior to slaughter. Does the Ola have the ability to atone for those type of letters? Or no, does Ola only atone for a meals committed prior to separation designation? This is my says. Maybe that's what the Gemara means. Might not be true that I say for the Rakasha. Maybe what the best is the same, that the Ola has the ability to atone for positive commandments to perform the course of entry designation. Don't keep there as simcha and doesn't have to go into a very kapara, we'll say right. Ultimately, again, on the assay of smicha, or the very from the assay, but the having the assay or after Rasha, there's no such that you have to focus on an assay. You have to have, and after the resolution, incredible. On the Rava, assay, smicha, kapsos, and this is we're asking this, what this is the one that is in the question of everyone agrees that an Ola atones for very positive grounds. And everyone agrees that one Ola can atone for what? Right? Many non-assay, for I don't want to call violation, many acts of non-performance. The point of the study we're asking is, does it only atone for a violation of assay prior to separation resolution? Or no, really, really being taught that every one of the things that I'm not going to call it a sword. That's the point of the study. Amarava, assay to having, everyone will agree. Also, when you talk about Ola having the ability to atone, for the non-performance of sleep health, that's written. Sally also made like Hamad or something, but Hamad is some of the pain. Was the ultimately again, sleep is different. Why? Because the application of sleep level say applies to the life. And so the point is the animal actually said, Amos Habia says when ultimately again, when Amos Habia says Amos Habia says, so at one point in time, is it considered as if I invited him to say, it's venerable site, it is the only time violate the assay of not performing sleep level says when after the Ola is slaughtered. And everyone agrees, the after speaking all kinds of others, also everyone agrees that the cutoff, the latest possible cutoff for the atonement ability or atonement mode of a particular card like this well is everyone agrees that the common can't be taken to anything that takes action. That makes sense. Also, the Gemara has no means everyone agrees that an Ola, the Ola, cannot atone for its own non-performance of sleep, right? On that carbon. Why? Because when you violate the day of not having no sleep, then you have to shoot it. After shoot, you can sleep anytime you shoot it. After shoot, everyone agrees that it's covered in no longer anything that was not already included in the previous story. Which the Gemara says. Amos, God, yes. I see the camera shining eyes. If I'm coming to go shopping, but I'm with the summer play. Amos, God, yes. I'm going to do a body to up, so that's fine. Amos, was a living defense of what you never know people when you use this follows. There's because ultimately again, when an individual goes ahead and brings his own life, so Rashi points out, he achieves kapara and that means something like this. This kapara will be enough to order the divine protection. However, other things, both there can be shnaya. It was an ultimately, again, Rashi says that there are no kind of shnaya, not that's lucky for no. There are other mitzvah like this. So at the end of the day, you have not fulfilled the obligation to use any action. And the action of responsibility is not performed to the mitzvah like this. And therefore has to go ahead, and therefore, I told you that remember again, what you were talking about, so Rice is saying, well, with Harap and the Rice, a person brings a carbon and doesn't perform sleep. So we said, what's the status? Keeper below keeper. So I thought for one of you, you told me, has he told me, not told me. So husband number one is that ultimately again, he hasn't told me, but we're not happy with him. We're not happy with him. Anyway, I said at the end of the day, even though again the covenant is touching that sleep off, is as if you didn't achieve kapara, even though what? You did achieve kapara. Okay, so you were unhappy. Possibly two Gemara suggestion of the Gemara Yiga. To Rabbi said, no, maybe keeper means on one hand, I achieve in that I have achieved some level of personal atonement. In that again, I'm saved from any kind of additional suffering for my sin. But Father Shmaya, I have not inspired me. I have not really done a good job. There's some of us who know, like, terrible as I know. Sometimes in life, I can satisfy the criteria. I can check the box, but I haven't done a good job. I satisfy the obligation. So I check the box, but I've not done a good job. Check the box. Did you roll up? Check. Did you do a good job? Absolutely not. Not the job done, but did not do a good job. So once you ask for Milos none. That'd be not good. I know this is special. I know some Shaman Asher Alakah was in the Eastern kapara of the soda. So the first is with saras. So part of the cleaning process is what? Is that there's oil, right? On the oil shows on the thumb, the toes, the earlobes, the smart says, and then also whatever's left over in the top of the coin, he puts on the head of the soda. So the shemen asharaka, the chaper amok, the kasha. Also, the funny thing, whenever left over oil release, there's not no solution asharaka, but when you eat al lo shamita air, if you parallel upon the kasha. Because whatever left over oil from the top of the coin, he puts it on the head of the soda. So watch this. In Nasser, the Imam Nasser, look at that, the Kiva. Also, the Kiva say, when the Kiva says, look, if the coin puts the oil on the head of the Mitzvah, then Kapara is going to cheat. But if it doesn't work, the oil on the head of the Mitzvah, then what? No Kapara. No Kapara actually says, in Nasser, Shirai Malarosh, Mitzvah, or the Kapara, Amakara Sarosh, Siva. So the Gemara says, no from the Nui Omer, no. Shirai Mitzvah. It's not true. Look, now, also, now, wait till you if you go ahead and you put the main oil on the head of the soda, not it's tahor, but it's not. And you heard the Lashon of the Pasuk is, now no solution is a half of the Yikar Rosh HaMetahar, Yikar Alav HaKoel, Yiknasha. So the Pasuk itself hinges Hakara on the oil apple. If the boy puts the main oil on the head of the soda, and the soda has kapara, if he doesn't put the oil in it, there's no kapara. But Yocham Minori says, no, not true. She already makes it, but she's again, putting the application of the blood on the head of the soda and she died leftovers. Leftovers, it's not that kind of point. But it's not necessary. Not necessary. No, it's not essential. Not essential. But it is necessary. It's important. It's not essential. So the Gemara says, they meet on based on meat on either. Whether the put the oil on the head of the soda or not, the soda achieves kapara in Mahalin. I love kilo either, but yet we treat it as what? We treat it as if you did not have kapara. Also, see, this means Russian. You know what he says? If the coin fails to go ahead and put the oil on the head of the soda, so keep that below keep that. So ultimately, again, it's as if so what we say is what? Really, he doesn't treat kapara, and we treat it as if he didn't treat kapara. What is that? My video low keeper. What do you say that you didn't treat kapara, but we treat it as if you didn't treat kapara? If you want to say that it means that the soda has to be another carbon, a methane, that was a left hand. But then you just have to pull it left hand and right hand. You put that right hand and right hand is responsible. If you have one of the two, you can't apply it to anything on the carbon. Ella, keep a gambra, no keep a punishment. That is, you have to say that one. But what happened at soda is, the soda has affected his personal level of improvement, but God is not happy. Earth, you fulfilled your obligation, but you didn't do a good job. So your eyes are not going to respond to the act of nutrition, but the mice in the act is a legally sound. You have an act which is legally effective, but spiritually empty. As the image often happening, so one of the lessons is the same thing over there. One of the same thing over there was by the Oga that is performed without seeing God. Keeper below keeper, what is it? The halakha will say that by the Oga that keeper will say what happens? It's kosher, it's good. But what? O keeper can be shnaya. Ultimately, again, such numbers of not just you have to live for this. Which was Hassanami Kiga, Matan Bahanos, Sinas Hassanami Kiga, Matan Bahanos, and Kiga, Hassanami, Kiga, Matan Bahanos, or Kiga, Matan Bahanos. They say, what? They say, having a soda, then it needs something else. Kiga needs it, I say, remember, what's the piece of that? Piece of is where we coin, the oil applications on the thumbs, and ultimately, again, on the ears and consumers, that it means anywhere the coin keep the oil applications. So far, the maybe no food that is not no selfish. But even just nice to the head applications again, Tashma and Shimon, right? Keeps the answers nominal. So it's like you might have switched gears for just a moment. So remember, it doesn't appear, we still stuck a little bit on this intriguing lush. Ultimately, again, a keeper, low keeper. And ultimately, again, what does it mean? What does it mean that this kapara is So say, why are the spirit of spirits brought? So what they were told for is to us with the remember when the sun is the source of spirits. Like that ultimately what? If you go ahead, the spirit of spirits have the type of spirit that knows the spirit that every have the ability to affect atonement if somebody feels differently, went ahead and given for this state of Kima, or offered up Kamala state of Kima. Yisrak Damo Solution, Shane Lamakala. Ultimately, again, but once the first once the first land is offered, why do I need the second land? Which the Gemara says, Shane Lamakala, Altuma Sha'ola brings that version. It must be for what the Lord said. It must be for an act of tumult that occurred between offering number one and offering number two. To bring the last just a moment. Shane Lamakala, Dalo Richard People goes about with it. The land is offered up on trees. And the ability to atone for too much neglect of the inadvertent entry into the state or inadvertent offering of Kabbalah state. So it's a lot of two. Or one lamb atonement. What is the second one? So the Gemara suggests it must be that lamb number two helps to atone for any acts of neglect that may have occurred between one and two. Look at that. Should be sure of that. Hasaka Dice, if I didn't have to also show that, like the also shows that. This is what it says. I'm in the after, ever the after, read how you saw that. I'm going to say the whole issue, the whole show. This is in reality. We should be talking about Kabbalah's all the time. To the possibility of too much information. Ella, should be safe and possible. But we don't come have that monetary life. And if the thing is not requires constantly offer of Kabbalah on behalf of trust in the Kabbalah. So the whole of the Asim to the Akara. The Kabbalah, that was in that again. See what the people of what's happening? We're sitting there that we're 20 times separating out us. These kids have these labs. We're offering up one, we're offering up two, we're offering up two. In the event that any act that's too much neglect the Kadosh that occurred and so you might see for 1 second. Well, what that is the sense what that show now. Listen, now we're assuming right now that any two is separating at the same exact time. So what's this now? What's sound off? You're telling me now that something happened between one and two, then what? Two has the ability to make happen. Now let's say, what does that show you? That's after two has already been separated. What do you see from there? That a covenant has the ability to affect only on behalf of something, even after the covenant has been separated. Listen, the Gemara says, well, that from the last time has come out. If the covenant was separated at the same time, then I would agree with this would be approved. But a covenant has the ability to do a covenant something, even after it's separated. It doesn't mean. But I'll come and ask you, that's what the priest said. No, the Afrashina is the Afrashina. What's the priest that the priest that says, in fact, they are not separated at the same time. So that is what? They're separated ultimately again, one after the other. So the Gemara says, if you was the label itself, you see what the Za'ach has. But I don't understand. If that's the case, then ultimately again, why don't you say? Why don't you say the label itself if you see this? notice that if you're like the second so you see that even someone that's the roots of the halak people in many languages that is nothing more important than how you start. So whenever a person doesn't do it, that's one form of fashion in that listen, but no matter and the same way that no matter whether you see these actions or this is Israel as a part of the messianic process, not of the messianic process, that's also as a practice to do a detail. That's a detail that each and every one of us have the right to arrive at our own conclusions with bodies. Your point I remember is that no matter whether you say how to Messiah, no matter whether you think that's how you do it or not as how you do it, sometimes it's even if you do 70 years ago, that you didn't have to do that. The first thing is that you know, you are privileged to have access to our land. You control the borders. You control who comes in, who goes out. And you have a homeland that is accessible to us every time we want. 2,000 years after being underground at every single spot of the ruler, we have the United people and the land of our earth and the body of our earth. And earth snow protected. And ice snow wasn't the incredible, incredible love of Jesus. This ultimately again that we have to go back and how come we get the proliferation of Torah is upheld. Right? People often have this idea that pre-war Europe is that the epitome of food. Let's say pre-war Europe, almost everyone was influenced. They said Amalaxis. It's true. Kind of an observance of God. We live in a different time. The proliferation of sheets of Torah, of centers of Torah, specifically in the Old Testament, is historically unprecedented. Unprecedented. We actually shut out our love of the child for this incredible glory. Nothing I can get what it says. The child of our Lord. But he actually says something to not. He says, you know, when the Iraqi of the snow, say, make one land, because it's your parents, or promise your stuff. So last sins and after says, you would have sins. Parents is stuff. Your parents and promise stuff. Step into that land. Sell it. Step into that land. You pay for this. You see, you could live any other land. It's very hard to see how beautiful that city is. It's incredible to know. But, you know, that doesn't penetrate your soul. You can go and you can have very wonderful memories and you can wonderful passions, but it doesn't penetrate your soul. There's only one land release of this world which penetrates your soul. There's only one land which you are completely consumed. And that's all to say. The left concept of Latin is Spada. Because it's Eretz, Kalas, Yoshua. It is a land that sees on the inside, on the outside. And I've also got to create here. But I'm inspired to create myself. Even if you're old, because how did you do this? Founding of the city at the beginning of the nation. One thing is clear, which is what? Certainly not the be all end all. There's more redemption that's to come. There's Mashiach, there's Mikdash, there's people's stories, so many things. But it's incredible to think that we celebrate here that 70 years ago another dramatic step forward. And it behooves each of us. It can't have to be borrowed from each other. It behooves each of us to do that. Ultimate strength, next to Christ. It's so important. Even if we don't have limited times to live there, and even if we don't go necessarily, regularly, because we have to step through the Christ that is Israel. However, you do that, whether a person supports causes in Israel, whether a person has Kabbalah, bring the Mishmeret for the soldiers of the idea, whether a person is going to enter into the Mishmeret, the Sakazega, and then the Bishop for the Sunday after. And the first time you go to something, you give the Israel. And I hope that some way, somehow, you're supposed to get there soon. However we do it, we have to strengthen our bonds, we have to strengthen our ties, we have to strengthen our trust hearts, our love to Eretz Yisrael, and the massacres of celebrating the historical miracle, of appreciating the gift of the Torah, we have to cherish up to the cross, deliver to our doorstep, the incredible Messiah Nefesh, which is opening us to see, not just the Askalta to do love, which is opening us to see, All right, then we'll say good morning. Let's begin. A lot to do today. First of all, our shir this morning, the shiurim this month, are sponsored by Ayal and Sarah Steinberg in honor of the yahrzeit of Ayal's mother, Elia Daphna Dasosi. We hope that in American Talmud Torah and Misham will have an aliyah in the family in the Chama. Thank you for the sponsorship. The shir today is sponsored by Robert and Lisa Lilienfeld in memory of Robert's mother, Madeline Lilienfeld, Migdal Bas Velvel on her yahrzeit, and by Ron Gartenhouse and family in honor of the yahrzeit of his father, Uri Ripa ben Baruch Zichron Yevracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Shamas will have an aliyah in the family's Ein Chama. Go ahead and make the sponsorship. So let's begin. A beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Dalit. I want to thank you for giving the share yesterday. We're going to pick up from the top of Dalit and Dalit. Mamish, the first one. Minolan Deva'ina Zlicha Lishma. Let's remember again. So now we're going to talk today about Lishma. Two different types of Lishma. One, what we'll call a type of sacrificial Lishma, the obligation to go ahead and offer up a carbon for a particular purpose. In other words, that if I'm offering up a shlamim, I have to have in mind that it's for a shlamim, so on and so forth. Then we're going to discuss Lishma L'Tayim. The idea that when offering up a carbon, one has to offer it up Lishma for the particular owner upon whose behalf it's being offered. So Minalan Deva'ina Zlicha Lishma. So from where do we know, so the Gemara says, where do we know that when one is offering the carbon, one must have in mind that the carbon is being offered for the particular type of carbon. That if I'm offering up a shlamim, I have to have in mind when I'm doing the avodah that it's for shlamim. I'm going ahead and offering up an olav, I have to have in mind that it's for the sake of an olav. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, from that when I check the carbon, it has to be done with shma. The pasuk says, "Bilim zevach shlamim karbano." The pasuk says, if it's a zevach shlamim, will be his carbon. Shetei zvicha l'shem shlamim. So what's interesting, what the Gemara darshan over here is the pasuk says zevach shlamim. That word zevach is really extra. Just said shlamim karbano. In zevach shlamim, the Gemara darshan to mean that the zevach, the offering itself, must be l'shem shlamim. Must ultimately again be for the sake of the particular carbon. So the Gemara said, well, maybe not. Maybe zevach shlamim is just the way the Torah calls the carbon, or maybe that's just the name of the carbon that the Torah calls it. Instead of just calling it a shlamim, the way the Torah refers to a sacrificial offering of shlamim is a zevach shlamim. Mitzvah hamakir as dam hashlamim, hazorik as dam hashlamim, v'lo ksiv zevach, v'alo ksiv zevach. So here's the difference. If indeed that's just the terminology by which the Torah refers to the shlamim, just calls the shlamim a zevach shlamim. If that's the case, then that phraseology should have been used every single time the Torah refers to the carbon. But that is not the case. Under normal circumstances, the Torah just calls the shlamim a what? A shlamim. So why does the Torah choose to add in the word zevach over here? It must be for a drasha. What's the drasha, Rabbi say? Shmamina shetei zvicha l'shem shlamim. What do you learn from here? You learn from here that the actual slaughter itself must be for the sake of shlamim. So Rabbi says, so now we've just seen that halacha l'maisa, we've seen the source for the fact that when slaughtering the carbon, one must have in mind, at least the particular type of carbon they're offering. Now, for us, it's already a bit anticlimactic because we already saw from the Mishnah that if you don't have in mind for the particular carbon, what's the halacha? right? Halacha as it works, meaning we saw even better. We saw that even if one what? Even if one has in mind for a dramatically different type of carbon, the carbon is still good. The only exception is that what? It doesn't necessarily count towards the obligation of the owner. So again, we're talking lechatchila though. That's actually adds in that word lechatchila. So the halach is lechatchila when one shechts a carbon, one has to have in mind the particular carbon they're shecht. Good. Ashtichan zvicha. So now we've established that for shchita, you should have in mind for the particular type of carbon that you're offering. Shara avodos minalan. How do I know about other avodos? I don't know about other parts. You also remember again, one of the incredibly exciting parts, giving you coming attraction from this, is that I'm actually going to go through carbonos step by step. It's part of the reason we're amongst friends, so you can talk openly and honestly. Some of the reasons why we often tune out when it comes to gemaras on carbonos is for a very simple reason, which is what? We have no idea what we're talking about, right? So when you have no idea, which is generally people try to avoid subjects that they don't. Most people try to avoid subjects they don't know what they're talking about. Some people don't gravitate towards those subjects, but that's a different discussion. So we'll say so. Part of the reason why carbonos sometimes I guess we speak because I don't know what it is. The incredible part about this concept is we're really going to get into the kishtas of the carbonos. Right? And we're going to get to see the different processes. So right now, I think we're working our way through what we'll call them the blood avodos or the dam avodos. So now I understand shchita, slurring of the carbon has to be done lechatchila for the sake of the carbon. What about ashkechan zvicha shar avodos minala? What about the other parts of the service? And we'll discuss. We're going to go through what are the other parts of the service. How do I know that the other parts of the sacrificial service also should lechatchila be done lishma? Maybe you'll say, you learn it out ultimately again from Shchita. So I'll say, here's the difference. The difference is, so maybe I'll say, just like Zvicha, just like Shchita has to be done Lishma, so too everything else in the carbon also has to be done Lishma, to which the Gemara said, well, here's the difference. Shchita is a little bit different. Shchita has a unique halacha in that what I was saying. And that halacha is that if you shecht a carbon pesach for the intention of someone who does not have the ability to partake of the carbon, then what's the halacha? The halacha is it invalidates the carbon. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Poseles shalol l'shem ochlim b'pesach. It's the last of the wide line that I have of Rashi. Shem shachta l'shem ochlim kigon l'chola. ולזקים שאין יכולים לאכול כזית פסל ואכילו הם בילו. דכסיב איש לפי אכלו אכילו בכזית. ושאר עבודות לא פסל לשלול לאכול. So looks like what you might just point out over here is maybe you can't learn out the other avodos from achila. Why? Because, from zvicha, from shchita. Because shchita does have a particularly unique chumrah. What's the chumrah we'll say? By one particular carbon pesach is actually very interesting. If you shecht a carbon pesach, to have in mind for someone to partake in the carbon pesach who is not fit to eat a kizayis of the carbon pesach. For example, I'm shechting my carbon pesach on behalf of the chabura, and one of the members of the chabura is an old, infirm person who can't eat a kizayis of carbon pesach. What's the halacha saying? That invalidates the carbon. And again, we'll discuss why that is, but it's an incredibly dramatic shita. What the Imam just pointed out over here is, so shchita itself has a unique chumrah associated with it. Because of that, perhaps it cannot be used to teach me that I need lishma by the other avodos. Rather, what does the pasuk say? Hamakriv as dam hashlam. The pasuk says, he who goes ahead and offers up the blood of the shlamim. Shetehei Kabbalah l'shem shlam. So we'll say in this case, interestingly enough, so Makriv is a reference to Kabbalah. And we'll say, what is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is the step after Shchita. So the carbon is shechted. Then what happens? The blood spurts out, right? So the blood is caught in a kli sharis, in a receptacle that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash. That's called Kabbalah. That's called Kabbalah Sadam. So the pasuk says Hamakriv as dam hashlam. So he will go ahead and receive. He will receive. It literally means he offers up, but this refers to Kabbalah. He will receive the blood of the shlamim. Shetei Kabbalah l'shem shlamim. So what do we see from here? See, it says that God. That what does he have to do? That's the dam hashlamim. So it's like dam hashlamim. Gemara actually means what? That when you receive the blood, you should have in mind that what? L'shem shlamim. L'shem shlamim. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why not just write the Lishma obligation by Kabbalah, by receiving the blood? And I could have learned that from there as well. Just like Kabbalah has to be Lishma, so too what? So the Shrit has to be Lishma. In other words, like, at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, what the Torah doesn't need to teach me the Lishma concept by all the different parts of the sacrificial service. Teach me by one part, and I can extrapolate from there that I need the Shema by all parts. So teach me that I need the Shema by Kabbalah, and I can learn it out by Shrita, to which the Gemara says, "V'leilah the Shrita mina, you shouldn't be the mitzvah because it's a firqa. Ma'ala Kabbalah shekem psula b'zar b'isha." Well, say here's the difference. The difference is that Kabbalah. Remember, we'll see this. We're going to see this in greater depth. Shrita is kshera b'zar. Shrita of a carbon could be done by anyone. Shrita of the carbon does not have to be done by a kohen. It can be done by a zar non-kohen as well. Remember again, the halacha is that's only by shchita, right? When it comes to zrika, when it comes to Kabbalah or the other forms, ultimately again, or the other parts of the carbon, those cannot be done by a zar, by a non-kohen, or by a isha. So because of that, again, I cannot necessarily go ahead and take Kabbalah and learn out other things from Kabbalah because Kabbalah has chumras over, let's say, shchita. So ashkechon shchita the Kabbalah. So now here's what we got. We understand now that Shechita has to be done Lishma, Kabbalah has to be done Lishma. Zrika minalan, we'll say, what about the sprinkling of the blood? Right? From where do I know that that also has to be done Lishma? So maybe you'll say, okay, not a problem. I can learn out Zrika from what they were saying, from Shechita and from Kabbalah. So meaning, even if you want to say that Shechita is unique because it could be done by anyone, Kabbalah, the receiving of the blood, we already established, can only be done by a Kohen. So if Kabbalah has to ultimately be done by a Kohen and requires the Shema, then what? Then Zrika. Also remember again, what's the Zrika? Zrika is the sprinkling of the blood on the Mizbeach. So where do I know that Zrika has to be done the Shema as well? Which the ones so learn it out from Shchita and from Kabbalah. So here we'll say that maybe Zrika is a little bit different. Number one, because Zrika only is done on the northern side of the Beis Hamikdash, and furthermore, again, it applies ultimately again in chatos hakninios. Ultimately, again, with chatos offerings that are offered up on the inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Look at Rashi. Ultimately, again, on both sides, there is no sprinkling on what we call the Mizbeach HaChitzon. Again, we'll discuss what all of these particular details mean. The point the Gemara is making over here, I will say, is that what? Is that Zrika has unique chumras over Kabbalah and over Shchita, which the Gemara says, Ela Amakra, Hazorik Estam Hashlamim, Shete Zrika L'Shem Shlam. Therefore, I will say it's okay. We don't have to learn Zrika from anywhere else because we have a pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Hazorik Estam Hashlamim. So we'll say, what do you see? If you notice, by the way, every drush is pretty much the same. What do you see? What is the Torah doing? Like every single step of the sacrificial process, the Torah is going out of its way to restate which word? Good. Shlamim. Right? Shlamim. Right? Every time we restate Shlamim. And I said, what about Shlamim? Just tell me one time. Introduce the concept with Shlamim, and you don't need to keep on repeating the word over and over and over. The fact that it restates the word by every single step of the sacrificial process. It says Shlamim by Shchita. It says Shlamim by Kabbalah. It says Shlamim by Zrika. Tells me that what? Tells me that what? Has to be done Lishma. Has to be done Lishma. And again, even though normally I'd be tempted to say, well, don't keep repeating it, just let me learn out one step from the other. Obviously, we can't because Halakha L'maisa, what Gemara is pointing out, is that each part of the sacrificial process has its own unique aspect to it. So therefore, again, by Zrika. Good. So again, the Gemara is asking me, so okay, so why don't you just write the Lishma obligation by Zrika? And let me learn out everything else from Zrika. I'll learn out Shchita, Kabbalah from Zrika, to which the Gemara said, Mishum Di'ikal HaMifrah, because one can raise a pirkot. Ma'al Zrika shekin chayiv alea zar yisa. Let's say here's the difference. By Zrika, if a non-Kohen goes ahead and does Zrika, he's chayiv misa v'dishraim. Now, I know what you're thinking to yourself, but 1 second. Kabbalah, we just established before that what? Also has to be done by a Kohen. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Zrika zar chayiv alea misa. About Shchita Chira Bizar. So first of all, Shchita we know Lakatila is even kosher with the non-Kohen. The Kabbalah Baholacha Abba Pisha Psula Bizar Ein Chayim Ala Misa Kidamina B'Sedi Yuma. So what's interesting enough, as much as Kabbalah, the receiving of the blood, and Holacha, the taking of the blood to the Mizbeach, also has to be done with a Kohen. If a non-Kohen does it, he's not Chayiv Misa. Masha'en King Zrika, the actual sprinkling on the Mizbeach, if a non-Kohen does it, there is a Chayiv Misa. So because Zrika has this Chumrah of the Chayiv Misa, can't learn out the din of Lishma from Zrika to the other forms of Avonis. So Ashkechan Kulas, we'll say, so now look what we've got. We're accomplishing a lot in a relatively short amount of time already. So I've established now Shchita, Kabbalah, Zrika, all require Lishma. What about Ashkechan Kulu? Holacha Minola. And we'll say, what about Holacha? The Holacha, interestingly enough, we'll say is what? Tishmok Yinun. Holacha is the process after you receive the blood in the Klishais. It is the process of working the blood over to the Mizbeach to sprinkle it. So holacha is the process between Kabbalah and Zrika. So what about holacha? So maybe you'll say, okay, you can just learn out halacha from everything else. So as I will say, the logic would dictate that what? If Kabbalah has to be Lishma, and if Zrika has to be Lishma, then what? And halacha has to be Lishma. Why? Because again, it's the process right in between those two. So we're done. To which the says, well, not necessarily. I'll tell you why. Malakulu shekin avoda she'efshar levatla. So we'll see. Here's the difference. The difference is that Kabbalah, Shchita, Kabbalah, Zrika are indispensable parts of the sacrificial service. In other words, you need them as part of the carbonic service, and if you don't have it, ultimately again the carbon is invalid. Tomer b'halacha she'efshar levatla. We'll say that if you want to, you can technically negate the holacha. We'll say, how can you negate the holacha? By shechting the carbon right next to the mizbeach. We'll say, holacha is a function, it serves a utilitarian function. I shech the carbon is there, I need to sprinkle the blood there, I have to walk the blood over from point A to point B. But on a technical level, if you shech the carbon right next to the mizbeach, let's remember again, so I'll bring in one of these days. If you can imagine your image of the second Beis Hamikdash, so remember again, you have the Mizbeach at Kitzon, the outer Mizbeach, right next to the outer Mizbeach also with the rings. Those rings are the rings that remember from our human days. They lift it up, you push the animal on its side, the ring came down, clamped down on the head of the animal, and allowed for Shechita to take place. Those rings are not far from the Mizbeach, so technically speaking, you can do the Shechita right next to the Mizbeach and obviate the need for holacha altogether. So because of that, again, because halacha is not quote unquote a necessity, therefore by definition it can't go ahead and be learned out from the other avodas. So we learn out that halacha has to be the shema as well. Elo amerkra v'hikriv esakala mizbecha. Rather than the pasuk says, you shall offer up everything on the mizbech. But Amar Mar zu halachas ibarim lekedesh. And Mar said that this refers mostly to what? To the walking of the limbs over to the ramp of the mizbeach. The Tanya v'ikrivu. So we'll say, so before we go on, ultimately again the pasuk goes ahead and equates the process of holacha to the other processes as well. It tells you that the process of holacha also has to go ahead and be done the shema. So the Gemara says the Tanya, Vikrivo, he will offer it up Zu Kabbalah Sadam. Also this refers ultimately again to receiving the blood. The Apikrach Mona Balashra halacha. And the Torah, yet interestingly enough, even though it's called Kabbalah Sadam, so the Torah uses the lashon ultimately again of holacha, transporting the blood. Remember, the holacha lo tafka michlal Kabbalah. Teach you that holacha also should not be removed from the general cloud of Kabbalah. To teach you that what, just as Kabbalah, just as the receiving of the blood has to be done l'shma, so too again holacha, the process of transporting the blood from point A to point B also must be done l'shma. Good. So we'll say, so again, so now just understand what we've just done. So halacha l'maisa. What the Gemara is just proving is that at least the Chatchila, Shchita, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika, all have to be done with Shema. I want to say the Shema we're talking about over here is what? The Shem Karba. When one does these four processes, one must have in mind the particular type of carbon that is being offered up. Good. Ashkichan Shinui Kodesh. Shinui Bailamina. So I want to say now what we've established is what we call Shinui Kodesh. we've established that when offering up a carbon and engaging in the various carbonic processes, that one has to have in mind for a particular type of carbon. Shinui bailen minala. How do I know also that when offering up a carbon has to be offered up specifically for the intent of the particular owner, right? So meaning if it's Ruvain's carbon, it really should be offered up l'chatchila with having Ruvain in mind. We've established now that everything has to be done l'shem the particular type of carbon. How do I know that l'chatchila? It also has to be done ultimately again for the sake of the particular owner. If you look at Rashi, Rashi shinui bailu minala, shetzach l'shofto al menashi is kapru bo bailo. Below she is kapru bo akar. So Rashi seems to realize it's not just having the particular owner in mind, but rather it's having in mind that the particular owner should achieve atonement through this particular carbon, and not that someone else should achieve atonement. So where do I know that from? Right? I'm going to put it as great Ravani. I'm a crowd. Ubasar zevach hodas shlamach. So the pasuk says, literally again, the meat zevach hodas shlamach of the zevach is a carbon. Hodas shlamach, the toda that's the shlamach. Shete zvicha l'shem toda. The most like enough to my dash this pasuk. Remember again, that word zevach, which we saw beforehand also, is really extra. So the Gemara dashes over here. Basar zevach toda shlamach means what? Zevach doesn't just mean a carbon, rather Zevach means shchita. Shete zvicha l'shem toda. When offering up the carbon should be offered up for the purpose, express purpose of a toda. Now what is that teaching me? Seemingly that's teaching me l'shem carbon, right? Seemingly that's teaching me that when offering up a carbon, one has to offer it up specifically for a particular type of carbon. Also, but again, remember, we've already learned that. I already have a lead with that. We just established that before. So the Gemara says it's okay. And Eino Inyan L'Shinei Kodesh Kenakava Mehasam. If I don't need this phrase to teach me that a carbon should be offered ideally for the particular type of carbon in question, because we already learned that earlier from a different pasuk. Keneu Inyan L'Shinei Bayim. Use the pasuk ultimately what? To teach me the halacha that the carbon must be offered up for the express purpose of achieving atonement for the particular owner. So which the Gemara says, but does this pasuk come to teach us about a Shinei Bayim? What's the Gemara called Shinoi Bailan? What the phrase actually Shinoi Bailan means that I have to have in mind, I should have in mind for a different owner. I should have in mind to be mechaber for the particular owner of that carbon. So the Gemara said, but 1 second, that pasuk comes to teach us something else. So the Hami Baila Hudasa, Hami Baila Hidisanya, and that was teaching about me halacha, what's halacha was saying? Ubasar Zerach Todas Shlamav. So the phrase says, Basar Zerach Todas Shlamav. What does it come to teach us? They will say to offer up a toad offering. Remember again, the toad offering is the very unique Thanksgiving carbon. If a person ultimately again is saved from some type of life-threatening situation or inherently dangerous situation, the person brings the carbon toda. So this is what we learn from that passage. It teaches us that if a person goes ahead and shechted the carbon, the toda, the shem shlamim, or most let's say when shechting, I didn't have in mind for a toda, had in mind for a shlamim, that the carbon is still kosher. Shlamim sheshachtim l'shem toda psula. But it was say if when one was shechting it, one was shechting a shlamim, and they had in mind that the shlamim should be a toda, then ultimately again the carbon is fossil. To which the Gemara says, "Well, ma hefresh bein zeh l'zeh." We'll say, why is it that if I go ahead and I check the toda l'shem shlamim, that the carbon is kosher, but if I toda l'shem shlamim, right? If I go ahead and if I check the toda l'shem shlamim, it's kosher. If I check the shlam l'shem toda, it's kosher. We'll say, why is that? Very simple. Toda through shlamim. Because it will say ultimately again, the toda itself is the first of the shlamim. We'll say, where do we say the toda is the first of the shlamim? That's the pasuk. Basar zevach todas shlamim. The toda is referred to as shlamim. Therefore, again, if I check the toda with the intention, with the kavanah for shlamim, it works. Then shlamim kuruya toda. The shlamim will say it's not called the toda. Therefore, if you check the shlamim for the sake of a toda, it doesn't work. So the point over here is the Gemara is using this pasuk of basar zevach todas shlamim. Teach me that a carbon has to be offered up for the sake of the atonement of the particular owner. The Gemara says, but 1 second, we use that pasuk to teach us something else, which is what? That a toda offered for the sake of a shlamim works, but a shlamim offered for the sake of a toda doesn't work. So the pasuk is not free for the drasha you want to use it for. To which the Gemara says, no. Ana mizevach kamina. The word we're actually utilizing for the drasha is the word zevach. Is the word zevach? That's the word we're utilizing for the drasha. So what's like the other drasha of Shlam and Toda is utilizing the phrase of Todas Shlama, the linkage between Toda and Shlam. We're actually going ahead and focusing on the word zevach. Carbon has to be his carbon. The carbon should be offered up for the particular owner. To which the Gemara says, Imkain, Mirtovkra, Ubasra, Todas Shlama, Zevach. If that's the case, ultimately, again, the pasuk should have said, phrased it differently. Let it say, Ubasra, Todas Shlama, Zevach. My Zevach, why is Zevach placed there in the middle? Shmaminat Karki. I'll say, ultimately, again, it teaches us two things. Number one, ultimately, again, what this actually Rashi points out that there's another halacha that's being taught that we're going to come back to on the base of this more, which is that from Zevach we also learn that the carbon toda has a particular window of consumption. That the halacha is that it can only be eaten for a certain amount of time. What we will see is we actually learn out two halachas from this word Zevach. Halacha number one is that there is a particular window of consumption. And halacha number two, which is the one that's more important for us right now, is that the carbon has to be offered up to Shem Brayli for the sake of that particular owner. So we'll say, so now what we've just established is Hashem, halacha l'maisa, point number one, shlesi. Shlita has to be done with Shem Brayli. Shlita has to be done ultimately again for the sake of that particular owner. Hashkichan zvicha sharabolis minalan. We've established now that Shlita has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. What about the other parts of the carbonic service? So maybe you'll say, okay, learn it out from Shlita, just like Shlita has to be done with Shem Bailim, so do the other forms of Avodah also have to be done with Shem Bailim, to which the Gemara says no. Say that the Gemara says, Mala Shlita, Mala Zvicha, Shekin Posa, Sholishim, Oklim, and Pesach. So remember again, Shlita has its own unique chumrah. So what's the unique chumrah of Shlita? The unique chumrah of Shlita is like Karban Pesach. So what's the halacha like Karban Pesach? The Karban Pesach, if you end up shechting the carbon for the sake of someone who does not have the ability to eat up the carbon, then also what does that do? It invalidates the shechit in its entirety, which is an incredible halacha. Again, not our topic now, but it does for us. Once it tells us that shechita has a unique, stringent peculiarity. So because of that, it cannot be used as the source for other halachas. So even though we've established that halacha l'maisa the shechita should be done for the sake of the particular owner, I can't learn out the other parts of the service from shechita. So where do I learn it out from? To which the Gemara says, Ne'amra zlicha b'shinoi kodesh, and Ne'amra zlicha b'shinoi bailim. So the Gemara does something very interesting. It says the word zlicha also b'shinoi kodesh, which means it says the word zlicha. And the Torah teaches me that the carbon should be slaughtered for the sake of the particular carbon. And it says over here, it says the word zvicha. When the Torah teaches me the halacha that the carbon should be offered up on behalf of the particular owner. Also, just like in Shnei Kodesh, just like beforehand, we've established that just like Shechita has to be done for the sake of the particular carbon, so too the other avodos have to be done for the sake of the particular carbon. But I so too over here as well. So we'll say again, what the Gemara is essentially doing is comparing the two forms of the Shema. If we've already established that halacha l'maisa, when it comes to the Shema of the type of carbon, we've already established that Shechita, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika, all should be done for the sake of the particular carbon. Then what I will say, once I establish that Shechita should be done for the sake of the particular owner, logic dictates that what? That the other avodos as well, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika, should be done for the sake of the owner as well. To which the Gemara says, well, one could raise a question on this comparison. Malish Shinoi Kodesh Shekin Sula Biba. Well, since the Gemara is actually going to raise a couple of questions. Okay, raise a couple of questions with this comparison. So what we're just trying to do is just try to compare what we call the Shema of the carbon to the Shema of the Bible. And to say, just like you need the Shema of the carbon, for the particular sake of the carbon, and all of the four types of avodah, Shechita, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika, so too again, when it comes to the Shem Bailim, for the sake of the particular owner, once you've established that the Shechita has to be done for the sake of the particular owner, then what? all of the other avodah should be done for the sake of the particular owner. Which the Gemara says, just understand that comparison between the Shema of we call Shema of the carbon and the Shema of the Bailin has a couple of problems. What's the problem? Number one, Malishinei Kodesh came Psula B'Gufa. So we'll say, first of all, Shinoi Kodesh will say, which means what? We have a Shema of the carbon, not having in mind for the sake of the particular carbon in question of our side, is what we call a Psula B'Gufa. If I'm offering up a Shlamim, and instead I have in mind for an Olav, we'll say that's a Psul in the inherent character of the carbon. Next, Yesh, as opposed to, let's say, we'll say Shinoi Bailam, which may not be. Yeshma Ba'arba Avodos. Furthermore, again, we established that Shinoi Kodesh will say applies to all the 4 different types of avodah, i.e., Shchita, Kabbalah, Olocha, Tzrika. Yeshma La'achamisa, that was actually very interesting. It applies ultimately after the death of the owner as well. Now, if you look at Rashi, second to last line, Yeshma La'achamisa, Hamatrish Karbana Umeitz. If somebody sets aside a carbon and he dies, the owner dies, before he has the opportunity to bring it, V'hayorish Makrivo, and now the inheritor of the deceased individual is going to bring the carbon, Shayach Bo Shinoi Kodesh. So we'll say the inheritor has the ability ultimately to go ahead and potentially erroneously change the kavanah for which the carbon is offered. He can have in mind have it was supposed to be a shlamim. He can have in mind to make it into an olah. But again, there is no possibility of shinoi bailim after the death of the owner. Next, yeshno b'tzibur kibiyafim. And furthermore, again, I will say, so shinoi karban can happen with a communal offering, whereas shinoi bailim cannot. Why did Shinoi Bailim not happen with the communal offering? It was because at point out everybody owns that particular carbon. So the Gemara is doing is you're trying to compare Shinoi carbon or Shinoi Bailim to Shinoi carbon, and say the same way that all of the 4 types of service, sacrificial service, require the Shema by the carbon, so do they require the Shema by the owners. All the Gemara is saying is the comparison is fraught with complications. And even though, again, 2 out of these 4 objections are not really valid, ultimately, again, 2 of them are valid. So we'll discuss which ones are valid, which ones aren't valid. One of the things the Gemara said was that Shinoi Karban, if a person goes ahead and, let's say, he's offering up a shlamim, but he has in mind that it should be an olah. So also the Gemara says that's a psul b'gufa. The problem is that's in the problem with the inherent character of the carbon, suggesting that shinoi bailim, that having in mind the wrong owners for the carbon is not an inherent flaw in the carbon. Why is it that if you have a change of kavanah for the owner, it's not considered to be an inherent character flaw in the carbon? Because all it is a thought. Shinoi Kodesh I don't understand. But I'm saying everything we're dealing with over here is what? It's all thoughts. Right? All of this has to do with kavanas. Ella, Kevan the Akshav of Psula. Hafanami Kevan the Akshav of Psula. I don't understand if you're going to tell me that an erroneous thought or a mistaken thought has the ability to invalidate the carbon by Shinoi Kodesh, by attributing to it the wrong designation. So let's say the wrong thought about the wrong owners should also go ahead and invalidate. In other words, it's the same flaw, which is a flaw in kavanah. One is just the kavanah for the type of carbon. One is the kavanah for the owner. And what's according to Pinchas Bar Mari, so again, we'll discuss this shita. He says, Yesh Shinoi Bailam Achamisa, which means what? That even after, let's say, Reuven set aside a shlamim. Reuven dies. Oh, let's keep it simple. Yaakov set aside a shlamim. Yaakov dies. He has a son by the name of Reuven. Reuven inherits his father, and along with the estate that he inherits what? A carbon. Right? So we'll say now, what's going to happen? Reuven goes and offers up the carbon. So we just said before, there's no shinoi bailam achamisa. There's no such thing as changing the kavanas for the owner after the death of the owner because the owner is dead. But Pinchas Ben Mari says, no, you can have shinoi bailam even after the death of the owner. We'll discuss how that is. So the Gemara says, Pinchas Ben Mari, breaks Rav Mari, shinoi bailam achamisa, tarikiniya ital mikra. So we'll say, even if you take these two things off the table, even if you take Yeshinei La'achamisa off the table, and you take about ultimately again that both are Psulim Hashama off the table, there are still 2 other objections to this comparison. So let's keep our eye on the ball. Remember, what are we trying to do over here? It's not like existential question. And what are they trying to do over here? Which here's what we've established. We've established that halacha l'maisa, all four parts of the carbonic process of shchita, kabbalah, olach, zrika, all the chatchila have to be done. The shame for the particular sake of the carbon being offered. Okay. Now that's part one. Part two. Now we transition to what we call the shame bailing. Now, when offering up a carbon, one should have in mind the actual owner upon whose behalf it is being offered. We established that concept applies by shchita. We try not to apply it to what? To the other three. To Kabbalah, to Halacha, to Zrika. You must have a simple way to do this. Let's just compare the Lishma of Bailim to the Lishma of Carbon. Just like carbon applies to all, the Lishma of Carbon applies to all four steps. So the Lishma of Bailim, four steps as well. All the Gemara just said is that comparison is not glad. Right? That comparison is fraught with certain complications. The Gemara raised 4 complications, and now the Gemara, even if you take 2 off the table because not everybody agrees with them, there are still 2 objections ultimately against that comparison. I will say, and the objections themselves have to do with the fact that they're really not necessarily comparable. They still are 2 shima, meaning the shema of Bailim and the shema of Carbon are two separate entities. To which the Gemara says, Ela Amar Avashi Amar Kras. We'll say the Gemara says, all right, fine. So now if you can't learn out the shema of Bailim from the shema of the Carbon, let's try to learn out from a pasuk. So what does the pasuk say? So what does the pasuk says? That the Carbon will be accepted to him or for him, to atone for him. What do we learn from here? Allah v'lo al chaveira. Let's say it teaches me that what? That the kapara should be effective for who? For the owner and not for his friend. So let's say that seems to be pretty clear. That's what? That Allah a carbon l'chatchila requires the shema of the bayit. The chatchila has to be offered up for the sake of the particular owner. This is second. The halacha ha'idasa. But is that what that pasuk comes to teach us? That pasuk comes to teach us another halacha. To which the Gemara says, I need that for another halacha. What's that halacha? The near solo lechaper alav is what we learned in the right. So the pasuk says, the near solo lechaper alav, that it should be accepted for him, to atone for him. That be Shimon Omer es sha'alav chayev ba'achri yuso, ve'es she'inu alav inu chayev ba'achri yuso. So there's another fascinating halacha which is learned after the Shimon says, es sha'alav, that which is upon you, you have an achrayus for. That which is not upon you, you don't have an achrayus for. Suppose like if you look at Rashi, Rashi says es sha'alav kiko neged da'amar hare alai ola chayev ba'achri yuso. Suppose it's actually very interesting. The person says, Hare alai ola. I hereby take an obligation to bring. I make a letter, I make a vow. So when you say Hare alai, so the obligation is upon the individual, which means what? Let's say I say Hare alai carbon, and I go ahead and I separate out a sheep. And then never what happens? The sheep dies. We'll say, what's the halacha? The halacha is I still have to bring the carbon. Why? Because I said Hare alai. The obligation is on me. As opposed to what? If I say Hare zu carbon, that animal is a carbon, and never the animal expires. And I will say, what's the halacha? The halacha is I'm done. So the Gemara says, you can't use this concept to teach me that a carbon has to be offered up to Shem Bailim. This concept teaches me a different halacha, which is what? That you have the obligation upon yourself, and you have an achrayus. Even if the animal set aside dies, you still have to satisfy the obligation of another animal. Mashiach came if you didn't take the achrayus upon yourself, but rather you place the achrayus square upon the animal. If the animal dies, then you no longer have an obligation. And sha'alav chayvach you. So if you bring the obligation upon yourself, you said hare alai, then even if the animal you designated dies, you still have to bring another animal. Versus the eshein olav. So the eshein olav means that the person says hare zu olav. Right, this animal should be an olav. Then what happens? If you designate the animal dies, then what? You are freed from further obligation. What's the reason for this? Because also when you say alai, it's as if what? You are carrying the obligation upon your shoulders. So it's the Gemara says, Ravashi, also Ravashi is learning it out. See, this drasha of the Yitzchak Baratini, or this drasha of the Shimon, is learned out from the word alav. Ultimately, again, Rav Ashi is learning it out from the first phrase of the Yirtza lo. So So again, really two different drushes in the same pasuk. So the Allah lechaber Allah teaches me that if I took the obligation upon myself, then what? Even if the animal I designated died, I have to bring a replacement karma. Whereas Rav Ashi was learning out from the first part of the pasuk of the nirtza lo, and the nirtza lo means what? That the covenant has to be offered for the sake of the particular owner. Good. Ashkichan zricha uzrika. So now we've established is what? That the slaughtering, the shchita, and the zrika, the sprinkling of the blood, both have to be done lechatchila for the sake of the particular owner. Kabbalah minalan, was how do we know that the receiving of the blood has to be done l'shma. Maybe I say that I'll learn it out. I'll learn out Kabbalah. Ultimately, again, from Zrika, not the Zrika, Shekin Avodah, Shekayavra. Of course, let's say here's the difference. If a person does Zrika or Zrika outside of the Beis HaMikdash, one is Chayiv for that. If one does Kabbalah outside of the Beis HaMikdash, technically speaking, one is not Chayiv for that. I'm going to Rashi. Asya me'el nasr. So now it says the Gemara, we can learn it out from the ram offering of the nuts. What does it say? So the pasuk of the Gemara quotes, "Be'as ha'ayo ya'aseh zevach shlamim." So we'll say the ayo will be done as a zevach shlamim. Shetehei asiyas l'shem shlamim. We'll say, what do you see over here? Torah goes out of its way to say that the ayo of the nazir has to be done for the sake of a shlamim. Now we'll say, so what does that mean? That's teaching me the carbon has to be done the shema for the sake of the particular carbon. I will say, I don't need the Torah to teach you that. Why? Because we've learned that already from a different pasuk. So the Gemara says, if I don't need this pasuk to teach that the carbon has to be offered up the shema, because you already learned this out from an earlier source, ultimately use it for what? Use it to teach me that the carbon has to be offered up for the sake of the particular owner. What's this? So Rav says as follows. He breaks up the pasuk like this. Ema ya'aseh klal, or say the word ya'aseh is a klal, a general statement. Zevach prat, the word zevach most likely is a specific term. Klalu prat. Therefore, again, the pasuk is a klalu prat. Ein bechlal al masha prat. I'm not saying general. We see what a klalu prat. Ein bechlal al masha prat. The prat comes to define the klal. So the Gemara says, Ein bechlal al masha prat. Zvicha in mityach binalo. We'll say all I can learn from that is what? Is that Shvita has to be done for the sake of the owner, but I can't necessarily extrapolate from that anything else, to which the Gemara says, if the Pasuk would have said, would have written it, Ya'aseh Shlamim Zevach, then I would agree with what you said. Hasha that said Ya'aseh Zevach Shlamim. I was saying that the word Zevach is inserted there in the middle. Havele Klal She'eno Malad. Ultimately, this is what we call, it's actually fascinating. This is what's called an incomplete cloud. What's what it's incomplete? See, what you must point out over here is the word zeva is extraneous and it interrupts the general statement of shlamim. So this is what we call a klal she'eino maleh. The whole klal she'eino maleh, any kind of klal is not complete, i.e. interrupted, so ain't done in also the klalu prat. Ultimately, again, you cannot use it to frame a klalu prat principle. Ravina Amar no. The Olam done it. Nope, not true. You can't make the klalu prat. But La Hashem chazar v'kala. I want to say that word La Hashem ultimately again adds in an additional klal. And therefore what? Amali Rav Achim Dikti Ravina v'halo dami klal kamla klal basra. But one second, I will say if that's the case, that it's a klalu prat klal. Generally, again, we say that the two bookend klals have to mirror each other in some degree. In this case, the second klal does not mirror the first. To which the Gemara says, Lo dami klal kamla klal basra. The first klal ultimately again comes to include other forms of sacrificial service. Kalavasra, kal lashem, dakilu shlichas shirayim bakara same minute. The second klal also seems to say that what every single part of the Quranic service has to be done for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the spilling out of the leftover blood and the burning of the leftover limbs. So as we learned, so Hatan Ger Yishmael and the Yeshiva Yishmael said that in fact they do dash in the Klalu Prat even in this way. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, the person becomes a Klalu Prat to Klal, those in the case of Klalu Prat to Klal, so ultimately again the Klal is modified by the Prat. Just like Rose said, the prat in the pasuk, a form of sacrificial service and must be done for the sake of the owners. Kol avoda uba'ina lishma. So what do we learn from there? Every single part of the sacrificial service also has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. One second, I can see that the Tanakh will say first specifically to a form of avoda for which you are chayiv if you do it outside of the base of Mikdash. Kol avoda lechayav and aleh b'chutz. Then I will say that would come to include what? Any type of avoda for which one will be chayiv if they do it outside of the base of Mikdash. Shchita usrika, if that's the case, then shchita and zrika also, which again cannot be done outside of the base of Mikdash. That's what requires the shema. Kabbalah v'holacha alone, but Kabbalah and halacha maybe not. Imam, the other possibility is ma'apat mekudash davar hakol safo. The yeshna b'chados hapniyos was it just as the participant saying that it's done on the northern side of the base of Mikdash. And what is shayach, what we call the inner chatas offerings? Ha'kolat kol safo the yeshna b'chados hapniyos. And ultimately, again, maybe the very well say the principle of the Shema only applies to things that are done on the northern side of the base of Mikdash, and furthermore, again, are shaykh to the inner chatos, shchita v'kabbalah in zrikalo. If that's the case, again, it's only going to apply to shchita and kabbalah and not zrika. Ikal meimar hachi, the ikal meimar hachi. Because ultimately, again, the kalukat is taught to be understood in both ways. Therefore, again, shkulin hein yavon shneim. The limud I will say are both equally valid, and therefore again are both equally correct. Lishnachina chada v'chada teku l'nosa. Was the other passage, the other lashon over here is that chada v'chada teku, both halachas stand and ultimately again endure. Ibai sema zrika midrav ashina. What's the other possibility is that perhaps the obligation of zrika l'shma is ultimately learned out by Rav Ashi. So we'll say. Bottom line is that halacha l'maisa just learned that from both of these chalupat that drushes that halacha l'maisa all parts of the karbanik service require ultimately again of the shema of the Bala. So now understand, of course, we're talking in the realm of lachatchila. This is all lachatchila. Did the evidence one didn't have the shema for the Bala? We already saw from the first Mishnah and the Masechta that halacha l'maisa again the covenant still touch. Ashkichan. Let's say just two more lines. Ashkichan el nazir, ayel nazir. So I'll say, I now know that what? That there needs to be a lishma of the bailu, right? It has to be done to the particular owner by the aisle, by the ram of the nazi. That's the concept we're learning from. Shar shlamino, and how do you know about other kabbanos? Other shlamin, v'chitema neilef ne'el nazir. Male el nazir shekuli shiman dam ma'ir. So we'll say, so maybe you'll say, learn out other shlamin from el nazir. Here's the problem, we'll say. El nazir ultimately, again, there's a chatas and an ola that comes along with that ayin. So maybe again, that's the piece you need to shma. Im kein nichto shlame. My shlamim, the rabbos kol shlamim. Well, so ultimately again, why does the Torah use the word shlamim to teach me that this halacha of the shma applies to all shlamim? Ashkichan shlamim, shar kachimino. So now I know that what? All shlamim offerings require a lishma by the Bailam. All shlamim offerings must be offered up for the sake of the particular owners. What about other kabbanos? So maybe you'll say learn out from shlamim. Malashlamim came to nismicha unisachem u'tnukos kaze b'shol. So we'll say again by shlamim. Shlamim has unique halachas. It requires smicha, leaning on the animal, nisachim, libations, tnufas kaze b'shol, waving up the chest and the thigh. Elo amerkra zos toras zos hatorah the olah the mincha the chatos the asham the lamigum the zevach hashlamim the kisav hakasam l'shlamim. Mashlamim bein shinoi kodesh bein shinoi bailan b'in l'shma. Also, just as shlamim required of the shma, both for this particular type of carbon as well as for the particular owners. I've called bein shinoi kodesh bein shinoi bailan that the shma. So once I say halach l'maisa, the sugi ends off by saying that essentially we learn out from shlamim. Just like shlamim ultimately we've established requires a lishma, both in terms of the type of carbon as well as by the owner. So too again, all other carbonos require a lishma by the type of carbon and by the owners. So we'll say, so bottom line, we'll stop over here for today. But halacha l'maisa we have successfully proven. We'll say in the course of 50 minutes. What a journey in 50 minutes. At 49 minutes, well, not 50 minutes. So we'll say, so again, what an incredible thing. We've proven that again, l'chatchila, one requires the shema for the particular type of carbon. By every form of what we call every part of the blood surface, the matnas dami, by shita, by kabbalah, by holacha, by zrika, you require the l'chatchila that you have to have in mind for the particular sake of the carbon, and also that one should have in mind ultimately again for the particular as well. One has to have in mind the lishma by the carbon, lishma by Thailand, by each of the 4 steps of the sacrificial service. A mazel tov for Dr. Lussman on the occasion of the marriage of his granddaughter last night, and that he said sheared the next morning. I don't want to be a pussy to anyone, but whatever your excuse is, that's what you gotta do. Allah Akbar, Jeremy is joining us to marriage Islam, Marhaba, mazel tov, mazel tov.
Yeah. So today's top Talia Bas Avram on our first yard site, and I Thomas should be in Aliyah for her neshama and for her family in Nechama. Also sponsored in honor of the birthday, another Fush Lema for Nachshon Meir Ben Tanima Chaya Sarah Shlomi. And our learning this month for the month of Iyar has been sponsored by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg in honor of the yard site of Ayala's mother, Elia Daphna Bas Yosef. Okay, so we're picking up today's daf is daf in the second Zvatim, and we're going to pick up a little bit up from the bottom. So 7 lines up from the bottom. So if you remember, what we were talking about is that Rava had we said that Rava had a series of questions that he asked, and we got into the first one, and it had to do with the fact of why by carbon is stam, where if he does it without any designation, that's considered okay, and it doesn't spoil the fact that it has to do with shema. Whereas by get, it very much has to be written specifically for the person. It can't be stam. And Rava asked the question, he gave the answer, and now we've been doing the cleanup to understand how did he know these 2 things. So we discussed yesterday already how we knew that in the case of how we knew the halacha by akatas that if it's brought stam that it's okay, and now we're going to learn the Gemara itself. The gabe get the stam of pasal minalan. In other words, Rava assumed as the premise of his question that in the case of get, that if you write a get stam, meaning that it's not specific for any person, it's kind of like in case it happens to match the names in the place, that you could use it. So it wasn't written specifically for this couple. How do we know that that's puzzle? So the Gemara goes through a series of possibilities. So we say, if you're going to say that we learn it from this, that we learned in the Mishnah in Gittin, which is a continuation of the Mishnah we learned before. And he says as follows, over Bashuk, he's passing through the marketplace, this guy, V'shama Sofrin Makin, and he hears the Sofrin are basically training their student Sofrim, and they're saying, he's saying, write this word, that word. So he's basically saying out loud the get, and the students are writing it. And so what do you hear the guy saying? The guy hears the teacher of the Sofrim saying, Ish ploni girish plonis min makom ploni, that such and such man is divorcing such and such woman from such and such place. V'amra, he's passing by, says Zeshmi, v'zeshem ishti. This is the name of his name, and that's his wife's name. So he says, you know what? While I'm passing by, let me take that get, and he says he'll use it to divorce his wife. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah says pasul agari's fault, so that that is not a valid get. So what do you see? You see that it is insufficient that it's written with the proper names in place, but it has to be written for the purpose of this particular couple to have them divorced. So what do you see? You see a source, the idea that if a get is written stam, it's written not specifically for a given person, that's possible. So the Gemara says, well, that's no proof. Dilma k'der papa. Maybe this is simply telling you that Allah like Rav Papa. The Amar Rav Papa says, also the Sofrim who asuyim le'islam and askinas. I kind of gave it away in the beginning by saying that what we're dealing with here is not a get that was written this was simply a get that was written for the purposes of giving general instruction about how to write a get. So the problem here is not, we don't even get to the question of whether it's lishma or not, whether it's written for this specific person. It wasn't even written for the purposes of being a get. This was simply written for the purpose of instructing them how to write a get. So in other words, if you understand that these are simply talmidim, there's a much bigger problem before you get to lishma,
which is this a get to begin with? And if it was not designed to be a document that's used to sever a marriage, then for sure it doesn't work. So therefore, there's no proof that you need the Shema. It's simply proving to you that when a get is written, it needs to be written with the intention to be a divorce document. So that's what he says. The so from asking, we're talking about someone who's teaching the students. It's not even written for the purposes of being a severing document, so therefore that's not a riot from the Shema. So we say Elameha. So rather it comes from this continuation of the Mishnah. We're at the top of Daf Gimel. Yes, okay. So basically the structure of this Mishnah is to keep telling you greater levels of Kiddush, greater levels of novelty about why it doesn't work. So he says, I'll tell you one better than when we're talking about students who are learning and it's not written for creases at all. But what's the case? The guy writes a get to divorce his wife. So you have Reuven is married to you have Yaakov is married to Leah, and he says that he wants to divorce his wife. And Nimla, and he changes his mind. He says Yaakov decides he's not going to divorce Leah. And what happens? Matzah ben Hiro, a different guy in his city named Yaakov, who has a wife named Leah, and he finds the get. Amar lo, and he says to him, you wrote this get for your wife. Let me change your mind. As it works out, Shmi Kishimcha, my name is like your name, and my wife's name is like your wife's name. So let me use that get that you had written. So in this case, it's better than the case before. Why? Because this was actually written. What was the problem with the case before? We said it was not written for Croesus. In this case, it was written for Croesus. And yet you see that it's puzzle. So it shows you, it must be that you, in fact, this proves that you need to have Lishma. It needs to be written for the specific woman, and that's why it doesn't work in this case, puzzle Agarish. So the Gemara says, no, that's no proof that a get has to be written Lishma for the specific woman, because Dilma Shani Hassam, maybe that case is different. The Intekle L'Shem Gerushin Dahahu, because in that case, the get was written for one specific woman. Yaakov A, the first Yaakov who was married to Leah A, the get was written for purposes of Leah. It was written for a specific person. So therefore it takes it out of the category of working, because once it's written for one person, you can't use it for another person. But it doesn't prove what would happen if you had a get that was written literally with no one in mind. That's the case of Stam. Maybe that would still work. So the Gemara says, Elameha. So I learned it from the next case in the Mishnah. Yes, okay. And the Mishnah says, I'll tell you one step up, even more, a greater Kiddush. So what happens? So a guy, Yaakov has two wives named Leah. Yes, there's nothing against marrying, create confusion, but there's nothing against marrying two women with the same name. So he has two wives named Leah. So Kasav Lagarish is a So if he writes it for Leah A, and then he decides, you know what, I don't want to divorce Leah A, I'd rather divorce Leah B, he can't use it. Lo Yagarish Bosakana, he can't use it for his other wife, even though they're the same name. So what do you see? You see that it needs to be written for a specific woman. So this should be the source that a get that's written that's not written for a specific person is no good. The Gemara says it doesn't prove the point, because Dilma Shani Hassam, maybe it's different in that case, and the reason it doesn't work is not because it was written stam, but rather the Intekle L'Shem Gerushin Dehahi, because it was written for purposes. In other words, once it was written for Leah A, it's pulled out of the category of stam, and this is no longer a case of stam. This is a case where it was written for Leah A, you can't use it for Leah B. But maybe if you wrote the get stam, and the guy just wrote Yaakov and Leah, because there's lots of Yaakovs and Leahs out there, and he figured this one will be for whoever it comes for. He wasn't written for any particular woman or man. So maybe that would be different. So the Gemara says, Elameha. So I'll try and learn from here. The Mishnah continues. Yes, Cain. I'll tell you one up even more. Amar Lalavler. He tells the Sofer. So right to get. So we're still dealing with the case of Yaakov, who has two wives named Leah. There's Leah A and Leah B. He says, so right to get that Yaakov divorces Leah. And he says, whichever one, I'll decide tomorrow which one I want to divorce with. It. I'm not in the mood of having two wives, and one we'll end up, one of them will get divorced. So why is this better? This is better than the case before, because the case before we said was a problem, because since it was written for one specific woman, Leah A, you can't switch it to Leah B. But here it's truly stam, because he didn't make up his mind yet about which of his wives Leah he's going to divorce. The Mishnah still says Pasal Garish. So therefore, you see that if it's not written Lishma for one particular woman, it's no good. So the Gemara says, still no proof about a stam get. Why? The ain breira, because there's no breira going on here. Now, what is breira? Breira is something we've encountered many times. So let's say, for example, we had a Maseches Beya as a good example where a guy had birds and he, something he wanted to ship the next day. And in order for it not to be muktzah, you have to designate it the day before. So he says, I'm going to pick from among these. And he points to one particular pen, but he's not going to shecht all of them. Rather, what happens is, tomorrow, when he comes and picks it, so right now, the halacha applies that whichever one he's going to tomorrow, as of now, is considered designated. It's just that when you look at this pen today, no one knows which one has been designated because it's only going to be retroactively clarified tomorrow when he actually picks one. But when he picks one tomorrow, it's not being picked tomorrow, it's being picked today, and it just reveals to us which one was truly prepared today, right? So now, the way Rashi understands the Reira is a complicated throughout Shas, but the way Rashi understands it is the way I just said it. The way he understands Reira's work is that there is a designation that's happening today. We just don't know which one is designated, right? That's how he understands Reira. So you would say as follows: if there's Reira, then this get should work. Why? Because tomorrow, when he picks Leah A or Leah B, then it's clear that yesterday, when he had the get written, it was written for whichever one he picks today. But if you hold there's no Breira, right? So then the way it works is that it is not retroactively clarified that this was for Leah A or Leah B. And it turns out that when he wrote the get, it was for one or the other. It was either for Leah A or Leah B, but we don't know which one. So if he uses it tomorrow to divorce Leah B, maybe it was written for Leah A, or vice versa. Because again, if you hold no Breira, then you can't say it's retroactively clarified, but yet the mechanics still works the same, that it's actually designated for some woman. So the Gemara is saying that's no good because it was actually written for one of the Leahs. We just don't know which one, and we can't use the concept of Breira to say that it's clear that it was this one or the other one. So therefore, that is not a case of a get that's written stam, because it was written for either Leah A or Leah B. We just don't know which one. So we're still seeking the case that proves, and this is in fact, we're going to get to it now, that we've gone through a series of cases, we're going to get to it now. How do we know that a get that's written stam, meaning not for any particular woman or man, is still puzzle, it needs to be written with lishma for a particular couple? The Elameho, we learn it out from here. A Kosef Gittin, someone who's writing Tosin of Gittin. What is a Tofes? We've learned before that there's a Tofes and a Toref. These are the two parts of the get. One that is the general operative language of a get, and the other that's specific to the individuals who are being divorced. So it says when he's writing the Tofes of a get, he needs to leave blank the name of the man and the name of the woman. He needs to leave blank the place where it says the Edim, because you're going to have to write it when you know who the Edim are. And the date that has to be written on the get. Rabbi Yehuda says the name of Shmuel. You even need to leave space for where he's going to write, behold, you are permitted to any man, because that is the primary, that's the central clause in the get, is basically saying you're released. So what do you see? You see from here that you need to specify, at the time you're writing the get for the individual, you can prepare most of it as boilerplate beforehand, but once you figure out which man and woman you're writing it for, you need to write it specifically for them. That's why it can't be written in advance. If a stam get would be sufficient, let the guy write Yaakov and Leah, and if he happens to get a Yaakov and Leah, he'll fill it in then. But the Mishnah is telling us, the Brisa is telling us that you need to. So it's telling you that you need to leave that space blank. And the fact that you need to leave it blank shows you that in fact the get that's written stam, that's written without any particular couple in mind, is invalid. So we've now completed that. Sugya Rava had asked a question comparing carbon to say that carbon works if it's stam and does not work if it's stam. Rava explained the distinction between the two yesterday, but now we've cleaned up to understand how he knew that that's how those work. That in one case it works, in the other case it doesn't. So we're at the two dots on Gimel Amud Aleph. Okay, so if you remember, I think it was Ravina who had said, Ravina had said to her papa, if I'm not mistaken, he said, yesterday you missed it. Rava asked lots of interesting contradictions and he answered them. So we addressed the first of them, and now we're going to get back to the series to say other things that Rava asked that on the surface seem to be a steer, and how would he answer them. So the Gemara says, Su Rami Nosa Kriti, that Rava asked another case of a contradiction. Mi Amar Rav Yehuda Marav, did Rav Yehuda Marav say as follows, or how did Rav Yehuda Marav say as follows, that Chatos Sheshachata L'Shem Ola Sula. So we learned this yesterday, that if you have a carbon, and you and the Kohen offers it with intention that it should be for a different kind of carbon, that's a problem. So we're saying, so he's saying yes. If you have a chatas and you shefted it saying it was an olah, that makes it puzzle. That we learned yesterday. But here it says something interesting. Shafata l'shem chulin. But if he shefted it not for a different carbon, but saying it's nothing to do with a carbon, he just shefted it like it was a regular animal. He didn't have in mind any carbon. It's shero. So in that case, it's kasha, which is kind of non-intuitive. You're saying if he had in mind the olo, which is at least some kind of carbon, that destroys the lishma aspect of the chatas. So you would think chulin for sure should destroy it. But we say no, chulin does not get. If he has intention for chulin, it does not destroy it, and it only destroys it if you have intention for if you have intention for a different carbon like a olo. So Alma, what do you see? Mino makriba, the lav mino lo makriba. He says something that's similar can destroy or interrupt. The makrib is like form of like a destruction, but it's saying something that is like is similar to something else can interfere or can interrupt. But if something's totally different, then it doesn't even interfere or interrupt. And this is the concept that we're going to deal with for the rest of the daf today. This idea of which is in fact a principle that's going to hold true, the idea that if something is really dissimilar, then that's not even considered an interruption. So how does that apply here? The idea being that if it's a little bit similar, ola is similar to chas, you're going to mix those things up, it's going to ruin the lishma aspect. But if it's totally different, meaning you have a chatas and you're shechting and l'shem chulin, that's sufficiently different that it's not considered an interruption. Okay, so you see this concept that something that's significantly different is not an interruption. Raminu, I'll ask you, I'll compare that to another halacha we learned, and it seems to be a zero. What did we learn? We learned kol haget shenichtav shalol l'shem isha pasul. So he says if you have a get that's written not for a particular woman, that's pasul. That's an invalid get. And even if it was written for a non-Jewish woman, then that's also pasul. Right? So what's the problem with this? He's saying as follows, that it's one thing if you tell me that if the get was really written for Leah who's married to this Yaakov, and instead you use it for Leah who's married to a different Yaakov, that's a similar instance. So you could say, okay, fine, that messes up Lishma. But if he writes it for a non-Jewish woman is not in the category whatsoever of a get. There's no concept of marriage and divorce halachically by Goyim. So therefore you would say a guy is a non-Jewish woman is so far removed from this that it should not interrupt. Yet you see that it does. It messes up the Lishma designation. So on the one hand, when we learned the case of you sheft it not l'shem olah, but rather l'shem chulin, it's sufficiently distant that it doesn't interrupt. But yet in the case of a non-Jewish woman, even though it's very distant, she's not relevant at all to the halachas, to the laws of Yidin, but yet it does interrupt. So you see this, you see a steer contradiction. Yeshani, and he answered it. He said, "Get thou ovedes kochav minei havelei stama." So he says as follows: that forget the fact that we're dealing with an ovedes kochav. There's a more basic problem, which is what? Let's say there was no non-Jewish woman listed here. So what would you have? You're left with a get that's written Yaakov divorces Leah, but you don't have any particular Leah in mind. What is that? That sounds familiar. That's a get that's stam. And what did we just finish learning? A stama puzzle. And a stam get is puzzle. So it's not the idea that something distant, meaning a non-Jewish woman, is what interrupts. There's something more basic missing here, which is there's no there's no woman listed. In other words, if you ignore the guy, the non-Jewish woman, there's no one listed. And we know that when you have a stama in the case of a get, it's puzzle, as we just learned before. But kachim, but in the case of a chatas, that he does it l'shem olo or l'shem kulin, you say dal kulin minayu. Let's say you remove kulin from it. Let's say you ignore something that's sufficiently distant, that's sufficiently dissimilar. Avale stama. So that would be a stama, ustama ksherim. And yet we learned yesterday that when you have a chatas that is done stam, that you have intention for no particular carbon, you just checked it, that carries over as a valid case. So he's saying the distinction between these prices is not, it's not really a case of dissimilar. He's saying there's in the case of a non-Jewish woman, it's not that she's dissimilar and still it's a problem, because normally dissimilar would not be a problem. The problem is that there's no particular woman you have in mind, and therefore it fails the lishma test. Okay, so that was the second stira. Barama milsi achiti, and he asked two other brises that seem on their face to contradict each other. Mi amar Rabbi Yehuda amar Rav. Did Rabbi Yehuda amar Rav? How did he say as follows? Chatas sheshafta l'shem ola sula shafta l'shem kulin sheiro. So this is the same brise that we just learned before. That if someone shefted a chatas l'shem ola, which is somewhat similar to it, then that destroys the lishma aspect of the puzzle, because he was supposed to shecht it as a chatas and he shefted it as an ola. But shafta l'shem kulin, get it for kulin that's sufficiently distant and removed that we're going to say it's still kosher. Alma, what do we see? We know makreba, that something similar to destroy it. So if he does it for an ola when it's supposed to be a chatas, that destroys it. The lo mina, but if it's totally dissimilar, like kulin, lo makreba, it doesn't destroy it. So that was the same brisa we learned before. But I'll ask you that this seems to contradict another brisa, because we say as follows: tofo below tofo. So the halacha, let's just take a moment to review the halachas of kli cheres. So we know that a kli cheres, if you have an earthenware keli, works differently than other kalim. And how so? Because normally a keli becomes tameh by being touched by something that's tameh. A kli cheres is interesting in the fact that it does not need to be touched in order to become tameh, and it's different than other things. If you take a cheres and you touch the outside of a kli cheres, normally that would be enough to make a keli tameh. But if it's a kli cheres, if it's earthenware, and you touch the cheres against the outside of the keli, it does not become tameh. What is the way in which a kli cheres becomes tameh? Only by something, by the tumah within the airspace of the keli. So if you put the cheres inside, then the keli becomes tameh. If you touch it to the outside, it does not become tameh. So two chidushim there. One is that a kli cheres only becomes tameh from the inside, and B, it does not require actual contact with the inside as long as the tameh thing goes into the airspace of the kli cheres, that is considered that is considered something that makes it tameh. So now the brisa is bringing us the following case. Let's say that someone had a kli cheres that was tameh. Let's say that a sheretz inside, and you lowered into this another kli cheres, right? And in that kli cheres was food. So if food was in the primary kli cheres, the same one that had the sheretz, even though they don't touch each other. So you have some food on the bottom of the kli cheres. You suspend into it a sheretz. The sheretz never touched the food, but yet because the sheretz being suspended in there makes the keli tameh, so then the food is also tameh. But here what you have is that the sheretz is in one of the kelim. In other words, there's one within another. The sheretz is in one, and the food is in a different one, right? So we're saying that in that case, the brisa is learning tofo below tofo. So the pasuk says as follows: it says kol kli cheres asher yipol mehem el tofo. He says any earthenware keli, the pasuk says, that falls into its inside, meaning into its airspace. Kol asher b'tofo yitmo. Anything that's in it, meaning in that keli, becomes tameh. For example, the food we described before. The Gemara says something that's in it, something that's in the keli, meaning if you had the food at the bottom and you had the sheretz suspended, they're both in the same keli, so it becomes tameh. But if you're dealing with a case where you have a keli within a keli, so then the pasuk is excluding that and saying that in that case, it is a case of tofo. You have something that's in a keli, meaning if the food is in a keli that has the sheretz, that is not considered tamei. Vafilu klishetaf matzil. And the Tana continues and says, this is true even if you're dealing with a klishetaf. Klishetaf means a keli that's capable of being washed or cleaned. But what it means a keli that can be put in a mikvah to be made tahar. So we know that a kli cheres, an earthenware keli, cannot be made tahar. That's in fact why the pasuk says also sishbru, that you should actually break it, because once it becomes tamei, it can't be made tahar. So the chiddush is as follows: that it's a much bigger chiddush to say that a kli shetef, that let's say you put in a metal keli, it works. Why? Because when you put in an earthenware keli, if you think about it, you're inserting the earthenware keli into the other earthenware keli. So if you're thinking that the tumah is going to transfer to what's inside, remember, where is the tumah reaching on the second keli that's put in? It's reaching the outside, right? And the outside of kli cheres is not, it doesn't become tummy from the outside. So you might say kli cheres is only that way. The Tana is telling you, no, not just the kli cheres. Even if you had a kli cheres, an earthenware keli, it had a sheretz in it, and you suspended into it another keli that's metal. So you might say, let the sheretz that's in the kli cheres be mitame what's in it, which includes the metal keli. Once the metal keli becomes tamei, so then it's touching the food that's in the metal keli, and that too should become tamei. So the Tana is telling you, no, even that is distinguished. Even that is considered tofo, and therefore it does not transfer the tumah. So what are we left with here? We're left with the stira as follows, because we have the first brisa which talks about where you shech something l'shem ola, so it's similar, that interferes, but something that's totally dissimilar does not interfere, right? Versus this brisa, which is telling you that even when you have a keli, let's say a metal keli, which is totally different than the keli than the overall the earthenware keli, so you might say metal should not be considered an interruption, and therefore the food in it should become tamei, because we ignore something that's dissimilar, and metal is very dissimilar from kli. So you might think that something very dissimilar is disregarded, but yet we see that it is sufficient to protect the food in it from becoming tamei. So you see that something dissimilar is not considered disregarded. So in one case we're saying, in the case of Kulan versus Ola, we say dissimilar is disregarded, and in this case we're saying dissimilar metal, which is dissimilar from Keres, is not disregarded. For Shani, and he answered the steer as follows. He said, Asu Kulan Eitzel Kachim Mechitza Eitzel Tanor. So he's saying you were operating under an assumption that metal is totally different than Keres, right? Than earthenware. So therefore, you said the metal should be disregarded, and what's in it should become tamei. The Gemara says you were being too narrow when you were considering what's similar and what's different. So the fact is, a kli cheres and a kli matechet, a earthenware keli and a metal keli, they're both kalim, they're both utensils, and therefore we consider them as something that's similar to one another. When something is similar to one another, it's enough to interrupt. So that's why the metal keli interrupts the tumah from coming into it, because it is actually something similar to the kli matechet, to the metal keli. They're both kalim. Versus hulin versus ola, those are totally separate. So if you have in mind ola, which is similar to chatos, that interrupts. But if you had in mind hulin, which is totally dissimilar, then that does not interrupt. So we still hold our concept that dissimilar does not interrupt and similar does interrupt. So we're going to say as follows that he says no. Let's talk about when you have kulin by kachim. We're going to consider that as a mechitza in a case of a tanner, and I'll explain what this means in a moment. Ma mechitza eitzel tanner lo mahanya like klal. Just like a mechitza in an oven doesn't help at all. A kulin eitzel kachim lo mahanya like klal. So too in chulin, it doesn't help. So he's saying as follows. We're going to see in the Mishnah in a moment that if you were to have an oven, which is an earthenware oven, and you would build a mechitza, you put in some bricks or something in the middle, and you create a dividing wall between the two, right? So he says that would be something that is considered entirely dissimilar. And so therefore, if something's dissimilar, what happens? it gets disregarded. He says, if you're trying to find a case of a kli cheres where you're putting in something dissimilar, the case would be where you put in a mechitza, you put in bricks that make it into two compartments, not where you stick in kli mateches. So that's what really saying what I was saying before, which is metal and earthenware are still in the category of kalim. You were trying to say that metal is different from keli. We're saying no, metal is not different from keli because they're both kalim. What would be different from an earthenware keli is if you put a mechitza down the middle, and because if you put a mechitza down the middle, you see it's disregarded because it's sufficiently dissimilar. So we're still maintaining our concept that dissimilar things are disregarded. How do we see that a wall does this? This none, because we learned in the Mishnah, Tanar shekatzis v'nesarim obiarios. So if you have a earthenware oven that was divided with boards or with a curtain, and on one side of this wall you have a sheretz. So hakol tame, everything is tame, even though on one side of the wall you have food and on the other side of the wall you have a sheretz. We say everything is tame. Why doesn't the wall separate? Because the wall doesn't belong in an oven, right? So therefore it's something that's dissimilar from the earthenware walls of the oven, and something that's dissimilar is disregarded. If you're disregarding the wall, then you have the sheretz and the food in the same oven. So therefore, it maintains the status of our rule that something dissimilar is disregarded. Now, kaveret shehi kusa. So what happens if you stick in, the Mishnah continues, if you stick in a basket, and this basket is kusa, it is spoiled a little bit, meaning there are holes in it. It is not a good keli. Upakuka bakash, and what do? You take straw and you try and fill in the hole of this basket to make it a keli. At the end of the day, that is not a valid keli, right? So what's going to be the question? The question is going to be, it is definitely not a keli to soak keli. It's not a kli and a kli, which we know protects the food in it. The question is, do we see it as a mechitza that blocks the tumor or not? So we say, umishosheles la'avir hatanor, and you lower this into the airspace of the tanor, which is a kli cheres, which would be metame. So we say, sheretz b'sofa hatanor tame. If there's a sheretz in this basket, the entire oven becomes tame. So what do you see? You see that the kaveres, the basket, is disregarded, right? And therefore, everything becomes tame. Sheretz b'tanor, or conversely, if the sheretz was in the tanor, and ochlin shabasofa, and there was food in this basket that you lowered, is tameya. So what do you see? You see the idea that something that is different, that is entirely dissimilar, is disregarded. And that's why, even if you put up a wall in the middle of this oven, or you drop down this basket that is kind of a mechitza, you might think that it should protect the food from becoming tummy. The answer is it doesn't, because it's dissimilar. Rabbi Eliezer metaher. Rabbi Eliezer says no, that he would argue in both cases. He would say a wall would separate, and he would also say that a basket, a ruined basket, even though it's not a valid keli anymore, would separate because it's a divider. Okay, so now just to keep track of where we are at the moment, we were trying to figure out why is it that when we learned katas and you had in mind kulin, it's disregarded, but ola is not, and then we had the case of where you put in a metal keli, which you would think is dissimilar, should be disregarded, and yet it says that it's not disregarded and it protects the food that's inside it. So the Gemara answered and said, no, when you're considering metal and earthenware to be separate, you're being too small-minded. Those are all in the category of keli, and therefore they're similar, and they're not going to be disregarded, and that's why I can protect it. How do I know this? So instead of saying that kli matafet, that metal is different than earthenware, say that those are the same. What would be a case of difference? Would be a case where you have a wall, you have a mechitza in the middle of the oven. That would be different, and in fact, it's disregarded, as you see from this Mishnah that we just brought. But in the Mishnah we brought, there's machlokes between the Tanakama and Rabbi Eliezer, that the Tanakama says it's different, this mechitza is different, it's disregarded, and Rabbi Eliezer says that it's not disregarded, and in fact, it protects the food from the sheretz on the other side, let's say where you put a wall. So I'm Rabbi Eliezer explains his opinion. He says, Kavachomer, he says, I'll make you a Kavachomer. In Hitzel b'meis hachomer, l'tato b'kli cheres hakal. So he says as follows. He says, Rabbi Eliezer says, why do I consider this wall in the middle of the oven to be a valid separation for purposes of tumah? He says, because we know what's the most common kind of tumah there is. is a dead body, right? And we also know that a dead body transmits tuma via ohel if it's underneath the same roof. And yet we know the halacha is, let's say you have a house and there's two sides of the house and you put up a brick wall in the middle up to the ceiling. What's going to happen? Something on this side is tahar, even if there's something coming on the other side. So you see that a wall is sufficient to separate tumah. So if we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer said, if I see that a wall is sufficient to separate tumah by tumah's mace, which is the most strict kind of tumah, then for certain, in a case of where we're dealing with earthenware oven, we're only dealing with tumah sheret, which is much less serious than mace, that it's going to be that it is going to protect just like it protects by mace. So Amrullah, the Chacham said back to Rabbi Eliezer, lo im hitzu b'meis chomer shetein chaluka ba'olin hatzu b'tzicheres hakal she'ein chalukim ba'olin. So the Rabbanan said back to Rabbi Eliezer, we don't like your kavah chomer. We're on the base. He says why? Because he says a house. People divide houses all the time. You know, you want 2 rooms, so you put up a wall, right? So it's normal to divide a house into 2 parts, and then that's considered a valid mechitza for purposes of tumah. It's not normal to put a brick wall down the middle of an oven, and therefore we're going to disregard it. So they don't like the comparison to a mace. They say from a mace, you're picking from a scenario that's normal to have a wall. So it's not normal to have a wall. And if it's not normal to have a wall, it's considered something dissimilar. If it's considered dissimilar, it's disregarded. If it's disregarded, the tumah transfers. Okay, so that was the machlokas between them. So the Gemara says, okay, so remember, we were trying to understand why is the case where you put a metal keli into an earthenware keli, it protects from tumah transfer. And we said because it's actually similar, it's not dissimilar, right? But we see that works according to the Rabbanan, the ones who said because we said what should you compare it to instead? You should compare it to a case of a wall which is dissimilar, which is disregarded. So the Gemara is asking now as follows. That works well according to the Rabbanan who say you should disregard the wall. But according to Rabbi Eliezer, who says you don't disregard the wall, and the wall is a valid separation, right? So therefore, when Rabbi Yehuda Amarav said his halacha, when we said when he said it, this halacha that something dissimilar is disregarded and something similar is an interruption in the case of Chata, he's saying that really should be a machlokas tanayim, because evidently Rabbi Eliezer holds that something even when it's dissimilar, it's not disregarded, right? So therefore, you've answered according to Rabbanan, but not according to Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer ma'ikla neighbor. So we say Rabbi Eliezer kavah chomer kamar. So now Rabbi Eliezer is saying the kavah chomer. So what we're saying is as follows. The Gemara is saying we thought that Rabbi Eliezer was just supporting his view when he said the kavah chomer, but actually I understand it differently. Really, Rabbi Eliezer agrees with the concept of Yehuda Amarav that something dissimilar is disregarded. He agrees with that concept, and therefore that's how you would explain the case of Chatas and Ola. Ola is similar, and therefore it interrupts, but a Kulin is dissimilar, it doesn't interrupt. And why did Rabbi Eliezer say that in the case of a mechitza in the oven, that it does protect and it's not disregarded even though it's dissimilar? It's because he had the kavah chomer. The kavah chomer taught him, but it's basically teaching you an exception. And everyone agrees with Rabbi Yehuda Amarav's concept that something dissimilar would be disregarded if not for the fact that there's a kavah chomer. The Gemara says, if so, hasam nami lema kavah chomer. So he says, so what's the structure of what we said? We said that both Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim agree that something dissimilar is disregarded and something similar is an interruption. We said, why did Rabbi Eliezer say that something dissimilar, a wall down the middle of an oven is sufficient? It's because he says that's specifically because there was a kavah chomer. But by Chulin and Chulin and Ola, I would say those are dissimilar and it is disregarded. He says, but let me tell you a kavah chomer there too. He says, say as follows: Kachim Mechalin, Chulin lo koshekin. He says as follows: that if Kachim are, meaning if Ola is enough to disqualify a Chatas, which is a carbon, then Chulin, which is totally different, should surely be enough to disqualify. Now, obviously, this is a different logic than we used before, but now you can make that kavah chomer. Say if Kachim can mess up Kachim, for sure Chulin should be able to mess up Kachim. So therefore, the Chachamim should agree that even though dissimilar is normally disregarded, in this case, there should be a kavah chomer that trumps, and And the Kavachomer should say that it's not disregarded, and therefore we should say that whether he shafts it l'shem ola or he shafts it l'shem pulin, it should interfere because of the Kavachomer. We say Elatime of the Rav, Rabbi Elazar. Rav holds like Rabbi Elazar, not Rabbi Eliezer. Not Rabbi Eliezer of the mission. Is Rabbi Elazar of the Amora. He says, "Amar Rabbi Elazar, my time at the Rav. What's the reason of Rav that he says that a pulin does not interrupt, but Ola does? He says, he says you shouldn't be machal the kachim b'nei Yisrael. You shouldn't be machal kachim with that which you give to Hashem. So it teaches you, and again, exactly how this is learned, we could see on Daf Membav. But the basic idea is that you learn from the pasuk that only things that are kachim can destroy things that are kachim, i.e., if you have in mind Ola with a katas, then that destroys. But if you have in mind Fulin, then it doesn't destroy. Okay? So therefore, we learn kachim, mechalon kachim, and Fulin one kachim. That kachim, Ola interrupts the katas, but Fulin will not interrupt the katas. So what do we have? So we have the following structure. We're saying everyone agrees. We're coming back to this question of when you have, why is it that when you have in mind an Ola, it interferes, but when you have in mind Fulin, it does not interfere. So we say initially the answer is because it's dissimilar, and something that's dissimilar is disregarded. Everyone agrees with that in what we're saying so far, right? So you have something dissimilar, disregarded. So Fulin is dissimilar, you ignore it, and it does not interfere with the carbon. But Ola would interfere. The Gemara then says, according to the Chachamim, but I have a problem because I have a Kavachomer that tells me that if touching interferes, then for sure Fulin, which is even more different, should interfere. So I might think that therefore, even when he shafts l'shem Fulin, it should mess up his designation. Comes the Rabbanan and say, no, there I have a pasuk that overrides the Kavachomer. You have a basic principle, dissimilar is disregarded. You have a Kavachomer that might make you think otherwise. And then you have a pasuk that essentially restores the rule and overrules the Kavachomer, and so you're left with the idea that Fulin does not interfere. So when you see Alma Asekra, Aftim Kavachomer, Afinami, Lacy Tofo, Tofo Laftim Kavachomer. The Gemara asks as follows. So he says, we just set up the structure, and understanding the case of Chatos and Ola, we set up a structure of basic principles, dissimilar, disregarded. Kavachomer trumps. You might think, but then pasuk knocks out the Kavachomer, right? So he says, so why not say the same thing? You know, if that logic works, so you should say as follows: that the basic rule, according to Rabbi Eliezer, is that according to everyone, but we're saying even according to Rabbi Eliezer, that if you have something is dissimilar, it's disregarded, right? And then we said, but the problem is that there's a Kavachomer. The Kavachomer was that if it works by a mace. If the walls are a divider by a mace, it should be a divider even by an oven. So it's a Kavachomer that Rabbi Eliezer was saying a special halacha. Now let me ask you a question. The Gemara is going to ask as follows: once I know that machitza separates in an oven in a kliteres, so then I would for sure know that tocho, that if you stick a keli in, it's going to separate. Why? Because a keli is surely a better interruption than a mechitza. Because a mechitza is just toch. It's just toch. It's not tocho. It's not something that's inside something. Whereas a keli inside has an airspace of its own, right? So therefore, we're going to say that if a mechitza separates, then surely tocho should separate. So the Gemara's problem is as follows: that you have the basic principle and you have a Kavachomer. But then you have a pasuk that comes to tell you tocho. Why do I need the pasuk of tocho? I would know it from the Kavachomer. From the fact that I need the pasuk of tocho to prove it to me tells you that from the fact that I need a pasuk of tocho, it must mean that the Kavachomer is wrong. So we're asking as follows: that back to the case of mechitza and tocho, I should tell you that tocho we would know from the Kavachomer. We would know that halacha from the Kavachomer, and we don't need the pasuk of tocho. And the fact that we need the pasuk of tocho should destroy the Kavachomer and go back to saying that a mechitza does not work. So the Gemara says, so we say, the Gemara says, no, according to Rabbi Eliezer, and I'm sorry, I know a little bit complicated, I'm going too quick, but But it is. Okay. Hi, Toko and Oakland should give them the tip that he says no. He says you're right. In theory, Toko, if it was really coming to teach me the halacha that something in the middle interferes when it has its own airspace, I would know that from the Kavah Chomer. But Toko is not coming to tell me the halacha of Toko. Toko is actually coming to tell me a different halacha, which is coming to tell me it's just agav, it's just tangentially teaching me that a keli within a keli is tahar. Normally, I would just know that from the fact that a mechitza works by Kavah Chomer. But why did we need the pasuk of Toko? It was coming to tell us a case where he took food, he covered it entirely in clay, and then he stuck it into a tanner. So, I might have thought, I might have thought that when I cover something fully in clay, so then if I touch it, it does not become tame. So there, because it's protected by clay. So therefore, also I might think that if you stick this clay-covered food into a clay sheretz, it should not be matame. So therefore, the pasuk of Toko comes to tell you that Toko is okay. But if you stick in food that's covered with clay, so there's no internal recess, so it's not a Toko, so in that case, it does not work, and in fact, it does not protect it, and it would be tame. So what you have is as follows. We were saying as follows. You have the basic rule. You got a Kavah Chomer. Now we said from the Kavah Chomer, you should know Toko. So what do I need the pasuk of Toko? It must show that the Kavah Chomer is wrong. So Gemara is saying no. Toko was really coming to tell you this specific case of where you coated it in clay, and you did not need Toko to tell you that if you suspended one keli in another it would work, because that I know from the Kavah Chomer itself. The Gemara says, the Rabbanan, what would the Rabbanan say back? They say, Hanach lo tzriki kra. That's just a basic case of a tanor, that you stick in something earthenware, you stick in something tame into an earthenware keli, that it is, if you stick something into an earthenware keli, that it becomes tame. The fact that you coated it in clay doesn't make a difference, because clay is something dissimilar, it's a covering, and therefore it's going to be disregarded. So, again, I apologize, it's complicated when we do it quick, but let's just review where we got to here. Is the idea that for purposes of Ola and Chatos, we're saying the rule is Ola interferes, Ola Chatos versus Kulin. That Ola interferes because it's similar to Chatos, but Kulin will not interfere because it's dissimilar. You have a Kavah Chomer that tells you that if Kachim interferes, surely Kulin should interfere, so that should tell me that even Kulin is a problem. The Gemara answers that there's a pasuk that tells you that Kachim is Machal Kachim and Kulin is not Machal Kachim. So that's the case in Kulin and Taka. Now, in the case of Mechitza, what we're saying is as follows: that if you really everyone agrees that something dissimilar should be disregarded, and therefore a Mechitza should theoretically be disregarded. And Rabbi Eliezer comes to say to that no, there's a Kavah Chomer that overrides the dissimilar business, and therefore it would in fact be a valid mechitza according to Rabbi Eliezer, right? To which the Chachamim say, well, no, because Toko is a pasuk that trumps the Kavah Chomer, and Rabbi Eliezer would say no, Toko does not trump the Kavah Chomer because Toko is needed for an entirely different halacha. Therefore, you're left with the Kavah Chomer according to Rabbi Eliezer, and according to Rabbi Eliezer, therefore that's why the wall in between or the kaveres would be a valid interruption. The Chachamim say no. Toko is coming to tell you Toko. You don't need it for that case of where you coated in clay. And if it's coming to tell you Toko, it shows you that the Kavah Chomer is wrong. And if the Kavah Chomer is wrong, then mechitza is no good. And therefore, the Tuma would transfer according to the Rabbanan, but not according to Rabbi Eliezer. I apologize, we're out of time, so I will try to record the last half.
this month is dedicated by Ayal and Sarah Steinberg in honor of the yard site of Ayal's mother, Ilya Daphna. Basios. We hope that in America, our Torah, her Neshama will have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama. So let's begin. Today we have the greatest host. Begin the Seth as Svach. And first of all, Mazel Tov Tachwan to complete the Seth Harius. Yesterday, really a beautiful and incredible way to end the Seth, an incredible Gemara yesterday. And the details for the scene of Eretz Yisrael will be forthcoming, hopefully today or tomorrow. And we begin the Seth Svach. As I mentioned before, when we learn the Sugis of Karbanos, so sometimes, because we haven't had them for 2,000 years, so we tend to tune out a little bit. But understand, when you learn the details of Karbanos, one has the opportunity to fulfill the concept of Neshama Parim Sfasim. The same way that we recite Karbanos every single morning, and through the recitation of those Karbanos, it's almost as if one is offering up those Karbanos. We learn the Sugis of Karbanos as well. It's the same kiyum. Neshama Parim Sfasim. Every single word that we say, every single word that we learn regarding Karbanos, it's as if we have the opportunity to be makar the Karbanos. And to a certain degree, it's even greater. Because in the Beis HaMikdash stood, and you want to be makar the Karban, you can only be makar the type of Karban in which either you're obligated to, or if it's an optional Karban that you have the ability to offer. When you learn, you can offer any and every Karban all of the time. So in certain respects, the ability to be makar the Karbanos through the medium of learning almost offers us greater carbonic opportunities than actually mamish going to the Beis HaMikdash itself. So at times when the Gemara might feel a little bit, very detail oriented, and say to myself, I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but just understand that on a certain level, every single word that we learn of this particular Masechta, we have the opportunity to be makar karbanos. And halodai natzachos, which Baruch we should see the love, not only that we have for his Torah, the love that we have for his karbanos, and the schus of us learning the second zvachim. Before the end of this Masechta, we stand together in the Rizal Beis HaMikdash, be able to be makar of our true Kabbalah to Melech HaMashiach and Rabbi Yameinu. Amen. Kol HaZvach. Let's begin. All Kabbalahs. All Kabbalahs that will offer up Shalom Lishma, not for their own sake. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Kol HaZvach Shenizbechu Shalom Lishma, Shenishchat Ola L'Shem Shalom. So Rashi gives more extreme examples, although we'll see other examples of this. But Rashi, in a sense, Shalom Lishma literally means I'm offering the carbon for a different type. So, for example, again, I'm supposed to offer up an Ola. An Ola is a carbon that is totally consumed on the Mizbeach. But instead, I had in mind that it should be the same Shlomim. I had in mind that it should be for the sake of a Shlomim. So, what's the halacha? Sherim. The halacha is this kasher. Now, we're going to have to discuss what kasher means exactly. Kasher for what? Rashi says over here, Sherim Lizro Daman or Lahaktir Emurehem, Le'echol Es HaNe'echolin. So we'll say we're going to see is Sherim means that the carbon can continue to be offered. In other words, even if I shechted it, not for the intention of the particular carbon that it was supposed to be offered for, I have the ability to continue forward with the carbonic process. However, Ella Shalo Alu Lebayim L'Shem Koda. I will say rather the only caveat is that if I'm bringing this carbon to satisfy a particular obligation, if I shechted it Shalo L'Shman, then it does not satisfy that obligation. So for example, as we will see, if I had the obligation to bring an Ola, and I went ahead and instead offered it up as a Shlomim, as much as the carbon itself is kosher. The carbon itself is kosher, meaning the carbon can be offered, but it does not satisfy my obligation, and I will have to bring another Ola. Chutz min ha-Pesach v'ha-Chatos, with the exception of Pesach and the Chatos. I will say now, when I'm saying with the exception of, that we're going to see these are Karbanos, that if they are not offered up to Shema, if they are not offered up for their intended purpose, then halacha l'maisa they are pasul. We will discuss in the Gemara later on, in like 2 weeks or so. We'll discuss in the Gemara exactly what's unique about Pesach, what's unique about Chatos. But for our purposes now, here's what we have. Every single carbon, even if offered up for different intention, will still remain kosher, except that does not satisfy the obligation of the owner. So far, according to Tanna Kama, with the exception of Pesach and Chatos. A Pesach Bismano. When do we say that a Pesach that is offered up for the intention of a different carbon ultimately is not kosher? That's only Bismano. Look at that. A Pesach Bismano. Pasul, Shelo Bishmo. Kozman Shchita, so the Hainu Mechatzo, Sayom Sha'er Pesach. עד הערב. אבל קודם לכן, ואחר מכאן, Kaimala the Pesach Mishayimos Hashana Shalom. So it's like Rashi's giving us some details that Meretz Hashem we will learn later on in the sector. But for now, we're just going to go with the simple reading of the text. When do we say that a Korban Pesach that is offered up not for Pesach purposes, what we call Shalom Lishmo, is going to be possible? That's Dafka Bismano. That's Dafka Erev Pesach from midday from Chatzos and on. We will see that a Korban Pesach essentially is a shlamim, right? Because remember again, there's a part that's offered up on the mizbeach, there's a part that's for the kohanim, there's a part that's for the owners. So, but Pesach, this mano that is not offered up to Shema is going to be possible. But Chatos b'chol a Korban Chatos that is not offered up as for the sake of a Chatos, but is offered up for something else is going to be possible. Possible gamre as we'll discuss. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Af ha'asham. Rabbi Eliezer adds on, this is supposed to say asham as well. And if you have a Korban asham that is offered up for another purpose, meaning when we say other purpose, meaning it's offered up in mind for a different type of Korbanic offering, Rabbi Eliezer says that will also be possible. HaPesach bizmano v'achatas ha'asham b'chol zman. And Rabbi Eliezer is adding on to this. He says the Pesach, if offered up for the purpose of some other Korban, ultimately again on Erev Pesach will be possible. Chatos and an asham that are offered up for some other purpose will always be possible. Amar Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer said, "Chatos ba'achit, ba'asham ba'achit." Chatos is a sin offering. An asham is a sin offering. So we'll discuss again when do you bring a chatos, when do you bring an asham. Ma'chatos psula shalom lishma. Just like a chatos is possible, we'll say offered up. And we say again, shalom lishma means for the sake of another korban. In other words, remember again, just to illustrate this. A chatos b'shma rabosai means what? Means what? A chatos that is offered up or a chatos. A shalom lishma means a chatos that's offered up. Whatever you fill in the blank. An asham, an ola, a shlamim, korban pesach, whatever it is. So Rabbi Eliezer says just like a chatos is possible shalom lishma. Asham psula pasol shalom lishma. So Rabbi Eliezer essentially will see makes exir shava. Just as the chatos ultimately again comes for a sin, is going to be also shalom. It's going to be pasal shalom lishma. So to an asham that comes in a chaper for 8, if it's offered up shalom lishma, it'll also be possible. Next, Yossi ben Choni Omer. Yossi ben Choni says as follows: Hanishchatim l'shem pesach l'shem chatos psulim. So we're going to see exactly what it is that Yossi ben Choni is coming to add it over here. So Yossi ben Choni says that which is offered up for Shem Pesach or the Shem Chatos is possible. We'll see in the Gemara what Yossi ben Choni means. Shimon, Achi Azari Omer, Shimon, the brother of Azariah, says, Shachtam, we'll say now something. So up until now, what we've done is as follows. We've created a principle. What's the principle? That Karbanos, in an ideal sense, every Karban is supposed to be offered up, Lishma, which means that if you're bringing a particular Karban, you slaughter it and you perform all of the avodas for the sake of that particular Karban. What we have learned is what? That if you offer up a Karban Shalom Lishma, then what's the halacha? Right? Give you a hint, we learned it 4 minutes ago. Good morning, everyone. Right? So again, we just started slot. We can't tune out yet. You got to give me like 2 days. Give me 2 days. So let's remember again. So we discussed 4 minutes ago that if you offer up a Karban Shalom Lishma, the Karban is kosher, except it does not satisfy the personal obligation of the owner. So the owner has an obligation to bring a particular type of Karban. If he offers it up Shalom Lishma, ultimately the Karban is kosher, and that you can continue to offer it up on the Mizbeach, but it doesn't satisfy his personal obligation. Then the Mishnah part 2 is there are exceptions to that rule. What are the exceptions to that rule? It appears Korban Pesach is an exception to that rule. It appears that Chatos is an exception to that rule. At least from the Eliezer, it appears that Asham is also an exception to that rule. Okay, now part 3. Yossi ben Choni Omer. I'm sorry. Shimon Achi Azariah Omer. Shachtam l'shem gavoa mehem shevet. So we'll say now we continue on in the discussion of Shalom Lishma. So we'll say, see, if you go ahead and you shech the Karban, what Shimon Achi Azariah says is the Shem Gavoa. The Shem Gavoa means, let's say we'll say I'm offering Karban. Hey, now remember, we have not yet gotten to the halacha, or I should say, the framework of Kabbalah's Kachadashim, Kachim, Kalin, higher sanctity offering, lower sanctity offering. We're going to get into all of that now. Right now, we'll just deal with this on a very high level. So Shimon Achi Azariah says as follows: if you take a carbon, shachtam l'shem gavoa me'en. We'll say if you take a carbon and you shecht it shalom l'shma, but watch this. What's happening? What kind of shalom l'shma? You're shechting it with intention of a carbon that is of a higher sanctity. Then what's the halacha? Ksher. The carbon is kosher. The shem namoch me'en psulim. But if you shecht it shalom l'shma and you have in mind that you're shechting the carbon for the intention of a carbon that is of lesser sanctity, then what? Then it's possible. For example, Kachek Hadashim Sheshachtim L'Shem Kachek Kalim. Well, say if you had a carbon that was Kachek Hadashim, which is the highest sanctity, highest level of carbonic sanctity. So I had a Kachek Hadashim carbon, but I shechted it L'Shem Kachek Kalim. I shechted it again for the sake of a lower sanctity carbon, then psulim. Kachek Kalim Sheshachtim L'Shem Kachek Hadashim. There was on the flip side, if I go ahead and what? If I go ahead and I take something that was Kachek Kalim, and I go ahead and I shecht it for the sake of Kachek Hadashim, higher sanctity carbonos, then Ksher. There wasn't going to be Kachek. I will say now, one of the interesting things we're going to have to see is what the Tanakama holds regarding Shimon's position. Remember again, the Tanakama doesn't seem to indicate. We'll see how to reconcile Shimon Achi Azariah's Shita with the rest of the Mishnah. But for now, we'll say this seems to be a third part of the Mishnah. That Shimon Achi Azariah says, even when we say Shalom Lishman is kosher, but Shalom L'Shem Bailim, Shimon Achi Azariah says, if you're shechting it Shalom Lishman for a higher sanctity, it's kosher. Shalom Lishman for a lower sanctity, it will be possible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Shlomim, Habachor Ba'amaiser, Sheshachtim L'Shem Shlomim. So I will say again, this is just another example of Shimon Achi Azariah's principle. Bachor and Meiser. So we'll say Bechor and Meiser. Bechor is the firstborn animal. So Meiser is Meiser Behemah. So ultimately, again, if it was shechted, L'Shem Shlamim. We'll say, so this is an example of taking a lower sanctity carbonic offering and having in mind a higher sanctity. Shlamim is higher than Bechor and Meiser. Then Ksherim. Then ultimately, again, the carbon will be possible. It will be kosher, Shlamim Sheshachtim L'Shem Bechor or L'Shem Meiser. But if you take a shalom offering, which is of a higher sanctity, and when you go ahead and you do the shkita, you have in mind for Bechor or for Meiser, ultimately, again, it will be possible. So we'll say, so this last case is just an example or just an illustration of Shimon Achi Azariah's principle. Good. So we'll say, so it says the Gemara. Lama li lemisna ela shelo adu. Lisna below adu lebailin l'shem kol. So we'll say, the Gemara now asks the syntax question. Remember again, how does the Mishnah start? The Mishnah begins with a statement. Anytime that you offer up a carbon, not for the sake of that particular carbon, share it, it is kosher. But it does not count to satisfy its owner's obligation. Asks the Gemara, why did you write it? Rather instead write below alu l'baylim. What do you mean ella shelo alu? Just right again, they're sharing below alu l'shebalim, and they do not satisfy the owner's obligation. The merchant is asking us in that expression. Why do you write ella shelo? That just seems that word ella just seems to be unnecessary. To which the Gemara says, "Oh, I'll tell you why." So the Gemara says, "How to mash malon bailim udlo alu l'shem kova about the kusha sayu kain." So I must say, what it does teach us is as follows. It tells us. The Ella teaches me that even though it does not go ahead and what? Does not count to satisfy the owner's obligation, the carbon still remains in its state of Kiddusha, and it is prohibited to make any further changes in that carbon. I will say, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the second class Rashi, and the first of the wide lines on the bottom. About the Kiddusha Sayu Kaini. Ba'asr l'shanu yego, su shinuya achrina, la'avod achas misharabod l'stechatila shalom l'shma. Miyuim abar b'shina kasha. What this means is as follows. I might have thought that once you deviated from what was supposed to be the normative designation of this carbon, once you deviated, you can deviate as much as you want. To which the Gemara says, no. What the Mishnah is going to teach me is as follows. Yes, it is true. If you offer up a carbon, not for the intended purpose of that carbon, so the carbon is still kosher. The Except the only change over here is that what? It does not satisfy the owner's obligation, but the carbon itself is still sacred, and one should not make any more deviations in the offering process of this carbon. In other words, one might have thought that once it deviated, you can deviate as much as you want. Kamash Malon, no, even though you deviated, so now again the carbon can't count towards the obligation of the owner, but the carbon still has its sanctity, and therefore one should not make any more deviations than one already has. So the Gemara says, Rava says, Ola sheshachta shelo lishma, was like an Ola was shechted shelo lishma, meaning an Ola was shechted for some purpose other than an Ola. So the halacha is, remember, once the shelo lishma was, and then what happens? It becomes that carbon that it was shechted for. So let's say again, the Ola was shechted the shame to double, for argument's sake, whatever it is. So therefore, what does that do? That goes in and transforms it into an adaba. And when you go in and you sprinkle the blood, you should have in mind to sprinkle the blood, the shame the dove. In other words, don't deviate anymore when the blood is being sprinkled. Also, Lizrok Dama Shalosh. In other words, once you've deviated, don't think that therefore you can deviate as much as you want. Rather, go ahead and maintain the same kabbalas for the rest of this week as well. So I'll say Damarava, let's just read that one. So Damarava, Ola Sheshakta Shalishma. But if an Ola was shechted not for its own sake, also Lizrok Dama Shalishma. We'll say just because the Ola was shechted Shalishma does not mean the other avodas should be done Shalishma as well. Rather, those should be done Lishma. We'll say, let me clarify this. See, I might have thought that once you've deviated with the carbon, you kind of do whatever you want. Kamash Malan, no. Even if you've deviated, so now what you've done is, when you deviate, what do you effectively do? Again, we're gonna see this in tomorrow. You effectively end up repurposing the carbon. Once you end up repurposing the carbon is still kosher. But just understand, once you've repurposed, then stay the course. And then make sure ultimately, again, the subsequent avol, those are done for the same purpose as well. That's the idea that the Gemara is coming to teach you. So the Gemara says, where do we know this from? Ibai sema svara, ibai sema kra. One possibility is that it's from the svara logic. Other possibilities are possible. Ibai sema svara. So if you want to say that it's a svara, mishum dishani ba kohani dishti ba balezel. So the svara is just because you deviated once, should you continue to deviate? The idea over here is as follows: that halacha l'maisa, one would have thought that once you've deviated, kind of do whatever you want. Kamash no, just because you made one deviation does not mean that automatically a person should continue to go ahead and do more deviations as well. So even if I've gone ahead and I deviated, even if I've gone ahead and halacha l'maisa changed the intention or changed the kavana of the carbon, one should not continue to deviate forward. Rather, one should ultimately stay the course. What's the other possibility? Is a possible. What's the other possibility? So understand over here. The incredible chiddush that the Gemara will say is as follows. Chiddush number one is that if you offer up a carbon shlo l'shma, then what? What's the chiddush number one? Is that it's kosher. Chiddush number two is that what? It transforms into that new carbon that I had intention for. Chiddush number three, which is really not such a chiddush anymore, is stay the course. Stay the carbonic course. So I was supposed to offer up whatever it is, shlamim. And then instead I had in mind for an ola, fine. Stay the course for the ola. Now stay the course. The carbon is kosher, the carbon is good. It doesn't satisfy my obligation, but stay the course. Do not deviate anymore. Those are written in the Gemara. From a crop, pasuk. Motzas pasachat tishmar, va'asisa kasher adarta l'Hashem l'kach aladam. So the pasuk says, Motzas pasachat tishmar, that which you have promised, you should keep. That which you have promised, ultimately again you should adhere to. Va'asisa kasher adarta, you should do as you pledged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. L'Hashem l'kach nidava. A nidava. So I don't understand. Hi nidava. Why does the pasuk end off in the dava on the days neder? So it's like, you understand the inherent contradiction in the pasuk. The pasuk begins by saying, "Motzos asachat tishmar." If you made it right, if you bound something to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you should keep it, right? V'asisi kasher nadarta. If you made a neder, you should uphold the neder. Nidava. Right? Like Hashem Adash Shalakach Nidava. Supposed to which one is it? Pasuk is talking about a neder. What's this? We're going to see there's just a neder offering and a nidava offering. The pasuk says if you promise to bring a neder offering to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, follow through. And if you follow through, how should you follow through? By a nidava. I don't understand. If it's a neder, it's not a nidava. If it's a nidava, it's not a neder. The pasuk is telling me that if I made a neder to bring a carbon, follow through. Why does it bring in nidava? Which the Gemara said, let's listen to this. Elo in kamash nadarta asisa yehi neder. If ultimately again in kamash nadarta asisa, if you've done as you pledged, right? Then ultimately again follow through. V'im lo nidava yehi. So say, watch this. So the Gemara says as follows: if you promise to bring a neder and you follow through your kavanos as far and everything, fantastic, bring your neder. But if there's some reason you've deviated and you had in mind that your neder should what? Be in the dava, then what? Follow through on that. Stay the course. I mean, even after you've shifted, follow through. Look at the good actually just a moment. Nederu, the ha kasher nadartixid, the eshilik bein neder than the dava. Neder damar hari alai, but that's what six will say. In kamash nadartasisa, sha'avad abud dosei mishma. So say if I had in mind to bring a neder and I'm doing the avodas the same neder, fantastic. Then great, stay the course. However, in lav, yehei the dava. Ki'ilu hisnadav dolazen the dava akaras, or lo b'shem arishon. So say, you know what's happening over here? What the Gemara is saying is as follows. The pasuk is talking about someone who began this carbonic journey. As most of all our carbonic journey together. He began this carbonic journey by ultimately saying, I'm going to bring a neder. Okay, so fantastic. If your journey begins with a neder and you offer it up as a neder, shalom aleichem, everything's fantastic. But if for some reason over the course of your journey, that which was supposed to be a neder you had in mind for nidava, and when you checked it, you had in mind for nidava, then what to both side? Then what? Follow through. Then follow through. If you changed already and you changed it to a nidava, follow through. The one issue that you may have to deal with later on is what? That you probably cannot satisfy your obligation. That will discuss. That's separate. But what it's teaching me is that once you've deviated, stay the course of the deviation. Follow through on the carbon the way you started this carbon offering. You're not in the WA. When a dava, you start the shinu. It was certainly again once it's in the dava, then halacha lemaisa, you're not permitted to deviate from it. So the Gemara says, so once it's in a dava, I will say one is not permitted to deviate anymore. In other words, once I deviate. The Gemara says as follows. Gemara says very simple principle. I made a thought that once I deviated, I have a license to deviate back to what the carbon was supposed to be. Kamashmal on what? Kamashmal on no. Once you've deviated, then that's the course you stay on. So it's supposed to be a neder. Then at the time of Shkita and mind for Nadava, I deviated. So what does the Torah teach me? Stay the course of the Nadava. Stay the course of the Nadava. So, by the way, we understand an incredible Muslim, he says, is the need to stay the course in life. Sometimes again, you make mistakes, sometimes you get on the wrong path. So let's say sometimes you have to change courses, but sometimes you just have to stay the path and continue forward. You made a mistake with your carbon, it's fine. Finish out this carbon in accordance with your deviation. You may have to bring another one to satisfy your obligation, but no flip-flopping. No carbonic flip-flopping over here. So let's say Slima goes like this. So now what we have is as follows. What we have is what the Mishnah is coming to teach Rabbi say is like this. There are two principles over here. Number one, that if I was offering up a carbon and I was supposed to offer it up for A, whatever A is, and at the time of the Shvita I had a mind for B, so we'll say, what's the halacha? Carbon is kosher. Again, we'll deal with the fact that if that carbon was supposed to satisfy an obligation, I didn't satisfy my obligation, but the carbon is kosher. But what's the next condition of the Mishnah? Don't flip-flop. Which means if you checked it, the shame B, then what? Stay the course of B. Finish out the avodas of the carbon for the sake of B. How do we know that? Either svara, just because you changed once, but keep changing, or passive. But so what's in Abaita? So listen to this. Amrali Rabbeinu Rapapa. So Rabbeinu said to Rapapa, Lo habis kaban ba'arta, you were not, well, let me read the rest of it. Lo habis kaban ba'arta b'tchuma be'charma, Dirami Rabba Mili Ma'al Yasa Hadavi Shanim. So let's listen to this. So Rabbeinu says to Rapapa, you really missed out. you were not with us, right? You were not with us the other evening in the Tchum of Beichamak. Beichamak is a place where Rava was, that Rava said some incredible things because he brought up some contradictions and he resolved them. So Rava said, these are the kind of friends you have to find in life. The kind of friends who give you a shtuck. Boy, did you miss a night out with the guys last night, right? We were at the Tchum of Beichamak and Rava Mamish was reconciling prices like nobody's business. And Mamish, you missed it. I'm so sorry. So sorry you missed it. But it was an incredible week. It was like these are the kind of chavirim we have to have. So these are the kind of nights out you have to have also. But okay, so it says the Gemara. My miri mal yasa. So we'll say, what is it that Rava? What is it that Rava was contrasting? And what are the reconciliations that he brought up that was so amazing? Let's listen to this. Tanan. Let's listen to this. So what he quoted over here is the first thing that Rava quoted was our Mishnah. Which means all karbanos, that were offered up, shelo l'shman. So remember again, our Mishnah says, what's this just from our Mishnah? Sherim, right? Halacha is that they're kosher. So we'll say, so what do we see from this Mishnah? Taima the shelo l'shman. So the reason, ultimately, again, the reason also the Mishnah says two things. Number one is that halacha l'maisa karban is kosher, but shelo alu l'shem bayim. They do not satisfy the obligation of the particular owner. Now, what Rava inferred from this is as follows. Taima yishal b'shman. The reason that the karban mentioned by the Mishnah does not satisfy the owner's obligation is why? Because it was being offered up shelo b'shman. Meaning it was actively being offered up for another purpose. Hastama alu nami l'bayim l'shem kova. Those say, but what can you infer from here? What you can infer from here is what happens if when the owner offered up the karban, he had no kavanas. It just checked the effort. He didn't have in mind for anything. Obviously, he has in mind that it's a karban, but he has absolutely no das what type of karban it is. So I'll say, what do you see from here? It sounds like from based on the Mishnah that if the owner offered up the karban, what we call stama. Stama means with no particular intention. Nami alu l'baylim l'shem kova. It would satisfy the owner's obligation. Now remember again, where is that deal coming from? Because the Mishnah's case of Osa is what? Remember again what shelo l'shman means? What does shelo l'shman mean? For something else. Shelo l'shman means I have active das for something else. That Rava says that's when it doesn't count towards the owner's obligation because he actively has in mind for something else. But what we can infer from this is if it was stam das. Stam das means I have das for nothing. That was like some people go through life like this. Right? I have stam das for nothing. Right? I don't have das for A, I don't have das for B, I have stam das. It sounds like in that case, not only is the karban kosher, but what? It also counts towards the obligation of the owner. So that's deal number one. Almost stam and nami kilishmanda. That's what we see from here. We can even back clear that stam. No das is the equivalent of lishma or mini. I would say that Rava contrast is amazing. Chalaget shenechtav shelo l'shem isha. Puzzle. Yeah, we'll say what do we learn? That any get that was not written for a particular woman. In other words, I will say this goes back to lishma din of you. That if the get was not written expressly lishma for a particular woman, puzzle ustama nami puzzle. I will say so. What do you from giving? Let's say again, somebody just wrote stamaget. So obviously, if a get was written shelo l'shem isha, so shelo l'shem isha means the get was actively written for another woman. It was actively written for Rachel, right? Or was actively it was actively written for Rachel A. So Rachel B can't use it. Okay, because again, it was actively written for someone else. Stamanami pasal. I'll say ultimately again, but you can infer from that is as follows. The Mishnah over here says, "Call a get shnichtav shelo l'shem isha" means that the get is only kosher if what? If it's expressly written for the particular woman in question, who's stam and ami pasal. So we see from here that a stam das which is like a parrot das, does not work. So which one is it? From Karbanos, it sounds like that what? Stam das, right? In other words, is good, works. Because on the Mishnah, that as long as they don't have active das for another carbon, stam das will allow the carbon to count towards my obligation. Yet by Gittin we see that stam das doesn't work. So which one is it? Bishani, Rava resolved this. Zvachim is stam l'shman om. Also, this is amazing. So Rabbi said, when it comes to Kavanas Avosai, so Zvachim Bistam Lishman, look at Rashi for just a moment. Stama Lishman on Hilchah, Kol Kamadol Akar Shemayu, Padehad Lishman. So remember the way a Kavan works is that a person either said this animal is a Kavan, or a person said, I have an obligation, I obligate myself to a Kavan, and circumstantially is obligation to a Kavan. So we'll say, by Kavanos, the way it works is, it's the Shema until you ruin it. In other words, we'll say that by Kavanos itself, and this, by the way, this makes sense, because the only time a person makes a Kavanah Bosai is how, is either A, if circumstantially is obligated, or B, if he obligates himself. So the idea is that even if at the time of the Shechita, I don't have any express intent, the carbon itself is Lishma. And the only time that Lishma of the carbon is ruined is when Rabbi said, is when I actively uproot it by having kavana for a different type of carbon. However, Isha Bistam Alav Legirushin Omedes. Rabbi says a stam woman is not Omedes Legirushin. Right? A stam woman is not in the parsha of Gerushin. A stam woman is in the parsha of being a married woman. So in order to go ahead and then put her in the parsha of Gerushin, there has to be expressed das for the purpose of Gerushin. So it's like, this is actually quite amazing. Because what it's saying over here essentially is that once you get into the carbonic framework, by definition, you are considered to be Lishma until you do something to actively override that. But as long as you do not do something to actively override that or change that, the original circumstantial Kavanah still remain in place. Now this, by the way, is going to be very important because this is going to dictate how Kavanah works in terms of Kavanahs. So now what you're telling me is that Zvachan Bistamak Shem means that by Kavanos, as long as I don't have the wrong mindset, then what? Then by definition we assume that the carbon is kosher. So so that's what it means. Zvachan Bistamak Sheru. That as long as I don't have erroneous mindset, the assumption is that the carbon is being offered for the right Kavanas. So where do we know that from? Zvachan Bistamak Sheru. Maybe you'll say from the following. So let's remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, all karbanos that are offered up shalom lishman. I will say, now what does it mean when a carbon is being offered up shalom lishman? I will say, what does that mean? So remember again, Rashi already said, what did it mean? Where I have active kavana for something else. It was supposed to be a shlamim, and I have actively in mind for an olah. So the fact that the Mishnah chooses to say, shalom lishman tells me that the only way to get myself in trouble is to actively have in mind for something else. But lo katani shalom nizbechu lishman. And Mosai doesn't say that zvachim shalom nizbechu lishman. See, Mosai, you hear the difference between that? The difference is kol zvachim shenizbechu shalom lishman versus kol zvachim shalom nizbechu lishman. Mosai mean two different things. Shalom nizbechu lishman. Mosai, tell me that what? That in order for a carbon to be kosher, what do you have to have? Express intent lishma. Shenizbechu shalom lishman tells me that the only thing that ruins this is when I have active kavana for something else. But as long as I didn't have active kavana for something else, I'm good. So here's the problem with that. But here's the problem. Again, it also says, also, if I get it also says, any get that was written, Shalo l'shem isha. Below katani, shalo nichtav l'shem isha pasal. So here's the problem with this deal. We know again, if that's the case, that you can make the same deal by king. That as long as the get wasn't in shalo l'shem isha acheres, that's going to be good enough. Yeah, we know by get that's not the case. By get the only way it works is how? Is if the get is actively being ready for that particular moment. That deal doesn't work. Elamihal. Now that you can learn it from this deal. Remember again, we're trying to figure out by karbanos that stam das is good. That by karbanos, it's like even if I don't have express intention, active, we'll call it express positive, active intention for the carbon being offered. As long as I don't have kavana for something else, the carbon is going to be kosher. We're doing that from Elamihal. This time, Keita Lishman, Lishman, Lishman. So again, let's see the Mishnah says, what's the case of Lishman, Lishman? L'shem Pesach or l'shem Shlamim. Tama the Amar l'shem Pesach or l'shem Shlamim. So the reason ultimately again, what's the case? Shalom l'shma, where a person actively says l'shem Pesach or l'shem Shlamim, ha l'shem Pesach ustama kosher almost staman kiddushman. So we'll say so again. Take a look at the Rashi over here. L'shem Pesach or L'shem Shlam. So most of the case over here is where a person has in mind in the beginning of the carbon L'shem Pesach, and at the end of the carbon, and at the end of the process L'shem Shlamim. So Rashi says there, L'shem Pesach Ustama Shelo Chishev Acharav L'shem Shlamim Kasher Afagav B'Sof Shkita Stama Ishtim. So most like you can refer from here as follows. If a person has in mind, and we're going to see this case later on, so we're not going to delve deeply into it right now. But for our purposes, right now, this is a case where at the beginning of the carbon, a person has in mind that is the Shem Pesach, and then at the end of the carbonic process, he has in mind, or some part later on of the carbonic process, he has in mind is the Shem Shlavim. So he actively has in mind something different. That's where the carbon is problematic. But if he had in mind at the beginning of Shem Pesach, and doesn't have in mind anything specific later on in the carbonic process, the carbon will be kosher. So you see from here that what? Stama kilishman dami. The Jehovah say again, stam intent is the equivalent of having intent lishma. So which is maybe not. Dilma shiny house, maybe that makes a different vibe. The Amar Kala Osa al Das Bishonos. So you will say, because maybe you'll say in that case that as long as you begin the carbon for the proper intention, even if you deviate later on, we don't care about that so much. As long as you began with the proper intention, that's what matters most. Elam is safer, so maybe therefore, even in that case where I started out with Shem Pesach, even if I have stamped intent later on, I will say that stamped intent doesn't undermine the carbon in any way. Why? Because I began for the right purpose. Elam is safer. The Gemara says, "Go after the safer." Shalom lishman ulishman. What's the case of shalom lishman and lishman? L'shem shlamim or l'shem pesach. Let's say I shechted my carbon pesach, and at first I had intention for shlamim, but then at the end of the process I have in mind for pesach. So time done l'shem shlamim or l'shem pesach. The reason why the carbon is problematic is because in the beginning I had in mind for l'shem shlamim and then l'shem pesach. Hastama or l'shem pesach kosher. Let's say if I shechted the carbon for no particular purpose and had in mind for what from a Pesach later on in the process, so it would be kosher. Let's say, so what do you see from here? You see from here that stam das by karbanos works. The which the Gemara says no. Dilma shiny hasam the Amar yochiach sopo ad filasam. Maybe that case is different than both sides, because since in the end they had in mind for carbon Pesach, what we say is sopo mochiach ad filasam. Let the end of the carbonic process shed light on the beginning of the carbonic process. Just like the end is l'shem Pesach, so to the beginning is l'shem Pesach. Inami, Haidi detana lishman b'shlo lishman, kananami shlo lishman or lishman. What's the other possibility is the Mishnah doesn't need to make you to have you be medayik in that second case. Rather, again, it was only bringing down that second case for the sake of mishneh symmetry. Elameha. Rather, we'll say it's from here. So let's remember again, just so we keep the eye on the ball. What are we trying to prove? What the Gemara espoused was a very important Kabbalic principle, which is what? That stam das is proper das by Kabbalah. Which also means what? That what we'll call parad das by Kabbalos is absolutely Kabbalically fine. That as long as by Kabbalos, as long as you don't have erroneous das, the carbon is going to be perfectly kosher. You see difficulties. The Havamina was, that in order for a carbon to be kosher, what do you need? Specific das for the carbon being offered. Now what we're saying about is that no, in order for the carbon to be kosher, both procedurally as well as to count for the owner's obligation, all I need is what? Or all I need to avoid is wrong das. So if I need to offer up an olah, I don't even have to have in mind that it can't have in mind that what? That it's shum, that it's something else. But as long as I have stam das for the carbon, which means I'm just shechting it with nothing specific in mind. When I say nothing specific, I will say one thing is true, which is why I have to have in mind that what? That it's a carbon. That's a carbon. But that's really the only das I have to have. And as long as I don't have das for the wrong carbon, then not only is the carbon kosher, also what else? It fulfills my obligation. So it says we're going to learn after that one. So this is actually amazing. And with this, we're going to conclude. So the Gemara says, Elameha, L'shem Shisha Dvarim HaZebach Mizbah. Let's listen to this. And we're going to see this later on. We're going to see Menvav Amadis, 40-60, we're going to see this. We're going to go back to this. So again, when you go ahead and you offer up a carbon, you have to have in mind 6 things. 6 things. L'shem Shisha Dvarim HaZebach Mizbah. Number 1, L'shem Zebach. You have to have in mind that you're offering it up for the purpose of a carbon. L'shem Zaveach, You have to have in mind that you're offering it up, again, for the sake of the person for whom it is being offered. Rashi says, well, the Shem Zomech is, she is comparable by law, the Shlosh is comparable Acher. We'll discuss these intentions. Has to be offered up, on behalf of the particular individual. The shame, that I'm offering you this up for the Ribbon Shalom. The shame Ishim, for the sake of the fires. Rashi says, the shame Ishim, Laktiram Lola Asosim Stiel is there. The goal is that I'm offering up as a carbon and not as a barbecue. The shame Rayach, for the sake of creating an aroma. Okay, well, again, the Gemara is going to discuss all this. The shame Nichoach, that it has to be a pleasing aroma for our Kodesh Baruch Hu. This Rashi says, the shame Hanochas Rak LaKodesh Baruch Hu, the Shamer B'Naseh Tzoro, V'Achatos V'Asham L'Shem Chet. And when offering up a Chatos and an Asham, it has to be offered up for what? Or ultimately, again, for the sake of a sin offering. Amr Rabbi Yossi, Ach Mishalo Haya B'Libo L'Shem Achas Mikol Elu Kasher. Yossi comes along and says, no, even if you didn't have in mind, like these kavanas, your carbon is still kosher. Your carbon is still kosher. Look at Rashi just a moment. Shelo hayu balibo l'shmo elastam. Although this comes along and says, yes, l'chatila should have these 6 things in mind, but even if you didn't have these 6 things in mind, nevertheless, what? Your carbon is kosher. Once again, this is wild. This is wild. Why? So you understand what just happened over here? It's like it's overwhelming. The Gemara just tells me I have to have in mind 6 things that I have when I offer up a carbon. Rabbi Yossi comes along and says, what? There you go. Even if you didn't have in mind any one of these 6 things, right, your carbon is still kosher. Even before we go on, Rabbi Yossi essentially teaching us is that what? Even if you offered up a carbon, what? Stam, the carbon is still going to kosher. We'll say obviously again, there has to be some level of basic kavanah, which is that you're offering up a carbon. But as long as you have in mind that you are offering up a carbon, even if you didn't have in mind these 6 things, ultimately, again, the carbon is going to be kosher. Why? Shetnai Bezdin. Because I will say again, this is a Tnai Bezdin. Rashi says, Shetnai Bezdin means Bezdin legislators. Look at Rashi. Shetnai Bezdin who? Sheyishchetu stam v'lo yaskiru b'shchitasam l'shmot. In the first time, so let's listen to this. Bezdin actually legislated that you don't have to have in mind l'shmot. Why? So it says, so the Gemara says, Shetnai Bezdin who? Aslu Bezdin z'lolema l'shmo, v'lo asil l'memer shlo l'shmo. So Bezdin actually legislated that offering up a carbon, we're going to delve into this more, that when offering up a carbon, Yedafka should not say that the carbon is being offered up l'shmo. Why? Because what are Bezdin concerned about? Bezdin is concerned that somebody may make a mistake in what? Say that it's being offered up shelo l'shmo. Now we'll say now to actively articulate that a carbon is being offered up shelo l'shmo could cause a whole other host of problems. Therefore, Bezdin said, you're going to keep it easy. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. When you bring your carbon, just bring your carbon. These that cost stam apostle. Now, if you want to say that a carbon that's offered up stam without any intention other than it's a carbon, if you want to say that such a carbon is really possible, tiny Bezdin or masculine knows of the mitzvah, could Bezdin go ahead and legislate something ultimately again that is possible? So we'll say, so we see the fact that Bezdin comes along and says that when you offer up a carbon, you don't actively have to say anything. You don't have to say anything. I will say now the reason Bezdin legislated that is because Bezdin were afraid that what? That you were going to say the wrong thing. Therefore, Bezdin said, you know what? Don't say anything. Bezdin could only make that legislation if what? If stam carbon is possible. If a stam das by a carbon of outside, stam das is kosher, right? Let's say if stam das by a carbon is possible, so Bezdin could not legislate such a thing. It's only because we say that stam das by carbon is possible. And so it's only because ultimately we say that stam das by carbonos is kosher that Bezdin has the ability to legislate and say what? Don't say anything when offering up your carbon. Don't say anything. Which, by the way, another Musar. Sometimes in life, the best approach is don't say anything. Because again, one thing is clear. When you don't say anything, one thing is sure, which is what? Not going to say the wrong thing. Like, they knew what they were talking about. So again, with Kavanos, there's a lot more you could mess up by talking than not talking. So don't say anything. And ultimately, again, the carbon will be kosher. But again, this legislation only works if halacha l'maisa, If halacha lemaisa, ultimately again we say that standas is kosher. So we'll say we'll stop for today. We're going to pick up with the get. That's how with the get. So we'll say what comes out is as follows. Let's just review what we've done. Number one is when you offer up a carbon shalol lishmo, in halacha lemaisa again the carbon is kosher, but it doesn't necessarily count towards the obligation of the Bible. That's number one. Number two, what we've seen is once you deviate and you offer up that carbon shalom lishma, then what? Stay the course. Stay the course. Continue offering up the carbon for that particular deviation. Right? That's number one. That's number two. Number three is that halacha. Number three is that stam das by karbanos is going to be kosher. So once that even if halacha lemaisa again, a carbon is not offered up. So again, see differently. In order for a carbon ultimately to encounter some type of carbonic problems, one would have to actively offer it up for the sake of something else. That's when the carbon is still kosher, but not necessarily violent. But if a carbon is offered up with stam das, or it's just for the sake of a carbon, even without what we'll call specific as for which type of carbon, not only is the carbon kosher, but we'll see ultimately again if it counts towards the obligation of the owners. Stop the pick up Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Just a reminder, tomorrow is also Rosh Chodesh. That begins in Eretz Hashem at 5:45 tomorrow.
Thank you, John. All right, we'll say good morning, everyone. Such a so small Hashem to be here with all of you, at least live virtually. I know it's a steer in many way, but nevertheless, an incredible source. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Shvat, Mel and Karen Ram, in honor of our parents, Stanley and Cynthia Ringo, and Margaret Ram for their unwavering love and support. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, and then we have Beth's father, Svi Ben Kalman, on the occasion of his first yard site. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Baruch and Bracha with gate iteration of the yard site of Islam, Aaron Ben Moshe Aryeh Cohen. We hope they are the merit of our Talmudoro. All of the Neshamas Lahavi, the families, all those who need refuah, should have one together with Kol Yisrael. Holy is one of those brachos, the Meretz Hashem Shara brachos, and so it's todos. All of Am Yisrael. We'll say today's path is Yud Tes 19. We are picking up on Yud Tes on the days 18 BC. We have a lot to do today. We're actually picking up 18 lines up from the bottom. Just to orient ourselves for a moment, if you remember again, Yomar was talking about the idea of the Mishnah. We started a new topic yesterday, and the Mishnah was speaking about the different things. Actually, we started, So we started Mishnah about 2 days ago. So the Mishnah was talking about the things that halacha lemaisa, if you go ahead and you leave off of a carbon mincha, that you are yosei. So one of the things that came up was this concept of yitzika, of pouring of the oil. So we discussed the idea that it can't literally mean pouring of the oil because you have to have oil. But rather, what the Mishnah suggested was perhaps that the pouring of the oil could be done by a non-kohen. It's kosher bizarre. Now the Mishnah and the Gemara then said, this must not reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon, because Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that yitzika, the pouring of the oil, has to be done by a kohen. That's the by kohen. That's where he left off. So because Rabbi Shimon espoused this idea that kol kohen she'ina moda ba'avoda ina v'yirah. Any kohen who does not literally again buy in to Kohanic service, ultimately again doesn't have a portion in the kahuna. So we left off. He was ve'ili elazudova minayin levavos test vav avodos. This is 18 as you can allow it. So the Gemara says, I only know that that's true for the particular avodos, for the particular services that are mentioned in the pasuk. What about in general all of the Kohanic services? How do I know that this concept, namely, that if you buy into the kahuna, then you're an effective kohen. If you don't buy into the avodah, then you're not an effective kohen. Where do I know that by everything else? The Gemara says, so for now the Mishnah says, what are these 15 avodos? Hayitzikos, the pouring of the oil, Habalivos, the mixing, Hapasisos, the breaking up of the mincha into pieces, Amalifos, salting, Timifos, waving, Hagoshos, bringing it to the Mizbeach, Kumitzos, the Kimitzo, Haktaros, burning, Maligos, so it's back to Malika, the bird offering, Kabalos, receiving of the blood in the Sharis, Azos, sprinkling, Hashkas, Sota, the giving of the Sota to drink the waters, Alifas, Egla, that's Egla Alifa, Taras, Mitzor, the purification process of the Mitzorah, the Seals Katayin, Duchenim, delivering the Kohanic Bracha, Beni Biflim, Beni Bafos, whether you're inside of the courtyard of the Mikdash or outside. And actually points out the whole ear to ear, anywhere where the Kohen will give you the bracha. So the Gemara says, Minayin, how do I know that in all of these cases, if a Kohen subscribes to the concept of Guruna, if he subscribes to the concept that all of these things are unique Kohanic responsibilities, then his avodah is effective. If he doesn't buy into it, then his avodah is ineffective. How do I know this? Talmud Omar, Midnei Aaron. Ha'avodah Mesur B'nei Aaron. Because the Pasuk says that all of these things Midnei Aaron. This has to be done by the sons of Aaron. So the avodah is only effective if done by the sons of Aaron. What does that mean? Called Kohen She'ina Modeh any Kohen who does not Modeh literally means like knit, but in this context it means buys in. Any Kohen who doesn't buy in to the conceptual framework of Kahuna, his avodah is going to be ineffective. So we'll say, but the point is, what's the point of all this? You see from all this that in the list of avodos that have to be done by a Kohen, Yitzika, the pouring of the oil is included over here. What does that teach us? That teaches us that pouring of oil must be done by a Kohen. That contradicts what we were saying before as Pshat in the Mishnah. Says not a contradiction. Kan v'minchas kohanim, kan v'minchas Yisrael. Very interesting distinction. Maybe one is talking about again the mincha of a kohanim, and one is talking about the mincha of the Yisrael. By the mincha of a kohen himself has to do the yitzika, the pouring of the oil. Maybe by the mincha of the Yisrael, the kohen need not do the yitzika. So the Gemara says minchas Yisrael. The bas kmitzik, kmitzik ve'ilach mitzvah skura. So ultimately, again, maybe here's the distinction. By the mincha of the Yisrael, we have to do kmitza. So for kmitza and on, that requires a kohen. But prior to kmitza, doesn't require a kohen. That includes belila. That includes tzika, the pouring of the oil. We made tzika belila shira bizarre. They would teach me that both the pouring of the oil and the mixing of the mincha are both permitted to be done by a non-kohen. On the other hand, minchas kohanim, the lad bas yitzika, the lad bas kmitzi. But again, on the other hand, the mincha of a kohen, I will say we haven't spoken about this explicitly, but the mincha of a kohen is distinct from a regular mincha in a couple of different ways. Number one, the mincha of a kohen is fully burned on the mizbeach. There's no shirayim that are consumed. Number two, the Gemara suggests, that states that there's no kmitza done by the minchas kohen, which of course makes sense, right? Because in a regular mincha, it's the kmitza that's burned and it's the rest that's consumed. By the mincha of the kohen, if the whole thing is going to be burnt anyway, there's really no need for any kind of kmitza. So minchas kohen, first one line, the labas kmitza meikara b'yagura, by the mincha of a kohen, which again does not have a kmitza. Ultimately, again, perhaps does not require kahuna as well. So maybe that's the distinction. So maybe at the end of the day, so maybe at the end of the day, the Gemara suggests that the mincha of a kohen, which doesn't require kmitza, ultimately, again, therefore the entire avodah requires a kohen. That's the Rabbi Shimon was saying that even Yitzhak, the pouring of the oil has to be done by a kohen. But a regular mincha, we'll call it Yisrael's mincha, a regular mincha, where there is kmitza, from kmitza on that requires a kohen, but the pouring of the oil doesn't require a kohen. All right. So the Gemara says, here's the problem with that. Amalei Rabbah. So like I said, first white line, end of the first white line. Amalei Rabbah. So here's the issue. Let's analyze this. Where do we learn the halachos of the pouring of the oil for the minchas kohen, the minchas Yisrael? We learn it from Yisrael's mincha. If that's the case, then we should say, just like by the mincha of Yisrael, if a non-Kohen pours the oil, if Zar pours the oil, the mincha's kasher, so too by the mincha of a Kohen, it should be kasher as well. He did that on the others explain. Rav Nachman, lo kasher. Rav Nachman wants to resolve the contradiction as well. Kan v'nik matzos, kan v'she'enik matzos. One is talking about a mincha where knitza is done, and one is talking about a mincha where knitza is not done. Again, a mincha where knitza is done, so ultimately, again, anything before the knitza, Kohen is going to be the Kohen. Kohen doesn't have to do it, the Zan can do it. But a mincha that doesn't have knitza, perhaps that requires a Kohen for the entire process. Rabbi Rava says, one second, Michti, she'ein nikmatzos mehecha is Rabbi Yitzika. From where do we learn that even a mincha that doesn't have knitza requires pouring of oil? The Gemara says, it's Rabbi Yitzika minik matzos. Again, interestingly enough, a mincha that doesn't have knitza is learned out from a mincha that does have knitza, that it requires yitzika, pouring of the oil. If that's the case, kinik matzos, then even a mincha that doesn't have knitza should be like a mincha that does have knitza. Just like by a mincha, ultimately the has knitza, the yitzika, the pouring of the oil, can be done by a zar. So too, even a mincha that doesn't have knitza should be the yitzika should be ksheira bizar. Allah the Gemara says, "You're right."
So hard to mention.
Rather, ultimately, again, the Gemara says, "You're right." Our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon. So also, this is a very important point. So at the end of the day, what the Gemara suggests is the follows. Our Mishnah says that halacha l'maisa, if a non-Kohen poured the oil, remember we spoke about the idea that there's 3 different pourings of the oil. There's pouring of the oil into the kusharis before the flour is put there. Then there's pouring of the oil ultimately again once the flour is there. Then there's beliva, then there's mixing, then there's the pouring of the rest of the lug of the oil. What our Mishnah said is that if halacha l'maisa, non-Kohen came along and poured the whole lug in at once, that halacha l'maisa, or even poured it into different stages, that the mincha is effective. The mincha is effective. So ultimately, again, that the yitzika is sheira bizar. So the Gemara said, that again, and then the Gemara is pointing out that Shimon disagrees with that. It says machlokas. And Shimon holds ultimately again that the yitzika, the pouring of the oil, must be done by a kohen. We tried to reconcile the 2 opinions, but it turns out they're irreconcilable. Which I will say is a tremendous haskin as well. In life, and this is important, as conflict resolution as well, it's always good to find common ground, even with people who we disagree with. What can we agree on? But it is important also to understand that sometimes there are irreconcilable differences, and that's okay. That's okay. You see, the beauty over here is that Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanan could live on the same page of Gemara, even though halacha l'maisa they have irreconcilable differences. We think that reconcilable differences automatically means conflict. It's not true. It's important to see if you can reconcile. It's important to see if you can kind of get, on the same page. But even if you can't actually get, intellectually or logically or theologically or philosophically on the same page, there's still the ability to live together on the same page. Tremendous. So my time with Rabbanon. What's the logic of Rabbanon? Look at Gemara says. Now we're going to remember Rabbanon say that yitzika, the pouring of the oil, is kosher by a zar. So what's their logic? Because the pasuk says, the yatzak aleha shemen, the nasan aleha levona, the hediya el bnei Aaron hakohen b'kamatz. So the progression over here is very interesting. So the pasuk says, he will pour upon it oil, he will place upon it levona, and he will ultimately bring it to Aaron HaKohen, the kamatz, and they will take the knitza. So the Rabbanan darshan, miknitza ve'ilach mitzvahs temuno. So the fact that, interestingly enough, Bnei Aaron is juxtaposed to knitza indicates to us that from knitza and on requires Kohen. Limit al yitziko b'lilo sheksheri bizar. But the processes before knitza, i.e., yitzika, the pouring of the oil, and balila, and the mixing, are kosher even by a non-Kohen. Incredible. That's the position of the Rabbanon. But Rabbi Shimon will say, Bnei Aaron, that phrase Bnei Aaron on top of your test will say 19a, Bnei Aaron HaKohanim Mikra Nidrash Lefanav Ula'achrav. This is very interesting. So the way that Rabbanan read the pasuk is like this. The pasuk itself speaks out the idea, right? So let's go through the progression. The Yatzak al Hashem, he will take, he will pour upon it the mincha, the flour, oil. The Nasar Aleha Levona, place upon it Levona, frankincense. The Via El Bnei Aaron Kohen, and then it is brought to Aaron the Kohen. The Kamas, he will do the mitzvah. So Rabbanan will say it's clear that it's brought to Aaron, and then Aaron does Kmitza, which means that from Kmitza and on, that's the obligation of the Kohen. But anything before Kmitza, which is two parts, which is again Yitzika, the pouring of the oil, and Belilo, the mixing, that can be done by a non-Kohen. Rabbi Shimon says no, that phrase Bnei Aaron modifies both which comes before it as well as that which comes after it. Now, what comes before it is Yitzika and Belila, pouring and mixing. What comes after it is Kmitza. So it's fantastic. So the Machlokus in Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan ultimately again is how to actually dash in this particular passage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Suffer Rabbi Shimon Nikra Nedr Shapanav La'afra. Does Rabbi Shimon really hold that way? Now this of course seems to be an exegetical concept. Now is that true that Rabbi Shimon actually holds that halacha l'sah, that halacha l'sah pasuk can go ahead and be darshan both ways, right? Is that actually the way that is, that a pasuk can be darshan both ways, both before it and after it? In other words, that it modifies that which comes before and after. So the Gemara says, "Vatani we learn." So the pasuk says that the kohen will take from the blood of the chatas with his finger, and he shall place it on the corner of the mizbeach. So the Gemara says, "V'lakach melamed shelo take hapala ela biyamin biyamin be'etzbal." What do we learn from this? We learn from this that when the kohen does Kabbalah ultimately again, ela biyamin. Kabbalah has to be done with his right hand. Be'etzbal v'nasan. Then he shall do the blood application with his etzbal. That also teaches me that the blood application can only be done with the right. So two things being learned over here. Number one, that Kabbalah is done with the right hand. And number two, that the blood application, the etzbal, is done also with his right hand. Reb Shimon, yad the Kabbalah doesn't say the word yad when it comes to Kabbalah. Hono below yad the Kabbalah, kibel the small kasha. Since at the end of the day it doesn't say yad by Kabbalah, even if you did Kabbalah with your left hand, ultimately the Kabbalah is special. But Rabbi said the Mikra Nidrash Lefanav Ula'achrav Tamiflagi. So once they say now, Abaye says, what's the point of contention over here? The point of contention is how to darshan the pasuk. Is a pasuk darshan just kind of like in a linear sense, or is it darshan both before it and after it? And yet in this case, Rabbi Shimon is not darshaning the pasuk before it and after it. In other words, it's not darshaning before and after the key word. So that contradicts we just said before. Ella, high time of Rabbi Shimon. Rather, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So that's going to jumping back. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Why does Rabbi Shimon say that ultimately, again, Yitzika, pouring of the oil requires a coin? Because the pasuk says the Heviyah Vav Mosif Al Inyan Rishon. So Rabbi said this is very interesting. Rather, Rabbi Shimon's logic is like this: it's because the word the Heviyah, the Vav is like the Vav of keyboard. The Vav is a connector. So the Vav of you shall bring it connects it to the Vav of the Kamatz. So remember again, the pasuk that the Gemara is referring to over here is the pasuk that cover mincha. The Heviyah of the Aaron coin, the Kamatz Nisham. You will bring the mincha to Aaron or the Kamatz, and he will go ahead and do the mitzvah. So you have two vavs, the Heviyah, the Kamatz. So ultimately, again, the vav of the Kamatz ultimately again connects itself to the vav of the Heviyah, indicating to us that all of these, just like mitzvah has to be done by a kohen, so to again that connector vav, connects us to ultimately again the beginning of the pasuk as well. So the Gemara says, "Vav most about in Rishon." So therefore, again, the Vav says it's just so again just to understand it. The Kamat means and he will do the Kmitza. Rabbi Shimon understands and he will do the Kmitza indicates and he was already doing some other things beforehand. In addition to the things that he was doing beforehand, he must continue and do the Kmitza. So what was he doing beforehand? Rabbi Shimon says, oh, that's the Yitzika, that's the pouring of the oil. So the Gemara says, "Sorry, B'Shimon Vav Mosfa Inubishon." That's Rabbi Shimon held that way. That when you see a vav connects to that which was occurring beforehand. So the Gemara says, "Anyway, after that, the case. What about the positive that I said before? The shafat is ben habakar, the hikrivo, the arna coin and satan, the zakwa as hadam." So the pasuk says over here, right, that they'll go ahead and literally slaughter the ben habakar, the calf. The hikrivo, the arna coin and satan. The sons of Aaron will offer up the blood, and they will sprinkle the blood. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, from Kabbalah, from receiving of the blood of a carbon of a fetus and on, that's when you require a Kohen. However, what do we learn from the Malabit al Shkita Shekshira Bizar? The Shkita itself is kosher even with a non-Kohen. For which the Gemara says, E is Rabbi Shimon. So again, either Rabbi Shimon, Vav Mosifa Inyavishan. So if Rabbi Shimon really subscribes to this idea, that a vav is like a connector, connecting it ultimately again to that which came before it as well. If that's the case, then he holds that way. So the Gemara says, "Shchita hachanami bizarti psula." And ultimately, you're going to go say, remember the pasuk says, "This shafat has been abakar v'hikrivo b'ne'aro." If Rabbi Shimon really holds that vavs are connectors, connecting themselves with each other, then the same way that it says ultimately again, "V'hikrivo b'ne'aro," sons of Aaron will offer up the blood. So that vav should connect itself to the vav of the shafat and say, just as Kabbalah, Zrika, has to be done with a Kohen, so too Shkita has to be done by a Kohen as well. And if a non-Kohen does Shkita, ultimately it'll be possible. First Gemara says, no, shiny puzzle, the Amukah is different there because the Pasuk says, this Sama Vishavat. It says, Visama Vishavat, Smicha and Shkita. Mas Smicha Bizarin, just like Smicha, which is the leaning of the animal, everyone agrees that's done by non-Kohen. Af Shkita Bizarin, so to Shkita can be done by non-Kohen as well. You must 1 second. Ima Smicha Bebailim, Af Shkita Bebailim, if that's the case, then we should say, just like Smicha is done by the owner, so to Shkita should have to be done by the owner. To which the Gemara says, that doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you why. The Gemara says, because it's Kavachomer. Who's Mazri? Because the Kapara lo by Bible. It's Zrika, which is the Iker Kapara. Zrika is the Iker of the carbon. It doesn't require the owners. And Shkita, the Lat Iker Kapara lo Koshkin. In other words, so Shkita, which is not part of the Iker Kapara, should not require the owners. Interesting. Feed Tema ain't done in action, Mishiki action. Or maybe you'll say you can't learn out saying that it's possible and that it's impossible. Meaning what? Obviously, a non-coin can't do Zrika. Right, because that's done in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, and that has to be done by a Kohen. So you can't learn out ultimately again Zrika Shkita from Zrika. So the rest of the Torah itself says explicitly by the Kippur. What does it say by the Kippur? The Shafat is para pratos asher lo. So the pasuk says interestingly enough that Aaron will shech the para pratos that is his. That is his. Right? Michal. The Shkita Ba'alma Loba in the Bible. In fact, as the Torah goes out of its way to say that on Yom Kippur, Aaron shecht his chatos indicates that that's a novelty. It's not on Yom Kippur that Aaron shecht his chatos, but ultimately, again, during the rest of the year, Shkita does not require a Kohen. Amarab, so that said, Homakum Shemei Amar Torah V'chuka Eno Elo La'aki. So it's like a new topic. So therefore, again, halacha l'mayisov, we are still stuck with our focus between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. That is still our fundamental focus here. So therefore, halacha l'mayisov, when it comes to Yitzika, so we have the Rabbanan, which is reflected in our Mishnah, that the pouring of oil can even be done by a non-Kohen. We have Rabbi Shimon who holds that no Yitzika must be done by a Kohen. But that's not my focus. New statement. That says, this is very interesting. So I'm saying, it sounds like what Rabbi is saying at the outset is like this. Anytime you see both the word Torah and Chuka, that indicates to us that the particular process that is being mentioned in the pasuk is an indispensable part of the service. That's a Torah and Chuka, and the Torah is Torah, Chuka, everlasting statute. Whenever you see those two words, that tells you that whatever here is being discussed is ma'akid and must be done. So the Gemara says, now, again, the Havamina is that Rabbi is saying you need both of these words in order to make a particular process an indispensable reality. Yet the Gemara says, here's the problem. Zos Kukas HaTorah. The paradigmatic example of this
No
is
T-K.
like Paraduma. So it says Zos
WTF.
Kukas HaTorah. Both words, called Fuka and Torah, which tells you that every part of the Paraduma process is indispensable. Here's the problem with this logic. Nazir. What about Nazir? The look Sivave Ela Torah. Now by Nazir, it doesn't say the word Fuka, but it does say the word Torah. For Amarav, and Rav said, Tinufa Benazir Ma'akiv. Yet everything, even the waving by Nazir, right, by the Nazir's offering, is Ma'akiv. And yet it only says the word Torah, it doesn't say the word Fuka. Shani Hasan Kiman B'Ksiv Kinye Asa Kiman B'Ksiv B'Fukidami. Since there's another phrase by Nazir, it says Kinye Asa. This is the way it shall be done, indicating to us that every part of the process is that indispensable. Interesting, and that's as if it said Fuka. I already told that. What about the carbon Torah? The Lo Siva Be Ela Torah. It only says the word Torah. It doesn't say Fuka. Yet we learned our Pash and the Torah Ma'akin Zadzah. Remember again, in the Torah there are 40 loaves. 10 loaves, 4 different types of loaves. And those 4 types are indispensable realities. You must have them. If you don't have them, the carbon is invalid. Yet interestingly enough, it only says Torah. It doesn't say Fuka. So what the Gemara says, I bought should have told the Ma'akin that shiny Torah is Kishla Nazir. Torah is different because Torah is compared to Nazir. And therefore, again, just the Ksiv Al Zerach Todas Shlama. The Amar Shlama Rabos Shalmei Nazir. Okay, because again, that Shlama says refers to the Shlama of the Nazir. So the idea here is that Torah is compared to Nazir. Just like we discussed that by Nazir, the Pasuk says, King Yasek. And it's indispensable part of the process. So the same halacha applies by Torah. Okay, and by the
Please join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Tater Time once a week, guys. If you enjoy the Patreon, you get to see the show early. Don't you want to do that? We had a good time on that. You know what I mean? And that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch Tim as a shop. So start the timer, let it check up. Oh shit, 1 second.
indispensable. You must find both of those words in the context of the particular mitzvah. We want to see examples of where you don't find both Torah and Fuka, yet the parts of the process are still indispensable. So what is another example? Why Mitzorah? What about Mitzorah? The Lord is a
2 years in a row, 2 Super Bowl commercials in a row. Has anyone ever done that before? Usually like the A-list celebrity. He might be an A-list celebrity. He's getting there. Yeah. It's just, who said ad nauseum? It's what happens when successful people leave thick white. They become even more successful. Just a fact.
Cedarwood,
Global superstars,
Wall,
Tiger Fit.
and
He's watch the rise, fellas. Ever heard of it? And also leave a comment below if you were with your family watching Super Bowl and you go, oh, you see what's happening, you guy on the screen. That's what I did, and everyone was like, what the hell? It's kind of like when you did this, like, that is hilarious that you did it for your family, but it's the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. That's what all of the cats. I'm surprised. Is that not a post? That's got to be a cat's most marks on that thing. What is it? Yeah, shout out to you, Mark. Yeah. You sent me a text 2 years back. Those comments. Once we got
the process require all of the different components, and the athletes of any of the components would harmonize the process. Yet, if only find one word, Torah or Huka, in that both, which Gemara revises Rav's position. Hello, all Torah or Huka. Okay.
Yeah, he's just having living his life, man.
Didn't need to see that you require both.
It's always out.
Rather, you only need one.
Maybe, wait, when you scroll in there, is that like dirt on it or something?
Or Fuga, that tells you that all of the constraints are an indispensable reality for the actualization of the particular service. I was like, I share Carbonos, the Sid Muru Torah below Mahaki, the Torah and the other commerce, for the Torah doesn't do it, the Torah uses the Lashon Torah. If you go back to Carbonos, there are many parts of the process. Just some parts of the process, but if you did not do so, ultimately, again, it's not
sure
much.
his life's falling apart.
The right back should give you for example, right? So this is by Ashram, you're supposed to burn the sacrificial parts in this bath. But in the event that you didn't burn the sacrificial parts, you still don't you do speak up. You still don't say, or for example, again, you know, by being thought,
Just a bunch of
you don't mix it, right? Don't bring it next to this
I was
bath.
thinking,
Because it says the word Torah, yet at the end of the day, there are parts that are not
or, you know, he didn't have a
reality.
suit
So
until the very
how
last
do
minute.
you deal with that?
He's like, hey, George, you your suit. Some guy who knows
Torah
it.
by a Hugo,
He said, do you have a suit?
Hugo by
I'm
a
sure about the same
Right.
size.
The
Or
word
he pulls
Torah
it
by
out of his
itself,
closet.
that
He ate
word
like a donut or
does not
something.
automatically create a reality
Like a pattern
in which all the details are indispensable realities. The Torah must be
Or, you know,
modified
it's
by
funny. It could be
Hugo,
so many
but
things. He
Hugo
could literally, he's such a
need not
piece of shit
be
that it
modified
could be
by
a
Torah.
witch.
Whenever you
A
see
witch
the word
got to
Hugo
smell
by
on him.
itself, that
Because
tells you
he like
every
hit
detail
a
in
witch's
this
car and
context
tried
is
to drive off.
indispensable reality.
He did
When
something
you see
bad
the
to a
word
witch,
Torah
and the
by
witch was like,
itself, it will still need to
blew
be
this on his
modified
back, and now he's
by
cursed.
Hugo.
Fucking things he has to
It
do.
was like by the
There are three
well,
bad
that's
things
right.
that happened to him.
Torah of Hugo Kalmar. So you want to the problem is that's not what Rav said, right? Rav said that anytime you find both Torah and Hugo, actually Moshe said, how do you reconcile that? How do you come and say how come not to say Torah, even though in the Torah, in the Pasuk it says Torah, you can see the Hugo in. If it adds in the word Hugo, and there's all the realities are indispensable, or indispensable, but you don't know what is Hugo, and again, perhaps if you add some of the details,
You know what I mean? Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to say here, dude. He disappeared for 3
of that
years. Wow. And then came back and was like, I changed my life.
Hugo, low by Torah. If you think about it, by the way, it's the between Torah and the Torah.
He's
Torah,
Teflon.
usually for Torah is general over our that are not very
Give a
understandable.
speech about it. I'm done.
I can make sense of that.
He just quits when he wants.
Hookah, a hope on the other end, often means a mixture of money from a third party that often defines comprehension.
Stuff like that.
Immerse
Right.
in absolutely
And off the
amazing.
podcast.
Why is the
He's
Bible
like
give us
making
food?
weird faces.
Why just give us resources like that that don't have actual understanding? Because the world always tends to be different, ultimately to become a power.
I feel like we make those kind of
So
faces
there are
sometimes. I
so
don't think
many
it's from
beautiful things that we
man,
can
so
say
I
to
won't
these
make
sites.
faces.
But part of what it
You're not
needs
on
to be
drugs,
is
right?
if you learn
I'm on
to
sober.
believe,
I'm
even
on
if you
TLC,
can't
but
understand.
listen,
The
I'm
ability
social
to
media.
convince,
This is
even if
where
I
there's white
can't
powder,
put
there's
my head
ag.
around it, the ability to
Yeah, I
say,
mean, dirty
this
clothes
makes
and on a nice suit.
absolutely no
Or I mean, dirty
sense
shit on a
to me,
nice suit.
but I'm
But it has to be worrisome
committed
something, I guess.
to doing it
Pray for
because
job
it is
view.
what I can struggle with.
Not to start a narrative. Allegedly,
That's what it
allegedly.
needs to be a year.
It was totally normal to see 15, 16-year-old girls in the club with
Like,
40-year-old
the things
men
that
in
make
the
sense to
90s,
you,
right?
of course you're still
Plus
going to
I
fight for that.
8990
The
VR.
accomplishment
Did you see
of
the
the
green
truth.
dick?
Jump.
No, I didn't. We
Trust
don't
me,
even
I'm
want to
in.
say
I
that
don't get
if
it.
it's true
I
because
don't
it sounds so
understand
bad.
it.
Wait
Until
till you
it's
see the
absolutely
picture. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, it's bad. That picture is so funny. That's the face he painted after he saw the Elephant Grey Grant
Asked me
video.
to do this, and therefore I am in. That's the thing.
Commissar.
Buy a hookah.
The hat is
So all
crazy,
you are
man.
is a total
Like,
Jew.
listen, I get it. I'm a
You have
ball
to be a
guy,
hookah
right?
Jew as
Have
well.
I ever
You
wanted to
have
wear
to
a
be the
newsboy
kind of
cap?
person
God
that is
damn it.
willing to commit.
Have I thought about it endlessly throughout my life? Can I pull off the newsboy
Even
cap,
if you don't
fedora,
fully
etc.,
appreciate
etc.?
the what,
Yes, I
Torah,
consider it.
buy a
But I don't do
hookah.
it. Because I know I look like that. I don't
Hookah,
want to look like
or
that.
buy a Torah.
I mean, you got this
If
dude
you're a
right fast on
hookah
gas.
Jew,
That's true. I have better hats. Like, that's why
then the
we
Torah part
both
comes
have great
easily.
hats. Yeah, we
You're a
don't
Torah
need
Jew, sometimes I still have to work on myself to be a
like the
hookah.
fuck Jason
Torah,
thing.
buy
He's
a
like he's a
hookah.
pinky
If I used
blind.
to rub it up Torah, buy a hookah, I have to work
Pinky
on
blind
myself to
yourself.
become a close
Like you
Jew.
should have had him. It's
So
like a
you
small
got,
person.
on
Pinky
that
blind.
level where you are
Peek
committed,
out.
whether you understand or you don't understand, makes sense. I'm a soldier and I'm reporting for duty.
Drinking his little
I am your
brony.
son and I'm doing whatever
Alrighty,
way
let's see
that
this
I
working
can.
toe.
I'm a
855.
hookah Jew and
How
I'm
many
in
votes
and
for
I'm
no
committed.
more
Well,
slow
buy a
content
partner.
unless
That's
during the
easy.
brain
I'm a
dead?
hookah Jew. And the
I
stuff
like
that
that.
makes sense, the
Yeah, I
stuff
do
that
too
feels
because
good,
we try and stay
the
away from
stuff
the
that
fan.
speaks to
You
me,
know what I mean?
that's
Yeah.
the easy part.
I don't really want to talk
Torah,
about
buy a
slow
hookah.
Joe.
I'm a Torah Jew.
She
I
seems
work
like a
on
nice
becoming a
person, I
hookah Jew.
guess. I
I'm
don't
a
really
hookah
want to get
Jew.
into it.
And Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, I'm alive. At the spiritual state that I truly need.
Alrighty, let's see it. Let's
So incredible. I have a hard time with the color. You might say,
The farting stuff is kind of funny, but I can do that. That'd be cool if just no more slow dogs, it's farting or
Sigmar says,
I mean, it's kind of mean to make it seem like you first, but then it's obvious she's not farting. Yeah, but would you want, if there was a subreddit, would you want your wife on there just constantly farting? Oh man, do you want to read about me? I want to be, yeah, what about my wife? I don't want that. No, you don't want your family. You want to be attacked yourself and your family.
They want to be Ma'aki,
You know, that's
but
why
why not? It says Luka.
I attack my family or others. I said,
It was a shiny husband. If you
Posted by
see the
you
Luka,
time,
you would
Papa
see you
Mary,
can find Luka. Because the Luka
Papa Mary
does
told
say
Mexican
Luka.
when he gets
But where
triggered
does
when
it
the
say
family
Luka from? It
speaks
says
Spanish.
Luka
He's too
some
dumb. That sounds like
So by definition, again,
Who the fuck is Marshall? Don't just say that.
because that's it. Luka by the actual word sacrificial part.
Dancing with
I
us.
have a hard lesson without touching my brain. So it's Luka. Yes, I see. That's my point. It also says Luka by conception. It's time you learn.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty. I'm here for you.
Everything is ma'akiv each other. What do you see from here? From here, you see by left my opponent, it was restated by Achila. That's enough to create an obligation that there are no indispensable conditions. So what do you see from here? When the Torah goes out of its way to repeat itself, even when talking about Achila consumption, that creates a reality where all of the details of service are indispensable. So Marsa Shani Hasam the Amr Kra, it's different there because by Mincha the Pasuk says Migarsha or Mishamna. Ultimately, again, from its flour and from its oil. Both are on the days, New Testament days of 19Bs. Garesh Vishemen Ma'akid, the Ein Dara Achar Ma'akid. Ultimately, again, it is the oil and flour that are Ma'akid by carbon cause, but nothing else ultimately, again, is Ma'akid. Okay, interesting. So therefore, I will say, it turns out that we've actually seen, by the way, this statement of Rav before, this Chukah and Torah. So again, what turns out is obviously what Rav is what Rav originally was highlighting for us is that where it says in the Torah or Chukah, that creates an indispensable reality, that then morphed ultimately again into wherever it says Chukah, that's indispensable reality, that's indispensable details, right? And then if it says Torah, Torah has to be modified by Chukah, and then that was modified again, that was modified again to say that halacha l'maisa, perhaps it's also different when the Torah goes out of its way to repeat certain concepts. Whenever the Torah repeats something, that's to tell you that this is ma'akev, that you must have this and it is an indispensable reality. Okay, now the Gemara is going to focus on that last piece. So Gufa, what's the New Testament days 19b, second line down from the top. Gufa, come on, shirits to the fact, because the Torah, the Torah,
there's no way that Shabbos, I'm not holding the Shabbos. I know we put this up before, but I get scared.
The Torah, even our this is good. So the Gemara says as follows. Whenever this Torah goes ahead and repeats something by carbon ultimately again, it's a giving of the statement that this is an indispensable part of the mitzvah service. Shmuel says, Garesh V'Shemen Ma'akid, Ye'in Dara Achar Ma'akid. Shmuel says, no, only literally again the flour, and the oil that are the indispensable parts of the mitzvah, but everything else, even if you left it off of the mitzvah,
They're when we're on trial, so you're laughing at him because he did not hold it. Was anything that could be serious brain that's not the serious thing you would like.
Even though ultimately the pasuk repeats something that is not accurate, why else would the pasuk go
You should have saved this guy from Brian Campbell.
It's not to go ahead and create a reality in which it does not accurate. Hello, but he said this many days I think most of you like it has to be that halacha l'maisa, wherever the pasuk repeats something, repetition is yet to tell you that it is not accurate, that it is an indispensable reality. The half what's my pasuk that is getting from the half, the moment control the pencil from the half. What's interesting by this is that the Torah itself uses two different lashonos, two different expressions for this mitzvah. It uses lashon malot himself, which means his handful, and then it says himself, a handful. handful. So you must listen to this. Assignment. Malok himself, big himself. So on one hand, the customer is Malok himself, his handful, and the console a handful. Also, get a difference. Malok himself is handful, possessive. Console handful. So the Gemara says, Shalom Yasa It's actually fascinating. There were multiple measuring utensils in the Judaism itself. But the one measuring utensil you do not have was that there is no such thing as a mitzvah measuring utensil. No such thing as that. Magic mitzvah was never done in a utensil. Mitzvah is always done by the hand of the Kohen. So let's say, so again, this is the tension over here. If we were just like console, handful, I would have thought maybe you create actually a key that is the size of a console. The fact that it goes out of the same the low console is handful indicates to us that is actually a subjective shear based on the size of the hand of the Kohen, and that we never create the utensil to measure a handful. Last seller, hot hand kind of the best. So last says ultimately again there's a process of consistency. Bayake Kasamishov, Balimalik Kalimenu, as the Pasuk says, you offered up Bayimalik Kapo, he filled his hands. So you see here the second part of the Torah mentions is Malok console and ultimately Bayimalik Kapo. Shmuel says, also, see, interestingly enough, that pasuk that Rav is talking about is by the consecration of the Mishkan. So Rav, so Rav's world, the Torah says twice that you have to take his hand. You don't use his feet. It's not that exactly rather than subjective measure. You are told that no, the Mishkan wasn't episodic events. Episodic, and you can't learn about the future events from the Mishkan. The Mishkan is almost like standalone type of event. Hello, young Shmuel goes himself. He's actually and that's one of the lights that turns on automatically when you come in. The events of future generations from the episodic events of the Mishkan or of the desert. Next time we learn, listen to this. So I texted. I said, "Come here, can you look at this?" Was the actually just like, a couple of days ago. So literally again, but I go up there and I'm looking at it. And I take a ChatGPT picture of it, and I try to twist it out because it's got like weird bulbs in it. And he just kind of pull it out, ChatGPT says. So I go up there, and I pulled it out, and I said, they have a person find us on Amazon, get a new one, I'll put it in myself. But again, the utensils used to measure liquids are not sanctify solids, and the utensils used to measure solids can't be used to sanctify liquids.
I almost fell off.
Shmuel says,
When I put the ladder, I had to go like this.
what about this?
These are early again, like a base the staff was like, he's gonna. I kept burning my hands, and they didn't know how to turn off the light.
So again, mitzvah was a basin that was used for blood. So the person saw that interestingly enough, so if you have a bowl, okay, that's a pre-shot. So if you have a bowl, a pre-shot bowl, you know what is used for blood, liquid, it can be used to sanctify solids. Mitzvah, the question is, you have a mitzvah basin, a bowl, that is used primarily for liquid, it could still be used to sanctify a solid. But say, Shneim Malayan Soda, because both of them will still ultimately identify by those things. Now, that can help us muscle, that's a conscious muscle, by the inaugural offerings of the seal of the tribal princes.
Is this guy homeless?
So ultimately, again, it's a shame all the utensils with focus source flour, which means that even the utensils that normally have been used for liquid will also use for flour. So from here, it seems that halakha Shmuel sees that halakha is using go ahead and sanctify even solid items, dry items, in a t-shirt used for liquid. Now listen, you're not raising them in this from. He's learning it out from the inaugural offerings of the tribal princes, which is occurred by the Mishkan. So what he's saying there, he's learning out the halakha from the Mishkan and applying it to all future generations, which we must be awesome. Remember, the color goes out of its created by the tribal princes, remember the princes as well. So, like,
You're allowed to
to go
feel
through
shame,
all
but you
of the
know,
other tribal
you should
princes,
pick.
you know what?
If you can't
We're
name a single
all
country thing,
exactly
but you
the
just listen to
same.
Spotify,
When
like
you
which one?
see
This is
that
something that
level
needs
of
to be taught to
repetition,
Shah.
why?
Like basic reason.
Why is that level of
It's kind of how
repetition?
Mark was
The
telling us
answer that
about
the Gemara
how Shah
understands is
doesn't
because
understand
it's
the
coming to
fundamentals
teach
and
you that
ideas
this
of
is an
comedy.
important detail,
He thinks comedy is
not
just like
just for the
you say
episodic
that person
effect
is
of the
fat due
revolution
to
of the
the
Rishon, but
joke.
ultimately again for future
Whereas, yeah,
generations
it
as well. So
requires a
perhaps,
little
you
bit
know,
of
so it could very well be
you
that when
eat
they
them
show
with A to
say
Z
you can't
every
use
time,
the
or
Rishon
whatever
like
it
a
is,
sign
A to
of
B
them,
and
you
A
go
to
to
C,
future
whatever it is.
halacha, but it sort of repeats something
And
12
then start
times,
playing
you
the
know,
clip. God damn it. Play the clip.
depending on travel on the so we got Hadash is the act of bringing the mincha to the Mizbeach. Bring the Mizbeach. The Torah states it twice. Yet Allah Almighty says not to be. So the Gemara says, minor candidates, but still, where do you see that? So this is just the six, so the Pasuk says, those cross and Mishpat gave us somebody out of the Hashem. The Pasuk says, also, where do you see the repetition? The Pasuk says, this is the rule of the Mikvah. Written sons of Aaron shall bring it to the Hashem. So this is the second and third mention of Hashem. This one says, no, that's like Tanawa. That's actually coming to tell us where the Mikvah is rough. Samuel, the King Hashem, the Pasuk says, you shall bring the Mikvah before Hashem, Yochel the Myra, you might get us brought on the west side, like the west side of Hashem. Remember, the west side would be right opposite, actually, I'm sorry, you have the picture in Rashi, you have the picture in Rashi over here, right? That would be right opposite the entranceway to the Heichal. We're going right up and down the back. Therefore, the process bring the Heichal to the face of the back. We up and down the back of the Gadara. That's the power of the south. That south would put you facing the ramp going up to the up. And we're going right up to Hashem. Therefore, the process says ultimately before God. How do I do both? You see, everything is like a template here. On one hand, the process says, you shall bring the Heichal to the Hashem, which sounds like the entrance to the Heichal, which is facing west. But then ultimately, I guess it's up to the which sounds like south. So how do you reconcile this? So the Muslim said, my feet shall be carrying the dollars, my lovers, to make it people shall carry the dollars. So what do you do? Ultimately, again, you bring it to the southwest corner, opposite the edge, ultimately again, of the corner, and that's so again, essentially, if you bring it to the southwest corner, which you on one hand, has some elements ultimately in the west, which may have facing the entrance of the and not directly opposite, but in the same direction. But at the same time, you also have Tapne and Mikoda, ultimately again, facing towards the Mizbeach as well. That way again, so again, the Gemara says the repetition over here of Hankasha is less true to the Hankasha as Ma'akri. Compared to the repetition, ultimately again, of Hankasha is between the priest. But again, on the one hand, you have to be with Hashem, and on the other hand, you also have to be up in the Mizbeach. So what's it also? This love, what is going to with this? Is love, the ultimately again of Hashem, up in the Mizbeach. Such a beautiful idea. The golden light, ultimately, let's see here.
Plus, by the way, I am
in direct contact with that
what the fuck is
that's
this
what
latest
all of us
episode?
to come in
And I think
contact
we're
with that
gonna have more
which
clips
you
about
know,
this, but the Ben's
how
one,
does
yeah.
one create a life where I am opening Hashem? And the answer is opening Mizbeach.
Alan just spent 2 hours downplaying and normalizing everything in the episode. He said he talked to Rogan about the Ben's episode. That goes on the stick. Not to
What
stick
am I
to
willing to
talking
sacrifice?
points
Because
the entire episode. Reading between the obvious lines here. These are very marching orders because of the similar shit that Rogan and Ben's stuck to on the other episode.
Becoming the best version of ourselves. If I can figure out how to get up and down this bear, how do I
John
get
kept going back to it, basically being a bunch of rich dudes cheating on their wives, and then he doesn't care about that, including Peter had yet, and what they care about. He also tried to minimize it by chalking it up to a bunch of socialite NYC models hanging around rich dudes. Just typical stuff of the 90s. He ignored the trafficking part and said it was probably barely many guys that were into children. So again, just a regular thing that with rich dudes and you partying with young hot models, Rogan propagated this too, although not to the level Colin did. And he went on with these and other points. He's a piece of shit. These aren't just his organic thoughts. He also stood firm on defending Woody Allen. Yeah. Did you see that tweet about Woody Allen where the guy was like, I refuse to believe that Woody Allen cheated on his daughter? Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
Arthur will say good morning, good morning. Such a small welcome to the altar. This is the first time
BTL naming the waters after
live
his commercial appearance. No matter if you
What's up, Dallas?
Thank you
so much. The month of
shout out to BTL news. He's always these kinds of great comments. Shot was what he had. Oh, I heard about this too. It's like Gage's calling out that's
the occasion of his first year and they are willing to shift for agency. The Eagle grandfather of Moshe today. We are picking up the next session on from the bottom. So the terms sounds low. Only how much colors remember again, we were learning focus. What happens if the person has a shelf table regarding something that really is supposed to be or conversely,
he's trying to explain.
Miss Aquarius. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Understand what other people are doing.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. No, you're good, girl. You're good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Miss Aquarius. We are of one mind. What a wonderful woman.
If one had in mind to be welcome to us, everyone agrees that there's no way Bumper's like, in the files inaccurate. That's what I'm saying. I want to know, I think I'm halfway through this video. Yeah, there was one time, they went to an island, okay? I was getting tired of all these people saying that like, they're on a plane. Hey, the guy who's been convicted of some horrible crimes. Yeah, those planes are fun. There's just no way they said that. But podcast script, no, it's offensive.
However,
narrative being
like one had in mind to over the blood.
I was really gonna just hang in there and be like,
ultimately that would be possible. My time was
I saw them. Let's see what he says about Boomer. I think this is important. You're gonna search like the trick thing. Boomer. Okay.
In the country, when you have
Bill Burr still hasn't recovered from the backlash, and I honestly don't think he ever will. And when you stop and take a step back to take it, you realize all he's said. See, I don't like that rage bait. He's putting Bill Burr into this Epstein thing. He hasn't said shit about it. Clickbait cringe. We don't do that. Yeah, we don't do that at all, ever. Yeah, I mean, come on. Don't put Bill Burr in the shit. He's not burning that. Safe as 4344. I am breathing like Jeff Dyson. I have bad allergies.
You were to go ahead and
leave over the blood. Oh shit.
Don't you agree with that?
Be real quick. Your blood goes down. That's the only thing that BTL 10-7 that's social media. That's the real data. That's social media. That's it.
It should be hustle as well. But hustle revelation come along and
I like how keeps it fun online.
or even in this case,
Makes it
we have to
entertaining.
hold that possible
Women have a
in the
private
fact that we
desire
hold it.
to be Harvard and Brian Callen, Peter 990 VR. I mean, I've never seen this username before. Now he's out here just taking shots at Callen. Look at this.
Separately,
Not good.
l'ahamiya
But,
d'abord le mot
yeah,
de
you can put
l'enfant.
anything in quotation
Because
marks.
the
It sounds weird to say Callen said it. I'd be like,
if you had in mind
you did say that.
to go
That's
ahead
crazy.
and leave
Yeah,
out
he said
not
that was
all
when
of
he
the
come in.
blood, but some of them,
Oh, where like he's talking about when he's in her car.
because
Jack,
you
yeah.
actually
Or,
you
I think the same episode.
leave over some of the
It
blood
sounds
that
familiar.
the carbon is possible.
It's tough to
Everybody
remember
agree
all
with
the
that now?
especially in graves. This is the one I posted.
Beautiful, beautiful
Shout out
dinner.
to me.
Omar
This
Rabbi,
is a
very
great brigade. I like this a lot.
Inshallah,
So I saw it right away. I was like, oh yeah, that's it.
mitzvahs, sorry,
That's it right there. That great.
So this is
And then somebody confused me by saying we have the actual video. So we make it. Oh shit.
when I read
This is better. Yeah, this is
what
better.
is in the interesting
Better.
Yo, what up, dog?
Now, we're actually on the same page like this. So, you didn't tell me to say,
Well, I've never seen
Well, you're talking about I'm more Jewish than your mother.
I'm the most Jewish.
Dog. Did you daven today? Did you daven today?
San Francisco, okay?
Did you daven today?
San Francisco, because my uncle works in the immigration system.
That's cool. If he's an Israeli, that doesn't necessarily mean he's halachically Jewish.
I'm a
Doug, if you're Doug, that's not even a thing. Enjoy yourself.
I was going to get from Rebbe Lazar Ben Shamua. Of the Amilay, obviously not what he said. What Rebbe said. Rebbe said, "Live close in the ghost of Rebbe Lazar Ben Shamua." I went literally to empty out the measuring utensils of Rebbe Lazar Ben Shamua. So in other words, I went to try to look at it as my
Wait, read it one more time.
and I was like, but listen to how beautiful understand this expression. So that was going to talk about Rosa Ben Shamua. And it says either one or two expressions. Either I went to see
I don't know. You might have to read the comments to understand what's going on there. I have no idea.
ultimately, again, I was going to
Does that make sense?
or
Well, here's
I
the thing.
went to empty out the measuring utensils of Rebbe Lazar Ben Shamua.
Just a young kid with a dream, but to achieve that dream,
Either way, what you notice is something
right up to the right. Okay, but what comes after that doesn't make sense.
there's something
So
missing.
let's just start with I. I was a 6'7", 265-pound monster, handful of fresh draft pick in the NFL. Just a young kid with a dream to achieve that dream.
I have to figure out what I'm going to say.
I say personally, I like to.
Or I just need to take as much from already as I can because I
That
recognize
was the worst part.
that my measuring utensils
Come on, let's go to hot. I want to get something fucking.
So your person has everything.
Shit.
And sometimes it's just so beautiful.
Okay. 305 posted this. Might fight to save the podcast.
We do when we learn. Each and every one of us is like this
Nose.
intensity.
Shirt says
And
donuts.
each and every one of us is not
Was
full.
it Paramount?
It's deficient. It's
Alright, that's
inconsistent
fine.
in different
It is.
ways.
Anthony Joshua
And
is one of my favorite fights of the year. It's fluffy, fluffy Hernandez and Sean Strickland. It's an amazing fight. But Dustin, look at
feel a little bit
like
more complete. That's why, you know,
just
when
speaking
you're
at the Fed.
whether you understand what you're learning,
Let's say outside of
different.
Tom
You
Aspinall,
feel a sense of
you could
completion.
probably wreck
That's this process.
a good chunk of the family division right now, right? If you train hard.
Which sometimes are a bit deficient
What you do
and
with
now
that?
becoming so. So let me go
My life
see
on
more of the
Thank you.
Roosevelt
Then
law.
freaking the
You
podcast
get
and
to
blow
focus
people
on the points like
That's
empty. You get the
fun as a kid. That would be dope.
Sorry
Oh my
about that.
god. Oh my god. That's funny.
But Sassy, you say how badly you should
He's talking about saving it like it's dying. That's
So
I'm playing that. But what would save the podcast?
He was sitting in
Yeah,
front of
obviously,
the
us
Lord
being
of
his
the
level, he's not down.
But
I would say, what's
low the Yosef
he goes does fighting again.
and the
Still
Lord of
or
the
Stanley, which one's better?
he
Stanley.
loved
Yeah.
this Yosef.
Fighting can really
This
fucking
was like
Doc-
this was his
stand up. He can't die. He comes out with something.
Yosef
like the grandma
Hakavi
poppy
Rebbe
movie
Lazar.
first.
So again, Yosef, this Talmud, Yosef
If he
Hakavi
can make a
was
worse
the
stand-up
most
special
beloved
than that grandma
student who
poppy,
was
that
Rebbe
would be
Rebbe Lazar ben
amazing.
Shmuel.
He needs to do stand-up
And
again.
what happened?
Get a
The
handler
Sipur Bahalachos actually fine. So
listen to
that's
the
the
handler.
study. What happened?
And the handler
So now,
gives him
so just
patties, but on a
understand
regimented diet.
the personalities here.
And then,
Rebbe Lazar ben
he
Shmuel,
stays
he's the
working
Rebbe,
out all
right?
the
This is
time.
his
He
message.
stays fit,
Rebbe
makes
walks
jokes,
into this
and do
business.
your comedy. He's like,
Rebbe
fuck everyone in
sees
the crowd
that
type shit,
Yosef,
you know?
that Yosef
He needs to become like a
Hakavi
Matt Rife
is
type.
Rebbe Lazar ben Shmuel's Christ company. And that's the Rebbe loved his
That's what I
students.
say. Hey, what, like crowd work or like Hawkeye? 100% crowd work.
Does
Or 50% Hawkeye, 100%
how does the Talmud become the best
He
Talmud?
tries to be like Rife. He dresses like him. He starts doing that. He tries to do a Rife accent. Yeah, that'd be funny. That'd be funny if he goes, listen, Joanna,
And by the way, if your
I've
child
done
is
a lot of
angry,
shit.
you love your
Stuff
children,
you're not going to be
you love
happy
your
about.
children
But I'm
unconditionally.
going to go on that stage right now. I'm going to talk about something. You got to forgive me for everything. And then accept what comes out because I'm going to make you love it. And then he becomes Matt Rife. Because Rife, when he's doing stuff, he has that stance. He's like,
accomplish great things.
oh,
So now
he's so
Rebbe's
confident, you know?
observing this exchange
Oh, okay.
between
What do you
Yosef
do?
Hakavi
Good
and
job
Rebbe
doing
Lazar
that.
ben Shmuel.
Great. They're like, I'm a
Listen to
pilot.
this. Oh, Rebbe.
Oh, okay.
So this is now Yosef Hakavi speaking to Rebbe Lazar ben Shmuel.
Want to
Rebbe
get a
Rebbe.
pilot in his
Shofet
ass?
es hazeva. Shofet es hazeva.
What
Lahanicho
do you mean?
mishamo
I think
lemochar.
there's this weird chemistry that he has with the audience already that everyone thinks he's enough
With
for.
the intention
So
to
it
go
works
ahead
in his
and
favor.
leave
He just
some
stopped
of
at
the
the wrong
blood
time.
till
He
tomorrow.
stopped at the time where everyone thought he was
Blood
not
is
funny.
supposed to be part
So
of the
that's
blood,
what he is. But
He
you,
goes
dude,
up,
you
he has
use
in
that
mind,
to your
you go
advantage.
with some
Everyone
blood
thinks
till
you're not funny.
tomorrow.
He says anything funny, you're
So
hilarious.
this is Yosef
Yeah,
Hakavi
that's true.
asking Rebbe
Because
Lazar ben
if you
Shmuel.
do say something funny, they're going to laugh. If you don't say something funny, they might laugh hard. Yeah. So there's no, it's a win-win.
It
He's
is
won.
kosher.
He won the game.
Okay, the
We
Gemara
should do
says.
comedy again. Yeah. I think we made our case here.
Good.
Let's see here.
Right, well, I say it's not good. It's fine.
This is
Kosher,
hosted
still
by
kosher.
Dandy
This,
Cochran
so we'll see
to
about the
Papa Super Bowl
Those are
commercial
the same
discussion.
question
Okay.
again in the evening.
Let's see.
I'm a little question again. Discussion. Shabbos. Yes, in the Bible, after Lord Rams, one thing that you again in the morning. I'm a little question.
Super Bowl used to be
Answer
so
question.
fun.
Sahara. That's in
So
the
original.
I'll always say good day. I'm a little question. Those are the question. Mincha. There wasn't how to do something going over here. So listen about these asking is ready. Residential one the same question over and over and over and over. You have in mind to leave over some of blood sacrifice for blood. For the next day, what is the status of the carbon? Residential was consistently answers the question. Mincha. On the low question, Elish for the residential. Mincha.
Not that much of a difference there. The reason their ads are boring is because those celebrities.
Says, oh, the halach is
Yeah, I mean,
halach is kosher.
he's just
Not but
yeah, he's problematic. His comic friends were at the Super Bowl and BGL. Oh, that's why he's in yeah, BGL. Like if it was BGL was on there.
Rashi says over here,
Take the side off.
Machmor
Spells challenge.
Machmor Simcha. Seriously, I'm going to let up to go. Now, the Lord of the Show already sees, I don't understand. I'm not really okay. In the Hina and Shalom Kipnu Shmuel Simcha.
What's sad about this
So
is
the idea of Lord of the Show is just
I don't
about
think
the
they're having
okay.
fun.
I'm really not on the same page of them. So you're going to be trying
You're like
to
messing with
get
your
that are
girl,
learning,
just
right?
like
They are teaching
joking
they're
around.
not relying off
It's
until
not.
this point. So obviously,
Film that
the Lord of the Show
minute
knows
video of
those
you
two
doing
points. Number one,
it.
he
Last
doesn't
a few
about the
seconds and then you're like,
question. That's number one.
where's the
Number two,
carne asada?
he
Yeah,
also
also when we
noticed
finish filming.
that it was only once he also probably introduced the idea of the residential law that suddenly again, sorry, of Rabbi Eliezer, that is possible, that suddenly he also probably was happy. So those are what's going on over here. Rabbi King, Elish, Rabbi Huda, also Shemai. So Yosef Rabbi says,
So you'll have to figure out how to spell this
yes,
shit right here.
Rabbi, now if we were not
Chop doesn't.
because I remember in
Okay,
this
you want
particular
dinner?
topic,
No.
I remember this topic that I heard from you, I thought I heard from you, that if you can have anyone to eat over blood, some of the blood for the next day, that it's not progress, that the Rabbanan say that it's kosher, but Rabbi Yehuda says that it's kosher. I thought that's what you're talking, because I heard that whole thing up, it was kosher with Rabbi. And I was asking around, I was asking people, I was trying to figure out, you know, I think I heard this from you, but I was trying to find out the time because everyone was trying to recollection, trying to find the pattern, and I wasn't able to find anyone who was able to corroborate this idea. And then what happens? Al and now that you have an time, when you told me that you have a monthly, well, we go to the next day, it's faster, but Rabbi Eliezer says that it's also guaranteed to be advocacy. Literally, we have the so this is overwhelmingly beautiful. First of all, so again, so now the reason you understand, the reason why Yosef Agapi is asking over and over and over is because he distinctly remembered learning from his rabbi that someone argued on this, that someone said that the carbon was constant, but Rosman wasn't worth it. Or didn't say it. Finally, by next time he says it. Now, again, I just want to point out, when Yosef Agapi hears his rabbi Rabbi Shamua quote the position of Rabbi Eliezer that the carbon is constant, you notice the Russian typing, the Russian somehow is basically radiant. So Rashi translates that as C, but it could have just said some of them. So it's not some of this is basically radiant. It's like they just said, just finding your excitement in Torah. If everything becomes the most amazing thing, then everything becomes the most even when you're ready to quote, along with all people that you're ready, should learn by now, whenever UFC fighters around the boxing, you pay 10 times more in UFC. That's why and again, it all goes together. Remember, Rebbe shows up at the yeshiva because he feels that his utensils are empty and needs something more, stealing all the fighters from Eddie Hearn, right? So I started roasting Eddie on losing fighters today. It was good. I would never treated better in my life. I've never treated better in my life. That was good. We find that thing that is so profound, whether it's that you can't find your keys, whether it's that you can't find your shit and you finally do it, whether it's that you're trying to whatever accomplish it, or whether you just found the shit and you know that you do it with active
you don't have as much energy as to leave, but yeah, it's fair. Bob and talk about the Raws, all the ropes.
Something spiritual.
So this is Moon Sky also, so I think it's going to be something good when we just watch it. No, I didn't know what it was though. Oh, I saw the picture with the roast.
I thought that was missing. I thought that something was going from my life.
It's not like just me, like, they're like, all right, so originally, like, what, 20 minutes of roasting, like, that's not gonna work out, you made $25, this is how I come, but when I get there, so they have whatever, like an hour and a half ceremony of fighter of the year, round of the year, knockout of the year, right? And I'm like, all right, that's the time. And the lights go dim, and I'm in the bathroom, like, what the fuck is happening? Everyone's laughing, it's funny. Good luck out there, man. He's like, this is gonna be terrible. Yeah. They're not paying attention. They're like, yeah, so you're like, I'm talking. He's like, shouldn't sit back down. Now we have your special treat for you. Brendan Shaw. Oh, dude. And then I get to, like, do my thing. I got to roast them with their right from Hello, Terrence Crawford, Big Bones. And before everyone files out, because, you know, you go see a movie and sometimes like a comedy or something, and you think the movie's over and the credits go, and then you stick around because after the credits they give you a little something. We have something after the credits tonight, so stick around. We have something. I know it's great for Terrence Crawford's like that man's son, so
I felt something was missing.
I can only imagine.
So number one, he admired the system. Number two, he was cynical and his tablet had when he finally established the Rabbi Eliezer. Number three, he understood that what Yosef Agapi is doing every day with his Torah is just trying to become.
Yeah, so this is part of it. Callan on Seinfeld dating coach.
Let's say it again. He started dating her when she was in high school. High school. Okay? I did it like 4 years. Yeah, okay. Only 4 years. Again, you're talking to a dad with a 17-year-old daughter in high school. Said even back then it drew some. If my daughter called me and said I'm dating a 40-year-old famous guy, I would lose my shit. Oh, really?
dear
funny thing
to
is,
Torah is so dear to you more than anything.
hey,
Kara Allah
grab
Hamid
some real
Razak.
quick.
So again, the buzzer that Shmuel said about his Christ, how many years is about being following Pasuk. Mahahabti
Funny
Sora
thing is,
Sefa.
communicate that, it sounded like it was more Sailor, who was the guy,
Yes,
one guy,
both
both of them were about,
all day it is
boring as
all day it's a conversation.
same as
So at this point that also the conversation David says, right, that this is Amashar Rabbi Torah, the whole day is my conversation. Now he doesn't say the whole day I learned, right? So basically
if it's
the
AI,
whole
then that sucks, but if it's not,
he was a king, he was a warrior, he had
that
other
dictates
stuff.
my whole usual
But
44
usually
6
not
is like they
actively
took
sitting
that
in
out of
front
YouTube.
of the sofa, how Yogi sees her to be part of the conversation. What do I talk about? Again, it doesn't not out of fun. The Shaila is doesn't make Torah, doesn't make Ruchnius, doesn't make spirituality. Does it explain does it explain the way I talk? Does it explain the way I do business? Does it explain the way I interact? Does it explain the way I go through the world? God I know says, now have to sort of say, how much do I love your Torah? How I know you speak that to you. All day is part of my conversation. I'm talking Torah the whole day. But Torah is full of related without my entire day. There is no part of my life that is not Torah. Torah today. That's the detail. And of course, by Talmud, just about it, with the shit all over the different stuff, right? Now, how can you say, how much I need to love Torah? Call him, he asked me the question over and over and over and over, quite literally the whole day.
There's no way this is new.
So the Gemara says, again, pause, the story, Talmud made sure you do that now to remember. Yosef Asasi was probably heard something that he was going to show up, and then Yehuda said that when you had a man to read the covenant, and I was just going to say, when the Elazar ben Shamua quoted the position that said that it's possible, he didn't go to Yehuda, he quoted Eliezer. So how do you reconcile this? And the Gemara says, oh, I'll tell you how. Hamid Shabi Yehuda, you know Shabi Yehuda, so listen to this. Shabi Yehuda was the son of Rabbi Yilai. But rather Elazar, Rabbi Yilai, Hamid Shal Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Yilai was the Talmud of Rabbi Eliezer. So Yehuda is the son of Rabbi Yilai. Rabbi Yilai was the son of Rabbi Eliezer. Therefore, it makes sense to Shiva, son of Lot, Mishnas Rabbi Eliezer. Or not for him, so it makes sense that Rabbi Yehuda himself would sit over the positions of his father's Rabbi Eliezer. These are like what they have called hustle, and if you over everybody holds hustle, so the Gemara says, these are like what they have called hustle, not exactly what I love. And ultimately, what does it mean when you say you turn from a lost object? That's a terrible, that's just not discipline. What do you have to say? You have to hold that is structure. But the other is also, oh yeah, I know those guys. Oh my God. And therefore, again, ultimately, you're in the position of the relationship. It's calling back to the other one that is also. He also my. He helped me my fault in this way. It made the job. And now let me focus on comments. I mean, I'm sorry. Those are mine. Again, what does it mean when it says because it's my focus? What's according to my focus? We should mention those were also the days when you could put some miracle grow in your cereal. But having said that as well, you know, you're right. It's funny what testosterone can do. But either way, you gotta be in better shape. You gotta have, and you have to have. So anyways, get your job. Or is the steroids, man? Like tied to a vasa is someone has potential he can slug, but you got to work until the bullet's over. Like you won't touch championship belt if we do see. They'll call the incoming spot. Back to at some point in time, and my focus also remains in general one has in mind. But I think I'm a host.
We know Baba thinks he's a great heavyweight.
People,
it makes sense that he would say that people are fat if they're fat, so they suck. They weren't as good. Like he was fighting everybody who was the best, and that's ever lived. Banana or fat slobs. They can't take steroids, so it's fun to watch. I mean, really,
does not create a sense of
I mean, I haven't been
incredible.
watching
So,
UFC
and
much.
that's my
Let's
focus in the show as well.
That'd be
Good.
something
Let's
very
go back to
much.
what's really
All right,
incredible.
we
And
need some
now,
keywords
let's
here.
actually get into some of the mechanics of colonies. One of the areas in which I feel like I'm now playing a little bit of position is the actual mechanics of carbon. Because again, the humor doesn't always necessarily follow like a logical progression order of things. So here, this is the initial stages called movement by a big custom dollars. Where you still go, you're talking about all over the pieces. No, you should find out. No problem. So, how do you put to the hospital for a long now?
Is it normal to go to an island to cheat on your wife? Could you just do like, I'm gonna go get a massage and get milk? Yeah, digits in the process. If anything, Brendan Schaub is coming out on top here. Yeah, he's like, I checked Charleston, North Carolina. Yeah, like a normal. Yeah. I'm a Charleston werewolf, sorry. You got a Charleston werewolf out there?
So what's the
Yes,
exactly
eat babies.
the way you're going to currently co-work is as follows.
Yeah, I'm a bad guy because I asked
Step one, you go ahead and you
whose job it is to do happy endings and put their finger in my butt.
oil will go first.
Sorry about that. Oh, sorry, I gotta go to an island because I have no county, I guess.
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs. Apparently there was a mask on the island that if somebody was wearing a mask, they could do whatever they want to anyone. God, that's so terrifying, right? And it sounds real because it's so specific and it kind of sounds like something that would be that kind of thing. Then you go ahead and you put in the oil. Very second flour. After that, you mix it up,
Yeah, no,
and
for
then you
sure.
go
You
ahead
went,
and
you
you
went,
pour
you get the mask.
in more oil. That second pouring of oil, that's called the secret. That's called the secret. In fact, if you look at the sheet of Baptist over here, it says,
Obviously, it's all sexual too, so
yeah.
you're gonna have
So
to
let's
change your
suppose
oil.
that you're
If you see Brian Callen with a mask on or off, that was Brian. Yeah, no matter who you are, you can see him with flip-flops on, he's an entire look. Yeah.
Then you go ahead and you
What I'm saying is that
after that,
for the most part, it looks like that was the operation here, right? It looks like the operation, right? It was a cross, basically, right?
That's it. So
He
let's
was
say
a
low
worker
yacht. Let's say you didn't pour in.
And so what happened is, that's what we're getting, right? Well, that's basically what's happening, and people wonder how did he get so rich? And it's kind of easy for if you're working for the country itself for them to be embezzling money and washing money, laundering money. So he was basically just, I mean, technically a pawn for them to basically get, because you can't just like hire Bill Clinton. I think Coffee Zone was talking about this, where he was like, you can't just hire Bill Clinton, you can't just hire these people. So what he did was get dirt on them, get them. Now you're like, I'm not gonna say whether I know or don't know if they showed up there knowing he was a kid. Like some of them, it seems like they knew Bill Clinton. If you know it's a 14-year-old, but they said, no, I'm not saying like they showed up to the island going, they went to go to Chiara. Part is going to be all about him, right? Well, the one time I get it, one time they're probably getting it. We'll go back.
Chop gets an invite to St. Bart's. He's like, maybe a party there. Like, no, Chop. Oh, okay. How would Chop take their shirts? Oh, man, I can't believe that.
So let's say again, you did not break
Adam Dershitz.
you didn't break the pieces. Okay, that's because my target also teaches about the movement.
That's Adam Derlitz.
Poison the color on the house, and therefore,
He got a monster player, Dershitz. Burlesque. You know, like, that's how you, I'm surprised I've seen even went to jail with Derlitz. He calls him Alan Donuts. Alan Donuts is lawyer. The same guy that worked on, I'm trying to think of the way to say move there. Okay. Okay, so it's,
okay,
20 times, but here, hey, Jared, I give you just a little take as a guy in New York. I wasn't in the scene, I wasn't famous, but I saw, like, you would see, this is how things worked in New York City. If you were a famous athlete, if you were a fucking big-time financier, if you had any celebrity, all those modeling agencies were essentially a conduit for it. It's like that they were just hot. You got into clubs and you met those guys, and there was a whole arrangement. I mean, there's different. Oh, by the way, here's the other thing nobody talks about, and I love it. But I love it older. When you were a 16-year-old mom, my wife was a big mom, my first wife. She went to New York, I think she was 13, because there was so much money to be made in parents. Okay, because now we're at 26. Whatever his name Rose, it's disturbing. He calls his first wife on the show, and she's like, "Oh no, it's usually Europe stuff." Like he's bringing up stuff in New York, but she's like, "No, that happened in Europe." He's in a format too. That's not only for Ian Callen's kind of stupid. He's a bad person, but he's also stupid. No, you don't get it in New York, dude. Like those, he said the modeling agencies in New York were prostitution. Right? All of them. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Like that, it's kind of it's bad to say that about the women that are just models. They're like, wait a minute, I wasn't a prostitute. I was in a modeling. It's like if you're in a party, like whoever doesn't do cocaine at this party is gay. They put stuff out there. Brian's probably done that. It's like almost word for word. But her mom would be there with her. Her mom would be there because she knew. But please understand that those the stories, I'm sure, by the time you're 13, by the time you're 16, back then in the 90s, 80s, 90s, let me tell you something. You think those clubs were looking like, here's my fake ID. They would provide you with, I know for a fact, I know girls that, they're models that in New York City, like I don't think you did ones like this stop. He has this bad, he's got this big smile on his face, like straight. It's like, that's how it always was. That's how it's always going to be. You know what I'm saying? The 90s, some sort of that you have a free card. So you imagine you're a lawyer for one of these people. You're defending your client. Your Honor, sir, what my client is accused of is support. Right? We've heard they've outlined all these things that you did, but don't forget, in his defense, it was the 90s. He goes, okay, 13 or 16. If you're 13 or 16, you've seen that, yes, don't forget, it's a different time. As if I wasn't alive during the 90s, and I don't remember it at all. Not that I was old enough to know about New York, but, you know, it's not as if we're completely morally bankrupt in the 90s. Some people were normal. Not everyone was engaging in this. To actually employ them, so what they would do is actually or to just, that was their job, was to show up to the clubs and be just the hot girl. Of course, when I met my first wife, she was big, they called her Brendan was not like hot take, bro. Like somebody said, that's the she was big, they called her the okay, I thought you said that too. Like somebody said, that's the Iron Jordan when he said to him. It's pretty cool. That's a hot nickname. It's a hot nickname because nobody gets it right. Yeah, you're isn't that by your wife? The point is that there was a world when you were a top model in New York. You were in, immediately were in that elite circle of the most powerful men in the world. Hamptons, Parks, and the Hamptons. And again, and they just say it again, everybody, but why are they there? It's literally the worst podcast of all time. So we're oh, yeah. Oh, dude, the models in the Hamptons, it's just buzzwords. They don't even know what they're talking about. This is a good feeling. You're living for this. It's just something that has nothing to do. Why were they there? Why were they there? No, it's all some of the Hamptons are absolutely checks. Oh, by the way, Susan just went through 16-year-old models. They were also on the cover of this, that, and the other thing. People like Kate Moss?
Made it possible.
Do you think back in the 90s anybody was checking ID? Do you think back in the 90s anybody was saying, hey, that girl, like she's 15? I hate to tell everybody. I hate to tell people. No, it was a pretty fucking Arizona. She's only 17. Calvin Klein's models were 15 and 16.
The older possibility was not
Beatles.
it could have been one of
I don't understand what. Yeah, that's a good point. What is the? Why is he saying this stuff about the 15, 16 from the 90s?
The reason I
What is
mentioned that
the?
the other country was because
What is
again,
the
it has
point
the
that he's
status
trying
of a
to?
law. About 100
I think he thinks
we got much more better things. Ultimately, again,
he's not even saying, he doesn't say it's bad. Yeah, no, it's
too
bad.
many pieces.
No, this is really bad.
No longer
No, I'm saying
a law.
Callan doesn't
And
even.
ultimately,
Yeah.
again,
It's almost like saying it's good. It's like we don't know what's happening. It's like okay, so you.
Commercial once I said you don't break
Yeah,
it
what
into
is?
structure. If you break it into the
Literally
pieces,
people
then
in
it's
power
structure.
doing.
And even if you break it into
You're
two
talking
million
about
pieces,
Polly, you
also
see
with
that
the
rich
average
people.
minimum
It's not rich people. It's like people that make the laws of our country.
tradition. So say
Yeah,
that our
that
mission
are
does
fucking
not reflect the
kids.
view of our mission. Why not? What does our mission say? So here we go. We signed our mission. Our
Putting on
mission
masks
says,
and fucking
for calling shit in the mode of our
in the work. They're like, fuck, he has the mask on. He gets the fuck.
This is
Doesn't sound like a good job.
incredible.
No.
Dude, it's like,
So
so
this is
now this is
any point,
he
it is
never
never
said
set
before
the validity
we
of
had.
the
Here's what I will say. I'm not saying it was distinct either. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm saying that since I was 12, 13, 14, I've been around. No, I'm not that old. If I went to a party, I'd say, fucking
I'm not here to come
shift, please. I'm not taking you. I'm not gonna be like, man, you look from the 1980s. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this.
As far as one thing, yeah, no, I mean, if he wasn't trying to make like a joke, you know, it's not, hey, this isn't a joke, but in comparison to Callan, yeah. Callan's like, no, you get it wrong. John's like, I'm not going to be there if there's a 15-year-old. That's what a normal person would say. Funny because Sean's trying to make the joke, but Callan's trying to make a serious point. Like, they were 14.
Obviously, if you see a 13, 14, 15, get the 16. You'd be like, what the fuck are we doing here? Here's what I'm trying to say. The majority of those girls who are moms, as young as 13, who are supposed to be hooked over, okay? I promise you, probably 60% of them have a story about how they were 16 dating a 32 how they were 16 and dating a 44.
Yeah. Why are you saying this?
I understand that this concept
Let
of
them say it. It's just a strange thing to say about a group of women that you don't even know. 50% of the 13-year-old models had a boyfriend that was in their 30s. Did you say anything about this at the time? You just thought that was normal? Maybe if this is true, that's very strange. But it just makes him look so what? I'm a broken record. The LA Times should write about this.
45-year-old. You know why? Because it was fucking accepted. It's not the New York parties that are in question or the Palm Beach parties. It was accepted.
Accepted by who?
What goes on that island? That's where it gets. I'm just trying to tell you guys. I'm going to say something about the fact
that Terrence Crawford. Yeah. After everything that they say, Terrence Crawford should have the same responsibility as the other guy. And I would know who you are. And anything else.
A very quick conversation. Together. Your set is fucking to do my things with all of our responses for this month's thing. Our commentary responses for the month of 2 days have all been covered in the cyber.
it was so, like, is anybody surprised by this? I guess I was alive when it was happening. There's more to it. Okay, it's a father. 2008, he said, people didn't know because he was never charged. So if you investigate that much, He was just a party. But after 2008, if you're still requesting to go to his island, then he just did time, which sketchy, There's a 5-year mandatory sentence on what he did. And he only did 6 months after which sketchy. There were 40 witnesses who lost them under age about this guy. But Elon Musk has covered up the island afterwards. I don't know if he wants to pull that.
We have to get the information
So
on
that's
the
the
top.
funny thing.
Oh,
Is
one time we have to get the information on the top.
Sailor, who's the guy who was the Bitcoin guy. Yeah. Both of them were seen as not fun enough to come to the island. Which is funny because Stephen Hawking was allowed, but like fucking or these autistic weirdos. Yeah, that's enough. Let's figure out how
1, 2, 3, 4 lines down from the top on top down probably. So you might say, I'm not about I'm about 600 houses inside. Well, I'm years old with some strong left.
This whole thing is so bad.
The gun stock and then son. Unfortunately, we move to morality, to let a life of immorality for the 40 years that you were in the life. That's how you talking about. I heard Lynn Shona asked for 15 years old. She was 15 years old. Yeah, obviously,
kind of going off this historical perspective he has on how it was really bad back then. Everybody knew about it. It was fun. It was accepted. Doesn't say it's bad. Job is like, what? He just
I remember again, both like,
and then it goes to a
I'm mentioning the story a little bit.
It's like, it's just a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, it's really bad.
She helped the second set of spies. She was dispatched really discovered synchronicities or helped them devise strategies to reconnaissance that led to the downfall of the Republic, which was the entry into Israel. And when she converted, she said, Allah, you know, local leaders start
the last thing I want to say real quick, I watched a little bit of the podcast bridge thing. I know it's kind of a serious episode, yeah, but you know, it's always very serious. But I watched a little bit of the Ben's thing on the premise. And that fucking guy is full of shit. Did you watch him? That guy is one of the most bullshit people I've ever heard. His blackmail thing where he was like, dude, it doesn't make sense. He wouldn't have blackmailed anybody because if he had blackmailed somebody one time, then everybody would have known and they would have never. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard someone say out loud. It's like, did you work? Was he in the CIA or something? Or he worked like it was embarrassing for whatever organization he's working for that's selling him. Because, I mean, just for so many reasons, that's how blackmail works, dumbass. Dude, he's a juice. Yeah, it was disgusting. That was weird. Girls juice the girls are the juicy. What? Joe, that was on a juicy deal. I got a couple juicy deals waiting for you outside. Once you blackmail somebody, then they're blackmailed. They have no choice. That's the whole thing. There's so many famous people, Trump himself, who's openly blackmailing people. It's still people go to Mar-a-Lago all the time to get blackmailed now.
The very same road to doesn't make any sense at all. She to live a life of immorality for the last 40 years. She now went ahead and used to essentially save or collapse the beginning of salvation of Islam. So she said, this should be my this should be my the very same thing that should now become the very same thing ultimately again. And Brian kind of like, which is affect my forgiveness. So okay, this it's just I don't really know what's really going on, but it's certainly not that characterization. All I know is that people are dying that are affiliated with this guy left and fucking right. And then this guy being like, you don't think somebody's going to speak up? It's like, no, everyone's fucking dying. People are dying from COVID, from fucking heart attack, like overfilled lungs, killing themselves and shooting themselves in the face. You know what I mean? Nobody they're fucking like because as much as I know that I have experience,
it's just basic common sense. They said there was no files, right? None. And now there's 20,000 emails.
You don't have to do that.
Are those not 3 or whatever? 3 million.
Faith requires
that was a Chavez.
Every
tiny sin. We're
3
using
million.
cocoa,
So
right? We're using passion.
just
We're
explain
using
that.
energy.
Just explain
we're using
that.
so many different things.
That doesn't make any
Shiva,
sense.
Shiva is
But
a
the
simple.
black milk thing, I don't know why that got to me so hard. I was just like, this.
Of your cocos. Shiva is saying, okay, let me
Of course,
look at
somebody
what
was
I do wrong.
at least one person had to. The whole thing is like you would if you do this kind of thing, you would have something like. It doesn't make sense. Did you listen to that whole episode with Mike Benz and Drew? No, I just the podcast. It was boring. With like
I'm all in. Like, I'm going.
Like, it was like
This energy
supposed to be
is
boring.
useless. It's
Yeah, I
Slav,
mean,
it's
it was like a
Ziggy, it's
nutrition
like all the shit
Joe
we see
Rogan
on the
was
show.
talk for
I've
like
been to the theater
long
and I say,
periods of time.
constantly,
He
but I
had
have incredible
this interview
focus.
speaking the
My
whole time.
focus is not
That
to
was like
find
fundamentally
the
the
memory of
whole.
my
It
identity.
was like to
My
bore you
focus
to
is to
like get these
channel
things in your
my
head about.
focus to
They were just
use that
juicing
energy
people.
that I know I
They
already
were
have,
just like,
but to use it
you
for
know,
something positive.
I read
That's
Contra. Let's
exactly
talk about. I
what
read
do.
Contra for 30
You would
minutes.
think she
Let's
becomes
talk
about
about
a
fucking
Shiva.
JFK
What
for
should
10
she do?
minutes. Let's talk about
Destroy
September
the
11th.
rope,
And then just
burn
like,
the flags,
see,
and move
that's why
houses.
this makes sense. It's
Instead,
like
what
none of
does
it
she
makes sense.
do?
They didn't
She
talk
takes the
about the
very
thing while talking about it
instruments
for
with
3
which
hours.
she
Yeah,
utilized
you
for
know.
sin over the
I
last
mean,
40
it's
years,
not even a good thing,
and
really. I
she
know
retools that.
this is probably something that people do, but it's not even a good thing to have
You don't have to obliterate
a
that
bunch of
identity.
women there
You
just
have
as
to identify
props
the
for your
cocos
business
that
to
maybe
set
been
themselves to.
misused
That's not
and
really
mischanneled,
like
and now
morally good,
redirect
right?
them
You're just
to
like trying to
actualizing your
get them to
personal
fuck these guys for whatever.
One
No,
of these
God
ones that
knows
rough
what.
up, then we have to
That's
move
also
on. I
bad.
usually it's there the whole 7.5
Like
years.
that,
But
maybe
also
it's like
listen to
over
this.
time.
I came across
Got
a
more work.
ridiculous piece by the Shem Yeshua.
But
And
yeah,
the rest is like this.
this
Listen to these
Benz
words.
guy,
He says,
it's like
he
DC,
says,
you
now by the way,
defended
the Gemara says in
this
Gila,
shit for
as in
40
the rest of
hours
the Rambam
on
story,
a
and
podcast
the
with Joe
Gemara
Rogan.
says
I feel
that
good
she
about yourself,
converted
right?
and
But you
married
be,
Yeshua. I think I referenced
right?
this.
It's
I think
just,
I referenced this
doesn't even
yesterday.
make any sense.
So the reference is like this. The Talmud
Nobody believes this bullshit that you're saying. It's possible.
always types
Two
that.
seconds.
אחרי שעברה 50 שנה כאלו, להגיע למדרגה כזאת.
Sorry. Well, that's it for us, y'all. See you next week.
How does a person do this? How does a person live their life for 50 years a certain way? And by the way, it's not just a certain way, it's a certain way, right? And then have the koach, have the ability to fundamentally do a 180. How does a person do that? It's not the shot that, like, okay, she was a rebellious kid, and now she's 20 years old, decides to get her act together. She's 50. I mean, 50 is very young. I want to go on that. That's exceptionally young. But how does a person do that? You live a certain way until you're 50 years old, and then, like, that? You just turn it around? What's the Something is getting involved over there. How does that happen? Well, first we have to do that. This is what he says. That's my salvation. My greatest salvation in life. My greatest recovery in life.
so that I can affect change within myself whenever and however I want. And so to say before, ultimately again, that was the greatness of Rahab. The greatness of Rahab was this ability. It's interesting. The question is, how did she affect change? And what did that say? Because she discovered the power that she has to affect change. That's it. There's no like skill, there's no this. She discovered the ability to go ahead and affect change within herself, and she took it down to that. But look how he did it about it. My greatest strength is the ability to go ahead and affect change in myself. Now, interesting, by the way, the Rebbe doesn't actually be a part of the Zimras talk, my son and my son, which I think it could be most fun ever to say sometimes the greatest way to affect change within ourselves is the shiras, the singing, the music, but sometimes again, as good as the shiras or as good as Torah is, sometimes music and Mishina has the ability to awaken something within ourselves that we don't do in any other area. But ultimately, again, the ultimate strength is the ability to affect change within myself. And once I know that,
Our Patreon, you get early access of this show,
that's my
10 minutes a
salvation.
shot, which you
I will
know.
say that's the story of
But
Rahab.
that is
To
not why
live your
you're
life a certain
here.
way for a long
You're
amount of
here
time. And then
because
one day you wake
we
up and you
are
decide you want to
getting
be someone
the
different.
sound machine
Step one,
to
identify
let
all
me
the
do
co-hosts
it.
that you
Because we
utilize to
forgot, we
sing,
always,
and realize you
we
don't
get
have to
excited
make
because we get
necessarily
these heated
totally new you.
discussions about
You just have to
the
channel.
history
And
of
recognize that the greatest strength that we
subreddit and
possess in
Chub
life
and
is the
Slow Joe's
power
new talk
to
show, the
change,
Crystalia dude
the
or not.
power
Yeah,
to
Crystalia,
evolve.
innocent.
Just because we've lived life a certain way
As
for a
Gerardo
prolonged
says,
amount of
usually never
time
argue.
doesn't
Usually
mean
both
that
agree.
it has to be
That's
that
true.
same
I
exact
agree
way
that Gerardo thinks
to
that.
120.
And
Incredible,
at
Rabbi
the end
said.
of the day,
That
I was
is Rahab.
driving my
There's more
son
to
to
say
baseball
about Yisrael,
practice.
and
The
if you're
Mark
just
success,
if I
we're very
promise
happy
you
about
that I'm
Mark's success.
confident
But
I will.
that's
I'm
not why you're
confident,
here.
right? I will come back. I'm
You're
going
here
to
to
move forward
watch
a
10
little bit
minutes
now,
of
but remind
shows.
me, Yisrael, here's
So start the
that. All right, let's go
timer.
like this.
Play
Says,
that
I'm a
old
mouse.
chant
All things
clip.
come this manner. That's how Lassus came.
You like your freedom? You like your soundboard? Thank you.
The Bryson said that, remember, even when a Jew is prohibited to go to Bama, it's permitted to do so. So the Gemara says, she might say, shut up, that means so. Because the verse of the Pasuk says, that doesn't mean so. And remember again, it talks about them, about Shvukei kids. So ultimately, again, what is it? So they give it to our Shvukei kids. They all take it from to our Shvukei kids. It's only Jews who ultimately, again, are commanded about Shvukei kids. But again, an Abdamor, Banor is not. So after that, Banor, yes, no, we're not sure that that's from our Shvukei. So listen, this is really incredible about it. If you think about it, we mentioned it today. Then Noah decides he wants to burn his own love. Go for it. Go for it. Build the Bama and go to the Ola. However, again, a Jew, when Bamos are
just writing down what he saw. He's like a citizen journalist. And
a
I respect
non-Jew is
that.
allowed to
And I
utilize
honestly,
a Bama. A Jew cannot. Furthermore, a Jew can't help a non-Jew build a Bama.
he is the new kind of journalist they pick.
Building a Bama, nor can a Jew be the Shali of an
He's
Akum,
telling the people what's going on the streets.
built
Now
and
they're like
sacrificed on a
cocks and
Bama.
they're eating
So
ass.
you might say,
More like CG.
however, a Jew
You go to like Kill Tony, be like, what did you do today? And then like, what'd you do before us? Oh, I saw an ice agent, so I sucked his cock, ate his ass, and swallowed his cock.
You can go ahead and give instructions to
Is
the
that,
Akama how to do it.
is
In other
that
words,
just a you
we do
thing?
this ready.
That's
A
kind
Jew
of,
can do
no.
project management, right? In other
Everyone
words,
in line
we
and
can
us
oversee
does.
and hire other people to do the work,
Yeah, no,
right? So
Tony.
again, I
Okay,
can
so your
manage,
ass,
but
we was doing
ultimately,
that
again,
together.
can't figure it out, which makes sense. As I was saying,
Tony
is
just kind of
we
does
really
that.
don't want
But
Jews
it's kind of his thing. That's
involved
cool.
with Bamas at the time when Bamas are usher.
This next
So
one is
to go ahead and
she
project
emailed the
manage,
Joe
that we
posted
can
my
do,
weird
but you
disagree.
can't actively engage in building, and you certainly can't be the Shaliach of the Bedrock. You might have to start it's a really beautiful story.
I'm so sorry, Brandon.
You look at Shavua Malka.
Miss
So there was
Joe
another
Rogan, he actually
thing,
told me he was thinking of winding down the entire
she
Austin,
was the
Texas
mother of
comedy
Shakra, who
celebration.
runs
Bummer. If it starts up again,
and listen
we'll
to
be sure
this,
to let you know.
Shadra
Joe
Korbana
Rogan is not
Milava.
left for 3
She sent a carbon to Rabba. Now, this is obviously after they sent it.
Mefresh, at the Beis Hamikdash, and a time that's Bamos were also. And then again, what do we see in the Mishnah? Once the Beis Hamikdash was built, because the Bamos are eternally awesome. So she sent a carbon to Rava, and she said to him, ask me if he did the Shem Shamayim. She said, Rava, do me a favor, make sure this is offered up in accordance to Shem Shamayim, for Hashem, in accordance with halacha. Incredible. So what did Rava do? I mean, we were like Safra, we have Asabaruna, so he said to Safra and Rav Achabaruna, and he said to him, they were going to be the private parents. So he said, here's what you do. Zero the Gavi say, Ubai, go find 2 90s boys, who look the same. Now that's the fact that they look the same elevates the service. Depending on the sitting way of us, they look like. But by Kohanim, or by Kohanim, every Kohen wears the same big thing. There's a certain beautiful and almost like elegance in the uniformity. He said, look, fucking boys that look the same. Because we live in the Master Yellow system, go see where the seed deposits its sediment. And again, build essentially bring the bummer out of the sediment. The shepherd seedy fatty. Go ahead and bring new wood. But you know that Malakataka, and go ahead and start fire. Malakataka really is a new piece of metal. So the point of view is trying to assemble these items, all unused, including the bottle, last putting on the Shem Shamayim, we're also up the Kabbalah there, up on there, the Shem Shamayim. So I'm just giving an example of a Jew giving instructions about a Bama, but of course not for being himself. I'm going to evaluate. Kim on, so let's say, but stuff on it, so then Rubber implies that everything should be used. The wood should be used. The metal used to start the fire ultimately again should be used. So by the particular opposite of seeing this first by line, the sign of Resident Shmuel, when man is gas, when he's for just like when you have these gas, that's the name of these gas. It was not used by a company. It was not previously used for mundane purposes. Athletes need to be established by head. So again, by wood. Like wood also, wood used for the gas, not even used previously for a mundane purpose. I'm wondering what it was for the bubble. But it wasn't used by what is to that bubble. The sun of cause of economics was actually used to talk about and the governor wanted more than anything to be able to purchase the Beis Hamikdash.
It's okay to start off a sentence, dude, if it's done in a way that is authentic to who you are.
So we did the next best thing.
That's okay, but dudes out here doing, you don't talk like that. Or way off base, dude. Our Rachel, Miss Rachel's always been like that, dude. What are you talking about, Miss Rachel? In that voice, disgusting. Things like everything's bad about.
Remember, just another piece of information, as much as under Yeshua, they conquered much of our Israel for some very interesting reason. They never conquered Yerushalayim. God was actually the one who conquered Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim at the time of Abimelech at the beginning was still controlled very much so by a guy that by the Yebusi, the Jebusites.
They're losers, they hate themselves.
From the Harabayas, from the Skyline.
She's just great. You know, and she's a character. We're going to go see her. That was one of my favorite things that Joe Rogan says. We're going to go see her. You weren't. Have a good dude. If you're good, you're good at stand-up, even if you don't like it, maybe win them over. You know, they might go, but he's like, I'm going to go see her. Because he's not, because he knows she sucks. You know what?
Its own money. Why not?
Sorry about that. Manufacture your feelings.
You know, if you want something, if you want to famous or something, you have to put your money. By the way, it goes back to this is not a funny, right? It's not that. By the way, the first place you know this, is Avnavinu. Avnavinu was offered Maras and Achila, ultimately again as a gift. He uses the gift and is maintained $5. But something says, the greatest way you demonstrate your involvement and your investment is something is your money. It's very easy to say, I care about something. I'm like, when you put your money, that generally demonstrates your heightened level of commitment. I'm not going to say, every story is right. When you say that it's mine, my money is going over here. So Governor, he's not one his
own money to pay for the Harabais. He wanted it to belong to Child Yisrael. So how do you do that?
I wonder what he even means. He probably, when he says I read books, he probably means something different than what we
becomes then $600. Maybe over the Shem Abba Yossi Ben Bastari.
That's a good guess. I mean,
But
he's doing paper at this time. He's doing diaries,
so
pizza
ultimately,
Hut,
the cattle,
Express or something
the
like
award,
that.
the area staff
Fighters
was
that want to
50%.
fight. So
The Colabi is
all
two
these different
vacation
shows.
and the rest of the
You
area,
still
the rest
got
of the
that
town
pretty
south
much.
for 600.
That's a good point. It's unlikely, but I think I honestly think what you're saying is a nice assumption that it's thinking that he's saying watching documentaries, but what he means is he's watching documentaries, but he's saying I don't even think to him reading books could mean anything. Like he saw a flyer and or like someone told him about a book.
And
Best
the other
Drive.
utensils for the cattle, for wood, firewood,
Yeah.
so
He's like,
ultimately
you're not going to read these books
why
about
it's brought up.
a lot of
Because
people
you
say,
might want to say
like,
before,
I'm not
for a plumber, you have to
what are you
use
going to
new
pick up
stuff.
the
They're interesting enough, what does
It's a
that have
comment
to say
like
to
I'm not
David?
funny.
That is take all the cattle
What was that? Oh,
utensils
it's on
and use
YouTube.
it
This
for
guy
wood.
going
Those
for
are
it,
previously
copy.
used. So what do you see from here?
It's
Even
got the
like
boom bow.
stuff can be used for a banana. Rub and rub on for rubber would say, no. Have some none in the
Northwest, he says,
yeah, actually, I got to have these
there's a whole
utensils
chapter
which
that
have
was
not been
a
used
guest
up until
that
that
I
point,
wrote
and
a short
therefore
by
don't
there.
use it as wood
What is
for
he
the
talking
dump.
about?
That is like
How
a
does he say
nine
that?
what I'm reading. I'm not Nita shot football. A better
Oh, yeah, dude, I
football.
read that.
Well,
Very helpful. My Nita shot football,
Everything
what
is
is the Nita shot football? Rabbi, these are the concepts.
Biker gangs and the white biker gang. Oh, shit. Everything we said, he's reading books for.
It's like literally like a wooden gate. The H-46 has spikes. And ultimately, also what they do is they go ahead, essentially they say a comb or a comb with spikes that they use to go ahead and
Understand what's coming next.
they go ahead and they break it back and forth over straw to separate out the usable from the unusable. Okay, I'm going to buy my straw. What's the heck is that supposed to be? I'm doing some these are more colored products about this. Not really rubber the blade. The rubber calls over his son. The running may cry out about it. In contrast to the public speaking for his son, culture that likes street, by Ukraine's other island, or street and by Ukraine's other. So again, interesting enough, so which one is it? So it's a double amount of street, and then it's actually acquired. Okay, son, go over from your car, say that the shade is coming to the shade, he collected 50 cents of it, say that. This is really totally up to 20 cents, no? I was much my happy passion at that. It's still being the gospel. Plus some stuff that comes out. And that's one concept is one that he bought it to the value of silver. The other concept that he bought it for gold. Which one is it? And the Sahara office come up, he goes out, catch up to which part to the else to start. So let's say what happened was that he collected another concept, he collected enough silver for the equivalent of
There's a bounty on his head.
sterling of
I think he did
gold.
say that.
Okay, that was the price that I know. Incredible. Such a kind of honey. Process. Remember again, the Michigan went on to discuss the idea that most of different types of cavalos species use. Remember again, the Michigan says that, for example, when you were in the desert, the touch can turn to the eating form of mustang and Yisrael. So look it up. The cold look for what Yisrael, about mustang and Lohadi. So what the Sophisticated is very, very serious. The Buddha says that halacha l'maisa, when you're in the desert, you can go ahead and you can pretty much eat touching current anywhere, but there is no such thing as a machana. Now, if you look at Rashi, look at Rashi, the first one, and Mekomos Yisrael, Hasar Leitcha, Hashka Dati, Yotza Afan Yehay, Shukha Machana Yisrael, open touching current. So, look at this, this is the desert we're talking about here. Once it's in the desert,
My first question
in
is
the desert, what it sounds like here is that Material saying you can use touching current wherever you want, and yet there is no such thing as Machana Yisrael. So the Merchant, what does that mean? He says that Machana Yisrael, who Machana Yisrael, is that there is no chance in the desert. Sometimes you learn to finish the Machana Yisrael, not touch Machana Yisrael. The same way that there are terms in the desert, there is also terms in the Torah. What this means is the same type of camp structure which existed in the desert is replicated, albeit in a very different way in Yisrael. How so? Yisrael Harabais, Machane Yisrael. But from the walls of Yerushalayim to the Harabais, the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Yisrael. again, from the entrance to the Harabite to Shani Kanor, again, Shani Kanor was the primary entrance that led you from what was called the Ezras Noshim, the women's section, right? Although again, it's really for everyone, into what we call the Azara, right? Into the primary courtyard. So from the entrance of the Harabite to Shani Kanor, ultimately again, that's not going to reveal. That's called the Levitic. The kind of inside Shani Kanor. Remember again, when you enter into Shani Kanor, you're in the courtyard, right? What do you see in front of you? You see the large mizbeach, you animal sacrifice, go a little bit further to enter into the Hikol, and then again called the Kadosh. The Kandailach Machane Shia, and that Machane Shia, that was the equivalent of being inside the curtain in the Mishkan itself. What do you see from there? You see from the workmen in the desert also. Hello, Machane Israel. Rabbi Gemara says, no, what it means is, this is what it means is that wherever the camp went, was Machane Israel. Remember again, as opposed to Shalayim, which has stationary machanos, the desert, the camp moved. The Gemara said, wherever the camp moved, that was Machane Israel. So okay, the reason why this is interesting is as follows. Imagine, listen to this, imagine for a moment it's Thursday, and the camp, like, let's say Ruben offers up a carbon, okay, and let's say it's a covenant that he has 2 days to eat. So what happens? Then the camp moves, and they make the camp on Friday. Ruben still has his carbonic meat. The Shaila is what's called Yosef. Remember again, there's a lot that says that the sacrifice need to figure out of the strength point of the Machane, then ultimately you can't eat it anymore. You have a camp travel. It's not called Yosef. Which the Gemara says it's not called Yosef. And even when the camp traveled, it was still called Machane Yisrael. That's the thing about it. You must remember, that's kind of bad news. Now you can look, if truly, okay, you would have thought that perhaps when the camp moved, any sacrificial needs that was inside of the camp ultimately again to be possible by your faith. Hamash Malon, the halacha relates to even when the camp moves, it's still called Machane Yisrael. I get enough, I mean, but why not? I'm a crowd. The Nasa Armoid, the Pasuk says the Armoid will travel, as the Gemara says. Nasa Armoid, even when it travels, it's still called Armoid. It's about to just tremendous machine. So when you see the list, as long as Machane Yisrael travels together, it's still called Machane Yisrael. In other words, the reason why it's still considered to be an international study is because we were traveling in formation. We didn't break formation. See, the strength of our people is as long as we're together, there's certain things, it's like it doesn't matter where we are. As long as there's action, as long as we're traveling together. Remember again, everybody has to be the same order of moving. When we're all moving together, that's called Machane Yisrael. It could be in the middle of the desert. But as long as there's unity of purpose, unity of vision, unity of heart, we are one people, united, it doesn't matter where we are. They can't, then ultimately they're not going to resolve the body. There was another area as well. This was what we call the women's section. Women's section. Like the commercial is, okay, this is whatever. In that image over there, in that image, the large portrait to the left, like the light are covered more. That's called the exaltation. That is called the exaltation. The Lord is like, the Lord has an unction Allah. And ultimately, again, there was no liability. Ultimately, if let's say for entering when you weren't ready. Or, we'll discuss exactly what it means. In the Shiva, well, higher Alice not close. But in Shiva, ultimately, again, there were only 2 camps. You know what it says? Okay. Meaning I don't know how about which camp is missing this year. Remember again. So practically, just understand, in the Yerushalayim, you have 3 camps. Working kind of hours. With nothing is enough. Right? The camp is enough. So again, in this image over here, that's the right-hand box. Anything on the right-hand box, that's called Machane Yisrael. Right? Then you have Machane Yisrael, Machane Leviyah. Machane Leviyah will essentially be the left-hand box and the rest of Harabayis. And then you have Machane Yisrael, which ultimately is the rest of Machane Shina would have been the Mishnah itself. Right? The Ravina comes around the Mishnah, that's really Machane Levia, and the rest of the terms is Machane. If there was enough to be off, Cookie Zion 1738. You might say, then you should love your nation, the starting for Jonathan Akos. Then it was again, it's so much in a review. Remember again, that would mean that Jonathan and your nation, Zod and Economist, were only sent out of one camp. Like they were only sent out of Jonathan Akos.
To be at Joe
You
Rogan's
know,
stand-up.
not Shina. Right? You must have Torah Omen, Torah says, when you come at Machane Hem. What the Torah says that name is, the coming names, and the thought are sent out of
That's interesting. I want to see. You're going to get people that are
which
just
is like saying Machane Lazar or Machane Lazar. So ultimately, make them give it to them, to each of them. Rashi says to them, Machane, Shni, Machanot, Akos, the Kozov, Akos, the Kozov, you know, what the Amarava, Elamai, Machane Yisrael. Other must be that in Shiloh, there was no Machane Levia. Sorry, Machane Yisrael. There was Machane Shiloh, there was Machane Levia, but there was no Machane Yisrael. Nimsu, well, that should be still the problem. So now, that works on one hand, because now we have both a Zov and a Kohanim being expelled from two camps, Machane Shiloh and Machane Levia. The problem is, Nimsu is not in some Machane Levia. That means the Zov and the Torah ends up being sent to the same place. And here's the problem. The Torah Amra, Baga Yishu. The problem is that the Torah is supposed to be isolated from everywhere else. And the Torah is actually supposed to be sent to somewhere different than everywhere else. The problem is that all there is Machane Shina and Machane Levia, and no Machane Yisrael. On one hand, I think there's the fact that both the Zovin and Shnei Nation are sent out of people. But the problem is that in the manipulation that in the Torah is hanging out together with the other common guys. Right? And the problem with that is that the Torah is supposed to be Baga. What is Baga to just? But the Torah is sent somewhere where no one else is. Which the Gemara says, Baga Yeshiv, Shlo Yeshiv, Kame Achar, Imo. Ultimately, by the Torah, he has to be isolated. So how does this work? And when the Olam Kulu, Gary versus Yulai, Shiva also had all three camps. All three camps. You know, it's plus of Omai Lo Havu, Elishke Machmas. What does it mean when the Gemara says, listen, the Gemara says, no, you're right, Shiva, there are three camps. Three camps. Machane Shina, Machane Levia, Machane Yisrael. Just like the Midbar. Just like the Midbar. Again, so let's say, the rest of the rights of the Holy Spirit only two camps. So what do you do? That's the word, hello, say Machane Yisrael. So this is fasting. Right? What it means is the two camps, it means there are only two camps that operated out and here in the clock. So there's the second city of Rashi, like moving accidentally to reach what's the halacha. The relatives of Simeon had the halachic right to go and to take revenge on Reuben. Reuben had the ability to seek refuge in what we call a street of refuge. So the Gemara says, as much as they were not in general, all those little cities, you were offered refuge, operating as an Israel. The Gemara says over here that for seek of the refuge purposes, only two out of the three camps work. Let's look at the Rashi. Rashi says over here, Allah Kuzu Havu, Rashi says, Nidikani lo Hayu Allah Kumachanos, Ye'im Kritohu, to start the Polish Machane Levia, Nidiklos at the Harbam Shogeg. So ultimately, interestingly enough, by kilo, Machane Levia did not work as a pure mitzvah. In fact, you're not working as a mitzvah. The Gemara says it follows. The cloud, so the mitzvah have its healthy Machane Levia, so that to say that in the desert, Machane Levia actually works as a pure mitzvah. The very place of Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe was a lady. Moshe was a lady. I said that Hashem is saying is Moshe, your Macharaviyah will be in the club. Hashem knows that the accident and children will see there. The Lama is going to down in the midbar, the Lama is going to down in the midbar. Also, even in the desert, the concept of being mitzvah applies. The Heichad Goler, where they go to the desert, where they will say, in Eretz Yisrael, where you have multiple other mitzvahs, multiple cities, you're definitely fine. What happens if you don't have to go to kill skin in the desert, right? And where did you go? You might say, I'm not going to live here. Also, what they mean stands for is that Machane Leviyah wasn't in the desert. It's like, I'm going to say, didn't happen, I saw it and didn't report it. You saw it report other events that occurred. That's never accomplished. But again, where it's necessary, it would be in the desert. That's why the Quran of the session can really see then maybe Shahara. So what's that? So we'll be in it. Listen up. Well, so again, Eretz Yisrael, who goes there and kills someone, accidentally, you know the process. Go to a mikvah. What if a lady, because remember again, the Rabbinic cities are also a mikvah. So then maybe Shahara, if a guy maybe kills someone accidentally, go down and spot to the south. You can go from one Rabbinic city to another Rabbinic city. Okay, in Ghana with Halko, once in a while, because he wants to stay in his same city, but he just wants to go to another neighborhood, that works. That works. That's the Micro. Also, talking back to this, I'm about to make a video. He's in Mikla Tov in his state. So, as the Pasuk says, he shall dwell in his skin Mikla. Here, check how Pasuk cloud. It's referring even to the cities that is already unplugged. So, first of all, there's a number of very important points that go ahead and come out of here. The first of all, we're going to turn back that there are always three machanos. There are three machanos ultimately again in the Midbar, three machanos in Shiloh, and then ultimately three machanos replicated in Yisrael. We went through how the three machanos are set up in the base of it. Interesting enough, where do you not see machanos? Where do you not see machanos? Pretty much anywhere where there is a temporary kind of area. For example, in Gilgal, there's no concept of machanos because again, pretty much machana is a function of stability. So again, first of all, what do you see to the halacha of myself? The different halachas regarding people into each machana, and also we see the halachas of in mikvah. There wasn't in mikvah in the desert that God that was machana leviyah. I've been lady who knows that to them to meet people in mikvah. I do it different to the city, but even to a different neighborhood in his own city, what's the price like that? Incredible. All the Gilgal, was a general, and the halacha was looking to Gilgal. Because the last one was into Gilgal. Gilgal, once again, almost become permitted. And remember that how long you're in Gilgal for? 14 years. That's the 7 years of conquering and dividing of the land. At that point in time, almost become permitted. So the Gemara says, "The Shabbat brother, the Lokar Abanan, called Nida, the Nida Hayakara Babama, Shei Nida, the Nida Inkara Babama." So what the Quran invites to talk about, so what are you allowed to do on Bamas? What can't you do on Bamas? So anything that is a neder or an azava, which is another saying voluntary non-obligatory offerings, can be brought on Bamas. However, again, whatever is not neder, right? So whatever about the obligatory, you cannot bring on a Bama. Mincha, when you do this, taking the Bama, the says, if you offer up minachos, if you also offer up the karbanos of a nurse. That was very interesting. It's not a contradiction. Because a nurse has to bring a obligatory offering. Why does the Rebbe allow for a nurse to bring his offering? It's fascinating. Like the book says, how does a person become a Nazi? How do you become a Nazi? And you're not going to do it. It's a choice. Therefore, the Mayor is fascinating. The Mayor sees the obligatory offerings of a Nazi as voluntary. Voluntary. So it's like, people study Mayor, you can only bring voluntary offerings on a Bama. Negarim, Negavas, and you add, you can also bring a new car, and another you can also bring his offering. Okay, that's how you do it. How you say, Lokiru Yachid, Allah, almost is Holland Go. But the only thing that an individual brought on Bamas were almost and Shlamim. That's it. That's it. We're going to read it says, Kol Shatzi, whereby you have to Machim Ba'amor, Shom Midbar, Machim Ba'amor, Shom Yodo. And he says, whatever they were able to do in the Mishkan in the desert, they were able to do in the Mishkan in Jordan. Which is also the case we're not explaining. That's the case. Not being all months or midbar, but being all months of the Jordan. But that's the case. From what was the difference between all months? Between Mishkan in the desert and the Mishkan in Jordan. All months for midbar, though, how you vamos to tell? All months for the Jordan, how you vamos to tell? Here's the difference. In the desert, vamos were usher, and in Jordan, vamos were Mishkan. The vamos is the last gago, which is incredible. And the vamos that you brought on the top of your onion, here's what actually does. So it actually comes out, why does it say that the vamos you brought on top of the roof? Because that's where we built bubbles. Like, so you're looking at a house, they think they show you the rooftop bubble. That's the rooftop bubble, right? So that's where they use the one. They put a little pergola over there, right? That's where they put the bubbles. Fascinating. So vamos should be rosh gago. But the bubble on your personal bubble, you can only go ahead and offer up over a shop. So this is the sheet alternative of Muda. So Muda says that Mishkan in Joel, you were able to do the same exact things ultimately again that you do in the Mishkan in the So where lies the difference between Mishkan and Mishkan in Joel? In the desert, bubbles were also. In Joel, bubbles were Muda. What could you do on your rooftop bubble? Ultimately, get only over and fun. The fun of it, you remember exactly what happened to people. So come on, how shall I see not giving the all more to a midbar? Not giving the all more to the goal. You're going to come and say, any carbonates that can see, but these are communal offerings. Anything that the seaboard did in the desert, the seaboard was also able to do in Gilgal. From a communal perspective, the community perspective, the Michigan operated the same way. The kind of time, more careful Yachid Allah always from the Gilgal. And both ultimately, again, that here is the kind of concept of Midbar, as well as Gilgal, the individual is only able, I'm sorry, kind of national. That's because of the Bamas Sipur, Bamas Yachid, will cover and Yachid all those Ishmael. But both, again, in Gilgal, so whether again it was on your personal Bama or on Mizbeah in Gilgal, ultimately, again, the individual was only able to offer up all the understanding. The Shimon says, the Shimon at Sibor, where Sibor Allah Pesach. So it's like, because when we're going to Rashi, this is incredible. But the Shimon says, okay, if you look at the last two lines in Rashi, it's actually like a body together. The Shimon is only up, the police here is the infinite Sibor in Midbar and Gilgal, the Bama Gilgal. But the Shimon only up. This is wild. I think everyone pretty much agree that from a communal perspective, Gilgal is the same as the desert. Right, which makes sense. The Mishkan itself, they operate at a communal level the same exact way. So whatever you're able to do communally in the desert, you're able to do communally in Gilgal as well. One thing that the Shimon says, absolutely not. So the Shimon essentially says, that Halacha L'Maisa, that in Gilgal, the seaport did nothing enough. The seaport did in Gilgal and in Mishkan, that the individual could do on the Baba. Totally restricted communal service, with the exception of Cover Bezak on the days, the Chobos Shekavua Lahem Zman. And any time-bound obligation, and then we'll see exactly what that means. So we'll say, so this issue of tradition, which stands in contradistinction to pretty much everyone else. So again, like everyone else is saying that in the Mishkan itself in Gilgal, they were able to continue the same way that they operated in the desert, but you shouldn't say the Halacha and I say, well, even communally, they did not offer up anything, they were only able to offer up, $2 on the dollars, almost and money, with the exception of Cover Pesach,
No one clapped that they're not going to show that part. Oh my god, they're paying, and he told everyone you Okay. can So I'm back. My time's on there. What's the mayor
yeah,
So what's the
Max Son was like, they
going
flipped
back?
to
In other
the
words,
mayor
essentially
ground.
you have the mayor,
I don't know who
the
did this. Somebody wants like the whole show to get fucked. I
all
want to tell
different
people to leave
approaches
before
in
it.
terms of
That's
how
like
you
a
go
meta prank on
operates.
Mexico
So remember
Electric.
the mayor says, now remember, according to the mayor, the mayor says that on a bummer, you can only offer up the giant and the double. And to me, you also offer up a meatball, as well as the offerings of a murder. The mayor says, my time's on there, so I'm going to come to your sources with all and that's the extra per high. So anyway, this makes that when you speak to the Jewish people, and it turns to into an area. And you will not be able to do, and you don't go to Israel, and actually, you will not be able to do all the things that we are doing here today. Now, let's say, now what does this mean? Everyone makes an Israel. What's the Israel? I receive La'aretz, when you say to Eretz Israel, you shall Tafidu, you will give them also offer up your garden and brothers, but you will not permit you will not be going to offer up ultimately again individual obligatory offerings. Now, let's just look at actually before we go on. Look at actually, second line, in Rashi. شأن تنسيب بالوحي المحبوب خطاز لا شمال وبخار وميس الشمس خلاص شريك أبو الله إجمال وقوش من خلاص أخوات وشي تسخال سانتو right now we're near the level 11 strength we're giving us these everything self-efficient like we offer up a papa and ashram bخار ميسر we offer up individual obligatory offerings and communal obligatory offerings we offer up
See them
everything, right? Time bound obligation, non-time bound obligation. About much, not on Osin Shan, that's what we do here. When you enter into Eretz Yisrael, and again, initially, what we're going to do, we're referring to Gilgal. When we're going to enter into Eretz Yisrael, and the Mishkan is going to be a bit more of a temporary state, we're going to more. There, about not on Osin Shan, Ish Kol Yasher Be'elav. Right there, looks like a little bit right there. Looks like it's one for Cody Road. Most of the things when we get into Eretz Yisrael, so first of all, balls are going to become mutter. And when balls become mutter, what can you offer up on a ball?
I don't watch the new stuff, but I do know who Cody Rhodes is.
So this one was by Kessler Hot, Sci-Fi 39. Then I got some stage time with the Big Axel meeting. And then here it looks like we have what we love to watch here, which is podcast channels. 21 Borders CSMO posted this one. Mr. Potato Head says Buck went crying to Toby because he got this feelings hurt. Love the narrative. And it's almost as if I'm looking at it describing this, and we're going to Eretz Yisrael, or what's going to happen, it's almost like a shtickle of Yehuda. Wow. I understand. We were able to do everything sacrificially here in the desert, and now we go into Eretz Yisrael and do less. Like, isn't that the antithesis of Eretz Yisrael? Isn't Eretz Yisrael all about doing more? Otherwise, sometimes you see, especially when it comes to Eretz Yisrael,
You know, it's funny too because like you can, this is like, I guess I just really into the thing I know about, but like when you see someone get on stage, you can tell how long they've been doing set show. You can just tell.
sacrifices can even come in the form
I wouldn't hate it. Somebody does it
simple more than why is it decentralized service? Why is it decentralized service in the first 14 years? Why? Because you have to go to war. Because you have to fight. And sometimes there's a hierarchy of what needs to get done for the crowd. So sometimes when you have to fight, even the Kabbalos and the spiritual service is going to have to be relegated to a little bit of a different form because the war has to be won. After the war is won, we'll go back to Shiloh and we'll reinstate everything as it needs to be. Now listen, but the idea is that witness is not a constant witness is a constant. But the way you achieve witness is not necessarily a constant. Sometimes, in order to be the best crowd that you can be, sometimes even the witness has to be diminished a little bit, take a different form in order to enable us to be able to do other things. Then once
a single one that makes him sound like he wants to fight. Oh, there is one that makes him sound like he doesn't want to fight.
Fascinating idea. If you like, and what you're describing, what you have now, you're
It's
not
like you
going to
gotta
have
pay
when you
Phil
enter
Tina shot. That's
so
something to the show. And
it's
we all
change.
know
So again,
we
so
wouldn't be
what
here
you're
without Brendan.
what you have now, you're not going to, when you go into Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again, you can offer up the Yom and the Davis,
You like your
but you
podcast?
cannot go ahead and offer up obligatory offerings on your Davis. But I don't know. Now again, what's that? When they're increasing that, I mean, they're increasing that, so that it does offer up, and that's the focus of that people have even six, no picks up and go and all of that. This is ultimately what the King version. Individuals are not offering up obligatory Kabbalah neither on their personal Kabbalahs nor on the central Kabbalah. The central is Gap and Gilgal. However, again, you can offer up Minachos. However, again, the Gemara says, Minchas in the U.S., Bishop, there are a mixed model. A mincha, as well as the Zeus, are considered to be under the umbrella of Nigdarim and Nigdaris. But Rabbanah will say, in mincha the Bama, Rabbanah will say, in general, there's no such thing as mincha on the Bama. Mincha on the Bama in general, in the Zeus Bama. And the Rabbanah holds that the Zeus is not called Neder in the Bama, or is not called the Neder. Right, but rather again, the Zeus is a obligatory offer. In other words, as much as the Zeus is triggered by a neder, at the end of the day, once you take the neder, it is an obligatory offering. Once it's an obligatory offering, you can't bring it on the bubble. Amashua, Machlok is the Katas to Asham. Machlok is ultimately again in the case of the Katas and Asham about the almost Shlamim. When it comes to almost Shlamim, Gibeah, Yisharas, the Nivakar. Again, everyone agrees that almost and Shlamim ultimately again are considered to be resurrection of the Sharos comes from the heart. Moshe Rabbeinu says, when you come into Eretz Yisrael, Samson B'char Sha'anachnu Osim Kol Hayom. You're not able to do that which you are doing today. Ish Kavah Yasher Te'inav. Right? So the word so the Yasher, that which is, so to speak, Yasher Te'inav understands what it means, Nidam and Nidavas. So therefore, the Gemara says, interesting enough, Nachloket, many Chatas and Asham. Now, so certainly the Chatas and Asham ultimately again as it relates to the Nazir. But ultimately, again, when it comes to Nidam and Nidavas, everyone agrees about all this Shlamim. Everyone agrees that that falls under the umbrella of Nidam and Nidavas. Mostly, Rabbi, so Rabbi said, one second, otherwise this Chazay show, and it was a Chazay show with the chest and the thigh, with Shumas Lach, that's the Quranic portion, right? With Shumas Lach and Torah, and with Shuma, right, the Quranic portion ultimately again of the Torah robes, nor in the Baba B'Dova, they nor in the Baba Kitana. Ultimately, they're going to apply only in the central Mizbeach, and that's what we call the Baba B'Dova. But do not apply ultimately again by a Bama Kitana. The Ilu has Rabbi Shela, and each of what's left out of that list is Rabbi Shela, and Rabbi Shela is the person from the covenant of the Nazir. So the point of the Nazir, you see that the covenant of the Nazir is left out. So each Hamid Yishmael, the oldest from the three. So if you say that they argue, even the Rabbi and Rabbi argue, even in the case of Omer Shlamim, I'm running Rabbi, that's the good Rabbi. Ella. But if you say they only argue in the case of Chatas and Asham, but if you and Olam Shlamim, Haman, who's the thing with this respect? Eat my heart, that's what I'm also saying. I have to frame it. Amar Shmuel, Machlok is for Olam Shlamim. The Machlok is ultimately going to be in the case of Olam and Shlamim. However, again, about Chatas and Asham, Gibrei HaKol, Olam Funu, but ultimately, again, when it comes to Chatas and Asham, everyone agrees that there are obligatory offerings and they are not offered up. They are not offered up ultimately again on the Bama. Right, we'll stop with it for today. Incredible. Good job, everyone. It's an incredible week. What a week. What a week, Bob. So a lot to pass it over. Thanks, Hashem. We finished walking this coming Monday. Abba Alina Latova. Beautiful. Savor every last minute. Shvat. Among the Shabbos. Our program is going to be Shabbos.
Excellent. Let's see. Thank you, Jim Manula, for that. Don't know who to ask. Posted this one. Old local news story about Sean Tommy. Gridiron, take that, haters. Let's see here. Take that shot. Let's see.
Friday nights under the football lights are always special. Meeting 100% African American talent of Aurora, Colorado. Want to avoid Brandon Schwab is that white boy that is anything even more special than his means.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. I apologize. I'm down the microphone this morning. Not exactly sure what's going on over here. Right? Not working now. Okay, but
These players, they're horrible. These my players are no good. I mean, I was like, no excuses. I got 22 excuses. 11 on my offense and 11 on my defense. We have a chance next week. We go 4-0-8. We're not good in football.
for Eliola Paul and Ben Murray of Lucky Harry Martin, in memory of Lucky's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel Ben Yisrael Yehuda. We got Roman soldiers, Ari and Yisrael Student in honor of the Harry Kilo. I got Yomi sponsors, the value and Donna Rosenblum, the creation of Yosef and Donna's father, Moshe Chaim and Abraham, Samuel Zechron Rafa, and Baruch and Bracha Rivkin, from the archive of Rabbi Reuben Rivkin, Harav Reuben Ben Zvi, Zechron Rafa. We have done enough about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savan Aliyah, the family being a Torah, all those things that we're having for those whole holy Yisrael, the Shafis, the Yosef, the community, the Shara, Rachas, and Torah, Torah, and Yisrael, and Eretz. And most of that, let us be with a lot to do a really tough and incredible back out of us. Today's back is Kuftes Zion. Sorry, Kuftes Vav. No, Kuftes Zion. Yeah, Kuftes Zion. 116. So you get sitting there confident about that. 116. 116. We are picking up on Kuftes Vav on days 115B.
I guess
we left off, I believe.
But like for 10
that's
seconds,
actually,
the length.
Right. I'm not going to start with the most. So let's pick up it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. The next is our double zest. I'm not going to start with the motion below Yotis. Remember again, I'm talking about motion in this idea that I will be sanctified through my love ones, through my covenant.
I posted plenty of things at
most of the course had no idea what was like. Until when?
Who's the actress at the AMC thing? The famous AMC ad where it's like, oh, and instead of AMC, I changed it to PFG. That was great. That was good. Yeah, it's just like, sometimes you get the ups and downs.
I'm a little out of this. I'm a little out of this. So this is what I have So this moment, the most that we saw this track event on the website, the tragedy of this event, the reality of this event, was not simply, was not only the death of Aaron's son, but the pain of it was so overwhelming. Remember that it happened on the 8th day of the consecration, the day that the mission was officially essentially commissioned. It was handed over to the hands of the Kohanim, and the day that was supposed to be marked with such simcha. And remember again, also supposed to represent atonement for the sin of the golden calf. Now this became marked with such incredible and overwhelming tragedy. I'm sorry, it's not working. Hopefully, you're actually working with the something with your channel. I don't know, it must be something different. Hey, everyone said I'm fine, by the way. Everyone said I'm fine, alright? Hey, fun doors open. Fun doors open over here. So you're going to be up until the time. So when Nazar ben Avi died, it's a good guy, by the way, right? When Nazar ben Avi died, so the overwhelming need for what occurred was just shocking to Klal Yisrael. And that made the Moshe says, oh, this is what I'm supposed to learn. This will by Akadesh. This is what you meant by the Messiah, the Akadesh. This is what I'm supposed to learn. I will be sanctified ultimately against those who are holiest.
That's the whole thing I was thinking about. When it went back to the guy, I was like, that guy's gonna say something about God.
What's the sanctification of God to me? Even death of Nadav and Abihu. What's the sanctification?
Check please. Did not like this one either. Frank Conn and Bobby Lee.
When one comes into captivity from the Bible, there's responsibility to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance, and a heightened sense of awareness, and a heightened choreography for everything that
Brian is old jokes are starting to get like crushed with me at first.
And therefore, if this is true, not that an Abihu, then I'll ask us some of the trauma is going to be treated less than probably as well. If you want to have a close relationship with that authority, that requires a heightened
last upload was 10 months ago. The next one should be fire.
one remember again, the most full circle. This comes full circle. Remember, Paul says, first child, right? What's the first section? Has the heroes.
Making sure you got all the
heroes?
tools ready,
Is
even
awareness.
harder.
Awareness.
You guys better get it. I mean, I worked on trucks. I had a truck show for a long time.
With a sense of
And
awareness. My actions
yeah, I was a truck show for 10 years. So how many episodes we did in the 10 years? And this is actually a lot of fun.
Everything I do
Yeah.
has an impact. And the closer you are to that historical, the more
Driving my son
the
to
impact
baseball
of
practice.
your actions.
This
That
thumbnails
was
are
the
that
lesson.
thumbnail is particularly
They
funny. The top one.
ultimately
This
against
looks
the
like
death of another value, which on one hand
that's not what shop looks like.
portrayed their greatness, and on the other hand created a tremendous awareness and lesson for cloud
I don't
itself.
know. It's
So Moshe Rabbeinu says this to Aaron. So what happens? Gemara says, "Kevan sheyada Aaron sounds Gemara. Kevan sheyada Aaron shavana gidui makom." When Aaron then realized that his son's dead death actually represented the fact that they maintained their had this incredible closeness, but they felt rewarded. They were known by Hashem. Shachar v'kibel schar. Aaron was quiet. He was quiet, meaning okay, it should have married. Vayidom Aaron. Aaron was silent. That silence of Aaron, again, according to most of the Mepharshim, represents an acceptance. Acceptance, like Aaron wasn't going to say, "Oh, I stand you with over." Aaron wasn't like Vayidom Aaron. Aaron was silent in his acceptance of this overwhelming divine thing. The thing the David Omer, hosted by David Omer, what does the Gemara say? Dom Hashem, this whole Allah. Literally be silent for Hashem and yearn for Him, or long for Him. Apathy. Should not be looking for Halalim.
He's DMing other teams.
So, even if I can have both, the Gemara is obviously using it for hyperbole over here. But literally, again, even if so many people around you are dying, literally, Halalim, it's over. Be quiet. Be quiet, which means the idea of acceptance. The thing with Shlomo Omer is Lakshos Neis Lagaber. So just before we go on, this idea of Vayidom Aaron, this idea of acceptance of divine justice, even when it is profoundly what is divine acceptance? What is it Vayidom Aaron? What's the behind it is that Aaron understood that everything that Hakadosh Baruch Hu does is for the good. Now, granted, the advantage that Aaron Cohen had was what was the advantage? The advantage is that his brother Moshe just explained to him why the events that occurred. Which again, I know that it takes away it doesn't take away the pain, but it gives a tremendous sense of context. What Aaron models for us is that it's not so clear.
If you watch Hope So, like keep climbing those flat rocks, dude, it's like shit.
Greatest life thing is Vayidom Aaron. I accept. I don't like it. I'm not happy with it. But Vayidom Aaron, I accept also, by the way, we do this today. It's interesting enough. We compare Vayidom Aaron with word. And it's like really complicated. What is good on the value? What does it have to do on the value? And although at the tether, like as their loved one is literally being pushed, being buried in the ground, they say Tiba Kadim, acceptance of judgment. And the essence of acceptance of judgment, Hashem Son, Hashem Rakam,
He is a genius, man. That is hilarious.
I love
If
the name of
you watch
Hashem
Hope So, like keep climbing those fucking rocks, dude, this ain't shit.
Why don't they say anything? I was looking for their reactions. It would be like an instinct just to be like, hope so. You know what it is? Maybe he hates it. He told him no more correcting me on air. He had a meeting and team you guys on another thing. We're not going to correct me anymore. Just let me be wrong. Let me be me. Or does he do the third person? Oh, yeah. So, like, on the show, like, when someone's wrong, and then he can immediately get you just Brian and your guys.
There's a time to be silent, and there's a time to
I
speak.
think this is for the
There's a
people
time to
that
speak.
didn't watch
Time
some
is
of
if you're sick in the proper start, there are times when you are quiet, you go ahead and you receive reward for being quiet. Time is the proper start, sometimes you talk and you receive reward for talking. And I said, it's interesting that way when I shot comments on the Gemara, and I shot the I understand the first part, but this lecture is good to be silent, and then obviously the silence is talking about the second situation over here. Sometimes when tragedy strikes, and I will say, this is a profound story in general, especially when tragedy strikes, people often scramble to find meaning in tragedy. Why did this happen? How did this happen? Which makes sense, but that's blessed. But sometimes our avodah in the wake of tragedy is Vayidamam. Accept that this is the lesson Hashem. I'm going to try to learn from it, grow from it, understand it, but my initial reflexive spiritual reaction is acceptance. I accept that this is the lesson Hashem. So that's what it means to fire. What does it mean? Peace the God, right? Torah says, peace lachos, means the God. There's a time to reply, time to speak. Right? So then Neymar says, there's a time that you receive reward for silence, that's acceptance of divine judgment, and there's a time that you receive reward for talking. When do you see what Bible says this beautiful Marsha? He says this is this. Uma is the daber, the Farisha Shishan, Kosash Timuseko, Shimo, Oz, Yashir Moshe. That's Pasha Gilora, Sifuri Makamu. So say, when do you receive reward for talking? Thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the good things that
this is supposed to be working until 8:55. We're going to light here.
How often will you go through life? And every day things do happen. Every day things happen. Whether it's starting your day with an incredible cup of short new coffee, right? Or Hashem, walking with a gorgeous, you're having someone who you might actually like to see. Like that, but being able just to sit, that's Hashem, being able, hopefully you're going to say with our project to rush out and davening. Every function you're supposed to have a parnasa to rush out to. Hopefully again, people who love, you're so lucky, life isn't perfect. There's a whole bunch of things that I wish were better. There's a whole bunch of things that I wish were different straight. True, but there's so much to be thankful for. The Torah says just like you have to be quiet sometimes. And again, specifically Torah over here, accepting some divine judgment, make sure to always talk when necessary to say things like that. It's a beautiful thing, I will just point out. I want to point out, so the interesting is if you notice the order, right? What comes first? It's lactose. Someone says, by the way, more often in life, it's better to be quiet than it is to speak. So order is very interesting. At the end of the day, very often when we talk, we're not necessarily sharing anything substantive, meaningful, or helpful. So sometimes the game is so much better just to hold one's tongue. Yes, other times when is necessary, proper, and incredibly beautiful, absolutely. But measure it, then you could get wise. It's incredible. Let's go back. I'm going to give an apple. I'm going to walk over. Make it see. Noah Elohim in the Pasuk. So what's the meaning of the Pasuk? The Pasuk says that again. Noah Elohim in the Pasuk. We should say, normally use I said, as far as what is the even worse if we get
somebody's going to be
results. It's not really altitude. It's the don't read it as the or rather read it ultimately again that when is Hashem made great through those who sanctify him. The Shah Osha for the Shah of the Din Dikdosha at a time that God meets out divine justice. Those who are closest and holiest to him, Misyare, Umishala, Umishala. He is feared, he is revered, and ultimately again he is praised. So when you see the standard to which HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the righteous, even though again you would think the more righteous and close you are, perhaps you get a little bit more of a pass. And we see that that's not the truth, because the closer you come to God, the more exacting the standards are, and ultimately again that is so in us a sense of how we have to make them. Also, just making themselves well. The closer you get to God, the more exacting the standards are. As a counter-offer, I'll just be a little bit distant. I don't need it. That's like the Havdol.
But history will show there's only one guy that's ever figured it out. So when I tell him, says, I've been waiting all my life for a boxing, he's saying because it actually establishes who Rich structure to boxing. We have all these promoters, and I get the fights you want to see for a variety of reasons. What do you do? It's too late. There's no consistency. This guy fights maybe once a year. This guy maybe takes 2 meters up. No, all that shit stops. When you get the king to run the shit, when you get somebody who looks at it like a business, and consistency. Those fighters, all right, man, you're not making $50 million you're fighting 3 times a year. And it's on CBS, it's on Paramount, it's on Netflix. So maybe you're not getting just that one huge payday and then going away and then retiring, coming out, retiring. It's a shit show. That's all I'm saying. That's why he's good for boxing. He's a great so you're like,
that Alan was listening to himself.
there's a lot of
That
I get all
Alan
that.
was silent
I'm
in the
just saying
sense of
it's
adversity.
this is
From
football.
the
This is exactly what boxing means.
Why? Because we're just saying that every single day. The 90s are not like a
the
road.
only thing I thought about that is that
See, Alan was great in that
fucking-
Alan
oh,
suffered
God, I lost it.
incredible
What was
loss,
he?
tragedy, and setback.
I don't remember what else was saying. That was the worst clip ever.
Yeah.
There was something in there, but I don't have it anymore. Something about the like, oh yes, now I remember. This is not worth it, but well, the way he says like, all right, cool, or whatever. That's the Jeff Dye delivery. I guess I am
So
then.
it's great.
We're supposed to laugh. That's right. Because you suck, I guess.
That's not where we
All right,
stop.
hilarious.
Start to be
Sucks.
The mind is no matter what life
The
throws
clip
my
is
way.
about what's his
I
name,
will
Dana
not
White,
be
right?
sidelined. I will not
That's
be
assuming.
derailed.
So he's like,
I
if
will
Dana
not be
White
silenced.
was there, he would
I
like
will
his ass, suck his
continue my
balls, and
biggest push this
swallow his cock.
incredible. He's like, hello, gotcha.
Is Dana White in the That's what
Once upon a time when we were learning Gemara,
Yes, Dana White.
remember when we had a time learning Gemara, right? The Gemara said that the Olos that were offered up in Midbar were not flayed and were not cut up into pieces. So actually, here's again this Raisa. Look, the Raisa said yes, they were. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara says, Elakasha, Olos, Shekhanah. Which is different kind of, in reality, this whole business about how a sport was handled in the desert was in Machotis Tanam. Besides, the Shlomo says, this is Klonos then with the Sinai, the Klonos be all more. So it's actually a fascinating
Alrighty, well, that's it for us, dude. We've been out here doing watching British Shop.
in
We've had
general,
these episodes now for
was
an hour, but we watched it for 4 months.
is that general
It's like
halachos
kind of like
was
church
given at Har
diaries.
Sinai, and then the details were taught later
It's kind
on
of
by
like
Moshe Rabbeinu at Olam
cats
Moed.
eating fucking tacos
Olam
at a
Moed
shop
is
or something like that.
reconciliation, which is another thing. Har Sinai, they got the
Alrighty, I'll
general
have a beer in
rules.
2 weeks.
The specifics and the details were subsequently filled in by Moshe Rabbeinu later on. Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi says, follow the number of the Sinai, 4 lines up in the bottom, keep going. Mizbeach Adam HaKasari is a Bach Ta'alog. But on his Parshu, he'll call Spolo Ushlam Misham. So for example, in Har Sinai, Kadosh Baruch Hu tells us, you have to build a Mizbeach. You have to build a Mizbeach, right? And you have to offer karbanos. How those karbanos are offered up, those secret were given later on. But if you were used as well, Klonos and Kratos commanded and each of the Elmoy, he was coming to the Adismah. So ultimately, when people say, no, it's not true.
Welcome back to Tim Missile Show. Thanks for tuning in. As always, we
general
try to get you
rules,
into the
specific
the
details
Discord.
were all given at
This isn't real. It's not real, dude. Social media
They
is
were
big.
reviewed in the
But
Oral
if you want, you can join the Patreon and get
the second time in the Total now, the
get
third
early
time
access.
in Ivor Smoke.
Get early access to the show. All right, you know you want
To
that.
go into
You're gonna tell all your friends that you get to eat
therefore,
on
along the line stuff,
and wiggles and Joe for everybody else does. Okay, that's not why you're there. That's not why they're
if you
here.
understand
Today they're here to watch Tim Missile Shop. Start the timer, play the jingle. Alrighty, here we are. We have got a clip from Xylophone. I don't know what that means. Called Baba. So I just repeated some of the NFL positions I thought we should. Yeah, this is Ray Needham, classic, saying that Shop was one of those like segments that when people look like a long time ago.
does look like it is. That's not Photoshop. That's
Now you got me call the Hema
different.
we call
I mean, throughout time, people have looked like Chop. Remember, there was the Indian Revolutionary and somebody. It's funny how he was like so ready to post that, and then Google searched it, and they came up, oh man,
this is to be offered up on a
already been
anything to
posted.
be offered up on a bubble. So what do we do? This is interesting. You know, the source for this is Noah. As the prophet says, Noah built a mikveh, and he called a behemoth from all kosher animals, or pure animals, from every pure bird. So he must be behemoth kamashmo. Chai is a pure behemoth. So behemoth, including the behemoths also chaya. Right, not domestic animals, which was because remember again, we don't normally offer up chayas on the death and only the
It does kind of look like he's doing it wrong. I have no idea what he's doing. It doesn't seem. And it seems the guy is standing. So I wish I have a tool that we use for that. You're using the wrong one. I guess that was me.
blemished, unblemished. How do I know that?
It's like
I'm a
Shaw told you to paint. That's what we're
Kamos is Behema, and Kamos is equals to Ba'obosh. You know, in general, the concept Kamos means complete
that was the
unblemished,
lowest he's ever
and the
been able to
requirement
live.
first to be a male
That's
to
facts.
begin in
He's always
Behema,
lived it more
but
than
there
that.
is
I'm
no
actually
such
giving
thing
you that. You're correct.
as Negus.
I like that. Let's
To be a male, by
pull our
force.
clips.
In order to this
Get a
process,
chip of
the
meat.
process kind of glues everything together. Interestingly enough, the Russian is
Now it's 77 likes. It's good.
and in this context of the Mikveh of Noah, of the name of animals compared to a bird. Therefore, just like birds, it doesn't matter if they're blemished, unblemished, it doesn't matter if it's male or female. So if you got the English on his bummer, it doesn't matter male, female, blemished, unblemished. To me, it's probably about 50% of the law. There's one exception. The one exception is
To film
even
it,
on a bummer,
move a
you
tire,
cannot offer up an
take a tire
animal
off,
which is
and
missing
move
a limb.
I don't want
That's
to
the
put
one
that
thing.
guy.
And again, okay, that's just because there's really something deficient in the offering. Oh no, like, we're not going to say this now, so we know. How do I know that you can't bring an offering that is in the limb, even covered in that? Okay, you're shooting every other. So if you can know what it means is on a bummer, right? Because remember, again, if we're going to shoot the limb, to use a bummer even today, even today. So whatever is true, open up again for a bummer, which is people also at a time when bummers were missing. I don't know, again, I would bring a blemished animal on a bummer, but I cannot bring an animal missing on it. I'm a moment when we call up time for Boston.
Or like,
I'm a girl that says, I'm a girl
it's
that
like
had dates
constant.
anymore.
Yeah, it's like a terrible but it's going to take you. Yeah, it gets in bits all day long. Your pavement, how much fun you can have laughing. And the hook say doesn't hurt you.
Bring an animal
Because you might get
who's
mad, you
almost
make
like
fun
the
of
life
enough.
of its
It's
limbs
not
are
really
trained to
Bobby,
be hacked.
please
Which
hold my
means
closest friend.
it's not missing a limb. The Dilma, remove your tray from. Maybe it's going to just do the tray from. Right? I don't know, remember again, take as an animal with any type of condition from which it will imminently die. It's going to execute a tray from. That's actually included in the fact that an animal that is capable of producing life. So the Gemara says, "Honey, come on, number tray from your life." That's fine if you know that a tray frog is not capable of having a life. Alamanda, I'm going to tray for your leg, that's not even but if you know that a tray frog does have the ability to go ahead and have offspring, what is it? So I'm going to talk about the concept said by Noah, he's God.
40 reps at 225.
Because Nicola, Hashem Nicola, Shnayim Nicola Viela, Devalachios Itok, sorry. Itok Zopra Nikeva.
Yeah, well,
so the Pasuk says,
it makes.
bring animals, bring Noah.
I can't remember. Even I'm admitting now that I have Graves' disease. I cannot remember what we just watched. We said, but I feel like he said 40 something, so it would be funny to say less than that. As if it's better. Yeah, but of course, when Shaw wants to do more than everybody, sure, but also kind of like you only do 40, I do 32. Yeah, I guess in a way, if you get anywhere near what the Thor guy got, that's pretty impressive. So yeah, 40 is probably. We can still shop. Last time I did 40. I see now. He said no 40 because he's going to say it 40. So the guy said 36 and he's stronger than them. So you're right. I was far from that. He did go above the 36. So the setup is that he knows he's going to say 40. So at first he fucks up and he says what Thor maybe actually said, or I don't know. He's like, oh no, I was actually 36. I look more up.
His restrictions. Humility is the true weapon of the flow. That's because again, if I'm arrogant and I'm saying I'm a king, product, and there's nothing more for me to do, there's nothing more for me to accomplish, there's nothing for me to work on, it doesn't mean, okay, that's it, you're done. You're done. Now you know how to go about it now. You know, there's nothing to work on. Humility is the true weapon of the personal growth. They might be the truth. What doesn't even mean anything. For those of us who are stomachly and chronically injured, understand that completely actually is an outgrowth of God. It's actually an outgrowth of the holiday. Because truth means I need everything the way I want it and I need it now. It's in full translation power and everything. So if you think about it again, the patience and humility really are two sides of the same coin. They both represent the idea that this is a patience. The world doesn't revolve around me. The world doesn't revolve around me. Right now, everything is obligated to happen on the country that I want it, the way that I want it. The world does not revolve around me. I am fucking constantly real. That patience, and then that generates a sense of humility. Humble and recognize, yes, nothing can start the same time. There's so much to it. That's the great place of our soul is the greatest.
I like that both options are wrong.
Maybe coming doesn't mean physical and physical condition. I mean, you don't appreciate it. But you're like, but something. So you know, he said something. But you're like, how did you drop on something enough? But maybe coming refers to kind of like your days. And sounded refers to passion. Which will also tell you that personal piety manifests itself in two different ways. In my egos, and in my character traits, and in my actions. Personal, so let's make sure I'm pious in both of those areas of life. You might want that. These are like that, and do what you do. Straight off, but you choose to know himself and want to straight off. You don't really know about it. I am coming will try to show you the title. But my boss, remember, I should have said to know, I put on the animals to talk with you. So, putting stuff means like you. So that you think that Noah was a trait on the same calling to take on animals with a trait on as well? Can't do it. And after the last one is that you never come full circle unless you come talk. Noah, just like we are complete and unblemished, so to bring on the table unblemished animals. When we are going to have to let me talk, Raphael's Zerah in the best case, the animals couldn't be a trait on. Once they couldn't be a trait on, the means that they will have no offspring. Once people have no offspring, then why do you use the phrase Raphael Zerah have people offspring and finish them? So it's nice to know you have to talk with stuff to the homeless. After you got me on these groups. So it's a beautiful thing. You had a place that maybe bringing the animals onto the table was also to create a sense of companionship. For Noah, but that's because the best companionship. If you're the animal for you to do so now, I'm not sure how no. But this is not about companionship, but rather, this is about propagation of a future species, and therefore then the animals who swim on the table have to have the ability to reproduce. Incredible. So how far, okay, back to ball. We're going back to the route between Bama and Nagano. So it's a whole work today. Was a interesting note, so remember that says ultimate structure like how animals not to know. And we probably know the point about these stuff. But they would have placed on that principle of power. Or you see the point of control, or you say totally separation. Yeah, but he's sharing between the component of smooth. You know that the animal, a living animal, can't be spotted. There's no such thing like that. So what the point is made of
great stuff. Shout out to
culture
Papa. Shout out to Chris
non-culture.
Lives, dude.
You
We
must
love
be
that
one
shit,
second,
daddy.
preservation do not yet exist. When you have a community card,
Alright, so this is another BTL site. PFJ. If you want to learn, you got me, brother. Yeah.
changes the
sorry, we got the sound. Changes this one. I actually said, you also have even in time. You're right, you're sitting on the shoulder, like there's a little pastor, but it's like in terms of place over here, the species would eventually become culture. So the reason I do not know which will become the closest species in this water. You might be left to learn to travel to travel. As you understand, how to think about culture, we have two species power. So what can you do? The animals called before, had been really like heat events. And the only thing really what happened is the animals started the animals passed up on the table. The coastal species were accepted in larger number, and the coastal species were only accepted in small number. Called Shakeva, called Hassan, the adversity power. Anything that was quote unquote absorbed by the table in larger number, ultimately is called that is a feature. Coastal species, Umar says, called Shakeva, called Hassan, was just influenced because they were not absorbed larger numbers. They don't feel the idea that it was a future non-coastal species. I'm a problem. We don't say. The possibility is not right. We got caught in the kiva, has bought in the area. The possibility is that the animals came on their own. So not that one that Noah asked them by, rather the animals came. If the kiva accepted a larger number of each paragraph, then that was indicative that this was a future culture species. A smaller number of each paragraph indicating that it was a future non-culture. So, automatic, not called carbon almost. The most similar than the United States. I'm a bummers. Everything was offered up as an almost. Only almost was accepted. The United States almost is from the road. That's all. Only almost the next one in Bahar, brought to the Pakistan. By YouTube, you say from the Master.
He looks like
it was a Marcos the Pastor. Marcos the Pastor over the earth. By Sinai, remember again, Boas become also once they go to this, right? But let me offer up by Sinai before the Mishnah all purpose. So clearly, what the case is to introduce again, after that whole problem, almost, as you might say, Vayikruch Usai, Vayikruch Vakim, Ramin Yashem, Ima, rather than the Pasuk, rather use the Pasuk to the following. And not almost in son-in-law. I call them almost in son-in-law. Because it's interesting that offer up on Bamos, or they can offer up our Olos. When you offer up on Bamos, they can offer up both Olos and Sloan. And those are the first wide line. And I'm going to look every son-in-law. He looks nice. الرجل يصبح من الخات أمر قاضي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال أمر مو قاضي يقول ما فوته يقول كيف لنا أسرع قوم قوم ما كان له أمر قاضي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول 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 أسرع قوم بكثير لا قوم يجي جانبه يدخلوا صندوق ومن قاضي Tiny level, right? He brought everything from the Choro Son of Bakayim. He brought everything, right? Including in the Choro Son, the elder of his sheep, right? The first son of the sheep, and we thought that I wasn't releasing the stuff and the news from the hero, from the facts. So he must have easily got a Shekhelbo card that I get. What type of carbon is the clay left burnt on in his get out? You know, the only of carbon on the death, so this is so like only the clay of his offer, and the rest of the carbon is not. So what type of carbon will the clay left is offered and the rest is not? Of the other, the rest one. That really is like that's the point. That's the way people do it. The point is that when it's funny, tiny have a course what we'll call giving law. On the carbon giving law, what do you do here? That's the giving law of that's the beginning of the year for something. My timeline, the man down the road level, was usually the opinion that says that we do not offer up something. But still, and you Hasta turning to Hebrew in Noah, the one who says ultimately again that you spoke from before Matan Torah, he must hold that the Noah has the ability to offer up Shalom on a bummer. The Gemara says, Shulchan Aruch, the Yechol Yisrael, and also the whole thing about Yisrael, when did Yisrael come and bring Shabbos from the desert? This is the fundamental of what the Yisrael is. Shulchan Aruch. Yisrael calling Yisrael, like the high priest of Midian, the most of the rest of the Yisrael, that calling the person was like, Kol Asher Asa Elokim Avot Yisrael Alon, actually something like Yisrael heard what Hashem did for Klal Yisrael, and ultimately again, Yisrael to come and join Klal Yisrael. So what's the sound? What's the sound? The sound is, Ma Yua Shamach Uva. What was the event? What was the event that stirred Yisrael to his core and made him join the rest of Klal and convert? So I say, by the way, it's one of the questions that we always ask, like when a person converts, like what was it? What was it? Because the move makes no logical sense. Like the move is totally counterintuitive. It could be a wonderful, righteous
I believe Joe here. You're a Joe, but
Jews have not cornered the market from God. God belongs to all of humanity and will love everyone who loves him. So again, whenever you get a sense of that, like, what's wrong with you? It's like, why did you do this? So we're talking about it. Yisrael, you're quite new guy. Like a nice,
so you know when there's somebody next to you, and then if there's somebody other comic just comes on stage that's not the crowd, you know, it's going to be a little weird sometimes. You know, mixed together.
You heard about the long
That's crazy. You know, back in the day, you used to have that.
that's why he joined it.
Yeah, he's
So it's Sidon, Sayas Rosh, Samonik, that's all the people. That's basically a juxtaposition of because remember again, the war with Amalek happens where the end of Parshas B'Shava. And then again, right after the war with Amalek is by Yishma Yisro, right? Parshas Yisro. So the first of these is the juxtaposition. If you heard about the war with Amalek, saw this incredible, miraculous military defeat of Amalek. He was inspired. He joined Klal Yisrael. You heard ultimately again, which was incredible. He heard about the Torah, heard about Sarah's revelation, and then it then stirred him to his core, and ultimately again he joined. What is this? Because the Rick Torah is not going to get into this tomorrow. First of the widest lines, and Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and the whole of Homer was so far over the Asafar. Literally, the giving of the Torah created such noise, such a rash, that the event was heard from one end of the world to the other.
I think he's just trying to be honest with maybe agree with some of the stuff he said about very possibly this asshole. In that particular instance,
they recognized that something transformative just occurred, but they had no idea what happened.
There's this one episode recently where
every single thing on the face of the earth, same Jesus, same place, and I think
Rogan was on the panel.
this particular is of Bilam Arasha. So listen to this. All of the Gentiles came to Bilam. They said to Bilam, "Oh Lord, not from Hamor Shemani." They said to Bilam, "What's going on here?" Again, what's going on here? Bilam had a reputation as a prophet.
It's called 99 Dimension.
Shema Mabu, Bali Olam.
So we took acid, played beans and cheese all day, no filter. 37-year-old bod, feeling better than ever. Taking your time, bouncing on my hormones, change. This is 3-1.
Then they said, Amulo, Mabu Shamayim about Mabu Shamayim. Not from the projected a bit of another flood of water. Maybe he's going to bring a flood of fire.
This is something I've heard.
Okay. If there's no impending Mabu, not call Hamor Azez Shamayim. So they asked Bilam, what is this noise? What is this noise that we have heard? Amar Lahan said, this is how beautiful this is. Kein Geld bei die Stelle basically no go.
I have
So
one.
we also for the part of the head is beautiful treasure. That was hidden in his storehouse. Shout out Tyson News as well. Top $1,000
That's gonna be the next thing. Actually, go and start doing like family
74 generations.
TikTok dances, videos.
Here's a
They just do
beautiful
that
treasure
too.
that's been sitting in
But
the
eventually the
Parkland
kids will get
storehouse.
involved.
For
Maybe they can be like that.
974 generations before the world was
That'd be
created.
funny. They're
Well,
gonna
let's
be like
remember
LeBron
again,
James fan.
Torah
Dude, no. All right, well, I don't even know what's the LeBron James fan. They do that. They do like that TikTok. It's a lot cooler. They're
just like the
fucking
Bourgeois,
cool, dude. LeBron James is awesome. Okay, that's your narrative. What are you gonna say about them?
existed everything. The Cowboys have this beautiful, magnificent treasure in their storehouse from
Okay.
before the world was
What I
created.
was laughing is if one of Shop's kids turns out to be like the rest
The
of them.
butter. And Hashem wanted
Chocolate
to
chunk.
give it to his
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, how many booms does that get? Brendan?
Hashem gives strength to his people. And what's the strength?
Fat
The
chops.
strength is Torah. The strength is Torah. So give them the strength to the nations of the world. Understand what it's talking about. The treasure that exists in the entire universe.
Yeah, because you fuck up the names too. Whatever the nickname is, you fuck it up. Tar.
This is the greatest treasure the universe has ever
We're
seen
stupid.
and
He's
will
like,
ever
think about
see.
name like it's the
And
least.
for the powerful, so give it
Like the rhythm.
God.
Oh,
And give it like the powerful David,
dude. I always be like, okay.
says, you look
How
at
do you
it,
explain? You
so
need to diversify.
Hashem always be amazing
So
things.
it's like a
We are touch people of the honor, the better said Hashem gives strength to his children, everyone is founded, Hashem is our and no last ever. And the organization of the not moment, it was this incredible, incredible understanding of the different kinds of life, and all of the affirmation of how we unique and taking place among the nations of the world, and got a bracha from the nations of the world. Got a bracha from the nations of the world. Incredible, incredible. So let's see what's the help us understand what it is that we're doing in because,
my kid's called the
God sees things everything. When you have this physical way, right? It's not just something that you go up for. You gotta run for it. You gotta run for it, right? If somebody tells you that there's a million, oh, it's just beautiful. But if someone told you, I don't feel like you're again, that there's $1 million bleeding down the back seats, none of us would strong to this. None of us. It doesn't matter how out of luck I would be, I would run with all of my mind. Somebody told me that there was $1 million bleeding from me. At 6:15 in the morning, none of us would just use. Right? Just be really, really I've listened to so much of what we have to try to figure out is how do you begin to use it as treasure? It's really beautiful, it's very inspiring, it's very wonderful. The treasure is giving valuable to me, right? As being sober. It's not a certain stupid. It's what we have to work on. But once we're able to see that, also the nations of the world, we just have to work on things. It's incredible. But the Elijah says, Kiyashem for some of us. But you still heard about Kiyashem, that's why he's going to tell you something. You know, now, that you to Shmoa from Markham, or the Avrocha Bazona, yes. I'm going to give it to us. Kishananu is Asher Holy Hashem Esmeiyan. But what the Torah says, it was beyond ultimately again with the feeling of the sea that Yisrael heard, that questions the generations from Yisrael. So now, it's interesting that you must think to this, and you fast forward a little bit about the case of Yeshua. When the spies, remember again, this miraculous spies went to something, and this time up to it went well. They went to visit a woman by the name of Rahab, who lived in the north of Jerusalem. Remember again, Jerusalem was the first fortified city. You know, it's another from the occupied section. Then by the Yazoo, and then you got from the Jordan River, you can see, you know where the spies are across the Jordan River, and you can see the first city on the hill, right? On the mountain, that's Jericho. Jericho was the first fortified city that spies are trying to do by the name of Rahab. And ultimately, then she gave them the intel that they were able to know how to get into the city.
I'm trying to figure out what's
So Rahab said, why is Rahab willing to help the opposing Jewish army? And said, Rahab says, we know already that it's over. We heard about Yanis. Remember again, here's the thing with you. When did this thing with the sea take place? When did it take place? 40 years earlier. 40 years earlier. We heard about the spring of the sea 40 years earlier. And when we heard that, We knew it was over for us. We knew you were coming. We knew you were coming. We knew you were coming. Right? And ultimately, again, we were going right against the neighborhood. Right? So we knew that you were going to take over, that you were going to conquer. So it's interesting that look up, right? Already did all the things understood from that event of the splitting of the sea. Listen, and what is Shishamaran is a Jehovah to send it to Yasha. This is nice to also the other. Below under the old Ruach, the nice of the other below come up old Ruach of the week. So listen, so the truth is this. So when you never talk about the idea that after the book it says there is no more Ruach, the men have no more spirit. No more spirit. So meaning that once they heard about the thing of Yasha, already the kings of Canaan understood that it was over. Not how he tells the story, the way he says it is, will come up all throughout the day. There's no spirit that literally come on me, but like rose up. So why did he add in the extra phrase, rose up? So you must have a very interesting fact on the day, that he is actually Naniloa. But what happened was that the men of Canaan, or of Yericho specifically, but of Canaan in general, were so persuaded by the news of the impending Jewish army that literally again they became like infants. They were so deaf, they were so scared of what was going to occur that ultimately again they were infants. And that's why she uses that word to come up on the right. So like, you know, that's why I think how do you know that? Like the same thing like a very general statement to make about the male population of Canaan. Right? So how exactly are you calling out to something? You want to say, well, Gemini, in your called outside the nugget shall a Rakav Azona. So that's interesting, by the way. So the net is called Rakav Azona. Now, interestingly enough, in Tanakh, or in Navi, Zona can mean one of two things. Zona can mean a harlot, or Zona can mean an innkeeper. Now, very often, ultimately, again, they're not mutually exclusive. Right? Sometimes the innkeeper for a variety of different services. So when I saw Rakav was Zona, he was a Zona. But the Bible, not only was she a Zona, she was a high-profile Zona. Right? So Zona to the elite. Right? So really, again, in the call, so kind of the nuggets of Rakav Azona. There was not one, like literally, again, one minister, one officer who did not have a mission there. But this is under fast new Sharon Paisa, if you actually something to try and design stuff. So that's actually, sometimes I think this is everybody will be tragic. Rakav was 10 years old, especially in this sense. She was 50, we're going to see, she was 50 years old when the miraculous came out. She started her career as a Zona at the age of 10. That's you tell her, I said she has to say, his son saw told them Shana. She was 10 years old when Shana saw Lakshmi Nari, and she unfortunately lived stuck in immorality for 40 years. She's 15 years old by the time that probably saw Kamsa. What happens? Shana told me the Akan made Shana Misaira. For all my friends that are fans, but the age of 50 she converted. But listen, now again, the only exactly happening with her conversion is actually someone comes back. Some opinions actually say that she married their Shira, which is like pretty wild. She converted. Now what did she do? She converted. Allah, the multiple leaders describe out follow the so ultimately again has to be forgiven. In the marriage, ultimately again, Kava means a look, follow means a window, which thing means the flat. So okay, I'm going to stop over here, right? We're going to pick up with this story tomorrow because there is a tremendous Mr. Haskell in the story. We also have to finish up with Yisro, not Shmuel Shama Ubah. You have to keep fighting to your Jetsna. So therefore, we keep this fight to your Jetsna tomorrow morning. First thing, number one, Rakav. Number two, in the second time, he's 550. So you got Rakav, first of all, not about the son of the marriage of his daughter tonight, about I said the shot double the supper. You can drop it over that to talk like two, go to buy something you sell, and then you can not like it, go. Not the time.
Let's see here. From Kardashian to relatable housewife and mom. We helping my husband look for the screws and bolts that I threw out when I was overstimulated. Oh my god, stop saying overstimulated. How many of these idiots are going to keep using that as an excuse for their stupid behavior? It's dumb. Overstimulated. Go die. Okay. You're overstimulated. Yeah, if you were overstimulated, it means you're done being stimulated. Cool. Never come again. I'm tired of it. Oh, fuck up. I'm tired of it, dude. You're right. Fuck you guys. I agree. It seems annoying to continue. This must be just a buzzword that people are using. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't show up. I said I was driving. Oh my god, but don't worry. The mom's like, alright, we'll talk about the same stuff. Responsibility to being a parent. Well, guess what? I didn't make it. I didn't figure it out myself, but I was. I don't want to look like father. I'm gonna go look like I did. I'm out of here. Mom's back to being a streetwalker. You've done it before. I was overstimulated as a child. You were actually overstimulated when you were born. I am 100% on your side, but I hate it. You can't be uncomfortable for 1 second. You know, is that what it means? That sounds right. Overstimulated to me is a symptom of a feeling of you just like bite your tongue and live through a moment. Get the fuck out of here. Sometimes if it's too big of a shit, then you're always going to the fucking Whitney Cummings is saying. When Whitney Cummings and Jasmine Singh are the ones that are afraid to yeah, that's a good point. Listen, Whitney kind of super annoying. Living with a woman and she gets stressed out or whatever. What she does when she's stressed out is either throw your stuff out or it's like, Jesus, what fucking idea is there a pill that you can take to less stimulate you? Because she came on YouTube and tell me, like, fuck all that guys. Alright, Jeff, I'm the guy. You're overstimulated? How do you find me? If you're stimulated when you want, right? I'll unstimulate you. My lips are disgusting. I get it. You sound like, oh gosh. I can stimulate you. Like, well, actually, that's a problem. You can't. Unless you can become 5 white guys right now, you're not going to stimulate anyone. Yeah, so she's like, I would. I love you, but you're just not attractive. I like the roster of white dudes. Those guys are hot. Feeling, especially Tuesday. Tuesday? Nuts. You know, Thursday. You remind me of Thursday. He was a little weak. It's just another guy's name. There's days with me. He's got weak terror, dude. That's fixed. Anyways, yeah, I don't like it. And then comment below what you guys think of the overstimulated shit. It's happening too often. Have you ever overstimulated yourself? You know, a new ass. How did you overcome that? That's what ice agents are saying now, dude. I killed her because I was overstimulated. I can totally see like that video of the ice agents were overstimulated because Tim Walz is telling people to stimulate them. Alrighty, let's see. What's his name? Bongino? Not Bongino. Ovino. I watched this speech and he was like, there's choices you make. When you make a choice is made. And when you make a choice, other people have choices too. And when you choose, some people choose. They choose it. And somebody's like, why did that guy die? And he's like, stop choosing that. It's all about choice. Were you listening? He said choose not to listen. He literally said that. No. In response to a question, he's like, it's all about, did you not hear what I said about choice? Ridiculous. I'm now going to bring up Miss Rachel Cheer. And now we're going to overstimulate Candace Owens. Alright, let's go. Keep on it. We're going too political there, dude. Jiu-jitsu. Ariel Helwani, dude. Helwani randomly fires up the fires for the first time in years. What the fuck? This has to get more likes, dude. No way. Posted by Bob Wynn, 770. 5 seconds, though. Not a long clip. Jiu-jitsu. Great guy. Met him. Maybe once. Oh, okay. It's addicting, you know. You'll never fully get away. When you dip your toe in, it's not going to be the last time you go to the beach. There you go. That was funny. I had to say, I'm going to put my hands off on that one. Spicy. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes when you're coloring inside the lines, you're going to fucking bring a couple crayons, you know, to connect. Wait, then you might eat them and smell them. There you go, print shop. Put a Sharpie in your ass. Everybody's eating a crayon. Or a loon baby. You said Sharpie in the ass. Six. Post this. What happened to thickboy.com? Oh, I saw that section. Scrolling through Reddit. And they must not be selling the merch. Or they can't afford a $12 fucking website. There's no more merch. What happened? We're getting boxes and boxes of shirts. And I said, drive past the gas. What do you do when you can't sell it? Great question. If Papa had the answers, there would be 100,000 less ships. I don't know. I haven't seen merch stuff anymore. Give away more trucks. I haven't seen any merch wines. If they're still selling it, or if the website's up, if there's any sure, why not? I can talk about that. I remember the days of merch when I've been going through them and seeing that there's women's stuff, you know, like women's shorts and women's, and I just can't imagine doing that ever. You bought your girl a short shorts and say, like, thick boy Martin, thick girl or something. And then there's only 6 shirts now. I mean, I'm kind of down to buy this bundle because, as you guys can see today, I'm sorry, I don't have super merch today. This sucks though. This is terrible merch. Fighter in the Kelly Classic. Have a kitty fight. Fuck this. I don't even know what have a kitty fight means. Why is there no Drive Vessel gas merch? And this is on the Drive Vessel gas thing too.
But one of those one,
This is a chick to see.
those were the offers of the
It's all. What if you just all wins? They're the best selling. I like shop. You gotta pick because none of the shit sells. So you gotta pick a few things to keep up. There's one night in Seattle that we're not merching. That's pictures of guys wearing it.
What are the other
I love it. Everything about it feels like it was made specifically for me. The fit. It feels like a different one. I gotta meet this guy. Can I get on this? Because maybe these are homeless cats doing this. I want to take a picture of myself. I'm sick. There's another reason. Dude, you're so right. Why aren't we doing this? We're like, post things we don't. It's the same company. I swear to God, dude, it is PS3. This is awesome. Oh my God. I like your graphic so much. It's real perfect. Graphic perfect. Yo, this is actually from soy boys who drive electric cars after they realize Brett says, I'm going to give them a little wing. Perfect. This guy is a nice house. They sure get a good deal on people laughing. This is like his parents bought in this house. Like, you know, he just likes furniture shop. He likes to buy furniture shop clothes. He's a nice kid. This one has 2 sides, 2 parts. Easy ordering and arrive very quickly. Product is quality. Exceeds expectations. And want to order more. That is so funny. Why don't they say, like, thanks for ordering again? Why don't they say again? They don't recognize John, dude. John is keeping them in business, dude. John's really into it. And he's got great hats. Yeah, his hats are actually. Oh, I can't buy that merch. Dude, that's funny. John is awful. I want to see this one again, though. After failing to ship the order before Christmas, so this was a Christmas gift. Oh yeah, like a 121, 2026. I sent several emails attempting to find out where my order was. Literally, can I get a single human being on the phone or an email to respond? I had to open a dispute with my credit card company, and then suddenly 2.5 months later, a random package shows up in the mail. LOL. Anybody reading this? I have your package unopened. I do not want this stuff. I already got my money back. Damn. A Christmas present. This is the same person twice, 3 times. Oh wow. So that's January. Best price on footage out here. Okay, you guys give me here for $30 a month. What the fuck? Yeah, I had to pay for it twice. So you run out of club, you get deals on drive vessel gas burns. You get those size early access to drop sales and giveaways. Give first drive vessel gas releases promos and giveaway before it kills. I mean, when are they giving away the next truck? I don't want to be that guy, but we're gonna have to enter and send in a picture, dude. Like that's the only way we're gonna feel okay with this. I want to definitely send in a picture. I guess we could buy the Epic Kitty if I can do that. No. I'm not doing that. We're not going backwards, Daddy. Okay, no more backwards. The future. No. Next drop. Okay. TFAG marriage, dude. When is the next drop? Everyone's asking, dude. Oh, that's great. All right, back to this. Let's see here. On Bappa's queerness, homophobia, and search for identity posted by potential being 6301. I'm curious to see how long it is. It's very long. I was caught off guard in a recent golden hour clip by Bappa's overt homophobia. I suppose the rhetoric is typical of right-wing alpha male truck pods. Is that a thing? I don't know about that, dude. That's social media. This isn't real. I don't know if truck pods are a thing. Let's take truck out of that. Right-wing alpha male pod. Sure. Okay. Now it's truck pods. Very funny. Until being 601. I think that is. So yeah, it's funny. And by the way, it's not truck pod. It's golden. Oh, okay. Yeah, that even more evidence of a joke. Kind of good shoot over there, but attempting to discuss the agenda and failing to identify what that means until a timely assist from Hot Chip seemed like a big swing in a potentially alienating direction. So is he a gay man that listens to Golden Hour? Hold on. I don't know. Not yet. Assuming this to be a pretty obvious projection, I consider Bappa's own sexuality as a potential catalyst. His specific queerness has been discussed and dissected at length, but this brought to mind the resentment he likely feels towards himself, knowing that not only could he be living a more fulfilling life, putting stuff in his ass, digits in the bubble, like he says, he's already done that, but what his career could have been like if he were able to confront the aspect of his life early on. The potential entertainment career from an out MMA guy who possessed both physical attributes typically associated with heteromasculinity with a queer sexual identity, which he confusingly acted out as comedy in the Greek comedy. Wow. Couldn't have better myself, Mr. Homeless. Could likely have positioned himself to be much more financially and artistically fulfilled than where he finds himself today. Instead, you have someone who is all consumed with performative identity characteristics designed to influence how he is perceived by others, despite how obvious this appears. His obsession finding himself as a type of guy in truck, sports, racing, fish, hunting, etc. is a practice more typical of someone in their teens or 20s, or like us, we like trucks. More than a 40-year-old plus with such very lived experiences. Even his latest claim of a baseball that portrays a superficial title that most fathers would take as serious as a t-shirt slogan, positions his role as a father as secondary at least. For all the pounding on him that is done, I do feel some sense of empathy towards him, if this is in fact his plight. Hopefully, his public persona is just an Andy Kaufman-esque performance piece, and he's living his true life behind closed doors. So, yeah, we've talked about that, but what I was thinking about is there's a point here that I kind of agree with, in that Bappa is doing something wrong. And one of, because obviously, look at it, right? But could he have done what Tiger King does? Should he be doing that openly gay moron? There's not a lot of gay idiots, right? There's really not a lot of famous gay morons. Tiger King is the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe Andy Dick, Joe Rogan, but he's not openly, right? Yet, yes. So, but what I'm saying is, like, Bappa is totally Tiger King. He's selling crap, and he's irresponsible, and I could totally see Bappa being like, I'm never going to financially recover from this after he's accidentally killed a staff person with his truck. You know, so he very much is Tiger King, just without other men. Well, Tiger King fuck chicks too. Like, he had kids, right? Or plenty. I could be wrong. I know he was into dudes. He was, everyone knows he's into dudes. He was with the guy with the crazy teeth. To piggyback off you, Pops. Wrong topic to piggyback on. But with Bappa, like I said before, I think that, like, everything this guy said, his life would have been way easier. He says it, he literally says it in his comments when he does say, my life was so much easier. Felt gay as shit. Because he could play video games. Yeah, and his wife's goddamn rattlesnake. Yeah. So, yeah, this is something to read and think about. But maybe, like, I mean, he takes supplements probably to get hard. Because he doesn't do it better. Oh, that's right. He does take a lot of dick juice or whatever. Yeah. Why is that? That's a good question, actually. Why do you do that? I like when my dick is hard, but women if he's taking Viagra or dick juice just to have sex with women when he's like that Mark his wife on the road, that's crazy. Just live out your true life. Spicy. I mean, there's probably very frowned down upon the circles that he's been in. Football locker rooms. Yeah. MMA gyms, stuff like that. Well, he could go to truck stops, mechanic, Yeah. So he can't just go to the mechanic shop in a pink jumpsuit. But the thing is, he could be, like, maybe he gets off to being closet. We don't know. And that's fine too. Or he's straight as hell, or just gay. Yeah. That's facts. Comments. Anytime I see a video, it's painfully obvious how uncomfortable using his own skin. On the sea, it's good. Actually, look, that's a healthy man at 37, best shape of her life. Oh, God. That's frightening. Yeah. It's a weird face. I mean, they're a family of, that's how they make a lot of faces. I mean, it's just they said something like this could be normal. But you guys are nuts. It looks like one of those reality TV screen grabs. This week, last week on Real Housewives of Boston. My 600 That's 600. Post my smile for no for. The Shaz really could be. We made jokes about them doing Story Wars. We made jokes about them on almost every reality show. They could be any Real Housewives, Story Wars, Intervention, the Adderall. What are some more? Survivor. I probably could be Survivor. Could they be Survivor? Intervention for the content. Like, dude, if somebody just sat him down and be like, it's not good on the podcast. Yeah, get back to stand up. Yeah, and then everybody, like, the content is so bad that they John is special. Fear factor, this is like Brendan eating the truck, going to the truck walk, or John.
Still brush their teeth, right? Yet they've survived thousands of years without a single vet visit.
Commentary channels. That's so funny. They fall so far that there's a season where Joe Rogan's like naked and like trying to 70 years old. Naked and afraid is how the woman felt that Ryan got to his apartment. Oh, fuck. It was there. I had to do it.
I know. I tell jokes. I do crazy shit. I made some mistakes. I got my Giro. He's got some teeth. I get all that.
It's keto, man. All right, let's start this. I don't really know that many reality shows. Love is Blind. Yeah, Love is Blind. What's the thing is, I've never seen that one, but I assume you can't see. Yeah. So So Leah is like going on dates, but I can't say how old. How old are you? The first question he asks. When I sit down, they're like, hi. He's like, oh. Yeah, they're like, I can't tell you my age. He's like, God, what would you do? Oh, what's the other one? I said to my love on the spectrum, like love on the podcast. Well, you know, there are some interesting characters in the chat room. They're all Beast of a burnout pop up. I speculating polar chips is our favorite truck. Dude, look at that. Just working on it. I love this truck. It's too loud. Yeah, my burnouts are a lot quieter.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and join your most affordable unlimited
That's right. Yeah,
the basics for just $60.
So sick. I'm sorry.
Yo, what up? I'll be right back in the restroom.